The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 753 to Chapter 808. Xian chose to fuse the swords right away, because the white-clothed man's strength was absolutely not something that he could resist right now. He didn't want to fight until he was half dead before unleashing his ultimate attack, fuse. That was one of his two greatest trump cards. According to his plan, if he couldn't fuse them, then he would use the immortal slaying sword gourd. Fortunately, the four swords didn't fight each other this time. At the instant that the four swords fused into one, a sword howl shattered the white-clothed man's strength. In midair, the white-clothed man frowned slightly. What's that? A sword was floating in front of Xian. The sword was around a meter long, and it was extremely ordinary. It was so ordinary that it seemed like an iron sword that could be found anywhere on the streets. Xian was quite stunned when he laid eyes on the sword, and he almost thought that he'd fused it wrong. What did I fuse it into? Right at this moment, the sword trembled slightly, and then a woman floated out from within it. Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the woman. Because the woman's appearance was slightly similar to the woman in the plain dress, but they weren't the same woman. Their bearings were completely different, but the woman before him gave off the feeling that she was the gentle type. The woman glanced at the surroundings with a dazed expression. Suddenly, she turned around to look at Xian, and she was stunned when she saw Xian. In the next moment, two streams of tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked. Senior? The woman suddenly walked over to Xian, and then she stretched out her hand and placed it lightly on Xian's face while tears continued to flow from her eyes. Xian was speechless. The woman stroked Xian's face lightly. It's you. It's really you. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, Senior, you are? The woman grinned. Your family. Family? Xian was stunned. My family? The woman was about to speak when the white-cloaked man suddenly laughed. Family? Interesting. The woman looked at Xian. He wants to kill you? Xian nodded. The woman suddenly turned around, and in the next moment, she'd already appeared in front of the white-cloaked man. The latter didn't even have the time to react before her hand had already grabbed his throat, and then a strand of sword intent instantly locked onto the white-cloaked man's entire body. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by this scene. Xian was also petrified. This woman was so strong. In the air, the white-cloaked man's mind was blank. The woman looked at the white-robed man. You killed him? The man in white stared at the woman. Who are you? You. At this moment, the woman's right hand suddenly twisted. Crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded abruptly, and then everyone watched as the woman twisted off the white-cloaked man's head. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Everyone was petrified. Jian's eye and the one-legged man had grave expressions on their faces. Especially the one-legged man. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Why are all the women I've encountered so strong? The woman tossed the head aside and directly appeared in front of Xian. When she stood before Xian, her expression suddenly softened. I didn't scare you, did I? Xian. Everyone else. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Xian was also not used to it. This woman, at this moment, the space at the end of the distant horizon suddenly split open, and a ray of golden light spread out. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the golden light. Another expert had arrived. The woman in front of Xian turned around and glanced at the golden light. Her eyes were extremely calm, and there was not a single ripple in them. Xian said in a low voice, that God might be coming. God? The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. She looked at Xian. Remember, there is no such thing as a god in this world. There are only more powerful people. Xian frowned slightly. There is no god? The woman nodded. Many gods are just relatively powerful people. Because they are powerful enough, they call themselves gods or are treated as gods by others. Xian looked at the woman. What about you? Are you a god? The woman smiled and said, Do I look like a god to you? Xian said in a low voice, Can you tell me why you and the plain-dressed woman treat me so well? The plain-dressed woman? The woman looked at Xian. Is she the owner of one of these four swords? Xian nodded. The woman smiled and said, Then it's normal. Xian was a little confused. What's normal? The woman smiled slightly, nothing. Xian was confused. The woman suddenly opened her palm. At this moment, the World Prison Pagoda suddenly appeared in her hand. Looking at the World Prison Pagoda, her eyes flashed with surprise. This pagoda, Xian asked, you know it? The woman shook her head, I have never seen it before. This pagoda shouldn't be from this universe. Xian nodded, it's from the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension. The woman looked at Xian, the fifth dimension? Xian nodded, yes. The woman was silent. Xian looked at the woman, what's wrong? The woman looked around with a trace of confusion in her eyes, this is no longer the world I am familiar with. Saying this, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile, I don't owe anyone anything. Saying this, she looked at Xian, you have great karma on you. This karma is not only from the fourth dimension, but also from the fifth dimension. Saying this, her expression became somewhat cold. Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, did you revive, or? The woman collected her thoughts and smiled, I no longer exist. That's not right, I can only say that I'm living in another way. Xian asked, then you will disappear later, right? The woman smiled, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Xian's expression dimmed. For some reason, he had a good impression of the woman in front of him, or rather, he felt very close to her. At this moment, the woman smiled and said, back then, after I reached my peak, I was unwilling to leave that world. However, my ability was too strong, and that world could not bear it. As such, I chose to split myself into 4. The woman in the plain dress you spoke of should be one of my clones. Xian was stunned. The woman in the plain dress was a clone? Xian was somewhat dumbfounded. Such a powerful person was actually a doppelganger? The woman continued, however, the current her is even stronger than when I was at my peak. As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at the horizon. With this glance, she could see countless star fields away. In that unknown star field, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, she said softly, you've sacrificed a lot. You should meet him. After saying this, she walked into the distance. Black-yellow great world, in front of the temple. The woman retracted her gaze and looked at Xian, smiling, fortunately, she's here. Xian said solemnly, you can sense the 4 of them? The woman nodded, 2 of them. Saying this, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. What's wrong? Xian asked. The woman shook her head and did not speak. Xian said solemnly, can you revive? The woman smiled, you want me to live? Xian nodded, I don't know why, but I feel very close to you. Hearing this, the woman's smile widened, I'm very happy. I really am. Ever since they had parted at the mountain crack that year, she had not smiled. Back then, she had not been willing to leave that world because he was there. She had protected that world for so many years not only because it was a small wish of hers, but also because she did not want anyone to destroy that world. Because he had once been in that world, the reason she had chosen to disappear forever as a clone was because he no longer existed in that world. Without him, even if she reached the peak of Sword Way, what was the point? After who knew how many years, she had lost the motivation to pursue Sword Way. The woman retracted her thoughts and once again looked at that unknown star field. She knew that the reason the woman in the plain dress was so strong was all because of an obsession. The woman in the plain dress had the motivation to pursue something. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, just how strong is she? This she was naturally referring to the woman in the plain dress. The woman smiled, very strong. As she spoke, she looked around. In the end, her gaze fell on the World Prison Pagoda. There are 3 auras in this pagoda, and they are not particularly weak. Not particularly weak. Xian was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to understand what the woman was talking about. The 8th and 9th floors. But what about the last one? Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the woman had said that they were not particularly weak. What did she mean by that? His understanding was that the 8th and 9th floors were very weak in the eyes of the woman. At this moment, it was extremely silent. Everyone was looking at the woman and Xian. This was naturally a great thing for the experts of the north, but it wasn't a good thing for the Divine Hall. At this moment, all the experts of the Divine Hall had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The woman's strength was truly too terrifying. she was powerful to the point of instilling despair in their hearts. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and it didn't take long for an invisible pressure to sweep over. This pressure was completely different from before. At the instant this pressure appeared, the hearts of everyone in the surroundings trembled, and some actually knelt down on the spot. Even Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. It was terror that came from the depths of his soul. At this moment, he actually couldn't control his fear. Xianxia and Azue had unprecedentedly solemn expressions on their faces as well. God, without a doubt, it was definitely that so-called God who had come this time. Suddenly, the woman in front of Xian waved her right hand. Hiss, a tearing sound resounded, and it didn't take long for the pressure to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, a man walked out from the golden light above them. As soon as he stepped out, the entire world shook violently. The woman in front of Xian suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed the sword in front of Xian. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Watch Xianxia's performance. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot into the sky. In the sky, the man who had just stepped out frowned slightly. How dare you, mortal? At this moment, his pupils constricted. You, in the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist down. That punch seemed like it could destroy the world. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the sword directly pierced through the fist. The pressure of the fist was simply overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the woman had appeared in front of the man. A ray of light flashed as she grabbed the man's head with her left hand and lifted it up lightly. Hiss, just like that, the man's head was lifted up into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone here was dumbstruck. The woman gazed at the head in her hand, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. A god? As she spoke, she gazed at Xian. Xianxia can fight 100 people like him. Xian was speechless. She could fight 100 of them. Everyone was petrified. Was a god that weak? At that moment, that was the only thought in everyone's mind. Even Xian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that the woman in front of him was very strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. Instant kill. That was an instant kill. A legendary god was killed in a second just like that. Moreover, the woman in front of him said that she could fight 100 of them. Compared to the experts of the northern region, the experts of the pantheon were about to go crazy, killed in an instant. The god they had always believed in was killed in an instant. What was wrong with this world? In the air, the woman turned to look at the spatial passage and smiled. Do you still want to come? This sentence was directed at the person on the other side of the space. In her eyes, there was no god. There was no response from the other side. The woman smiled. You should be glad because I want to accompany him. As her voice fell, she turned to Xian. As if thinking of something, she suddenly turned to look at the experts of the pantheon. Do you see the god you believe in? The experts of the pantheon looked at the woman with fear. The woman smiled. Look, the god you believe in is nothing more than this. After saying that, she looked at Xian. Walk with me? Xian hesitated for a moment, then looked at the spatial passage in the air. At that moment, the spatial passage was slowly disappearing. Actually, she really wanted this woman to kill her way over and kill all those gods. As if she knew what Xian was thinking, the woman smiled. First, I don't have much time left. I want to talk to you during this time. Secondly, you have to walk your own path in the end. Experts are not brought out by others, but by themselves. Xian nodded slightly. I understand. The woman took Xian's arm and said with a smile, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Xian disappeared on the spot. In the field, everyone looked at each other. It ended just like that. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. Not far away, Xianxia was silent. He had to admit that everything that happened today was like a dream. God, the legendary god was killed as soon as he appeared. What was he playing at? Xianxia shook her head. She was about to leave when she seemed to think of something. She looked at Zue, who was not far away. You are? Azue said, I have no malice towards him. Xianxia nodded. She turned and disappeared. The experts from the northern region glanced at the members of the Divine Hall. They didn't attack, but they didn't leave either. However, the deity's Templar experts did not dare to move. In the starry sky, Xian and the woman strolled into the distance. The woman's hand was still holding on to Xian's arm, very naturally. Xian discovered that the woman's body was becoming more and more illusory. The woman looked at the distant end of the starry sky and said with a smile, "The affairs of the world are inconstant. I never thought that I would be able to see you again after so many years." "Unfortunately," Xian said solemnly. "Senior," the woman suddenly said, "just call me Qing'er." "Qing'er," Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Qing'er." The woman stopped and looked at Xian. She smiled and said, "I'm very happy today." Xian said solemnly, "Qing'er, I was related to you in my previous life, right?" The woman nodded. "Yes." Xian thought for a moment and said, "You should understand that my previous life is my previous life, and this life is this life. I might not be the person from your previous life." The woman smiled and said, "You are." Xian was slightly puzzled. The woman smiled slightly. "You're right. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is this life. However, you are different. As for what is different, I won't tell you now. It will be even more interesting when you find out for yourself in the future." Xian smiled bitterly. "All right." The woman smiled and looked at the distant end of the starry sky. "The universe is very big. The road in the future will become more and more difficult." Xian smiled and said, "I know." The woman nodded. "This time, I helped you. However, in this life, there won't always be someone to help you. Even if it's her." At this point, her brows suddenly furrowed. Xian asked, "What is it?" The woman said softly, "It's nothing. You must understand that you need to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own fate." Saying this, she looked at the depths of the starry sky again. At the end of the starry sky, there are some not weak auras. And at the end, there are some unknown auras. Among these people, some might become your enemies in the future, and some are already your enemies. Xian nodded. "I know." He was very clear that with the existence of the World Prison Pagoda, his troubles would never lessen. However, if the people from the fourth dimension wanted to mess with him, the people from the fifth dimension also wanted to mess with him. The pressure was still very great. The woman looked at Xian and smiled slightly. "Actually, a person needs to go through some hardships in life. If you don't go through hardships, how can you become stronger?" Saying this, she walked into the distance. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly thought of something and returned to Xian's side. She hugged Xian's arms with both hands and smiled. "Let's go together." At this moment, Xian had a strange feeling. At this moment, he felt very close, very natural, as if Yi Ling was hugging his arms. Why did he have this kind of feeling towards the woman in front of him? Xian couldn't understand, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Just like that, the two of them walked into the distance. At this time, Qing'er suddenly looked around. The universe here is actually about to dry up. Dry up? Xian frowned slightly. How can that be? I feel that the spiritual energy here is very abundant. Qing'er smiled. Have you heard of rearing pigs? Rearing pigs? Xian asked. What do you mean? Qing'er smiled faintly. In this world, self-interest is paramount. The various kinds of spiritual energy in the universe are non-renewable. If humans and other living beings want to cultivate and become stronger, they need spiritual energy. To put it simply, the big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. The gods in your world are these big fish, and your universe is their pig farm. Because this universe has been sealed by a mysterious power, your achievements here, no matter how monstrous your talents are. Xian asked in a low voice, then why don't they just get rid of these living beings and enjoy the universe for themselves? Qing'er smiled. If we don't rear pigs, how can we have pork to eat? Xian shook his head. I still don't understand. Qing'er explained with a smile, these so-called gods have a special cultivation method. They need the power of faith. However, they don't need the power of faith from the masses. What they need is the power of faith from the strongest experts in this world. You see, the Pantheon's powerhouses are stronger than your friends. Why? Because only by believing in them will they give these people some special resources to make them stronger. Hearing this, Yixian somewhat understood. The power of faith? The pantheon's gods need the power of faith. If the world's top powerhouses want to become stronger, they must worship them. Only by worshipping them can they become stronger. Isn't this the same as rearing pigs? As if thinking of something, Yixian asked again. Qing'er, you just said our world's spiritual energy is drying up. Qing'er nodded. Your world seems to be full of spiritual energy, but it's rotten to the core. Because there's almost no primordial qi left in this world. Moreover, the source of ordinary spiritual energy is on the side of those so-called gods. By controlling primordial qi, you can control the number of the universe's top powerhouses. By controlling ordinary spiritual energy, you can control the quality of your world's cultivators. Yixian was silent. He really didn't expect it to be so complicated. At this time, Qing'er smiled and said, "Let me help you." As her voice fell, she turned around and waved her right hand. A sword light soared into the sky. Buzz, a sword's cry resounded throughout the four-dimensional universe. Soon, there was a shattering sound in the distant starry sky. Following this shattering sound, Yixian suddenly discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was madly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, everywhere in the four-dimensional universe, the spiritual energy was increasing at a crazy rate. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, in the distant starry sky, an illusory man suddenly appeared. He looked at Qing'er. Qing'er looked at the man and smiled. "Why are you so weak?" Yixian, the man looked at Qing'er deeply. Finally, he looked at Yixian and disappeared. At this time, Yixian discovered that the woman's body was becoming more and more illusory. He knew that Qing'er was about to disappear. Yixian looked at the woman. "Qing'er, with your strength, you should be able to prevent yourself from disappearing, right?" The woman smiled. "You don't want me to disappear?" Yixian nodded. The woman was silent. Yixian hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, "It should be possible, right?" The woman smiled. "I have seen you. I have no regrets." Yixian looked at Qing'er. "But I feel a little regretful." "I don't know why I have this feeling." The woman was silent. Yixian said again. "Qing'er, you must have a way to not disappear, right?" At this time, the woman's body was becoming more and more illusory. The woman looked at Yixian and smiled. "Some things can't be changed." As her voice fell, her body became completely illusory. Yixian said with a trembling voice. "No, there must be a way, right?" The woman smiled. "Actually, I also want to live. Back then, I felt that living was meaningless. But now, I want to live and accompany you. It's a pity." As she spoke, she suddenly hugged Yixian. Tears flowed from her eyes again. "I can't bear to leave you. I really can. I once felt that the human world was meaningless because you weren't in it. But now, I want to live. I want to laugh with you. I want to cry with you. I want to see all the beautiful things in the world with you." As she spoke, she looked at the starry sky in the distance. Then, she smiled. "With you in the human world, everything is so beautiful." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already vanished. Yixian looked at the empty starry sky in front of him in a daze. "She's gone. P.S. I don't dare to look at the book reviews recently. I'll come back when I have more chapters." In the starry sky, Yixian stood quietly. Gone, the woman he met for the first time was gone. At this moment, Yixian felt his heart was empty. This feeling was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Or rather, a little heartache. Towards this Qing'er whom he had just met, he really had a special feeling. Family, this was how he felt about this Qing'er. His previous life, Yixian looked up at the vast starry sky. What did he do in his previous life? The woman in the plain dress, Qing'er, why were they so good to him? Previous life, this life, Yixian did not think too much about it, because Qing'er said he would understand in the future. Yixian looked around, his eyes still somewhat blank. Qing'er, at this moment, boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the prison pagoda. Yixian was stunned. At this moment, a sword floated out. Soul-suppressing sword. At this moment, the aura of soul-suppressing sword skyrocketed wildly. Yi Xian was stunned. Boom, within the soul-suppressing sword, another powerful aura erupted. This aura directly shook Yi Xian hundreds of feet away. Yi Xian looked at the soul-suppressing sword with a face full of shock. Previously, when Little Soul said that she was going to break through, he did not think too much about it. But now he found that this Little Soul's breakthrough was a bit abnormal, and it came suddenly. What was going on? Just as Yi Xian's mind was full of questions, the soul-suppressing sword not far away suddenly trembled violently, and a sword cry came out from it. The surrounding starry sky directly boiled at this moment. Yi Xian was stunned. This soul-suppressing sword's aura was not weaker than the executing heaven sword. At this moment, Little Soul's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young lord. I broke through." Yi Xian quickly asked. "Little Soul, what level are you now?" Soul was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't know." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Little Soul, how did you suddenly become so strong? Is it because you devoured that expert from the deity's hall?" "Yes," Little Soul said softly. Yi Xian frowned. "That shouldn't be the case. The soul of an expert shouldn't be able to make you so strong." Soul's aura was too strong. It was so powerful that it did not lose to the executing heaven sword at all. This wasn't a notification, it was a sudden increase. Soul said softly, "Young master, I can't tell you the real reason. In any case, it's a good thing, isn't it?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he waved his right hand, and Little Soul appeared in his hand. At this moment, Little Soul's appearance had also changed. There was a wisp of sword light circling around Little Soul's blade. Sword light. Looking at that sword light, Yi Xian frowned slightly. It felt somewhat familiar. He was about to ask, but at this time, Xianzai suddenly appeared beside him. Xianzai glanced in front of Yi Xian. "She left?" Yi Xian nodded. Xianzai said softly, "What's your next plan?" Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. "Do you think those gods will let it go?" Xianzai smiled. "Probably not." Yi Xian nodded. "I think so too. Qing'er killed a god, but there was more than one god." At this time, Xianzai said, "However, they may not dare to easily attack you." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "But if they attack again, it will definitely destroy the world." Xianzai nodded. "Not only do you have to face the experts of the fourth dimension, but you also have to be careful of the experts of the fifth dimension." The fifth dimension. Yi Xian's face darkened. Not only did he have to be careful of the fifth dimension, but he also had to be careful of the 8th and 9th floors of the tower. At present, the 8th floor was not an existence that was easy to get along with. After a moment, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and said softly, "To the temple." With that, he turned and left with Xianzai. At the temple. At this time, the temple's powerhouses had not left. With that woman here, unless they fled to the fifth dimension, there was no use. That woman made them despair. Seeing Yi Xian return, the faces of the temple powerhouses suddenly changed. Right now, their life and death were all in the hands of the man in front of him. Yi Xian glanced at the powerhouses of the temple and said calmly, "Kill. Kill." Everyone was stunned. One by one, the powerhouses of the northern region looked at Yi Xian. At first, they thought that Yi Xian would subdue these powerhouses, but they did not expect that Yi Xian would directly order them to kill. Not only did the powerhouses of the northern region not expect this, but the powerhouses of the temple also did not expect this. They also thought that Yi Xian would make them submit. At this time, Yi Xian looked at the powerhouses of the northern region. "What are you waiting for?" The powerhouses of the northern region did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the powerhouses of the temple. At this time, the man glowing with golden light suddenly said, "Yi Xian. We are willing to submit to the northern region." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "I don't trust you." Hearing this, the expression of the man glowing with golden light suddenly changed. He clenched his right hand tightly, as if he was going to fight to the death. But he knew that they had no chance of winning, not to mention the woman from before. Xianzai and the one-legged man were now enough to sweep them away. Thinking of this, the man glowing with golden light sighed softly. "We are waiting for you to hand over a part of our soul and a part of our physical body." Hearing this, Xian gently waved his right hand, and the powerhouses of the northern region stopped. Xian walked in front of the man glowing with golden light, and the latter glanced at the temple behind him with a complicated expression. They had abandoned them. The reason why he chose to surrender was because God had abandoned them, and he could not contact God at all. Even God was afraid of that woman. The man glowing with golden light withdrew his thoughts and opened his palm. A soul appeared in his hand, and he passed it to Xian. Xian did not refuse, and he directly put the soul away. Then, he looked at the other powerhouses of the temple nearby. Those powerhouses were slightly hesitant. Handing over their souls meant that they would forever be under Xian's control. Their life and death depended on a single thought from Xian. Suddenly, the man glowing with golden light said, "We have no choice." No choice. Hearing this, the powerhouses of the pantheon were shocked. Hearing the man with golden light's words, they suddenly realized that they had no other choice. If they didn't hand over their souls, they would die. Thinking of this, some of the powerhouses started to hand over a part of their soul and a part of their physical body. It didn't take long for all the powerhouses to hand over a part of their soul and a part of their physical body. It could be said that all the powerhouses of the pantheon were under Xian's control. Xian glanced behind him. Meanwhile, a woman walked over. It was Xianxia. Xian said, "Gather all the wealth of the Pantheon Divine Hall and distribute it to everyone." Delight instantly appeared on the faces of the northern region's experts when they heard this. The Pantheon Divine Hall could be said to be the wealthiest power in fantasy world, so how shocking was its wealth? Just a single share was a huge fortune. Moreover, the Pantheon Divine Hall once possessed a huge amount of territory. From this moment onward, all of that territory would be ownerless. The experts of the various powers couldn't help but start laughing when they thought about the boundless territory and wealth they possessed. If they lost this battle, then they would lose everything. However, they'd won, so they'd become rich overnight. All of them gazed at Xian, and then they bowed slightly. "Thank you, King Yi." Xian could have chosen to take everything for himself, but Xian hadn't done that. Xian glanced at the experts of the northern region. "All of you sacrificed a great deal in this battle, and all of you deserve it. Moreover, I hope that we can be even more united in the future to seek a better future together." The Xianyuan family patriarch hurriedly said, Of course. We should join forces and seek a better future together." The others hurriedly chimed in as well. Xian's leg was extraordinarily thick now, so they had to hug it tightly. Xian nodded, and then he turned around and walked towards the Pantheon Divine Hall in the distance. The man with golden light hesitated for a moment before he hurriedly followed. Jianzai and the one-legged man followed as well. All of them arrived at the Pantheon Divine Hall. At this moment, only 5 statues remained in the hall. One of the statues had vanished. Xian said softly, "Which god was the one that died just now?" The man with golden light shook his head, "I don't know." Xian looked at the man with golden light. "What's your name?" The man with golden light said in a low voice, "Lin Hai, the divine emissary here." Xian nodded. "You don't know which god he was?" Lin Hai nodded slightly, "I don't." Xian was a little curious, "Why don't you know?" Lin Hai said in a low voice, "Before this, Xiao Tian'er and I have never seen a god. We have only communicated through voice transmission. No, they only contact us occasionally." Xian looked at Lin Hai. "Xiao Tian'er? Who?" Lin Hai said, "The white-haired woman that was taken away by your pagoda." "Xiao Tian'er," Xian nodded. He kind of admired this woman a little. This woman was different from the other pantheon experts. If she had appeared earlier, he was afraid that he would have been fine. Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the 5 statues in front of him. There were 2 women and 3 men. Xian asked again, "These so-called gods, where are they?" Lin Hai shook his head, "I don't know." Xian looked at Lin Hai, who smiled bitterly, "I really don't know. They have contacted us very few times, and they have never appeared in this star field. They will only contact us when someone has reached the unknown realm." Xian asked, "Why?" Lin Hai said in a low voice, "As long as someone has reached the unknown realm, they will ask us to contact them and make them submit. If they are willing, they will bestow a gift and help them reach the true unknown realm." Xian frowned slightly, "The true unknown realm?" Lin Hai nodded. The unknown realm native to Black Yellow Great World is actually not the true unknown realm. Only the special spirit chi bestowed by the gods can help them reach the true unknown realm. And if they are not willing to worship them? Yixian asked, what will happen? Lin Hai said in a low voice, they will die. Yixian glanced at the 5 statues. As Qing'er said, these gods were rearing pigs. Gods, that's what they look like. Yixian shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to leave, the statue of a god in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Lin Hai's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he instinctively took a few steps back. The expressions of the one-legged man and Xianxia's eye turned solemn. Although a god had just been killed in an instant, this did not mean that these self-proclaimed gods were weak. It should be said that they were only weak in front of that woman. In front of others, they were still gods. Yixian turned to look at the god, who was also looking at him. Yixian smiled. Why? The god stared at Yixian. Remember, I am the origami. As the voice faded, the statue suddenly became illusory and then turned into nothingness. Origami. Yixian was silent for a moment, then he led everyone away. The northern region. At this moment, almost all the experts of the Black Yellow Great World had gathered in the northern region palace. In the northern region, there were only 2 people in the unknown realm, Xianxia and the one-legged man. No, Xianxia wasn't in the unknown realm yet, but she was no weaker than an unknown realm expert. Half-step unknown realm cultivators were rare as well. They were the current leader of the Shangyuan clan, the leader of the Wu clan, and a mysterious elder from the Bound of Universe. This elderly man was called over by the Shenhuang master. He should be the strongest person in the entire Shenhuang world right now. There weren't many other ascended Feng realm experts either. There were only 39 of them in the northern region and the Bound of Universe. Almost half of them were from the Bound of Universe. This time around, everyone was equally astounded by the strength of the Shenhuang world. Because they had never imagined that the Bound of Universe, which had been silent for so many years, would actually be so powerful. Patience, all these years, the Shenhuang realm had been enduring silently. Of course, they had no choice but to endure. Because if the Bound of Universe had revealed its strength before this, it would definitely have been targeted by all the other forces. After all, after the Bound of Universe had declined, most of its territory had been divided by a few major forces. Other than the northern region and the Bound of Universe, there was now another temple. There was one unknown expert on the temple's side, and that was Lin Hai. There were also 7 half-step unknown experts and 13 ascended mystic realm experts. It could be said that the Temple of Gods was the strongest among all the factions. Everyone in the hall was silent. Yixian sat at the head of the table, and not far from him was the mysterious Yellow Lord. Now, the battle was over, but there was a problem. How should the Shenhuang Great World be divided again? Moreover, was it an alliance now, or was it directly submitting to Yixian? Needless to say, the Temple of Gods must have knelt down. His divine soul was in Yixian's hands. However, if they were asked to submit to Yixian, they would definitely be unwilling. After all, once they submitted, their clans would become someone else's subordinates. No one wanted that. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly said, "Everyone, I won't play those tricks with all of you. I have an idea. Why don't we form an alliance? We'll call it the North. We'll be allies, attacking and defending. What do you think?" Alliance. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. At this moment, the mysterious Yellow Lord said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, get to the point. Otherwise, we won't dare to express our opinions." Yixian nodded. To put it simply, everyone is still everyone. You're not my subordinates. Everyone will do their own thing. However, if something happens, then we'll be a whole, and everyone must be united. As he spoke, he looked at everyone and said, "The North Alliance will appoint 7 elders. These 7 elders have the power to dismiss the alliance leader. Not only that, anything that the North Alliance wants to do will need the approval of the 7 elders. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone began to discuss. The mysterious Yellow Lord glanced at Yixian and did not say anything. At this moment, the Xianyuan clan leader suddenly said, "That's fine, but if one day, someone wants to withdraw," Yixian said with a smile, "it's up to everyone. If anyone wants to withdraw, we won't stop them, nor will we harm them." The Xianyuan clan leader nodded slightly. That's fine. Right now, the bound of universe still had enemies, and that was those gods. In fact, they wanted to form an alliance more than Xian. Because now, only the people behind Xian could fight against those gods. Without Xian, once those gods came, who could fight against them? Xian nodded. Then it's decided. If there's anything, you can discuss it with Xian and little Jiu. I'm usually busy, so the two of them will help me deal with everything. After saying this, she stood up and left. The master of black-yellow glanced at Xian and then followed him. In the hall, everyone began to discuss. In a garden, Xian and the mysterious Yellow Lord walked slowly. The mysterious Yellow Lord did not speak. Xian said softly, I know what you're thinking. The mysterious Yellow Lord looked at Xian and smiled. What are you thinking? Xian said softly, you're very ambitious. The mysterious Yellow Lord chuckled. Having ambition isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Xian nodded. It's not a bad thing. I can tell you that I don't have much interest in power. I won't choose to be the next alliance leader. The mysterious Yellow Lord looked at Xian. Little Seven. Xian smiled. I don't know her. Little Seven cared a little about power, or rather, she wanted to make God Nation stronger, therefore, he could not guarantee that Little Seven would not want to be the alliance leader. After all, this alliance leader could be said to be the most powerful person in the black-yellow great world. The mysterious Yellow Lord stared at Xian. Xian smiled. I still don't know your name. The mysterious Yellow Lord retracted his gaze. Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue, Xian nodded. Very nice. After saying this, he walked into the distance. Li Qingxue followed. On the way, Xian said softly, Miss Li, do you think it's meaningful to be the alliance leader of the black-yellow great world? Li Qingxue looked at Xian. What do you mean? Xian looked up at the sky and said softly, even if you become the alliance leader of the black-yellow great world, in the eyes of some experts, you're still like an ant, right? Li Qingxue was silent. Xian said again, your pursuit is not wrong, and I don't want to change anything about you. You can fight for the next alliance leader position with your own strength. I won't help Little Seven. Everyone can choose whoever they want. As for me, I definitely won't be the alliance leader. You can rest assured about that. Li Qingxue was silent for a moment. Do you know that the alliance leader position is equivalent to being able to dominate the entire black-yellow great world? Xian smiled and did not say anything. He continued walking into the distance. Li Qingxue was silent. At this moment, she understood what Xian meant. Even if Xian was not the alliance leader, who in the black-yellow great world would dare to touch him, not to mention the people behind him, Xian himself was extremely terrifying. After all, the oracle of the temple, Qiao Tian had been subdued by Xian. Strength. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could ignore everything. Li Qingxue was silent for a moment, then she turned and left. Xian returned to his hall and entered the prison pagoda. There was a woman on the first floor. She was the white-haired woman, Qiao Tian. At this moment, Qiao Tian was locked by the prisoner character above her head. Xian did not use the prison pagoda to kill her directly. Seeing Xian walk over, Qiao Tian was expressionless. What's wrong? Xian smiled. Miss Qiao, you should already know what happened outside. Qiao Tian said softly, you win. Xian looked at Qiao Tian. Miss Qiao, what are your plans now? Plan? Qiao Tian's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Plan? After God's head was cut off by that woman, her faith collapsed. Just as that woman had said, God was actually this weak. Thinking of this, Qiao Tian shook her head and smiled. Kill me if you want. Xian sat in front of Qiao Tian. Miss Qiao, you are a smart person. Why are you so muddle-headed now? Qiao Tian looked at Xian. Why? Xian said softly, don't you think this is just the beginning? Qiao Tian stared at Xian and did not speak. Xian smiled. When Qing'er left, he cut off the restrictions of this world. In other words, there will no longer be any restrictions on the experts of this world, especially top experts like you. There will be no shackles in the future. You should know what this means. Xiao Tian'er was silent. Yi Xian did not say anything else. The woman in front of him was a smart person. She would understand everything. Of course, it would depend on whether the other party wanted to live or not. He would not leave an enemy for himself. A moment later, Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. What are your conditions? Yi Xian smiled. It seemed that she wanted to live. Well, if they could live, who would want to die? Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tian'er. Miss Xiao, you should understand. Xiao Tian'er said, I don't want to be someone else's slave. Yi Xian walked to Xiao Tian'er. I don't want you to be my slave. I just want you to follow me for 3 years and help me. After 3 years, you can leave freely. I won't stop you. 3 years. Xiao Tian'er frowned. Yi Xian smiled. In my opinion, the god you believed in before was a slave. But now, I don't want you to submit to me. You're still you. Understand? He paused for a moment before he continued, you're a free person now. Xiao Tian'er fell silent for a moment before she said, all right. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the prisoner character above Xiao Tian'er's head disappeared. Xiao Tian'er regained her freedom. After regaining her freedom, Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Yi Xian smiled. You won't. Xiao Tian'er asked, why? Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tian'er. Because you disdain it. Xiao Tian'er remained silent. Pride, just as Yi Xian had said, the strong had their pride, and she, Xiao Tian'er, had her own pride. People could die, but they wouldn't do something so shameful. Just as Yi Xian had said, disdain, Yi Xian smiled. Miss Xiao has regained her freedom. Xiao Tian'er looked around and said, this is the 5th dimensional treasure? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Can I see it? Yi Xian smiled. Why not? But we have to go out. With that, he and Xiao Tian'er left the prison pagoda. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the prison pagoda landed in front of Xiao Tian'er. Xiao Tian'er glanced at Yi Xian, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. P.S. It's autumn. Everyone, keep warm. Seeing Xiao Tian'er's cold eyes, Yi Xian smiled and did not speak. Xiao Tian'er did not make a move. Seeing that Xiao Tian'er did not move, Yi Xian smiled. What? Xiao Tian'er shook her head. Yi Xian, don't test human nature, let alone a woman's. Otherwise, one day, you will suffer a crushing defeat. Then, she turned and left. Yi Xian was silent where he was. Human nature, most of the time, human nature could not withstand testing. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned and left. Now, peace had returned to the black-yellow great world, and all the major forces were developing rapidly. In particular, Yi Xian's northern region was like the sun at high noon. In the black-yellow great world, Yi Xian was no longer a match. However, Yi Xian did not let his guard down. Because those gods had not truly disappeared. After experiencing so much, Yi Xian also understood one thing, that was, before he possessed absolute strength, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Unless he gave up the prison pagoda. In fact, even if he gave up the prison pagoda, things might not be over. Where there were people, there would be conflict. If there was no conflict, the only way was to be strong, so strong that the enemy would not dare to go against him. There was still a long way to go. Yi Xian came to the top of a mountain. He came to the edge, where he could see half of Tianjiang city. At this moment, he thought of a woman. Qing he could not get that woman out of his mind. Brother! At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. Yi Xian turned around. Behind him, a little girl was walking towards him. It was none other than Yiling. Seeing Yiling, Yi Xian smiled and reached out his hand. Yiling walked quickly to him and took his hand. Brother, what are you thinking about? Yi Xian said with a smile, I miss a girl. Yiling blinked. Is it the elder sister who killed that god with one strike? Yi Xian nodded. Yiling whispered, brother, she's amazing. Yi Xian laughed, if Ling cultivates properly, she will definitely be as powerful as her in the future. Yiling said seriously, I will work very hard. Yi Xian gently rubbed Yiling's head. Both of us have to work hard. Yi Ling grinned. Big brother, my immortal Dao sect now has more than 200 people. Over 200 people, Yi Xian laughed, amazing. Amazing. The immortal Dao sect could be said to be the most special force in the Shenhuang Great World. It was special because the sect master, Yi Ling, was Yi Xian's younger sister. And everyone knew that this Yi Xian was a demon who loved his sister. This was why many people wanted to join the immortal Dao sect. Resources. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was resources. Obviously, following Yi Ling of the immortal Dao sect was very promising. At this moment, Yi Ling leaned on Yi Xian and whispered, Big brother, where did she go? Yi Xian was slightly startled. Soon, he understood who Yi Ling was referring to. Dugu Xian. After Dugu Xian left, there was no news of her. Yi Xian had asked Shangguan Xianer to help investigate, but there was still no news. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He felt that Dugu Xian was not simple and was a bit mysterious. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then said softly, when the time comes, I will ask big sister Xianer to help investigate again. Yi Ling nodded. Big brother, who is our father? Father, Yi Xian was stunned. He was also quite curious about his father because Dugu Xian had never mentioned it to him. Who was that man? After a moment, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Let's not think about this. Anyway, wherever you are, it is home to me. Yi Ling smiled sweetly and then leaned her head on Yi Xian's body. At this moment, a woman came behind Yi Xian. Jianzizai. Yi Xian turned to look at Jianzizai. Jianzizai whispered, I'm leaving. Leaving? Yi Xian was stunned and then asked, where are you going? Jianzizai smiled and said, to do some things. Yi Xian was silent. Jianzizai said softly, for a while, those gods should not make any big moves. You need to take advantage of this time to improve yourself, understand? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Jianzizai gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, see you in the future. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the distant horizon. She left without the slightest hesitation. Jianzizai, life was free. Yi Xian looked at the sky and smiled slightly. Sister, see you in the future. At this time, Shangguan Xianer came to Yi Xian. The Taoists are here. Taoists? Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the previous battle with the Divine Hall, the Taoists had not taken any action. Yi Xian said calmly, did they say why they came? Shangguan Xianer said, they want to see you. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, tell them that I don't have time. Shangguan Xianer glanced at Yi Xian, nodded, and turned to leave. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, wait a minute, let's go see them. It was the Dao sect's choice not to help him. The Dao sect had no obligation to help him. Moreover, the Dao sect had helped him before. They couldn't forget their kindness just because the other party didn't help him this time. Yi Xian and Shangguan Xianer came to the main hall. This time, it was the Taoist's Grand Elder. Upon seeing Yi Xian, the Grand Elder cupped his fists. King Yi. King Yi. Now, Yi Xian's identity was not simple. Even the Taoists did not dare to look down on him. Moreover, they had to respect him in terms of etiquette. Now, Yi Xian had gathered almost all the top experts in the black-yellow great world. Not to mention the people behind Yi Xian, just Yi Xian's strength and the people around him were enough to make them fear him. Yi Xian smiled. The Grand Elder should be looking for Little Seven. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment and then said, Little Seven is in closed-door cultivation. I can't see him. Yi Xian nodded. Grand Elder, why are you here this time? The Grand Elder thought for a moment and then said, King Yi, to be honest, I have something to ask of you this time. Yi Xian smiled. Tell me. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice, we want the territory of the heaven entrance. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. That territory could be said to be the place with the purest spiritual qi in the Xuanhuan Great World. Furthermore, it was once the lair of the Divine Hall. As a result, there was some origin violet qi of this universe there. This origin violet qi was too important to ascended seal stage experts. It could be said to be the best place in the entire Xuanhuan Great World. After all, even though Qing'er had destroyed all the restrictions set up by the gods of Xuanhuan Great World, there was still very little quintessence violet energy left. because most of it had been taken away by the gods, and the few that remained were all within the heaven entrance. After the battle with the divine hall ended, that place had been left empty. Regardless of whether it was the Lord of Profound Illusion or the Xianyuan clan, all of them had wanted to take it, but they hadn't spoken about it, because that place should have belonged to Yi Xian. Yi Xian had distributed the treasures within it to the various powers, so it would truly be insatiable if he asked for that place as well. However, Yi Xian hadn't expected that the Dao door would ask for the best place as soon as it arrived. Yi Xian smiled and remained silent. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice, "King Yi, that place is extremely important to our Dao path, and we must obtain it." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Grand Elder, are you threatening me?" The Grand Elder's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Of course not. King Yi, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. It's just that that place is truly too important to our Dao path." Yi Xian suddenly laughed, "Grand Elder, what sort of logic is that? I think that the precious treasures and crystals of the Dao path are very important to me as well." "What? Does it mean that the Dao path should give them to me?" Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression became a little ugly. Yi Xian chuckled, "Grand Elder, that place is not my, Yi Xian's, private property. It was exchanged for by the experts of the northern region with their lives. Do you understand what I mean?" The Grand Elder's expression became more and more ugly. He naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. In the battle with the temple, the Dao path did not contribute anything, but now they wanted the best result of the northern region. The Grand Elder sighed, "King Yi, our Dao path is not asking for that place for nothing. If King Yi gives that place to our Dao path, from now on, our Dao path will form an alliance with the northern region." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I don't need it." The Grand Elder's voice stopped abruptly. Yi Xian stared at the Grand Elder, "I don't need the Dao path." The Grand Elder's expression was a little ugly. "King Yi, Little 7, Yi Xian walked in front of the Grand Elder, "Now, I am the king of the northern region. Even if Little 7 agrees, I won't agree. After this term, the alliance leader will change. Maybe it will be Little 7. At that time, you can go to Little 7 again. But now, I don't recommend you go to her because I, Yi Xian, am in charge of the northern region." After saying that, he looked at Xianxia not far away. "Xian entertain the Grand Elder well, don't neglect him." Xianxia nodded slightly, "Okay." Yi Xian looked at the Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, I have a lot of things to do, so I won't accompany you. Goodbye." After saying that, he disappeared. In the hall, the Grand Elder was silent and his face was a little gloomy. Xianxia suddenly said, "Your Excellency, our king is a little unhappy now. Your Excellency better not do anything bad, otherwise, things will become difficult to clean up." After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder turned and left. Xianxia looked in the direction of the Grand Elder's departure and shook her head. She had already felt that Yi Xian was angry. Yi Xian was usually cheerful, but if he was really angry, things would be very serious. Now that the black-yellow great world had been settled, she didn't want anything else to happen. After a moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Pass down the order, pay attention to the Dao sect's movements at all times. One must always be on guard against others." In the dark, a black shadow quietly left. After Yi Xian left the hall, Azue suddenly appeared in front of him. Azue looked at Yi Xian, "Little friend, is everything over?" Yi Xian nodded, "It's almost over." Azue nodded slightly, "Then I'll have to trouble you to come with me." Yi Xian asked, "Senior, who are we going to save?" Azue whispered, "An Earth Immortal. P.S. There is one more chapter, coming out soon." "Earth Immortal?" Yi Xian frowned slightly, "Senior, what is an Earth Immortal?" Azue said, "Let's talk while walking." Yi Xian nodded, "Okay." Soon, the two of them left Tianjiang City and entered the starry sky. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was riding his sword, and beside him was Azue. Yi Xian smiled, "Senior, what is an Earth Immortal?" Azue thought for a while and said, "A special realm." Yi Xian frowned slightly, "A special realm?" Azue nodded, "A legendary realm, which is a special realm above the unknown realm. Above the unknown realm is creation. The so-called creation is to reach the limit of one's body, to reach the limit of the body and soul. To put it simply, the body and soul are perfectly fused. The experts of this realm have extremely strong soul and body. It can be said that as long as they don't want to die, it is very difficult to die. The white-robed man, the servant of the deity in the temple, should be in this realm. When he attacked, the power of his soul and body were almost perfectly fused. Speaking of this, he paused slightly, and said, if he hadn't met someone he shouldn't have met, we wouldn't have been able to kill him even if we gathered all of our strength. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Not to mention creation, even deity was beheaded by her sword. At this time Azue said, and this earth immortal, is after reaching creation, there is another breakthrough, directly breaking through the mortal body, and reaching the legendary earth immortal realm. Xian asked, that is, above the creation level? Zue nodded. Above the creation realm is the earth immortal. Reaching the earth immortal means that the corporeal body has already left the mortal body. Experts in this realm can easily destroy a world with a wave of their hand. Moreover, they are even more difficult to kill. At least some legendary divine weapons can harm their corporeal body. Xian suddenly asked, Senior, the woman in the plain dress and the woman who killed the deity in a second, what are their realms? Azue was silent. Xian asked again, why? Azue shook his head. I don't know what realm the two of them are at. They are abnormally strong. Something was not right. Xian shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, no matter if it was the woman in a simple dress or the Qing, both of them were really too ridiculously strong. In Xian's impression, these two women would attack anyone with one sword, never unleashing a second strike. Because of this, their strength had always been a mystery. They had no idea where their limits were. Xian collected his thoughts and asked, Senior Azue, what level of expert was that god from before? Zue thought for a moment and then said, this person did not make a move, I do not know, he did not make a move. Xian's expression turned odd. Azue's expression was a little strange, a god didn't even have the chance to attack. It should be said that as soon as the opponent made a move, he was instantly killed. Under such circumstances, how could he know his opponent's strength? Azue shook his head. Ever since he saw the woman in the plain dress and the woman from before, he suddenly realized that he seemed to still be in the legendary novice village. In terms of martial arts, he was still just a novice. Was this an illusion? Xian suddenly asked, Senior Azue, is the temple the strongest in the four-dimensional universe now? How is that possible? Azue looked at Xian. The temple's strength is naturally not weak, but they are not the strongest in the four-dimensional universe. Xian hurriedly asked, there are other forces? Azue nodded, as far as I know, there are two places that are not weaker than this temple. One is from a very distant life star field. There is a life forbidden zone there. It is said that the Life Lord has rushed through the five-dimensional universe twice. His strength. I'm afraid he has reached an extremely terrifying existence. Xian asked, is he as strong as that woman in the plain dress? Azue hesitated and then said, probably not. Xian nodded slightly, what about the second one? Azue said softly, Dual Realm Sky. Xian frowned slightly, what is that place? Azue said, a place where almost all the top experts in the four-dimensional universe gather. Those who go there, their goal is the five-dimensional universe. That is a particularly tragic place. Many experts rush into the five-dimensional universe. Some can survive, but most die there. Speaking of this, he slightly paused and then said, the person I brought you to see is someone who failed to rush into the five-dimensional universe, causing his body to be damaged. Xian said in a deep voice, can an earth immortal create the five-dimensional universe? Azue said with a smile, break through yourself and pursue the limit. Many times, if people don't force themselves, they will never know how good they are. Xian nodded, that's true. He agreed with Azue's words very much. A person's potential was really endless. However, it was often only in desperate situations that this potential would be stimulated. Azue suddenly looked at Xian, little friend, you have this kind of strength at such a young age. I have to say, it is very rare. Xian said with a smile, I still need someone to help me. If it wasn't for the help of the plain-dressed woman and Qing, he was afraid he would have died 100 times. Azue shook his head, the strength of Deity Templar is not something you can match. With your potential, in the near future, Deity Templar will not be able to do anything to you. Xian said with a smile, let's see if they will let me live until then. Azue nodded, that's true. If I were Deity Templar, I would absolutely not let you continue to grow. Speaking of this, he glanced at Yixian, little friend, the road ahead is not smooth. You still need to work hard. Yixian said with a smile, of course. Saying that, he looked at the distant starry sky. Senior, is this Earth Immortal Senior easy to get along with? Azue glanced at Yixian. He may not be easy to get along with before, but now, he should not dare. He should not have any malicious intent towards you. He did not forget what the plain-dressed woman said at that time. Yixian hesitated, and then said, you also know that I have a fifth-dimensional treasure. The opponent, it was not that he was afraid, but if he saved an enemy, it would be a pain in the ass. Azue said with a smile, he won't. Saying that, he looked into the distance, he's here. Saying that, Yixian looked up. Not far away, there stood a man wrapped in a shroud. In the man's body, he felt a sword chi, a powerful sword chi. At this time, the shroud man looked at Yixian, little friend, thank you for your trouble. Yixian walked in front of the shroud man, Senior, how can I help you? The shroud man said, just get rid of the sword chi in my body. Yixian nodded slightly. He opened his palm, and in an instant, the sword chi in the shroud man's body flew into his palm. At this time, the shroud man regained his freedom, and a powerful aura came out of his body. This aura suddenly disappeared when it approached Yixian. After a moment, the shroud man looked at Yixian, and said with a smile, little friend, are you master and disciple with that plain-dressed woman? Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, half. He always felt that the plain-dressed woman's relationship with him was not like that of a master and disciple, but a bit like that of a relative. The shroud man nodded slightly, no matter what, thank you little friend for coming to help this time. Yixian said with a smile, it's a small matter. If there is nothing else, Junior will take his leave. After saying that, he was about to leave. He had never thought of building a relationship with such a formidable martial artist. Because their strengths were not equal, it was enough to form a good relationship. At this time, the shroud man suddenly said, little friend, please wait. Yixian stopped and turned to look at the shroud man, Senior? The shroud man smiled slightly, I am Guanjun, and everyone calls me Guanxian. Yixian nodded, is there something Senior Guanxian needs? Guanjun nodded, little friend, I cannot let you come here for nothing. How about this, I want to go to a mystic realm. If you have nothing else to do, you can come with me. There might be a fortuitous encounter there. Mystic realm? Yixian asked, what mystic realm? Guanjun smiled, a special mystic realm. I am also going to try my luck and see if there is a fortuitous encounter there. Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, that is a good thing. Junior is willing to go with Senior. Fortuitous encounter, he was now at the Thear-cranked realm. Guanjun laughed, alright, let's go then. As he spoke, the three disappeared into the distant starry sky. Black-Yellow Great World. Xianxia and Xianxia were handling government affairs in the main hall. Now that all the major forces in Black-Yellow Great World had formed an alliance, there were many more things to deal with than before. Yixian and Little Seven were completely in charge of the affairs of the North Alliance. Yixian and Little Seven basically did not deal with the internal affairs of the North Alliance. It was all handled by the two of them. The two women's current status and identity were very special in the Xinhuang Great World. Although they were not very strong, no one dared to look down on them. Even the Xianyuan clan and the other clan leaders of the major forces were very polite when they saw them. On this day, the Dao faction's Grand Elder came to Tianjiang City once again. Grand Elder was just about to enter the main hall when a northern region martial artist blocked his way. This is an important place. You are not allowed to trespass. Grand Elder said in a low voice, please inform the God Nation's Divine Master Little Seven that someone from the Dao faction requests an audience. That northern region martial artist shook his head, His Majesty Little Seven is in seclusion and is temporarily unable to receive guests. Grand Elder frowned slightly, still in seclusion? As he spoke, he looked into the main hall, then please inform King Yi. That northern region martial artist shook his head again, King Yi is currently not in the city. He is unable to see you. Not in the city. Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he turned and left. Soon, Grand Elder came to a place in the clouds. Not far in front of him stood a middle-aged man. This person was the Dao faction's current sect master, Jiang Wu. Grand Elder walked in front of Jiang Wu and said in a low voice, "Yi Xian is not in the city. Little Seven is in seclusion. This is our chance. P.S. Sorry, I worked too late last night and couldn't wake up early today, sorry." Hearing the Great Elder's words, Jiang Wu looked at him coldly. "How stupid are you?" The Great Elder's face was full of astonishment. Patriarch, Jiang Wu looked down at Tianjiang City and said softly, "Don't you know how strong the northern region is now? Not to mention the person behind Yi Xian, the experts in the northern region are enough to deal with our Dao sect. Besides, Yi Xian might look harmless, jovial, and frivolous, but deep down, he was a ruthless person. We didn't help him before, but now we come to ask for benefits. He is already a bit unhappy. If we use force now, with his personality, I'm afraid he will directly destroy our Dao sect." Destroy Dao sect. In the past, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to do it. But now, the northern region could do it. Moreover, not to mention the mysterious killing goddess, Jianzhai and Azue were enough to give Dao sect a headache. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Are we just going to give up like this?" Jiang Wu shook his head. "We can't give up, but we can't use force. We can only use force. Let's start with Xiaoqi. Wait for her to come out of seclusion." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. The Great Elder glanced at Tianjiang City, then turned around and left. Just after the two left, a woman suddenly appeared in the field. It was Qiao Tianer. Qiao Tianer looked in the direction the two left with cold eyes. After a moment, Qiao Tianer turned around and left. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Beside him was Azue. Yi Xian didn't know where he was now. In any case, he just followed Guanjun. Along the way, he found that Guanjun was also a person who was easy to get along with and basically answered all his questions. He also gained a lot from following Guanjun. At this moment, Guanjun suddenly said, "Little friend, do you have that fifth-dimensional treasure on you?" Yi Xian looked at Guanjun and said with a smile, "Senior knows this treasure?" Guanjun nodded. "I have heard of it." Yi Xian smiled. "That treasure is indeed in my hands." Guanjun looked at Yi Xian, "Little friend, this item is extraordinary, many people covet it, little friend." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something and shook his head with a smile. "If they come looking for you, then they're overestimating themselves." A woman in a plain dress, Guanjun's heart palpitated at the thought of that woman. With this woman around, those people who came looking for trouble with Yi Xian were really courting death. He didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment towards being defeated by the woman in a simple dress. Conversely, he was slightly grateful. The other party had made him understand what it meant by "there would always be someone better than you." After that battle, his current state of mind was completely different from before. Before, he was a glass full of water, but now, this glass of water had been emptied by him. This was a fresh start. Guanjun collected his thoughts and asked, "Little friend, is she from the fifth dimension?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." Guanjun nodded slightly. He was about to say something, but at this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly looked up. At the end of the starry sky, there stood a towering ancient tree. This ancient tree was enormous, covering the entire starry sky, blocking out the sun and sky. This ancient tree stood in the starry sky, exuding a strange aura around it. Beside Yi Xian, Guanjun said softly, "We're here." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, what is this?" Guanjun said softly, "The divine tree of life." "The divine tree of life?" Yi Xian looked at the ancient tree. "I've never heard of it." Guanjun smiled. "It's normal that little friend has never heard of it. Not many people know of it. This tree is not simple, because it's the earliest tree in our fourth dimension." Yi Xian was a little surprised. "The earliest tree?" Guanjun nodded. "The reason why this tree is not simple is because it has the water of life, which is a good thing. It can heal all injuries in the world. To be honest, this time I came to find this water of life, to repair my body and soul. I hope I can gain something this time." After saying this, he walked into the distance. Just as Yi Xian was about to follow, Guanjun suddenly said, "Little friend, please wait, this tree is not something you can fight now." Yi Xian nodded and retreated. Guanjun suddenly appeared in front of the divine tree of life. At this moment, the divine tree suddenly wriggled, and as it wriggled, a monstrous pressure directly crushed towards Guanjun. Boom! The surrounding space was like boiling water, extremely frightening. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn. This tree was not ordinary. Not far away, Guanjun waved his right hand, and a powerful force directly blocked the pressure. Guanjun looked at the divine tree of life. "Your Excellency, I only ask for a little bit of the divine tree of life. If your Excellency is willing to help, I will owe your Excellency a favor, and I will repay it in the future." At this moment, an ancient tree face suddenly appeared above Guanjun's head, looking at Guanjun coldly. "Leave my territory." Guanjun slightly pondered. "Your Excellency, can't you make an exception for once?" The corner of the tree face's mouth curled into a sneer. "Make an exception? You humans are greedy by nature, will you be satisfied if I give you a little?" Guanjun solemnly said, "I only ask for a little bit of healing." The tree face was expressionless. "No, not even a drop." Guanjun slightly narrowed his eyes, slowly clenching his right hand. The tree face coldly said, "Human, not to mention the current you, even at your peak, you can't do anything to me. If you don't want to be injured, you'd better leave now." Guanjun clenched his hands, silent. "Injury," Guanjun solemnly said, "Your Excellency, my injury can only be healed by this water of life. If I give up, what awaits me is a slow death." In other words, he was going all out. The tree face stared at Guanjun. "You can try." Guanjun slightly nodded. "My apologies." With that, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, a powerful force swept toward the tree of life. Rumble! In the distance, the space violently surged. At this moment, the branches of the divine tree of life suddenly surged towards Guanjun. In an instant, Guanjun was enveloped by the branches and explosions resounded. Yi Xian and Azue's expressions became extremely solemn. The tree of life's strength was much, much stronger than they had imagined. Suddenly, there was a sudden explosion in the distance, followed by a figure hurriedly retreating. This person was Guanjun. Soon, Guanjun stopped, a smear of blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Defeated, Guanjun stared at the tree of life in the distance, his eyes filled with dread. At this moment, he finally understood why no one had coveted this tree of life, because it was strong enough. The tree face glanced at Guanjun. "I won't see you out." At this moment, it suddenly looked at Yi Xian, a trace of surprise flashing in its eyes. "Human, why do I sense a familiar aura on you?" A familiar aura? Guanjun and Azue looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little confused. "A familiar aura? I'm not familiar with this guy." At this moment, the tree face suddenly approached Yi Xian, startling Yi Xian. Fortunately, this guy didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The tree face stared at Yi Xian. "You have her aura on you." Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, "Who?" The tree face said in a low voice, "Do you know a little furry white guy?" Yi Xian was stunned, then quickly said, "Is it that little guy who especially likes to eat candied haws?" Candied haws? The tree face nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian said seriously, "I know her." The tree face glanced at Yi Xian. "Are you very familiar with her?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Of course, I'm very familiar with her. I've treated her to candied haws." The tree face was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Who else is with her?" "This guy doesn't believe me," Yi Xian said. "There's a swordsman with her." "Oh, there's also a little girl with horns on her head, right?" The tree face looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked Xiao Linger to take out the sword of the man in green at the top of the tower. When it saw the sword, the tree face's expression suddenly changed. You actually have his sword?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, we're very familiar with each other." The tree face was silent. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior, my friend is injured. If it's not too much of a problem, could you give him some spring of life to heal?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Guanjun was slightly startled. He glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything. The tree face was silent for a moment, then said, "It's not difficult. It's just a little spring of life." Guanjun looked at the tree face. At this moment, two emerald green liquids suddenly floated in front of Guanjun's spring of life. Seeing these two drops of spring of life, Yixian was moved. The energy contained in these two drops of spring of life was too pure. If he absorbed it, it would definitely be of great benefit. Guanjun glanced at the tree of life and slightly cupped his fists. Thank you. After saying that, he put away the two drops of spring of life, then looked at Yixian again. Little friend Yi, words cannot express my gratitude. I, Guanjun, will remember this favor. Yixian smiled. It's just a small matter. Guanjun nodded. Shall we leave now? Wait. At this moment, the tree of life suddenly said. The three of them looked at the tree of life, and the latter looked at Yixian. I want to invite you to come to the tree hall for a gathering. Yixian asked, alone? The tree face nodded. Guanjun frowned slightly. At this moment, the tree face said in a deep voice, I won't hurt him. I mean him no harm. Guanjun thought for a moment, then sent a voice transmission to Yixian using Xianxia. Little friend, this may be your opportunity. Go with him, and if you encounter any danger, you can inform me. Yixian nodded, then he followed the tree face into the distance. Azue suddenly said, will there be danger? Guanjun shook his head, it won't play any tricks. Saying that, he looked at Yixian's back and whispered, this little friend is not simple. Azue nodded in agreement. Soon, Yixian followed the face to the center of the tree. There was a treehouse at the center of the tree. At this moment, a voice sounded from the treehouse. I didn't expect to see the son of an old friend here. Son of an old friend? Yixian was stunned. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Come in. Yixian walked into the treehouse. In the inner room of the house sat a woman. There was a curtain in front of the woman, and Yixian could not see her true face. He did not probe with his divine sense because it was impolite. Yixian said solemnly, what did senior mean by that? The woman smiled and said, you don't know? Yixian frowned slightly, what should I know? The woman was silent for a moment, then said, nothing. Since you don't know, then I won't say anything more. You will understand everything in the future. Yixian, the woman smiled and said, since you are the son of an old friend, I can't let you return empty-handed. Ashu, take him to the heart of the spring. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the tree face, but it did not think much and nodded immediately, yes. After saying that, it looked at Yixian, Your Excellency, please come with me. Yixian glanced at the woman, then left with the tree face. After Yixian left, the woman suddenly smiled and said, interesting. Yixian followed the tree face to a small pool. When he saw the small pool, Yixian was stunned. Spring of life, a full pool. Yixian was a little jealous. At this moment, the tree face suddenly said, go down. Go down? Yixian was stunned, then said excitedly, are you giving it all to me to drink? The corner of the tree face's eye twitched slightly. I want you to go down and wash your body, not drink it all. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Yixian smiled awkwardly, then said, this can wash the body? The tree face nodded, go down. Yixian nodded slightly, and without saying anything, he jumped directly in. Comfortable, this was Yixian's first feeling. At this moment, he felt warm all over, very comfortable. On the side, the tree face looked at Yixian and did not speak. At this time, Xiaolinger suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. She glanced at the spring of life and blinked her eyes. Yixian hurriedly said, don't mess around. She had already let him soak in the spring. If he did anything else, it would be a little immoral. Xiaolinger was still blinking. If this spring of life was used to water the spirit tree and refine pills, thinking of this, Xiaolinger's eyes sparkled. Yixian knew that this little fellow did not intend to give up on the spring of life. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaolinger suddenly looked at the tree face. Can you give me some spring water? Not too much, just half will do. Half? Yixian was dumbfounded. This is not a lot. The corner of the tree face eyes twitched. This is not much? Xiaolinger blinked. Is that a lot? I only want half. The tree face looked at Yixian. Yixian turned his head, indicating that he did not know this little fellow. The tree face was silent. Xiaolinger suddenly clenched her small fists. Are you not going to give it to me? The tree face looked at Xiaolinger. Are you going to rob it? Xiaolinger nodded honestly. I have this idea. Yi Xian, the tree face suddenly smiled. How are you going to rob it? Xiaolinger said softly. Then I will really rob it. The tree face nodded and smiled. You can rob it. As long as you can rob it, it is yours. On the side, Yi Xian, who was about to speak, suddenly shut his mouth. Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral temple. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi family elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral temple. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two small hands were tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, looking a little weak, and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a family matter, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral temple. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then do it 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi mansion rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is not fair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, even now he is fighting for the family. The family is so unfair to him, one of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard laughed coldly, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang sized up the guard and asked with a smile, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian raised his head to look at Yi Ling and snarled, "Your men?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling in such a state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides, "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Discard him or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, "She should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed, "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Ling nodded slightly, "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Decent person? The corner of the purple-robed woman's mouth raised slightly. I just said there are many beautiful women there. I didn't say what you should do. What are you thinking? Yi Xian, the purple-robed woman shook her head, let's go. After saying that, she turned and left. Yi Xian said, Senior, I want to say goodbye to my friend. In the distance, the purple-robed woman's voice came, hurry up. Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian found the tree face, Senior, thank you. If the tree face insisted on him returning the spring of life, he would still return it. One can be shameless, but one must have a bottom line. The tree face nodded slightly, it's just a small matter. Yi Xian shook his head, it's not a small matter. In short, I, Yi Xian, will remember this favor. The tree face glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly, little friend, take care. Yi Xian cupped his fists, let's meet again in the future. After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, the tree face was silent for a long time, shook its head, and turned to leave. As the purple-robed woman said, it would be good karma. As for what would happen in the future, only God knows. After Yi Xian left the God Tree of Life, he found Azue and Guanjun. Seeing that Yi Xian was safe, Guanjun and Azue looked relieved. Yi Xian flicked his finger, and 2 jade bottles fell in front of Guanjun and Azue. Guanjun and Azue glanced at it, and their expressions changed slightly. These 2 jade bottles were full of spring of life, Yi Xian said, 2 seniors, this thing should be very useful to you. Guanjun said in a deep voice, little friend, your gift is too big. Spring of life, that was a holy healing medicine. In a fight, if one of them took a drop of spring of life after fighting to a certain extent, it could almost be said to be full of blood. The value of this full bottle of spring of life was truly immeasurable. Yi Xian smiled and said, there's nothing heavy about it. If Senior didn't bring me here, I wouldn't have this fortuitous encounter either. In short, please don't refuse. Guanjun thought about it and nodded. Thank you very much. With that, he put away the bottle of spring of life. Yi Xian looked at Azue. Azue hesitated and then put it away. This thing was really important to him. With this spring of life, there was a very good chance that he could recover from his crippled body. A divine item like the spring of life was something he didn't even dare to think about. After all, the tree of life's strength wasn't something he could contend against. Was this good karma? Azue glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't refuse and put away the jade bottle. He didn't say thank you, because he couldn't express his gratitude with words. Yi Xian smiled. Seniors, I'm going to a place with a senior. So, let's say goodbye here. Guanjun nodded slightly. Little friend has a treasure. No matter who you are with, it's best to be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Seniors, farewell. With that, he turned and left. In the same place, Guanjun suddenly said, he has a grudge with the temple? Azue nodded. Guanjun said, since we have nowhere to go, why not go to the black-yellow great world for a stroll? What do you think? Azue thought about it. Okay. Soon, the two disappeared. Yi Xian found the purple-clothed woman. He still couldn't see her appearance. He couldn't sense her strength either. On the way, the purple-clothed woman flew in the air. Yi Xian followed beside the purple-clothed woman. Senior, where are we going? The purple-clothed woman said, you'll know when we get there. Yi Xian said, can't you say? The purple-clothed woman smiled. Let me ask you a question. Yi Xian nodded. Senior, please ask. The purple-clothed woman asked, do you hate your father? Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the purple-clothed woman to ask this. The purple-clothed woman said, why? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I've never thought about this. To put it simply, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As for father, he and Yi Ling didn't have any concept. The brother and sister were used to relying on each other. The purple-clothed woman was silent for a moment and then sighed. Some things are more complicated than you can imagine. You've come this far, so you should understand how big this world is. You should also understand how special you are. Yi Xian frowned. I'm special? The purple-clothed woman said indifferently, aren't you? Think about all the things that have happened to you since you obtained this tower. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior seems to know a lot of things I don't. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Yes. Yi Xian asked, Senior, do you know the plain-clothed woman? The purple-clothed woman suddenly stopped and fell silent. Yi Xian asked again, do you know her? The purple-clothed woman nodded. I know her. Yi Xian said, I want to know about Dao Yi. The purple-clothed woman smiled. About her, what do you want to know? Yi Xian asked, what does Senior know? The purple-clothed woman said, she almost destroyed a universe with one sword. Yi Xian, the purple-clothed woman suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Live well. When that woman goes crazy, she can destroy this four-dimensional universe. Yi Xian hesitated and said, although she has a bad temper, she shouldn't be that crazy, right? The purple-clothed woman smiled. Not that crazy? When that woman becomes ruthless. She shook her head. Let's not talk about her. Yi Xian, the purple-clothed woman smiled. Back to the topic, if you see your father, what will you do? Yi Xian smiled. I haven't thought about it, and I don't want to think about it. He looked at the purple-clothed woman. Senior, who are you? The purple-clothed woman smiled. Someone who is related to you. Yi Xian was about to ask something when the purple-clothed woman suddenly said, we're here. Yi Xian looked up. In the starry sky not far away, there was a huge statue. On the statue's shoulder, there was a furry little white guy. This statue was not unfamiliar to Yi Xian. It was the statue of the green-clothed man. It was that green-clothed swordsman again. Behind this green-clothed swordsman was an ancient temple floating in the starry sky. Flying swords flew above the temple from time to time. Yi Xian looked at the purple-clothed woman. Sword sect? The purple-clothed woman nodded. Sword sect. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Senior, why are there so many sword sect in this universe? Moreover, the founder of this sword sect is this green-clothed man. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Because he is the sect leader of these sword sect founders. Therefore, after these sect leaders established the sword sect, they only respect one person as the founder, and that is him. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Where is he now? The purple-clothed woman shrugged. I don't know. Yi Xian, the purple-clothed woman said. Let's go. After that, the two walked to the statue of the green-clothed man. The purple-clothed woman looked at the statue, then her eyes fell on the little white guy on the statue's shoulder. Seeing this little white guy, the purple-clothed woman smiled. I quite miss this little guy. After that, she walked towards the ancient temple in the distance. Yi Xian glanced at the little white guy. He is familiar with this little white guy. This little guy seems to be very familiar with Shaoling moreover, this little white guy likes to eat candied haws. Candied haws. Yixian shook his head with a smile, and then he walked over. Before long, Yixian and the purple-clothed woman arrived in front of the ancient temple. The sword sect is empty. There is not a single person here. It is very cold and deserted. Yixian said softly. Senior, what is this sword sect? The purple-clothed woman said. They are gone. After that, she shook her head slightly. Nothing is eternal. After that, she walked quickly into the ancient temple. Yixian followed her. After entering the ancient temple, Yixian found that the ancient temple is very empty. Yixian glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze fell on the 3 wooden puppets on the right. He has seen such wooden puppets in the past. There is one in the World Prison Pagoda. However, that wooden puppet is unable to keep up with his strength. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed woman suddenly said. Wooden sword puppets. As she spoke, she walked over to the 3 wooden puppets and smiled. They are still intact. Yixian pointed at the 3 wooden puppets. Senior, do you want them? The purple-clothed woman laughed. I don't want them. You can have them. Yixian didn't refuse and directly took them. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Come with me. As she spoke, she walked to the left. Soon, she brought Yixian to an inner hall. There were 7 statues in this inner hall. 2 of them were women and 5 of them were men. Each of them had a sword hanging from their waists. Yixian looked at the purple-clothed woman. This is? The purple-clothed woman said softly. In the past, some experts of this sword sect, Yixian grinned. Inheritance, right? Inheritance, he loved inheritance, the purple-clothed woman nodded slightly. Your sword Dao is too complicated. You need someone to sort it out for you so that you have a clear understanding of sword Dao. You can't just blindly practice like this. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. Your current battle strength is all because of the pile of divine armors and divine skills. But in terms of sword Dao, you are like a rookie. Actually, it's normal. How could that plain-clothed woman understand these basic things? She can only give you a general direction. Later, learn well and ask carefully, understand? Yixian nodded. Understood. He felt that the purple-clothed woman was right, he was really confused about sword Dao now. When he fought now, it was all about equipment and divine skills. If this went on, it definitely wouldn't work, because sword Dao would stagnate. As for divine armors and divine skills, if one didn't have the support of a powerful sword Dao, then the battle strength they could bring forth would be limited. The purple-clothed woman didn't say anything. She just waved her right hand. The 6 statues suddenly trembled violently. After that, 6 illusory figures appeared in the sky above the statues. The 6 of them looked at the purple-clothed woman. One of the old men suddenly said with shock, You are. The corners of the woman's mouth lifted slightly. Who am I? The old man took a deep look at the woman before bowing slightly. He did not say anything else. The woman smiled, I found a successor for all of you. The old man and the others looked at Yixian when they heard this. In next to no time, a wisp of surprise flashed in their eyes. The old man who was the leader of the group directly appeared before Yixian. He grabbed Yixian's arm and a mysterious force instantly surged into Yixian's body. A short while later, the old man was shocked. This is that bloodline, the woman nodded. There's no need to doubt his identity. This little fellow has only come into contact with the sword Dao for a short time, so his understanding of it isn't very high. The 6 of you should help him sort it out so that he has a new understanding of the sword Dao. The old man sized up Yixian. His sword Dao, why is it different from the founding ancestor sword Dao? The woman smiled. It was someone else who led him onto the path of the sword Dao. However, that person's attainments in the sword Dao are too high, so he only gave him a clear path. As for these low-level things, that person clearly has no interest in caring about them. He's been letting him ponder them on his own. However, he doesn't seem to be very good at it. His sword is too complicated and not pure enough. Moreover, this little fellow is quite confused about the sword Dao. Help him sort it out so that he can understand the system of the sword Tao. The old man nodded. Since he's his descendant, we will naturally do our best to help him. The woman nodded. She looked at Yixian. Learn well and ask well. Yixian bowed slightly. Understood. The woman did not say anything else. She turned and left. Yixian looked at the 6 of them and bowed respectfully. Thank you, seniors. In front of Yixian, the old man looked at Yixian. What is swordsmanship? Yixian thought about it and said, I don't know. The others were speechless. Yixian felt quite awkward. In truth, he did not know what the sword Tao was either. He had never thought about it, sword doctrine. In his heart, the sword could kill enemies and protect his loved ones. That was all. As for the rest, he really didn't think too much about it. At this moment, a woman beside the old man suddenly said, not knowing might not be a bad thing. The old man nodded. Indeed. As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. Sit down cross-legged, calm your qi and focus. We will communicate spiritually with you. After Yixian sat down cross-legged, images of the 6 people appeared in his mind. The old man said, the general direction of your sword Tao isn't wrong, but it's slightly lacking in the details. Let me tell you about the realms of the sword Tao. The realms of the sword Tao are roughly divided into 6, simple, void, true, clear, broken, and mortal. These 6 realms represent a person's attainments in the way of the sword. Your current attainments in the way of the sword are at the void realm. Yixian was stunned. So low? The old man smiled and said, strictly speaking, you haven't even reached emptiness. Yixian fell silent. The old man continued. Let me tell you about the 6 realms of the sword Tao in detail. The first is the simple realm. It means that it's simple. A beginner in the sword Tao emphasizes on having a solid foundation and doesn't care about all those fancy things. This is actually the most unadorned because it's very simple. After the simple realm is the void realm. At this time, a sword cultivator will enter a dazzling world of the sword Tao. Because at this time, the sword cultivator will have come into contact with all sorts of fancy sword techniques or divine techniques. It's also at this time that a sword cultivator attains the void realm from the simple realm. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at Yixian. You're at the void realm now. The general direction of your sword Tao isn't wrong, but you've lost yourself in the void realm. In other words, you must clearly see what true is within the void, and that's the true realm. Yixian spoke in a low voice. How should I do that? The old man said, what's your strongest sword technique? Yixian thought for a moment and said, the immeasurable sword. The old man nodded. Execute it for us. The 6 of us will find your flaws and allow you to see through these obstacles. Yixian nodded, and then he executed the immeasurable sword. Of course, he was using his mind to visualize it and not actually executing it. If he did, then this entire place would be destroyed by this attack of his. The 6 of them fell silent after Yixian executed the immeasurable sword. Yixian was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, let's talk about your flaws instead. Yixian was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, one of the women smiled and said, little fellow, to tell you the truth, this sword technique of yours is practically flawless. Perhaps it is, but the 6 of us aren't able to see through it with our attainments in the sword Tao. Even though it doesn't have any flaws, you have many flaws as well. It's truly a waste for you to use such a sword technique right now. Yixian was speechless. The old man nodded slightly as well. Needless to say, the might of this sword technique of yours is extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, your attainments in the sword Tao and strength are rather low right now, so you're unable to bring forth its true might. Yixian nodded. Then please tell me about my flaws. The old man said, your flaw is that your attainments in the sword Tao are too low. What you need to do now is see through the void and attain the true. Execute another sword technique, and we'll discuss it with you. You'll understand when the time comes. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he executed the life and death sword. The old man and the others fell silent again after he performed life and death with one sword. Meanwhile, the woman who spoke earlier spoke abruptly, are you a demon? Yixian gazed at her and was puzzled. Senior, what do you mean? The woman shook her head. Don't you have any low-level sword techniques? Yi Xian was speechless. The woman chuckled. Those two sword techniques of yours aren't things that we can evaluate. Of course, while we can't evaluate sword techniques, we can evaluate people. I have to say, kid, it's quite a waste to give them to you. Yi Xian's face darkened. She's definitely trying to put me down on purpose. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly smiled. Those two sword techniques of yours are too high level, and they really aren't things that we can evaluate. Do you have any sword techniques of a lower level? Don't use such high-level techniques. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue our conversation. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he casually executed a sword technique. A short while later, the old man said, "Did you notice anything different?" Yi Xian thought for a moment before he replied, "The might of my sword technique isn't strong enough." The old man was speechless. The woman and the others shook their heads and chuckled. The old man sighed. Did you see that? You've relied heavily on such a powerful sword technique. It's not a bad thing, but you've relied too much on it and forgotten the essence of your sword Tao. Little do you know that the more powerful a sword technique is, the more it will eat away at your attainments in the sword Tao. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that he was a little reliant on sword skills like infinite sword and external items, but he had no choice. He had to rely on them because his enemies were all those old monsters. The old man said, "Let's start from the beginning." Soon, Yi Xian and the 6 others started to discuss, or to be more precise, they were being tamed. However, he was very happy because these 6 people's attainments in the sword Tao far surpassed his, and the knowledge of the sword Tao they spoke about had benefited him greatly. Just like that, time passed bit by bit, outside the hall. The woman in purple arrived at the back of the hall. There was a small bamboo house on the cliff, and there was only a tea table in the bamboo house. The woman in purple did not enter the bamboo house. She stood in front of the bamboo house in silence for a long time before she said softly, "Can the dead really come back to life?" There was no response. A moment later, the woman in purple turned and left. Inside the hall, Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. Just like that, time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Yi Xian had not left the hall, and the 6 sword sect experts around him had become more and more illusory. Another half a month passed. On this day, Yi Xian suddenly stood up, and in front of him, the 6 people had become completely illusory and were about to disappear. Yi Xian bowed respectfully to the 6 people. "Thank you, 6 seniors." The old man in the lead smiled and said, "How do you feel now?" Yi Xian said softly, "I feel like I've just started." The old man's smile became wider. "Very good, very good." Yi Xian bowed again to the 6 people. "6 seniors' great kindness, this junior will never forget." The old man smiled and said, "We're all on the same side, no need to be so polite." On the same side? Yi Xian was a little confused. The old man frowned slightly. "You don't know who you are?" Yi Xian. At this moment, the woman by the old man's side suddenly said, "He probably doesn't know." Yi Xian said, "Please enlighten me, senior." The old man hesitated and shook his head. "It's nothing. Now your path of the sword Tao is clear, but if you want to walk this path well, you need to constantly work hard and never forget your original intention. Remember, if your original intention does not change, then you can be invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the people around him disappeared completely. His original intention does not change. In the hall, Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and in the end, he turned and left. Outside the hall, he saw the woman in purple. The woman smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Yi Xian said, "I gained a lot." The woman in purple asked again, "What realm are you in now?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "True realm." He had now advanced from the void realm to the true realm. It was also at this moment that he felt that his sword Tao had just begun because he had truly understood the essence of some things. When he executed sword techniques, he knew what was useful and what was useless. Simply put, he felt that he was now on the right track. The woman in purple smiled and said, "Very good. Let's go, I'll take you to a dangerous place now." Dangerous place? Yi Xian asked, "What place?" The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. "The strong like that place, and the weak fear that place. P.S. Does anyone want to play a cameo? Everyone can leave their names." Thank my friends who support me, especially those who silently tipped and voted. Some friends read books without saying a word, but they've been supporting me in secret. Thank you, I've been saving manuscripts recently. I'm going to a new place again. Xian thought about it and said, all right. How could he be unable to discern that the violet-clothed woman before him was helping him? This was his fortuitous encounter. I can't miss it. The woman smiled and said, let's go. In next to no time, the two of them vanished. On the way, Xian asked, Senior, are you very familiar with that man in green clothes? The woman smiled and said, guess. Xian was speechless. Guess what? The woman glanced at Xian and said, you want to ask me why I keep helping you, right? Xian nodded and said, yes. The woman smiled and said, didn't I say it already? You're the son of an old friend. Xian thought for a while. Then he said, okay. The woman suddenly asked, you're at odds with the temple? Xian nodded and said, they insist on doing something to me. I have no choice. The woman said softly, this force isn't that simple. Those gods aren't weak either. You have to be careful. Xian nodded and said, Senior knows those gods? The woman smiled and said, they aren't really gods. However, they aren't simple either. They're all people who once shook the world. Xian looked at the woman and said, can you beat them? The woman laughed and said, don't even think about it. I won't go and beat those gods for you. You have to face those trivial matters yourself. After she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky. On the spot, Xian shrugged and hurriedly followed after her. In the starry sky, Xian was flying on his sword. Not far away from him was the woman in purple clothes. Xian's eyes were slightly closed. His current sword Dao realm was at the true realm. His current combat strength had increased by at least a few times. Realm, his biggest problem now was still his realm. Xian thought for a moment, then sent a sound transmission to Xianxia and Jiangjiu. He had to ask the two girls to help him find a sword. Back in the sword sect, he had asked in a roundabout way, but unfortunately, the sword sect had nothing. All the valuables inside were gone. Actually, it was normal. There was no one in the sword sect now, so how could there be treasures? Therefore, he had to find the sword himself. As long as he quietly improved his strength, he would be able to slay even a god with a single slash. About 2 hours later, the purple-robed woman in front of them suddenly stopped. Xian looked up and saw that not far away from them, there was a giant city floating in the starry sky. Xian asked, this is? The purple-clothed woman smiled and said, I'll bring you to see the world. I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone better than you out there. With that, she led Xian into the city. However, when they entered the city, an old man suddenly blocked their way. The old man looked at the two of them, then his gaze fell on the purple-clothed woman. Your Excellency, the purple-clothed woman waved her right hand, and a token fell in front of the old man. Seeing this token, the old man's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Your Excellency, please enter. The purple-clothed woman looked at Xian. Let's go. With that, she walked into the city with Xian. Xian found that the whole city was very quiet. Moreover, there were no buildings, and the whole city was empty. Xian looked at the purple-clothed woman. Senior, this is? The purple-clothed woman smiled and said, you'll know later. Xian looked around, and it was very quiet. The old man from before did not leave either, and he followed behind the purple-clothed woman. Soon, the three of them arrived in the city. In front of the three of them, there were 2 halos, one red, the other black. The purple-clothed woman looked at Xian. Choose one. Xian asked, what do you do? The purple-clothed woman said, choose one. Xian hesitated for a moment, then chose the red one. The purple-clothed woman nodded. Go in. Xian looked at the purple-clothed woman. Senior. Will something bad happen to you? The purple-clothed woman smiled and said, you only have one chance. Are you going in or not? Xian was silent for a moment, then walked in. The red light trembled slightly, and Xian's body began to become illusory. The purple-clothed woman looked at Xian. Come out alive. Xian's expression changed. Can I come out now? Before he could finish his words, he had already disappeared. The purple-clothed woman turned to look at the old man behind her. Go and see your master. The old man hurriedly nodded. Your Excellency, please. The purple-clothed woman's body trembled slightly, and she disappeared on the spot. After an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly appeared in front of a small village. It was night time. The sky was dark, and there was no moon. Xian looked around. Suddenly, his expression changed, because at this moment, he found that he could not use his divine sense. Not only that, he felt that the profound qi in his body seemed to have disappeared. He could not even sense the prison pagoda. What was going on? Xian was stunned. Xian opened his palm, summoning the executing heaven sword. However, there was no response from the executing heaven sword. Seeing this, Xian's expression sank. He had become a normal person, a completely normal person. He had no external objects, profound qi could not be used, and he could not contact the prison pagoda. Why did the purple-clothed woman want him here? Xian frowned, and he was slightly puzzled by her intentions. At this moment, Xian suddenly raised his head and looked over. At the entrance of the village, a woman walked out. The woman was wearing a tight black dress. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Xian noticed that her face and arms were covered in scars. Especially her face, there was a scar that stretched across half of her face, and it looked extremely hideous. The woman held a dagger in her left hand, an ordinary dagger. At this moment, she was staring at him with a hostile gaze. Xian thought for a moment and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xian. I started cultivating in the sword at the age of 3, attained the sword immortal realm at the age of 10, and was invincible in the younger generation of Sky-Earth world at the age of 16. Now, I'm able to kill earthly immortals. May I know your name, miss?" The woman sized up Xian. "You seem like an idiot." Xian's face darkened, and he was just about to speak when the woman turned around and left. Xian hurriedly followed her. "Miss, this is..." He hadn't finished speaking when the woman suddenly turned around. In the next moment, a cold light flashed, and the dagger had slashed towards his throat. Xian's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and retreated explosively by over 10 m, and the dagger just brushed past his throat. After Xian stopped, his expression had become solemn. That strike from before was extraordinarily swift. Most importantly, she hadn't utilized any profound energy, and she'd merely utilized speed. Moreover, the angle was extremely tricky. Regardless of whether it was her speed, strength, or angle, they were practically perfect and without any flaws. Since he attained the true realm of the sword Dao, he would look at the essence of everything. The woman glanced at Xian, and then she turned around and left without saying a word. Xian suddenly said, "Miss, can we talk?" The woman didn't speak, and Xian hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, a strand of cold light flashed. Xian dodged to the side, and the strand of cold light brushed past the space between his brows. In the next moment, he felt a wave of sharp pain come from his stomach, and he retreated explosively by over 30 m. After he stopped, Xian's expression became extremely unsightly. Because he noticed that his body had become ordinary as well. How could this be possible? Xian glanced at the sky. What kind of power was that? Even his physical body had been transformed into an ordinary one. He was a completely ordinary person right now. The woman didn't speak further, and she just turned around and left. Xian hurriedly followed her. "Miss, let's talk." The woman suddenly turned around and gazed coldly at Xian. "Don't you find it annoying? Do I know you well?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Xian chased after her again. The woman suddenly turned around, and Xian hurriedly stopped. The woman looked coldly at him. "What exactly do you want?" She could tell that she couldn't kill Xian with her strength, or it could be said that she would have to risk her life to have a chance, but she obviously didn't want both sides to suffer. Xian smiled. "Miss, this is my first time here, and I don't know where this place is. I hope Miss can enlighten me." The woman looked at Xian. "You don't know where this place is?" Xian nodded. "I don't." The woman said indifferently, "It's a fair competition." Xian frowned slightly. "A fair competition?" The woman glanced at Xian, and then turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. What's a fair competition? The woman looked coldly at Yi Xian. Don't follow me. Yi Xian looked around, and he didn't see anyone else, so he followed her again. Miss, let's have a chat. The woman stopped, and she stared at Yi Xian. Are you a ghost? Yi Xian, the woman suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed outside the village. There's a martial arts arena dozens of miles away from there. Every day, there are people competing there, and everyone's cultivation is sealed, so they can't use divine arts, and they can't use external objects. Now do you understand what a fair competition is? I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. He now understood why the woman in purple asked him to come here. This was to make his sword Dao even purer. Here, he couldn't use external objects. There was nothing to strengthen him. What a good place. Yi Xian smiled, turned around, and walked away. He wanted to try. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, Where are you going? Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's go to the martial arts competition. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Are you a fool? Yi Xian, the woman was expressionless. You're not qualified to compete now. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The woman said indifferently, First, you have to be qualified to compete, and second, you have to have odd crystals. You don't have either now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Qualification to compete? Odd crystals? The woman said, There's one more thing, that is, you're courting death if you go now. Yi Xian was a little unconvinced. Miss, you're underestimating me. At this moment, the woman suddenly disappeared, and Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He clasped his hands together, and this time, he clasped a dagger, but the next moment, the woman suddenly kicked her knee towards his abdomen. Yi Xian didn't retreat, but instead, he let go of the dagger and hugged the woman. Then, the two of them rolled on the ground. Yi Xian didn't have the slightest intention of taking advantage of her. During a battle, who would care about the difference between men and women? They would only fight to the death. The woman's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment she was hugged by Yi Xian and rolled on the ground, she suddenly elbowed Yi Xian's temple. If it hit, Yi Xian's head would probably split open. Yi Xian's reaction wasn't slow either. The moment the woman elbowed, he directly punched with his right hand. Boom, along with the sound of an explosion, the two of them collided and separated. At this moment, the two of them were a few feet apart. The woman in black gently raised her right foot and leaned forward. She held a dagger in her right hand while her left hand poured backward. She was like a cheetah that was ready to pounce. Yi Xian clenched his right hand and took half a step back with the tip of his foot on the ground. This posture allowed him to burst out a powerful force in an instant. The two of them were in a stalemate. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss, I have no ill intentions towards you. The woman in black looked at Yi Xian with vigilance in her eyes. Yi Xian took the initiative to retreat a few feet. Seeing this, the woman in black gradually relaxed. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, There are very harsh conditions for a fair competition. If you want to qualify for the competition, you must first defeat a demon beast. After you defeat a demon beast, you also need to have enough odd crystals to be able to challenge it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I can defeat any demon beast? The woman in black nodded, yes. Yi Xian frowned slightly, where are the demon beasts? The woman in black pointed to the right, go there and look. Yi Xian nodded and cupped his fists, thank you. With that, he turned and left. The woman in black glanced at Yi Xian, you really want to go? Yi Xian stopped and nodded, I want to practice. The woman in black said in a deep voice, that demon beast is not as simple as you think. Yi Xian smiled and said, shall we go together? The woman in black was slightly startled. She did not expect that Yi Xian would invite her. Yi Xian added, it's good to have a companion. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He picked up a branch from the side and tapped it lightly. I'm a swordsman. Swordsman, a hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. You're a swordsman? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, I am a proper swordsman. The woman in black glanced at Yi Xian. Swordsman, as she spoke, she fell silent for a moment before she said, let's go together. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss, please. The black-cloaked woman nodded slightly and then led Yi Xian away. On the way, Yi Xian asked, how should I address you? The woman in black said calmly, Zhang Qing. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Zhang, what realm are you in? Zhang Qing said, unknown. Unknown. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This woman was actually in the unknown realm. Was there a mistake? How old was she? The woman in front of him should be about the same age as him. Such a young unknown realm. What kind of monster was this? Zhang Qing looked at Yi Xian. What realm are you in? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, unknown. Zhang Qing nodded. You're Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Zhang Qing said, why haven't I heard of you before? Where are you from? Yi Xian said, Black-Yellow Great World. Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. Black-Yellow Great World? The temple's territory? Yi Xian asked, Miss Zhang knows about the temple? Zhang Qing nodded. It's an ancient power with 6 gods. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. You're from the temple? Yi Xian smiled. I'm from the Northern Territory. Zhang Qing said, Black-Yellow Great World. There's a monster from your Black-Yellow Great World here as well. His name is Duanmu Xian, and he's a very strong person. Duanmu Xian? Yi Xian nodded slightly. He'd actually never heard of this person. It should be said that he knew very little about the geniuses of the Black-Yellow Great World's younger generation, because his previous opponents had all been those old freaks. At this moment, Zhang Qing suddenly said, we're here. Yi Xian looked up. There was a mountain range not far away. It was dark at this moment, so it was a dark mass that was slightly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be fearless. But now, his cultivation and physical strength were sealed, so he naturally didn't dare underestimate his enemy. Zhang Qing said, the demonic beasts here don't have high realms, but they have extremely rich combat experience. Because those who survive can be said to have experienced thousands of battles, it's very difficult for you to defeat them. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, even you can't beat them? Zhang Qing said in a deep voice, I'm evenly matched with them, but it's very difficult to take something from them. Yi Xian asked, you have to take something? Zhang Qing nodded. Yi Xian nodded. Then I'll go in. After saying that, he walked towards the mountain range. Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't follow. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the mountain range. He hadn't walked for long when a demonic beast suddenly appeared in front of him. This demonic beast was shaped like a wolf, and its body was covered in scales. As Zhang Qing said, these demonic beasts' realms were not high. If they were outside, he could kill them with a wisp of sword intent. But now, he couldn't mobilize any power. It could be said that he was already at a disadvantage before the fight even started. That demonic beast glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't move. Yi Xian didn't move either. Whoever moved would expose their strength first. Both sides were using silence to fight. Just like this, after about half an hour, that demonic beast finally couldn't bear it anymore. It suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian. Its speed was extremely fast. Yi Xian picked up a branch on the ground and stepped forward lightly. The branch in his hand went straight towards the demonic beast's right eye. That demonic beast didn't dodge, but directly took Yi Xian's stab head-on. However, when Yi Xian's branch approached its right eye suddenly closed. Bang! The branch in Yi Xian's hand directly exploded, and Yi Xian seemed to have expected it. The moment the branch broke, his left hand slammed into the demonic beast's face. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian instantly retreated more than a dozen feet. As soon as he stopped, a powerful force swept towards him. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He knew that he couldn't take this demonic beast head-on. His toes lightly tapped, and his whole body floated to the right. With this movement, the demonic beast directly hit empty air. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind it, and a sword stabbed towards its anus. Yi Xian was very experienced in fighting in the forest. Whether it was fighting a human or a demonic beast, he had to hit the weak spot. Especially this kind of demonic beast, he absolutely couldn't take it head-on. He could only find its weakest spot. The anus was the weakest spot. Yi Xian's attack was ruthless and fast. This stab directly pierced through. Ayo! In an instant, a shrill scream resounded in the forest. The next moment, the demonic beast turned around and slapped its paw at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had already retreated more than a dozen feet. The demonic beast glared at Yi Xian. It roared at Yi Xian, and then slammed into Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled up. He didn't take it head-on. His figure flickered, and he dodged to the side. The demonic beast once again missed. The moment it landed on the ground, Yi Xian's sword stabbed towards its anus. Ayo! The demonic beast suddenly raised its head and screamed. Its voice was extremely shrill, and at this time, Yi Xian suddenly flew up and slashed at its throat. Bang! The branch shattered, and Yi Xian was forced back again. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't expect this demonic beast's throat to be so hard. Just then, the demonic beast suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Its eyes were wide open and filled with anger. In the next moment, it rushed towards Yi Xian again. In its anger, it didn't care about anything else. It didn't expect that this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. He wanted this demonic beast to be angry. Anger would make it lose its mind, but now, this demonic beast had lost its mind. Yi Xian dodged to the side, and the demonic beast missed again. However, this time, it didn't wait for Yi Xian to make a move and rushed towards Yi Xian again. Yi Xian didn't take it head-on either. He was well aware of his current physical body. He was no longer the same person as before. If he chose to take it head-on, he would die without a trace. Just like that, Yi Xian kept dodging. Not long after, the demonic beast's speed and reaction slowed down, and Yi Xian would stab its anus from time to time. Although it was stabbed many times, it didn't kill the demonic beast. However, it did slow down its movement. After all, that place was still very fragile. Now, it realized that the human in front of it wasn't just staring at that position, he was also staring at the position in front. There were a few times that if it wasn't for its quick reaction, a certain place would have been cut off by this human. Just like that, about half an hour later, Yi Xian found an opportunity and stabbed the demonic beast's anus again. Roar! The demonic beast covered its buttocks with its claws and spun around on the spot. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack again, the demonic beast suddenly turned around and ran. Run! Yi Xian was stunned. He wanted to chase after it, but the demonic beast was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night not far away. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This guy actually knew how to run. I was too careless. Yi Xian shook his head, feeling a little regretful. It wasn't easy for him to exhaust this demonic beast, but now it just ran away. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and chose not to continue challenging the demonic beast. That was because his stamina was almost depleted. He needed a good rest now. Yi Xian turned around and left. At this moment, the ground behind him suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He turned around, and at this moment, a dense forest not far from him suddenly collapsed. Soon, a group of demonic beasts rushed towards him. Among the demonic beasts, there was the one he had just fought. That demonic beast glared at Yi Xian and roared crazily. The other demonic beasts followed suit and chased after Yi Xian like crazy. Yi Xian looked at the group of demonic beasts and his scalp went numb. There were at least 100, damn, they went to call for help. Yi Xian turned around and ran, but the group of demonic beasts obviously had no intention of giving up. They kept chasing crazily. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Speaking of which, Yi Xian's sword Dao was truly on the right track. It was a sword Dao different from the master of the 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Guess what kind of sword Dao it was? Who can withstand more than 100 demonic beasts? Yi Xian fled frantically. Soon, he met Xianxia. Seeing so many demonic beasts behind Yi Xian, Xianxia was stunned and asked, "What did you do?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. He grabbed Xianxia and ran. Behind them, the group of demonic beasts chased frantically. Yi Xian was about to run in the direction of the village when Xianxia suddenly said, "You can't take them there. Follow me." After saying that, she took Yi Xian and ran to the right. Fortunately, both of them were extremely fast. Those demonic beasts couldn't catch up in a short time. However, those demonic beasts didn't give up. Especially the leading demonic beast, it roared as it chased, as if it had gone mad. Beside Yi Xian, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "These demonic beasts have never fought as a group." "What did you do?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "No, nothing." Xianxia stared at Yi Xian. "You definitely did something to make that demonic beast angry." Yi Xian, at this moment, the group of demonic beasts behind them suddenly roared, and the whole ground began to tremble violently. "It's gone mad." Zhang Qing's face was a bit ugly. She looked coldly at Yi Xian. What did you do? Yi Xian hesitated and said, I just fought it one-on-one, and then found its weakness, that's all. Zhang Qing said in a deep voice, that's impossible. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, the group of demonic beasts behind them suddenly accelerated. Seeing this scene, both of their faces changed. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. Zhang Qing's face was gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian said, Miss Zhang Qing, let's split up and escape. Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly fled to the left, and the group of demonic beasts directly chased to the left, ignoring Zhang Qing. Obviously, their target was Yi Xian. Looking at the group of demon beasts chasing after Yi Xian, Zhang Qing frowned. What did this guy do? In the distance, Yi Xian was running madly, and behind him, the group of demonic beasts was chasing relentlessly. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a plain, and the group of demonic beasts behind him was getting closer and closer. If he continued running like this, he would be finished. Yi Xian's face darkened. Because his current physical strength was not as good as this group of demonic beasts, all of his abilities were sealed. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He bit his finger and a drop of blood flowed out. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the drop of blood fell onto his palm. After that, he looked at the group of demon beasts. Meanwhile, the group of demon beasts had stopped moving. All the demonic beasts stopped. All the demonic beasts were staring at the drop of blood in Yi Xian's palm, a powerful aura. In that drop of blood, they could smell a powerful aura. Seeing that the group of demonic beasts had stopped, Yi Xian was instantly relieved. The reason why he took out his blood was not because he wanted to rely on the power of his bloodline, but because he wanted to rely on the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon aura in his blood. He had fused with the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon, so his blood also had the aura of the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon. This level of divine beast was definitely a powerful deterrent to the demonic beasts. As expected, after smelling the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon aura in his blood, the demonic beasts all stopped. However, the demonic beast that fought with him earlier still wanted to make a move. Anger had made it lose its mind. It only wanted to kill this human in front of it. Seeing that the demonic beast was about to make a move, Yi Xian's eyes twitched. This guy wouldn't be mad, right? Then, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man was a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, even now he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yilang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yilang inherits the crown prince position, it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yilang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if it means death. Yilang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhongmu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the ancestral hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was torn and tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yixian, who rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yixian, Yilang's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yixian saw Zhongmu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhongmu saw Yixian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yixian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhongmu again. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared, Yixian, he's my man, how dare you? Yixian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly. Yixian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yixian did not care about Zhongmu. As he walked up to Yiling, seeing Yiling's appearance, Yixian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yixian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yixian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu and kicked Zhongmu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, and she was Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that Yixian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides, Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You'll be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhongmu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhongmu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu and kicked Zhongmu's head. Pung! While Yi Xian was still in a daze, he suddenly felt a wave of sharp pain come from his stomach, and then he retreated by over 10 m. However, he hadn't even stopped when a powerful gust of wind assaulted his face. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly crossed his arms before blocking it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yi Xian retreated by over 10 m again. He just stopped when an ear-piercing sound of something tearing resounded from his right. It was a whipping kick. Yi Xian's body suddenly bent backward. That person's whip kick directly swept through the air. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and then bumped forward. Bang! A figure instantly retreated by over 10 m. Yi Xian looked over to see a woman standing in front of him. She wore a black dress, had picturesque features, and an icy cold gaze that carried killing intent. Because Yi Xian had touched a place he shouldn't have, Yi Xian clenched his right fist slowly. He didn't dare act carelessly towards this woman. Or it should be said that he couldn't act carelessly towards anyone here. Right at this moment, the man with a long saber suddenly roared furiously, Chan Yu, kill him. The woman glanced at the man with a long saber. "Watch your words." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Xian. In the next moment, her body suddenly became ethereal. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his palm, and a wooden branch appeared there. In the next moment, he stabbed it forward swiftly. It was an extremely ordinary swift stab. He destroyed it with a single strike. Bang! An explosion suddenly resounded in front of Xian, and then both of them retreated explosively at the same time. However, the woman called Xianyu suddenly vanished while they retreated. Xian suddenly turned around and stabbed with his sword. Bang! A figure retreated explosively. It was Xianyu. After Xianyu stopped, she gazed coldly at Xian. "Swordsman." Her voice carried a trace of seriousness. Swordsman. It could be said that a swordsman's combat power was very high among the warriors, especially the powerful swordsman. Xian didn't return to Xianyu. He glanced at Zhang Qing, who was nearby. At this moment, Zhang Qing and the man with the long saber were in a deadlock, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Xian looked at Jinyu. "If this goes on, both sides will suffer." Xianyu clenched his right fist tightly. Xian smiled. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot. Since the other party refused to give up, he naturally chose to take the initiative to attack. The sword light was like lightning, disappearing in a flash. "Chi!" The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. The moment Xian disappeared, Xianyu disappeared as well. A series of afterimages instantly enveloped Xian and his sword gleam. "Chi chi chi chi!" The sound of something tearing through the air resounded incessantly as Xian and Xianyu fought intensely. Gradually, Xian became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. Ruthlessness. All those years ago in Pine City, he'd understood that one had to be ruthless when dealing with one's enemies. In a battle of life and death, it was usually a competition of who was more ruthless. Just like that, about 15 minutes later, the nearby teleportation array suddenly shook violently. Then, a black box appeared in the teleportation array. A ferocious glow appeared in the eyes of the man with the long saber when he saw the black box, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. On the other hand, Zhang Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent as well. In this place, resources were very, very important. She would not give up even half a step. It didn't take long for the two of them to enter into battle again. Xian gazed at Xianyu. Suddenly, he vanished, and the wooden stick in his hand stabbed towards Xianyu. At the instant that Xian vanished, numerous strange shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. Xian's eyes closed slightly as he stabbed left and right repeatedly. In an instant, the shadows shattered. Meanwhile, Xianyu had retreated over 10 m back, and she didn't dare to approach Xian again. Xian glanced coldly at Xianyu, and then he suddenly vanished. Hiss! A strand of light flashed, and then the sound of air being torn apart resounded. Xianyu's expression changed drastically. She didn't dare to take Xian's attack head-on, and she retreated again. After all, Xian's attack wasn't that easy to take. Simply speaking, she didn't want to fight with her life on the line. Because even if she won, she would be reaped by someone else. A few resources weren't worth it. When she thought up to this point, Xianyu turned around and left. Suddenly, the man with the long saber said, "You keep her busy." Xianyu glanced coldly at the man. "Can't you use your brain?" As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly vanished into the night. The man's expression was extremely unsightly, and he glared fiercely at Xian. "Little bastard. I'll remember you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Suddenly, Xian appeared in front of the man. He gazed at the man, and the man was about to speak when Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his saber forward. Hiss! The saber tore through the air and whistled through the air. Xian didn't take this attack head-on. He moved slightly to the side, causing the saber to miss. At practically the exact same moment, Xian's sword slashed horizontally towards the man's stomach. The man's reaction was extremely swift, and he suddenly withdrew his saber to block Xian's attack. Bang! The man retreated explosively with his saber. Xian didn't let the man go. He leaped up and swung his sword lightly towards the man. After he received the guidance of those 6 experts from the sword sect, his attainments in the sword Tao had attained the true realm. Moreover, he'd obtained a huge amount of knowledge in the sword Tao. It could be said that his attainments in the sword Tao were countless times stronger than before. Moreover, he didn't lack battle awareness, he didn't walk all the way here, but fought his way here. The man's expression changed greatly when he saw Yixian's sword flying towards him. This time, he didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, he chose to attack. He slashed forward with his saber. One man can defeat 10 men. This slash was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. Instead of retreating, Yixian moved forward and stabbed the tip of the blade with his sword. This stab caused the blade to tremble violently, and the energy contained within it was instantly reduced to nothingness. At the same time, a powerful force shook the arm of the man with the blade. Bang! The saber in the man's hand flew out of his hand. The man was horrified. He was just about to retreat when Yixian's sword was already at his throat. The man stared at Yixian. One sword to break all laws. True realm attainments in the sword Dao. At this point, he paused for a moment, and then said, "Your Excellency, I've offended you with my words. Please forgive me." Yixian was stunned. Did this guy admit defeat? He wanted to kill him directly, but the other party actually admitted defeat. At this moment, the man said, "If Your Excellency is willing to let me go, I'm willing to hand over all my assets." Yixian looked at the man. "I'll get them after I kill you." At the side, Xianxia suddenly said, "If you kill him, there won't be any left. Because most people will bring their resources with them." At this moment, Yixian suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi, the man's head flew into the air. Xianxia's voice stopped abruptly. Yixian glanced at Xianxia. "Although the resources are good, I don't want to leave any disasters behind." His style was that he didn't offend people at will. However, if anyone were to become his enemy, he would definitely kill them without leaving any disasters behind. Moreover, the man before him was able to pick up and let go at the same time. This kind of person was the most terrifying. If he spared the man's life, who knew when the man would give him a fatal blow in the future? Xianxia glanced at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian searched the man's body. However, he didn't find anything except the knife. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "That knife is a piece of trash outside, but here, it may be a divine weapon. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing Xianxia's words, Yixian suddenly came to a realization. This place was not the outside. As Xianxia said, if it was outside, this knife was a piece of scrap iron. But here, where everyone's cultivation was sealed, this knife was a divine weapon. Yixian quickly put away the knife. Xianxia said, "Come with me." After speaking, she took Yixian to the teleportation array not far away. She opened the box. In the box, there was a palm-sized token. In addition, there were 30 dark purple odd crystals and some other items. Xianxia picked up the token and 10 odd crystals and handed them to Yixian. "Yours." Yixian didn't refuse. He put away the token and odd crystals and said, "Miss Zhang, if I win, will there be a reward?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes, you will get the odd crystals paid by the other party." Yixian nodded, "Understood." Xianxia said, "You want to go now?" Yixian nodded, "I want to fight." Xianxia glanced at Yixian, "I will take you there." Yixian smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble Miss Zhang." Xianxia didn't say anything and walked into the distance with Yixian. After the two left the village, they walked for about an hour. Finally, Yixian saw a huge arena suspended in the air. There were some people below the arena. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen people, and most of them were very young. Beside Yixian, Xianxia said softly, "These people can be said to be the most outstanding young people in our four-dimensional universe. They come from various universes, and they are the top existences in their respective universes. The forces behind them are not simple, because without a powerful force behind them, it is impossible for them to come here." Speaking of this, she looked at Yixian, "If you can fight to the top of the list." Seeing that Xianxia didn't continue, Yixian asked, "How about fighting to the top of the list?" Xianxia said softly, "You will get many benefits that you can't refuse. However, it is difficult to fight to the top of the list." Difficult? Yixian looked up at the arena in the air. At this moment, there were two people fighting fiercely on the arena. After watching for a moment, Yixian looked at Xianxia and said, "Miss Xianxia, to fight to the top of the list, do I have to defeat everyone?" Xianxia nodded, "Almost." Yi Xian looked up at the arena and said softly, "Then fight to the top." Fight, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly rose. Right now, he wanted to fight crazily. He, Yi Xian, didn't want to always rely on others. The heart of a strong person. In the past, he was more casual and didn't have many goals. But now, he wanted to become stronger. He couldn't rely on others anymore. Yi Xian walked towards the arena. Yi Xian didn't notice that at this moment, his state of mind had begun to change. P.S. Today is boring, let's chat. If you don't have anything to talk about, let's talk about my handsomeness. I will definitely reply. No kidding. He rarely fought for it. Fight, as long as people were alive, they had to fight. Not fighting was not being aloof from the world, but being incompetent. Not to mention cultivators, even people in the secular world had to fight. If they didn't fight, how could they change their fate? If they didn't fight, how could they live better? And if cultivators didn't fight, how could they fight against the heavens? How could they fight against fate? Cultivators had to have a competitive heart. In the past, he didn't think too much about becoming stronger. To be precise, he rarely took the initiative to fight for anything, because in his opinion, he only needed to protect his sister and loved ones, but now he realized that as long as people were alive, they had to fight for something, even if it was to fight for pride. He didn't want to be protected by others all the time. He didn't want the woman in the plain dress or someone else to help him solve the problem. Rely on himself, fight. Around Yi Xian, a powerful sword intent suddenly appeared. This sword intent became stronger and stronger, but it quickly disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't even realize that his heart of swordsmanship had undergone a substantial change. Enlightenment, many times, once people had an epiphany, it was a brand new start, and at this time, the battle on the ring had ended. Yi Xian flew to the ring and saw an old man standing next to the ring. The old man was sitting on a chair and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Xianxia said that the old man in front of him was the person in charge here. Yi Xian walked to the old man and bowed slightly. "Senior, this junior is here to challenge." As he spoke, he placed the odd crystals and the challenge token on the table in front of the old man. The old man glanced at it, then waved his right hand and the odd crystals were directly kept by him. The old man closed his eyes again. Yi Xian was stunned. What does this mean? At this time, Xianxia appeared beside Yi Xian. She gently pulled Yi Xian's sleeve and motioned for Yi Xian to follow her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then nodded. The two left the ring. Below, Yi Xian was puzzled. What does he mean? Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I forgot to tell you one thing. Every time we compete, this old man will ask for some benefits." "Benefits?" Yi Xian asked. "Do I have to give it to everyone?" Xianxia shook his head. Among them, there are some monstrous geniuses that even he doesn't dare to offend. He will only deal with those who are new or those who don't have a particularly strong background. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. As he spoke, he walked towards the old man. Xianxia grabbed Yi Xian. What are you doing? Yi Xian said, Get my things back. Xianxia stared at Yi Xian. Are you crazy? You're courting death if you ask for it. Yi Xian shrugged. Then what should we do? Xianxia said in a deep voice, I'll suffer in silence. Yi Xian said angrily, Eat my ass. With that, he turned around and headed straight for the old man. Suffer in silence? He naturally understood that at this time, suffering a loss was the best choice. However, he couldn't suffer this loss. If he suffered a loss, he would have to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat now, he would have to hold back his grievance. This grievance had to be spat out. Seeing Yi Xian walking towards the old man, Xianxia shook his head. Stupid. If Yi Xian did this, not only would he not get his things back, but he would also offend someone and might even lose his life. Many times, people had to lower their heads. In the distance, Yi Xian returned to the ring again. At this time, some people looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. Senior, do you still need odd crystals? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Young man, are you sure? Yi Xian grinned. The next moment, he suddenly picked up the table in front of him and smashed it at the old man. Seeing this scene, everyone in the field was stunned. What is this guy going to do? Below, Xianxia and Yi Xian were dumbfounded. This guy, the old man didn't expect Yixian to suddenly attack, but his reaction wasn't slow. He immediately flashed back and directly dodged Yixian's smash. Boom, the table instantly turned into powder, but Yixian didn't stop. He took out the long saber and directly slashed at the old man. Chi, wherever the blade passed, a tearing sound rang. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. He slightly leaned to the side and directly dodged the saber. At the same time, his left hand swept toward Yixian. With this sweep, the air where his arm passed seemed to have been sucked dry, and there was a series of explosions. Yixian seemed to have expected this and immediately blasted his right hand toward the old man's face, exchanging injury for injury. Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't choose to exchange injury for injury and immediately retracted his hand to block in front of him. Bang, the old man instantly moved over 10 m back, and he'd only just stopped when a large saber slashed towards him. A cold glow flashed through the old man's eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm was about to touch the blade of Yixian's saber when he suddenly twisted his palm and slapped it against the blade of Yixian's saber. Bang, the saber was slapped to the side. At the same time, the old man took a swift step forward and slammed his fist towards Yixian's face. Yixian directly slammed his left fist towards the old man's fist. Bang, with a loud explosion, the two of them collided and separated. It didn't take long for them to stop, and there were over 10 m between them. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The old man stared fixedly at Yixian. "What do you think you're doing?" Yixian didn't waste his breath at all. He just leaped up and blasted towards the old man like a cannonball. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He took half a step back with his left foot and pulled back his right hand. In the next moment, he suddenly slammed his right fist forward. Bang, this punch caused the space where it passed to tremble violently, and its impetus was shocking. Yixian's expression was calm when he saw this. Suddenly, he pointed his saber forward. Using a saber as a sword, the saber stabbed directly between the old man's fingers, and the old man's expression instantly changed drastically. At this moment, Yixian's saber directly cut through his fingers and slashed towards the old man. The old man swiftly dodged with his right foot and retreated over 30 m back. At this moment, only 2 fingers remained on his right hand. The old man stared fixedly at Yixian. "You're a swordsman." "You." At this moment, Yixian suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his saber. Hiss, a sharp tearing sound resounded again. The old man's expression changed drastically. This time, he didn't dare to take Yixian's saber head-on, and he retreated instead. This was because the guy in front of him was not a saber cultivator at all. Moreover, although his opponent's slash looked like a brute's, it was actually a hidden sword technique. If he were to take it head-on, he might die if he was not careful. The old man was extremely fast, and in an instant, he had already retreated over 10 m away. Once again, Yixian's saber slashed through thin air. Although he had slashed through thin air, Yixian was excited. He had just discovered something very interesting, hidden sword style. Although it was called a saber, it was actually a sword technique. To put it simply, it was using a saber on the surface and hiding the tip of the sword. Then, at the crucial moment, it would catch the opponent off guard. Just like earlier, he had cut off 2 of the old man's fingers with a single slash, and that was when he was unprepared. If he had been prepared, there was a high chance that the slash would have taken the old man's life. Yixian looked at the old man, and in the next moment, he dashed towards him again. From the looks of it, Yixian really did look like a saber cultivator. Seeing that Yixian was charging towards him, the old man's expression changed slightly. He stomped his right foot on the ground and threw a punch with his right hand. Obviously, he was prepared to use his strength to defeat all opponents, no matter how exquisite the opponent's sword technique was. So long as he had sufficient strength, then he could destroy it with a single punch. When facing the old man's punch, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and then the saber in his hand slashed towards the old man at an extremely strange angle. A flying sword? No, it was a flying saber now. On the other hand, Yixian's body smashed directly towards the old man. Bang! In an instant, the old man was blasted over 100 m away, and when he stopped, one of his ears was gone. It had been slashed off by Yixian's flying saber. Moreover, if he had been a little slower just now, then it wouldn't have been just his ear that had been chopped off, it would have been his head instead. Yixian restrained his thoughts, and then he walked towards the old man with his saber in hand. He was getting more and more excited as the battle went on. As expected, only battles could improve one's strength the best. Fight, Xian charged towards the old man once more. The old man's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Wait a moment. However, Xian didn't stop. On the contrary, he sped up. Soon, he came directly to the top of the old man's head and slashed down again. Behind the blade, there was a hidden sword move. The old man could see the sword move, so he didn't choose to fight head-on and retreated again, avoiding battle. The best thing for him to do now was to avoid battle, otherwise, he would have to fight to the death with Xian. At this moment, he was already stunned by Xian's attack. Who the hell is this guy in front of me? Seeing that Xian still wanted to attack, the old man suddenly said angrily, "What the hell do you want to do?" Xian said, "Fight." The old man said angrily, "Isn't it just 10 odd crystals?" "Are you crazy? 10 odd crystals?" Xian was stunned and then said, "Isn't it 100? 100? The old man flew into a rage. "Boy, you dare to blackmail the old man." Xian said in a deep voice, "If you don't give, then fight." After saying that, he directly rushed towards the old man. The old man said angrily, "You're courting death." As his voice fell, he also rushed towards Xian. Just like that, the two of them fought again. This time, the old man was obviously fighting with his life on the line. He began to fight back and forth with Xian. However, the more Xian fought, the more excited he became and the more desperate he became. He was like this: as long as he fought, he would risk his life. During that time in Qing City, if you didn't risk your life, you would die. As long as you put yourself in a dead end, you might be reborn. Just like that, after fighting for almost half an hour, both of them were already riddled with wounds. However, the old man's condition was more serious than Xian's. His body was covered with knife wounds and blood was flowing. At this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! The old man and Xian separated upon contact and both of them retreated more than 100 feet. Xian was about to rush forward again when the old man said fiercely, "Have you ever thought about the consequences?" "Consequences?" Xian looked at the old man. "What are the consequences?" The old man looked at Xian coldly. "If you stay here, the old man can toy with you to death." Xian grinned. "Are you threatening me?" The old man stared at Xian. "Who the hell are you?" In fact, at this time, he already had the intention to retreat. The rash young man in front of him was so powerful and he was also a swordsman. The people behind this kind of person were definitely not simple. They might even be a group of swordsmen. Thinking of this, the old man waved his right hand and the 10 odd crystals flew in front of Xian. "I'll return it to you." Xian said angrily, "It's 100. The old man said fiercely, "Don't push your luck." Xian said, "Then I'll give you a discount, 50. The old man stared at Xian. Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, "Sure." After speaking, he waved his right hand and 50 odd crystals appeared in front of Xian. Xian was speechless. Really? Xian was a little stunned. He originally wanted to kill them all. Not to mention being cruel. In this kind of place, not being cruel to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. After the old man gave Xian 50 odd crystals, he turned around and soon disappeared into the distance. Xian looked at the 50 odd crystals in his hand. After a while, he found Xianxia and took out 10 for her. Xianxia didn't accept it. "These are yours." Xian smiled and said, "Keep it. There may be a lot of things I need to trouble you with in the future." Xianxia shook her head. "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I don't want it. If you want to give more, then I'll take my leave." Hearing this, Xian thought for a while, then put away the odd crystals and smiled. "Miss Zhang, let's talk somewhere else." Xianxia nodded. Soon, the two left. After the old man who fought with Xian left, he returned directly to the city. Finally, he came to a large hall. Just as he was about to go in, a man in black blocked in front of him. "The city lord is seeing a guest." The old man bowed slightly. "Please inform the city lord that I have something to see him about." The man in black did not answer. The old man hesitated for a while and then said, "Then I'll wait." With that, he retreated to the side. He originally wanted to start targeting Xian, but in the end, he still wanted to confirm the origin of Xian. in this place, some people could be offended and some people could never be offended. At this moment, there were two women sitting in the hall. A woman in a purple shirt and a woman in a green dress. The woman in the green dress was the owner of this city. The woman in the green dress smiled and said, "Alian, how long has it been since we last met?" The woman in the purple dress smiled slightly, "Not long, just a few decades." With that, she glanced at the woman in the green dress. "Xianxia, you've improved quite fast to reach this level." Xianxia, this woman was the city lord of the city, Xianxia. The woman in a green dress was slightly stunned, and then she said in a light voice, "It has been many years since someone called me by that name." Alian smiled, "That's true. You're the governor of Hidden Edge City now, who would dare to call you that?" Xianxia said softly, "Recently, the four-dimensional universe has not been peaceful." Alian smiled, "You mean the black-yellow great world?" Xianxia nodded. One of the gods of the temple was killed. The stronghold that the temple left in the Xuanhuan Great World was completely uprooted. She then looked at Alian. "All of this has to do with the man you brought with you." Xian, Alian smiled and said, "You should know that he has a fifth-dimensional treasure, right?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes." Alian picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. "You're tempted." Xianxia smiled and said, "Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure of the fifth dimension?" She then looked at Alian. "Can I snatch it?" Alian nodded. "Yes." Xianxia squinted her eyes and did not speak. Alian smiled, "If you aren't afraid that your Hidden Edge City's tens of thousands of years of foundation will be destroyed, go ahead." Xianxia said in a low voice, "Alian, tell me the truth, who is he?" Many people have investigated Xian, but no one could find out anything. Alian looked at Xianxia, "That thing is not something you can think about. Even if you obtain it, it will bring disaster upon you." Xianxia was silent. Alian smiled and said, "I know that your Hidden Edge City is not weak, and your ancestral master is still alive, but," she then shook her head, "as a friend, I have said what I need to say. Choose for yourself." Xianxia said in a low voice, "If I become his enemy, which side will you stand on?" Alian shook her head and sighed, "Looks like you still don't want to give up." Xianxia walked in front of Alian and grabbed her hand. "Alian, you saved my life in the past, and I have always treated you as a friend, my only friend. This thing is very important to my Hidden Edge City. You can choose not to help me, but don't interfere in this matter, okay?" Alian looked at Xianxia. "Do you know who is behind him?" Xianxia said, "A woman in a plain dress, and another woman, these two." Alian asked again, "Do you know the strength of the woman in the plain dress?" Xianxia shook her head, "I don't know the specifics, but she should be at least in the Fate Realm." "Fate Realm," Alian shook her head and smiled, "You know about the Fate Realm," Xianxia said in a low voice, "Why, is it above it?" Alian turned around to look at the horizon and softly said, "In this world, there are some people whose strength cannot be measured by their realm. I know you are tempted by that fifth-dimensional treasure. Not only you, but there are also some messy powers tempted by it. I also know I can't persuade you. If you want to make a move, then make a move. But you'll have to bear the consequences." After she finished speaking, she walked out of the hall. Within the hall, Xianxia was silent. At this moment, a black-clothed old man appeared behind Xianxia. "City Lord, should we make a move?" Xianxia was silent. The black-clothed old man said in a low voice, "This person is currently in the variant battlefield. If we make a move, even that woman in purple won't be able to stop us." Xianxia said softly, "Don't underestimate her." The black-clothed old man hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm afraid this person will ruin things." Xianxia was silent for a long time, then said, "Don't touch him for now." The black-clothed old man hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right." He paused for a moment, then said, "City Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Xianxia said softly, "How strong is the divine temple?" The black-clothed old man said, "Strong." Xianxia glanced at the black-clothed old man, but one of their gods was killed. And now, the divine temple hasn't made a move at all. The black-clothed old man was silent. Xianxia looked outside the hall. "I know Alian's personality very well, and she disdains lying. What she said earlier is definitely true. If my hidden edge city touches him, then even if we obtain that precious treasure, I'm afraid our hidden edge city won't be able to bear the price. When she spoke up to this point, she stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall, then she gazed at the distant horizon and said softly, "But I'm truly unwilling to give up just like that. After all, it's right before my eyes." The black-clothed old man behind her fell silent. Mu Xiaocang remained silent for a moment, then she said softly, "I never expected that I would have such greed and obsession as well. Send my orders, our people are not allowed to act against him." The black-clothed old man turned around and left when he heard this. Meanwhile, the old man who had been waiting outside the hall for a long time hurriedly arrived behind Mu Xiaocang. "City Lord, I have something to report." Mu Xiaocang said, "Speak." The old man spoke solemnly, "The newcomer, Xian, he." Mu Xiaocang suddenly said, "You can't touch him." The old man gazed at Mu Xiaocang, and the latter said softly, "You can leave." The old man hesitated for a moment before he nodded, "I understand." When he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Inside the alien battlefield, Xian followed Zhangqing back to the village where they were before. At the entrance of the village, Zhangqing glanced at Xian who was sitting on the ground not far away. "You're too impulsive." Xian smiled, "I know what Miss Zhang wants to say, endure it for a while, and everything will be fine." Zhangqing nodded, "It's not a bad thing to endure it." Xian said softly, "To me, it's a bad thing." As he said this, he shook his head and smiled, "I'm someone who can't stand being bullied." Zhangqing said in a low voice, "He will take revenge on you." Xian smiled, "I won't easily make enemies, but I'm not afraid of them either." When he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Reflect, in the battle with the old man just now, he still had some mistakes. Now, he wanted to sum up and see how many mistakes he had made. At the side, Zhangqing glanced at Xian. At this moment, the feeling that Xian gave her was like a sharp sword showing off its edge. The sword showed off its edge, insufferably arrogant. Was this a good thing? Not necessarily a good thing. The sword was hard and easy to break. Zhangqing shook her head slightly and turned around to leave. About an hour later, Xian stood up. He picked up the big saber on the ground and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Just now, he had comprehended a move, sword concealment, hiding the blade of the sword, not unsheathing the sword, but once the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely kill. This was his concept of sword concealment. However, this move still needed to be practiced. When to unsheath the sword, how to unsheath the sword, this was a very profound knowledge. Details and timing were very important. Xian looked at Zhangqing who was not far away. "Miss Zhang, I'm going to challenge." Zhangqing glanced at Xian, "I'll go with you." Xian nodded, "All right." The two of them walked towards the sparring ring again. On the way, Xian suddenly said, "Miss Zhangqing, are there any swordsmen around here?" Zhangqing nodded, "Yes, but very few, maybe only 2 or 3. 2 or 3, Xian nodded. He really wanted to spar with a swordsman now. In the black-yellow great world, every time he sparred with Little Seven, he would gain a lot. Now, he wanted to see another swordsman. Every swordsman had a different style. Soon, the two of them arrived at the ring again. At this time, the old man who had left earlier had returned. Seeing Xian, the corner of the old man's eye twitched. It was this person again. He naturally did not dare to have any crooked thoughts. He did not know where Xian came from or what his identity was. All he knew was that Mu Xiaocang had spoken. Xian walked to the ring and glanced at the old man. "Do you want to take revenge on me?" The corner of the old man's eye twitched as he stared at Xian. "If you want to challenge, then challenge. If not, then go down." Xian shrugged and waved his right hand. 10 odd crystals landed in front of the old man. The old man waved his right hand and a blue halo suddenly disappeared into the distant sky. A moment later, on the ground to the right of the old man, a blue halo suddenly appeared. Then, a young man appeared in front of the two of them. The old man said indifferently, "Let's begin. The winner will get 20 odd crystals. Begin." After speaking, he turned and disappeared. Xian looked at the man who was wearing a luxurious robe and holding a wooden spear in his right hand. "Spear cultivator," the man with the spear bowed slightly, "I am Li Xing, how should I address you?" Xian returned the bow and was about to speak when Li Xing suddenly made a move. He pointed his spear at Yi Xian's throat as fast as lightning. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the spear-wielding man suddenly attack. Isn't this a trick that I often play? He didn't think too much about it. He flashed backwards and dodged the spear. Li Xing didn't stop. He held the spear in his right hand and thrust it forward. Hiss, the sound of something tearing resounded. Meanwhile, Yi Xian held the saber with both hands and slashed it forward. Head-on, bang, as soon as the saber and spear came into contact, Li Xing retreated repeatedly while Yi Xian stopped after moving over 3 m back. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he gazed at Li Xing, who stood in the distance. In the next moment, he suddenly tossed the saber in his hand forward. Hiss, the sound of the air exploding resounded. Li Xing's expression changed drastically as he stood before Yi Xian. This time, he didn't dare go head-on against Yi Xian's saber because his strength was inferior to Yi Xian. Li Xing chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He retreated with the intention of avoiding Yi Xian's attack. However, his retreat instantly weakened his momentum. Yi Xian had suddenly appeared behind the saber, and he held the saber in his hand as he somersaulted in the air and slashed down once more. Hiss, this strike seemed as if it was going to split the ground apart, and it was extremely shocking. Li Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood before Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He didn't dare be careless. Li Xing stomped his right foot and charged forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The spear in his hand stabbed straight towards Yi Xian's throat. The longer it was, the stronger it was. He wanted to force Yi Xian to retract his saber. If Yi Xian didn't retract his saber, then his spear would have the advantage. Because the spear was long, his thoughts weren't wrong. However, Yi Xian didn't retract his saber. He suddenly swung the saber horizontally and slashed at the spear. Bang, the powerful force slashed the spear askew. At the same time, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to slash down with his spear. But right at this moment, Li Xing had already retreated over 30 m away. Yi Xian did not stop. He held the saber with both hands and slashed forward. Chi, wherever the blade passed, it was invincible. Opposite to Yi Xian, Xian's pupils shrank. He suddenly turned around and swept out the spear in his hand. A head-on clash. He could only meet force with force, because if he retreated any further, he would be completely suppressed. He had to force back Yi Xian's saber momentum and destroy Yi Xian's saber edge. Boom, an explosion suddenly resounded. Li Xing instantly retreated explosively, and this retreat caused him to directly retreat to the edge of the arena. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to attack again when Li Xing suddenly said, "I admit defeat." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's saber stopped a few dozen inches above his head. As for Li Xing, blood was flowing from his mouth. Because he was directly injured by that saber strike just now, it was very heavy. Yi Xian looked at Li Xing. He did not expect that this guy would admit defeat directly. Yi Xian thought for a moment and sheathed his saber. He had no enmity with Li Xing, so there was no need to kill him. After all, he was here to train himself, not to make enemies everywhere. Seeing Yi Xian sheath his saber, Li Xing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yi Xian. "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded. "Your spear art is not bad. Let's practice again when we have time." Li Xing nodded. "All right." Saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. "How should I address you?" After saying that, his expression became a little awkward. Because when Yi Xian was about to introduce himself, he directly attacked. To put it nicely, it was a surprise attack. To put it bluntly, it was despicable and shameless. Yi Xian smiled. "Yi Xian." Li Xing nodded. "Yi Xian's saber art is fierce and incomparably powerful. When I have time, I will ask Brother Yi for advice again. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Xian walked to the old man at the side. The latter did not talk nonsense and directly took out 20-odd crystals for Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head. "I want to continue the challenge." "Continue the challenge?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "You still want to continue?" Yi Xian nodded. "Continue." Fight, now. He was eager to fight, especially after the improvement of his Sword Dao realm. He wanted to fight even more. Only through battle could he become stronger. Especially at this time, without external objects or divine skills, this was the best opportunity for him to improve, because there were no impurities in this improvement. Just like just now, he fought so many rounds with Li Xing. If it was outside and he was holding the executing heaven sword, the other party might not even be able to take one strike from him. Unless the other party had a divine sword comparable to the executing heaven sword, and if he used the infinite sword, external objects, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had to say that his strength was very fake in the past. Because that was not his true strength. If he gave the executing heaven sword to others and the infinite sword to others, others could also achieve the effect he achieved. Therefore, apart from these external objects and divine skills, that was his true strength. In front of Yi Xian, the old man said in a deep voice, "Going too far is as bad as falling short." Going too far is as bad as falling short. Yi Xian knew what the other party meant and smiled slightly. "Thank you for the reminder, but I can still fight now. I haven't reached my limit yet." The old man glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. He waved his right hand and a blue halo flew out. Obviously, it was to match an opponent for Yi Xian. Soon, a man in white appeared in the ring. Just like that, the battle started again. In the following time, Yi Xian fought crazily every day. Except for taking a break in the middle, he was always fighting. During this period, he also encountered one or two strong opponents and was almost defeated. He was really almost defeated. This made him even more excited. Failure was not scary. Most of the time, only failure could let you know your shortcomings. Therefore, every time he failed, he was not discouraged. Instead, he was excited, and the more he fought, the stronger the opponents he encountered. Hidden Edge City, the city lord's mansion. Mu Xiaozong sat in front of the main hall with a secret note in her hand. This secret note recorded all the information about Yi Xian. Almost everything that had happened to Yi Xian in the eyes of the world was recorded. Behind Mu Xiaozong, a black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Miss. This Yi Xian is indeed very mysterious, especially about his father. There are no records at all. Apart from that, he knows the patriarchs of the major forces in the black-yellow great world. This is very strange. Because those people were peak figures from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Why would they know Yi Xian? Apart from that, the most mysterious person should be that plain-dressed woman." Plain-dressed woman, Mu Xiaozong squinted her eyes. "Do you have any information about her?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "There is very little information about her. Her background, her strength, the forces behind her. We know nothing." Mu Xiaozong clutched the information in her hand and kept quiet. A moment later, she stood up and left. She came to a small tavern in the city. At the moment, Lian was drinking in front of the tavern. Mu Xiaozong sat in front of Lian. "Can 10 Earth Immortals kill that plain-dressed woman?" 10 Earth Immortals, such a lineup, could only be described as terrifying. Lian smiled. "What do you think of my strength?" Mu Xiaozong said in a deep voice, "Very strong. Earth Immortals are no match for you." Lian laughed. "Even 100 of me won't be able to defeat her." "No. It doesn't matter how many of me there are." Mu Xiaozong squinted her eyes. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lian took a sip and smiled. "Impossible? Xiaozong, don't do anything stupid. Or else you will regret it." Mu Xiaozong said in a deep voice, "Who is she?" Lian said softly. "A woman scarier than gods and demons. You should thank that Yi Xian. If it wasn't for him, this world would be gone. Because he is the only one in this world who can make this woman feel kind towards this world." She knew that those who had never met the plain-dressed woman would never know how terrifying she was. This woman was filled with malice towards this world. She only cared about one person, and that was Yi Xian. If Yi Xian died, Lian shook her head. "That little scourge." Mu Xiaozong was silent for a moment before she said, "I will give up." Lian looked at Mu Xiaozong and the latter said softly, "Because you won't lie to me. This is the first time I've seen fear in your eyes." Fear. When Lian mentioned the plain-dressed woman, she noticed that aside from deep wariness, there was also fear in Lian's eyes, someone who could make Lian afraid. She gave up completely. As Lian said, if she obtained it, the consequences would be unbearable for her and Hidden Edge City. Lian glanced at Mu Xiaozong. "Greed and ambition aren't bad things at times, but they are the ones that will kill you. Don't be that little guy's enemy." His enemy is someone else, someone stronger, like the people in the fifth dimension. Do you understand? Mu Xiaozong said in a low voice. We are not worthy of being his enemy. Alian shook her head. You are not worthy of being that plain-dressed woman's enemy. She hasn't come out yet because she has someone else to deal with. Of course, there is another reason. She really looks down on the experts of this world. She really doesn't. She shook her head and smiled. This woman, Mu Xiaozong said in a low voice. Alian, how strong is she? Alian shook her head. I don't know. In this world, among the people I know, there are only 2 people who can make her use her second sword. And both of them are related to that little guy. Mu Xiaozong's face turned ugly. You mean, they threw him into this world to let the experts of this world train him? Alian was silent. Seeing this, Mu Xiaozong's face turned even uglier. Alian suddenly said. Actually, his situation is more difficult than you think, because there are too many people who want him dead. Her eyes flashed with worry as she said this. The plain-dressed woman is very strong, but her weakness is Yixian, and those people are using Yixian to restrain the plain-dressed woman. Now, the plain-dressed woman is waiting for Yixian to become strong enough. As long as Yixian can protect himself, then she will start a massacre. Suddenly, it started raining. The sound of the rain grew louder in front of the tea house. The 2 women did not leave. Both of their expressions were solemn. Alian took a sip of wine and smiled. How is he now? Mu Xiaozong said, challenging others like crazy and improving rapidly. Alian nodded, a good seedling with a good temperament and ambition. Mu Xiaozong looked at Alian. When are we taking him away? Alian smiled, scared? Mu Xiaozong nodded, yes. Because some people have come to Hidden Edge City and they are not friendly. Alian said, give him some time. Mu Xiaozong nodded and left. But she stopped after a few steps. Alian, some people are investigating you. Alian smiled, it's fine. Mu Xiaozong nodded and disappeared into the rain. After Mu Xiaozong left, an old man walked over. He sat in front of Alian and was about to speak when Alian waved her right hand. Bam, the old man was thrown a few hundred meters away. Alian glanced at the old man whose expression changed. Did I say you could sit? The old man stared at Alian. Your Excellency, our target is that Yixian. Alian shook her head. I don't understand, why do you always come after him? Can't you use some brains? Have you thought of a way to deal with that plain-dressed woman? Or are you saying that you have already found out about her background? Even if you want to be a bad person, use some brains, alright? The old man's face turned sour. Your Excellency, Alian suddenly said, scram. The old man stared at Alian. Your Excellency will regret this. Then, he turned and left. But at this moment, Alian suddenly appeared in front of him and before he could react, Alian grabbed him by the throat. The old man was shocked. He did not expect that he could not fight back at all. The old man was about to speak when Alian clenched her fist. Bam! The old man turned into nothingness. Alian slowly walked back to the tea house and drained the cup on the table. You don't have the strength and you still want to drink? Idiot! Alien battlefield. At this moment, Yixian was lying on the ground. His entire body was covered in wounds of all kinds. At first glance, it was a horrible sight. During this period of time, he had been challenging crazily every day. They were fighting all the time. In this alien battlefield, 80% of the people had already been challenged by him, more wins than losses. Defeat. Right now, he liked to lose, because every time he lost, he would gain a huge improvement. During this period of time, he had gained too much. Yixian closed his eyes and absorbed the odd crystal to heal himself. During this period of time, he had obtained hundreds of odd crystals because of various challenges. In this place, this was a huge fortune. While he was healing, Yixian began to recall his previous matches. During this period of time, he understood another principle. When you think that you have reached your limit, you can actually do better. There was no real limit. Next to Yixian, Zhang Qin was also healing. Because of Yixian's influence, she was also challenging crazily. Of course, she was not as crazy as Yixian. Yixian was simply a battle maniac. He would challenge as long as he had time every day. Now many people in this place were already afraid of him. because Yi Xian was too crazy. If Yi Xian was defeated by someone, then the next person would be miserable. Because Yi Xian would challenge him crazily, until he won. Now, Yi Xian had a nickname in this alien battlefield, Battle Maniac Little Madman. About an hour later, Yi Xian suddenly sat up. At this moment, his injuries were almost healed. Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Qing, who was not far away. Zhang Qing was still healing, so he did not disturb her and turned to leave. Soon, Yi Xian came to the arena and took out all his odd crystals for the old man. Fight the strongest one. His goal during this period of time was the person ranked first here. However, he could not challenge the other party at first because he did not have enough odd crystals. Challenging that person once would cost at least 300 odd crystals. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. The old man hesitated and then said, the current you may not be able to beat the other party. Yi Xian smiled and said, it's okay. The old man nodded. Okay. After saying that, he waved his right hand and a blue light flew out. After a moment, the old man said in a deep voice, you may have to wait. Yi Xian smiled and said, okay. After saying that, he walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and was silent. During this period of time, he had witnessed the growth of Yi Xian with his own eyes. It could be said that Yi Xian's growth was too terrifying. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's determination and ruthlessness could not be compared to ordinary people. Approximately half an hour later, a woman suddenly appeared on the martial arts arena. The woman was about 20 years old and wore a long white dress. She was spotless and looked like a snow fairy. In her hand, she held a long saber with a scabbard. The saber was 3 feet long and the scabbard was engraved with a snow lotus. On the hilt of the saber, there were several snowflakes fluttering. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail that reached her buttocks. On her forehead, 2 strands of bangs fluttered gently and her expression was cold like a piece of ice. Li Dao. Below, there were exclamations. Li Dao, in this foreign battlefield, she was a legend, a real legend. Because when she came in, she fought all the way from the last place to the first place and she only used less than a day. Not only that, at that time, the second place was defeated by her with only 1 saber, just 1 saber. Therefore, in this foreign battlefield, she was also known as Li Dao, because until now, no one could force her to use a second saber. Her current opponents were all great demons deep in the mountains, those powerful great demons. It had been a long time since she appeared on the martial arts arena, and now, the battle maniac Yi Xian had found her. There would be a good show to watch. Below, there were more and more people. Li Dao looked at Yi Xian, her expression was cold. Attack! Attack! Strong confidence. Yi Xian opened his palm and the big saber appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly rushed towards Li Dao. Li Dao looked at Yi Xian, there was not the slightest ripple in her eyes. Soon, Yi Xian got close to Li Dao. At this time, Li Dao suddenly pulled out her saber. The saber slashed out like lightning, disappearing in a flash. Chi, in the arena, a cutting sound rang. Li Dao turned and left. Defeated, in the arena, everyone looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a saber scar between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Defeated, in the arena, everyone shook their heads and sighed. There was still no one who could force Li Dao to attack a second time, not even this crazy Yi Xian, but at this moment, Li Dao, who was not far away, suddenly stopped. She touched her throat. Unknowingly, there was a small cut there, and blood slowly flowed out. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was stunned. The tables turned. At this moment, everyone in the arena suddenly understood. Both of them had held back, otherwise, that exchange just now, both of them would die. Li Dao turned around, she looked at Yi Xian. Swordsman. Yi Xian nodded. Li Dao walked to a place not far from Yi Xian. Continue. Continue. She was going to attack a second time. Yi Xian looked down. Who has a sword? Lend me your sword. Facing Li Dao, he could not use the hidden sword anymore because this move could only be used once. And he could not use the wooden sword. Under the same situation, if he used the wooden sword to fight against the real sword of the opponent, he would die without leaving a single scrap. Under the situation of strength suppression, he could use all things as a sword, because even if he did not use a sword, she would not be able to defeat him. But in front of him, the strength of this woman was not weaker than him, in fact, she was even stronger than him. At this moment, a man suddenly said, "Lend me your sword." As his voice fell, his right hand tossed, and an iron sword steadily landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the sword, and then looked at Li Dao in front of him. "Begin." As his voice fell, he suddenly stabbed forward. This stab was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. In front of Yi Xian, Li Dao suddenly drew her sword. A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then, Yi Xian instantly retreated a few dozen feet, but Li Dao did not retreat even half a step, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Dao, and another sword slash. Li Dao did not dodge, holding the scabbard in his left hand slightly turned, and his right hand suddenly drew the sword and slashed. It was a head-on collision with Yi Xian's sword, Sword Dao, big and bold, focused on fierce and domineering, the harder the better. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly tilted his long sword, directly stabbing the corner of the big sword's blade, and in an instant, most of the power of the sword was dissipated. Boom! At this moment, both of them retreated at the same time, but in the blink of an eye, both of them suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the martial arts arena, rays of sword light and sword light constantly appeared, dazzling the eyes. In the arena, countless people became excited, a duel between experts. Moreover, it was a duel between a swordsman and a sword cultivator. Most importantly, both of them were competing in pure Sword Dao and Sword Dao, and this kind of duel was more exciting, more enjoyable to watch. In the martial arts arena, both of them fought back and forth, and were evenly matched. Needless to say, Yi Xian's Sword Dao attainment was much stronger than before. If his Sword Dao attainment had not reached the true state, he would definitely not be able to defeat this woman in front of him. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the arena, followed by Yi Xian and Li Dao retreating at the same time, and in the process of retreating, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. Go! Swoosh! The flying sword in his hand turned into a sword light and flew out. He did not use qi to control the sword, but pure physical strength and strength. Not far away, Li Dao suddenly blocked with his sword. Bang! Yi Xian's sword was instantly repelled, and at this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the sword, and he kicked the sword's hilt. Swoosh! The sword cut through the air. In the distance, Li Dao took a step forward and slashed down with his sword. Boom! Yi Xian's sword was once again repelled, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Dao. He grabbed the sword that was repelled, and then stabbed straight at Li Dao's eyebrows. This sword was extremely fast. Li Dao did not choose to block this time, because if she did, the momentum of the sword would weaken, so she directly chose to slash at Yi Xian's throat. Neither of them blocked, nor did they retreat. Swoosh swoosh, 2 streams of blood suddenly splattered on the martial arts arena. Everyone dead, everyone in the field was stunned. Could it be that both of them perished together? On the stage, Li Dao's saber was stuck half an inch into Yi Xian's left rib while Yi Xian's sword was stuck between Li Dao's eyebrows. Both of them had held back, there was no deep hatred between them. It was just a sparring match. Therefore, neither of them chose to kill each other. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and Li Dao sheathed his saber. Yi Xian smiled. You're strong. Li Dao glanced at Yi Xian. You want to improve yourself? Yi Xian nodded. Li Dao said, follow me. After that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before returning the sword to the man from before. Thank you, brother. After that, he turned around and followed her. In the field, everyone looked at each other. Not long after, Yi Xian followed Li Dao to a mountain range. On the way, Li Dao said, the beasts here have been through hundreds of battles. They will always have strong combat power and physical defense. If we want to defeat them, we can only rely on our wits and strength. If we spar with them, we will gain a lot. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, what level of beast are you looking for? Li Dao said indifferently, the strongest. The strongest. Yi Xian was silent. He had seen the beasts here before. They were indeed strong. Since Li Dao brought him here, it was definitely not an ordinary beast. Battle. Yi Xian took a deep breath. During this period of time, his strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The reason why he improved so quickly was because of the battles. Yi Xian looked at the mountain range in front of him. He did not have much time left. Because he had been out for too long, he knew that Temple would definitely not let this matter rest. He did not know when Temple's next attack would be, therefore, he wanted to go back as soon as possible. However, before going back, he wanted to train. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could imagine now, if he went out with the executing heaven sword. At this moment, Li Dao suddenly said, "Let's go. I'll choose one for you." After that, she walked towards the depths of the mountain range. Yi Xian followed. Not long after, Li Dao brought Yi Xian to a huge mountain. In front of the mountain was a demonic beast. The demonic beast was shaped like a tiger, with a pair of wings on its back, and its entire body was covered in black scales. Seeing Li Dao and Yi Xian walking over, the demonic beast glanced at them. "Shall we continue?" Li Dao said, "I'll change your opponent." The monster looked at Yi Xian. "Him?" Li Dao nodded. "That's him." The monster beast sized up Yi Xian. "Swordsman?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The demonic beast nodded. "Come." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can I fight it however I want?" The beast nodded. "You can fight however you want." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." After that, he was about to attack. However, at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Dao. "Miss Li, do you have a sword?" A sword. Facing this demonic beast, he did not dare to be careless, let alone fight with his bare hands. What a joke. His current physical strength was incomparable to the outside world. Against such a demonic beast, he could only win with his wits. Li Dao glanced at Yi Xian. She pointed with her fingers and a long sword landed in front of Yi Xian. The sword was 4 feet long, and it was a very ordinary iron sword. Seeing this sword, Yi Xian became silent. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page, using this sword to break the demonic beast's defense. Difficult, however, this was also a test of his strength. Yi Xian walked towards the demonic beast while Li Dao retreated to the side. Learn, the reason why she brought Yi Xian to fight this demonic beast was because she wanted to see how Yi Xian would fight this demonic beast. All along, she had lost every time she fought with this demonic beast. There was no other way, it was a natural disadvantage. Now, she wanted to start from another angle to see how Yi Xian would fight and then learn from Yi Xian's failure. From afar, Yi Xian had already walked in front of the demonic beast. At this moment, the demonic beast suddenly raised its claws and slapped at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed. He dodged to the side and dodged the claw. Then, he rolled forward and was about to draw his sword. However, before he could draw his sword, the demonic beast charged at him. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian flew out along with his sword. This time, he flew for more than 10 feet. The moment Yi Xian stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, the sword in his hand was broken. Absolute suppression of strength. Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast, but it had already returned to its original position. At this time, Li Dao suddenly said, "It has rich battle experience, don't underestimate it." Yi Xian nodded. He had already suffered a loss. At this time, Li Dao suddenly flicked her finger and a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Li Dao. "Miss Li, are you selling your sword?" Li Dao said indifferently, "My previous spoils of war." Yi Xian nodded. He picked up his sword and rushed at the demonic beast again. This time, he increased his speed to the extreme, winning with speed. However, he failed once again. The demonic beast's speed was even faster than his. As soon as he dashed out, the monster disappeared from where it stood. Immediately after, Yi Xian felt a powerful force crushing towards him. Yi Xian's expression changed. He stomped his right foot and dodged to the side. Boom! As soon as he dodged, the place where he was originally standing collapsed. As soon as he stopped, a claw slapped at him. This was not just speed, but also consciousness suppression. Because the demonic beast seemed to know that Yi Xian would dodge, it slapped at Yi Xian the moment it landed. This made it impossible for Yi Xian to dodge. Yi Xian could only block it with his sword. Boom! The sword in Yi Xian's hand instantly shattered into pieces. Then, his whole body flew out again. The demonic beast did not chase after him. Instead, it returned to its original position. It glanced at Yi Xian. Not enough. In the distance, Yi Xian landed on the ground. The ground under his feet instantly exploded, and the cracks spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the ground dozens of feet around Yixian became like a spider web. Blood flowed out from the corner of Yixian's mouth again. He looked at the demonic beast in the distance with a solemn expression. There was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be strong enough to defeat 10. No matter what fancy tricks you have, you can defeat everything with strength. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was fleeting. At this moment, Li Dao, who was not far away, suddenly flicked her finger and a sword appeared in front of Yixian. Continue. Continue. Yixian's mouth twitched. This woman, seeing that Yixian did not move, Li Dao said, "Are we not going to fight anymore?" Yixian said in a low voice, "Have you fought it before?" Li Dao nodded, "Yes." Yixian asked again, "Did you win?" Li Dao glanced at Yixian, "I don't know. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." Yixian, at this moment, the demonic beast suddenly said, "Do you still want to fight?" Yixian looked at the demonic beast and smiled, "Fight." As soon as he said that, he raised his sword and rushed out. Without a doubt, Yixian was crushed once again. However, after more than 10 failures, Yixian was getting stronger and stronger. Dodge. Yixian's fighting style was to dodge the demonic beast's strength crazily. From time to time, he would use his sword to touch the weak parts of the demonic beast. Unfortunately, his sword was still unable to cause any substantial damage to the demonic beast. However, it was not as easy for the demonic beast to crush him now. The current Yixian could already fight back and forth with the demonic beast. Not far away, Li Dao watched quietly. Gradually, her expression became solemn. At this moment, she realized one thing, and that was that Yixian was really too patient. In the battle with the demonic beast, Yixian was really patient. He could deal with the demonic beast for more than half an hour just to grind it down with one sword. During this half an hour, his nerves were as tense as a bowstring because he could not afford to make a single mistake, not at all. Just like that, the man and the demonic beast fought for almost 2 hours. The sky gradually darkened, but Yixian and the demonic beast had no intention of stopping. At the side, Li Dao's gaze fell on the demonic beast. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this demonic beast was also very patient. Even after being tormented by Yixian, this demonic beast was still not anxious or impatient. A fight between immortals. Li Dao looked at Yixian. After a moment, she lowered her head slightly. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to hold on for so long because she lacked patience. Just like that, about an hour later, Yixian suddenly stopped, and so did the demonic beast. The demonic beast looked at Yixian, and there was a trace of something else in its eyes. Yixian smiled and said, "Shall we take a break before fighting?" The demonic beast nodded, "Sure." After that, it retreated to the side. Yixian returned to Li Dao's side, and Li Dao whispered, "Aren't you tired?" Yixian smiled and said, "What's there to be tired about? I feel excited." Excited, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. He liked fighting more and more now. He liked the feeling of fighting. Li Dao glanced at Yixian, "Your swordsmanship has reached the true state." "No, it should be the limit of the true state." "Limit?" Yixian shook his head, "Not yet. I feel that I still have a lot of room for growth." As he said that, he looked at the sword in his hand. At this moment, he felt that he had really touched the threshold of swordsmanship. It was just the beginning. Yixian put away his sword, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to recover his vitality. The battle with the demonic beast just now had left him completely exhausted. He had to recover. Yixian began to absorb the odd crystal. On the side, Li Dao glanced at him and pondered. Just now, the battle between Yixian and the demonic beast made her understand a lot, especially her own shortcomings. Patience. She lacked Yixian's patience, and patience was often the key to victory. For example, if she and Yixian were to fight, if Yixian used the method just now, she would most likely be the one defeated. About half an hour later, Yixian got up, walked in front of Li Dao, and said with a smile, "I'm going to start." After that, he turned to look at the demonic beast, and at this moment, there was a sudden change. The space in front of the two suddenly tore open, and then, a powerful force directly sucked Yixian and Li Dao in. "How dare you!" At this moment, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the sky. End of this chapter. Yixian and Li Dao were powerless against this sudden change of events. because at this moment, their cultivation bases were sealed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Li Yidao disappeared into the spatial vortex. At practically the exact same moment, two women and an old man appeared here. They were the city lord of Hidden Edge City, Mu Xiaocong and Alian. The old man was an expert from Li Yidao's family. The old man's expression was terrible. City Lord Mu, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Mu Xiaocong said, Senior Lin Yan, I didn't expect this to happen either. For many years, no one dared to make a move in Hidden Edge City. Even some ancient experts would give the city face. But now, someone was breaking the rules of Hidden Edge City, Alian suddenly said, the temple. The temple, Mu Xiaocong looked at Alian. Did they do it? Alian smiled. No one else but them. I didn't expect them to be so decisive and send out such experts. They're also good at finding the right time. Making a move at this time, that little fellow doesn't have any strength to resist. Lin Yan suddenly looked at Alian. You're their target. Alian nodded. To be more precise, it's that little guy. Lin Yan said, he's the one who dragged Li Yidao into this. As soon as he said that, a powerful pressure came crashing down on Alian. However, the aura disappeared before it could even get close to Alian. Lin Yan was shocked and a hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. Alian ignored Lin Yan and looked at Mu Xiaocong. Find out where they are. Then, she turned and left. Mu Xiaocong's expression was terrifyingly dark. Regret, she felt extremely regretful at the moment. She should have let Yi Xian go. Now, Hidden Edge City had no choice but to be dragged into this vortex. Mu Xiaocong turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mu Xiaocong's vision was pitch black and their surroundings were spinning. Teleportation, at this moment, he was slowly able to feel his own profound energy. Obviously, they had left the alien battlefield. After 15 minutes passed, Yi Xian was about to circulate his profound energy. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly appeared in front of him, and in the next moment, it enveloped him completely. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he had completely returned to normal, but there was a mysterious force that locked him. This force was even stronger than the sealing ability of the alternate battlefield. Right now, he could feel the Xianqi, but he was unable to mobilize it. Yi Xian looked around. Beside him was Li Yidao. At this moment, Li Yidao's expression was extremely cold. At this moment, he and Li Yidao were in front of a large hall. In front of the hall, there were 6 towering statues. He recognized these 6 statues. Temple of Light. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a loose white robe and held a black staff in his hand. He looked rather sage-like. The white-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Old man is Temple of Light's left oracle, Qiu Yu. On behalf of Temple of Light, old man welcomes Emperor Yi to the Divine City. Divine City, Yi Xian looked around and smiled. I'm not used to you being so polite. Qiu Yu smiled. Emperor Yi is an outstanding person. You should be respected. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Li Yidao. What happened between you and me has nothing to do with her. Let her go, is that all right? Qiu Yu smiled. Temple of Light will not target her. However, she cannot leave for the time being because the lady in purple beside you is very powerful. We do not want her to know your whereabouts for now. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at Li Yidao and smiled apologetically. Sorry for dragging you into this. Li Yidao did not speak. Yi Xian looked at Qiu Yu. Are you sure you don't want to kill me? Qiu Yu smiled. Why would we kill Emperor Yi? We want to be friends with Emperor Yi. Friends? Yi Xian laughed. I'm a little curious now. Qiu Yu said, Emperor Yi, please. Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked towards the hall. Li Yidao followed beside him. When Yi Xian entered the hall, there were only a few statues in the hall. Qiu Yu walked to one of the statues and bowed. Please, Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Qiu Yu. Want to talk? Qiu Yu turned and looked at Yi Xian. What does Emperor Yi want to talk about? Yi Xian smiled. You have investigated me, right? Qiu Yu nodded. I know almost everything about Emperor Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Then you should know that I have a sword technique, a very powerful one, right? Qiu Yu nodded. Immeasurable sword. A supreme technique from the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, Emperor Yi is unable to use it now. Otherwise, with Emperor Yi's strength, the old man would not be able to bring Emperor Yi here so easily. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Yu. Other than a measurable sword, this pagoda also has some other functions. It can allow people to break through their limits and reach the legendary Fate realm. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes. Yi Xian continued, not only that, you can also enter the fifth dimension and go to a whole new world. Xiao Yu smiled, are you trying to tempt the old man? Yi Xian smiled, I just want to tell you that this treasure has endless benefits. Look at me, before I was 18, I was ordinary. But after I got this treasure, look at my life, isn't it like cheating? Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian waved his right hand and a prism pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Yi Xian smiled, it is right in front of you. As long as you are willing, it is yours. Xiao Yu glanced at the prism pagoda and smiled, you want to tempt the old man. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Yu, in this life, there are not many opportunities. If you don't grasp it, you don't know when the next one will come. Xiao Yu smiled, you are right. In this life, there are not many opportunities. However, there are some that can be grasped and some that cannot be coveted because it will lead to death. Finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the statue. Yi Xian did not speak. At this time, Li Yidao suddenly said, life as a slave. Hearing this, Xiao Yu suddenly stopped. Life as a slave, Xiao Yu was silent for a long time, then he suddenly turned to Li Yidao and smiled, little girl, your words are sharp. Li Yidao did not speak. Xiao Yu did not speak any nonsense. He directly grabbed the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda slightly trembled as if it wanted to struggle, but it was directly suppressed by Xiao Yu's powerful strength. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian, handing over the pagoda so easily, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yi Xian smiled, I won't. Xiao Yu asked, why? Yi Xian smiled, Senior is a smart person. You know that I am not on good terms with Deity's Templar. After you take this pagoda, you will also become Deity's Templar's enemy. At that time, the enemy of my enemy will be my friend, right? Xiao Yu laughed, what a good Ji Wang. However, you are willing to hand over the pagoda so easily? Yi Xian smiled, I am a swordsman. From today onwards, I will only need a sword. Xiao Yu stared at Yi Xian, true state sword intent. Congratulations. Yi Xian smiled, but did not speak. Xiao Yu turned and looked at the statue of the deity behind him. After a moment, he took a deep breath, how can I be a slave for life? With that, he turned into a black light and disappeared into the distant horizon. At the same time, Yi Xian and Li Yidao returned to normal. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the executing heaven sword in his hand, Yi Xian smiled, good friend. Saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. In his hand, the executing heaven sword trembled violently. The feeling of holding the executing heaven sword was completely different from before, that feeling, he could not describe it. At this time, Li Yidao, who was not far from Yi Xian, suddenly said, your sword. Yi Xian looked at Li Yidao, you know it? Li Yidao said in a deep voice, is this sword the sword of the Black-Yellow Great World Sword Martial School's founder? Yi Xian was a little surprised, you know the Sword Martial School's founder? Li Yidao nodded, I know Dao Yi a little. Back then, my Li family's divine sword was destroyed by this sword. Yi Xian was speechless. So there was such a history, he looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. He had to say, so far, there were very few treasures that could withstand the executing heaven sword. Li Yidao suddenly said, this thing will make your country rely on it. Yi Xian nodded, I used to rely on it, but now, I know what I'm doing. Li Yidao glanced at Yi Xian, let's go. Yi Xian said with a smile, why? Saying that, he looked around, this god city must have a lot of treasures. Saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned, no, we have to go. Li Yidao looked at Yi Xian, why? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, let's go. Saying that, he turned and left. Li Yidao followed. On the way, Li Yidao asked, what's wrong? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, that Xiao Yu is not stupid, but those so-called gods are not stupid either. Li Yidao squinted his eyes, you mean, those gods might? Yi Xian nodded, let's go. Leave this godforsaken place. Just as the two of them were about to leave the city, they suddenly stopped. The two of them looked not far away, and there, a woman was walking towards them. The woman wore a short skirt, and her hair was tied into a bun that reached her knees. At her waist, there was a short knife wrapped in coarse cloth, looking simple and crude. In her left hand, there was a Xiao Ta, the world prison pagoda, and in her right hand, there was a bloody head, Qiu Yu's head. Qiu Yu's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with fear. It seemed like he must have experienced something before he died. The woman slowly walked towards Yi Xian and Li Dao, a bright smile on her face. Yi Xian looked at the woman, his right hand tightly gripping the executing heaven sword. Li Dao's hand was also on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped. She waved her right hand lightly, and the bloody head rolled to the feet of Yi Xian and Li Dao. The woman leaned forward slightly, a bright smile on her face. "Hi, hello. My name is Yuan Xiaodao, and I'm what you call God." God. Hearing that, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. P.S. Yesterday, there were 2 more Alliance Masters. Thank you for the new Alliance Masters support. Recently, the updates have not been good, and you guys still reward me like this. I'm ashamed. You guys know that I'm a thin-skinned person. Now, I don't even know where to put my face. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I rarely go out with my family. I'll spend more time with my family in the future. Of course, I'll also work hard to update. Readers and family will not fail. God. Yi Xian's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect a god to come. The main body had arrived, not a clone. How strong was this god? He didn't know. He only knew that an expert of this level was definitely not someone he could contend with now, even if his strength had been greatly improved. God, the temple was serious this time. It was fine if they didn't come, but they came with such a big one. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Attack. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. How about letting my friend leave? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Li Dao. Saber cultivator? Li Dao nodded. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly pointed at Li Dao. Li Dao narrowed her eyes and slashed with her saber. At this moment, Li Dao, who had recovered his strength, swung his blade as fast as lightning. At the same time, a powerful blade intent enveloped Yuan Xiaodao. However, the moment the blade intent enveloped Yuan Xiaodao, it vanished without a trace. Li Dao's saber was caught by 2 fingers. Li Dao looked at Yuan Xiaodao in front of her and didn't say anything. Yuan Xiaodao grinned. Not bad. True Realm Saber intent. Let's go. After saying that, she released her fingers. Li Dao put away her saber and looked at Yi Xian. Take care. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the distance. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Attack. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then he suddenly thrust his sword out. Boundless sword. This was the first time he used Executing Heaven sword and Boundless sword since coming out. At this moment, the power of his sword was stronger than ever before. This sword could easily kill an unknown realm expert. It was an instant kill. With his current attainments in Sword Dao, Executing Heaven's sword, and this sword, even an Earth Immortal wouldn't dare to take this sword head-on, let alone an unknown realm expert. However, facing such a powerful sword attack, Yuan Xiaodao did not dodge at all. Instead, he put his fingers together and gently pinched Yi Xian's Scorpio sword between his fingers. This pinch caught Yi Xian's Scorpio sword. When the sword slashed down, the surroundings were extremely calm, without any movement. Because Yuan Xiaodao had directly received all the power in Yi Xian's sword, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Yuan Xiaodao was slightly stunned. In the next moment, she lightly stomped her right foot. Boom! The space in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers trembled violently before cracking apart. At the same time, her divine sense had already covered an area of almost 500,000 kilometers. However, Yi Xian seemed to have disappeared. There was no movement at all. Yuan Xiaodao frowned. Where is he? As she spoke, she suddenly clenched her right fist. Boom! The space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles exploded. Everything was annihilated at this moment. However, she still couldn't find Yi Xian. Yuan Xiaodao looked around and smirked. Then let's play a game of cat and mouse. With that, she disappeared into thin air. At the end of the distant horizon, Yi Xian was in the depths of a lake. His expression was extremely grave. Before he left, the strength that Yuan Xiaodao displayed was too terrifying. with a wave of her hand, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. God, this was the strength of a god, her strength definitely surpassed an earth immortal. This woman was too terrifying, he couldn't beat her. Yixian took a deep breath. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful person the first time he used the executing heaven sword. This was truly a bad start. Yixian looked around and left quietly. He had to return to Hidden Edge City. He had to find the purple-clothed woman. Only the purple-clothed woman could go against this god. However, not long after, he found a fatal problem. He didn't know where he was. How could he get out? Yixian was confused. He didn't dare to travel through space because he was afraid of being discovered by Yuan Xiaodao. There was another fatal problem, and that was the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda was originally in the hands of Qiuyu, but now it was in the hands of this woman. Since the prison pagoda hadn't returned, it was obvious that it couldn't return. The current prison pagoda wasn't at its peak. It probably couldn't do anything to an expert like Yuan Xiaodao. This time, the pagoda was really lost. He didn't expect that a god from the temple would personally come. Previously, it was just a small one. Fortunately, the prison pagoda would automatically close. As long as she wasn't willing, even Yuan Xiaodao wouldn't be able to enter easily. Yixian came back to his senses. He glanced around and then disappeared quietly. Along the way, Yixian tried to contact the woman in purple. However, he couldn't get in touch with her. He couldn't even contact the people from the black-yellow great world. Yixian's expression became even uglier. What the hell is this place? About 2 hours later, Yixian arrived in the endless starry sky. This starry sky was no longer the starry sky he was familiar with. 4 hours later, Yixian exited the state of emptiness. This state wasn't permanent and had a time limit. Just as he exited the state of emptiness, the space in front of him suddenly tore open and a woman walked out. It was Yuan Xiaodao. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yixian with a bright smile. Your concealment technique is really amazing. Even I can't find you. As expected of something from the 5th dimension. You. At this moment, Yixian suddenly attacked with his sword. Boundless sword. Yuan Xiaodao narrowed her eyes and waved her right hand. Boom, Yixian flew out along with his sword. However, the moment he flew out, he disappeared without a trace. He escaped into the state of emptiness once again. The moment Yixian disappeared, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly slapped down. Boom, in an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of kilometers was annihilated and turned pitch black. There was no trace of Yixian in the surroundings. Yuan Xiaodao looked around. At this moment, her divine sense covered the space within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, she still couldn't find Yixian. Yuan Xiaodao frowned slightly. What a good concealment technique. As she spoke, she opened her palm and the prison pagoda appeared in her hand. At this moment, there was a mysterious force suppressing the prison pagoda. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. You must know where he is, right? There was no reaction from the prison pagoda. Yuan Xiaodao looked at the prison pagoda and smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I can find him. As she spoke, she turned and disappeared. On the other side, after Yixian stopped, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but his entire body had cracked. The moment he escaped into the state of emptiness, the woman's spatial destruction had seriously injured him. This crazy woman. Yixian's expression was extremely gloomy. Healing, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the crystals. He was currently in the state of emptiness, so he couldn't find the woman for the time being. However, this state would disappear in a few hours. As long as it disappeared, the woman would be able to appear in front of him immediately. The current situation was truly hopeless. 2 hours later, Yixian got up and left. He began to slowly merge with space, wanting to familiarize himself with the space of this world and then use the Tao of space to escape. Another 2 hours passed, and Yixian began to familiarize himself with this space. He used the principles of space to find an exit. 2 hours later, Yixian arrived in front of a river. There was a mysterious force locking the space around the river. Similar to a barrier, Yixian was about to use the Tao of space when his state of emptiness suddenly disappeared. Yixian's expression changed drastically when he noticed this. The space behind him suddenly split open, and then Yuan Xiaodao walked out. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yixian and grinned. She was about to speak when a gourd suddenly appeared in Yixian's hand. The immortal slaying sword gourd. In the next moment, Yixian's executing heaven sword transformed into a ray of light that entered the gourd. In the blink of an eye, Yixian shouted furiously, "Slash!" The immortal slaying sword gourd. This time, Yixian didn't hold back. He knew that his state of emptiness had ended, so he used the immortal slaying sword gourd to catch Yuan Xiaodao off guard. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, the immortal slaying sword gourd trembled violently, and then a ray of light suddenly flew out from it. OM. At this moment, a sword howl resounded through the sky. As soon as it appeared, Yuan Xiaodao's expression instantly changed. It was the first time her expression had changed. The immortal slaying sword gourd was the #1 precious treasure of the human race, coupled with Yixian's sword, even a god would fear it. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly drew the saber on her waist when the sword slashed over. At this moment, she stopped being careless, she slashed with her saber. Bang! In an instant, a world-shaking explosion resounded, and then Yuan Xiaodao instantly retreated explosively. She retreated over 100 kilometers away, and the space she retreated to was obliterated inch by inch. As soon as Yuan Xiaodao stopped moving, the broken saber in her grasp had shattered into nothingness, and her entire right arm was covered in cracks that looked like spider webs. Yuan Xiaodao raised her head and looked towards the distance. Yixian had vanished without a trace. Yuan Xiaodao remained silent. At this moment, she noticed that this human wasn't an ant, and he could injure her. That strike just now was truly a threat to her. A short while passed before Yuan Xiaodao looked towards the distance, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It's getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in front of her. Since you've obtained that treasure, then there's no need to pay any more attention to Yixian. Quickly return to the ruins of gods. Yuan Xiaodao shook her head. He'll definitely become a huge problem for my divine hall if he isn't eliminated. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and vanished on the spot. The sound of something being torn apart resounded from afar. Yixian was fleeing madly all along the way. At this moment, his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The immortal slayer sword gourd and execution heaven had actually been unable to kill her. She was too terrifying. He couldn't defeat her. Yixian continued fleeing, but it didn't take long for him to stop. Because the space in front of him had suddenly split apart, and then Yuan Xiaodao walked out from within it. Yuan Xiaodao gazed at Yixian and smiled. Are you surprised? Yixian spoke in a low voice. Don't force me to unleash my ultimate move. The corners of Yuan Xiaodao's mouth curled up slightly. Come, show me your ultimate move. Yixian looked at Yuan Xiaodao and didn't say anything. The smile on Yuan Xiaodao's face became even more brilliant. Your immortal slaying sword gourd and executing heaven sword are indeed very strong. I'm tempted by them. Yixian thought about it and said, I have a question. Can you answer it? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Sure. Yixian nodded. Are you a human or a god? Yuan Xiaodao was slightly startled. Clearly, she didn't expect Yixian to ask this question. Yixian asked, You can't say it? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. They're all humans. The 6 statues you saw were all humans. Yixian asked in a deep voice, Then why do you call yourselves gods? Yuan Xiaodao shook her head. It's not that we call ourselves gods. It's just that after we reached a certain level of strength, they called us gods. Later on, we realized that it wasn't a bad thing, so we built the shrine. You see, we didn't slaughter living beings after becoming gods, right? Yixian said, You sealed the black-yellow great world so that the human experts of the black-yellow great world can't break through to the unknown realm, right? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Are you trying to stand on the moral high ground and criticize us? Yixian fell silent. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Who doesn't seek benefits in this world? Did you, Yixian, not harm the interests of others when you built the northern region? As she said that, she shook her head. The right and wrong of this world are decided by fists. If you, Yixian, overturn my shrine in the future, then everything you say will be right. But now, everything you say is bullshit. Yixian nodded. I understand. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. You asked me a question just now because you wanted to stall for time to heal. Have you healed your injuries? If not, I'll give you some more time. Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao. This woman actually knew that he was stalling for time. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and nodded. Give me an hour. With that said, he began to devour the origin crystals in a frenzy. While devouring, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Why did you give me a chance?" Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, "You want to ask me why I underestimated my enemy, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, "If I'm even afraid of you, then wouldn't all my years of cultivation have gone to waste?" Confidence, Yi Xian understood. This woman was confident, and confidence was different from underestimating the enemy. She did not underestimate him, but she did not take him seriously either. He was still not strong enough. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and began to absorb the energy in a frenzy. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, "Where's that woman in a plain dress?" Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. "You're going to look for her?" Yuan Xiaodao shook his head. "Someone will deal with her. My target is you." With that, she paused for a moment before continuing, "What about the woman who killed a god in the black-yellow great world with a single sword strike?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Guess." Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and said, "If I'm not wrong, she was not in her original body back then. She has either disappeared or is unable to fight for some reason, right?" Yi Xian was silent. Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, "It seems that we guessed correctly." Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao and said, "That's why you dared to make a move, right?" Yuan Xiaodao said softly, "I have to say, the person behind you is indeed very powerful. We are very afraid of him." She looked at Yi Xian and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that the fifth-dimensional treasure is extremely important to us, we would not want to become enemies with you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Many people said that the fifth-dimensional treasure is extremely important to them, but do you really understand this treasure?" Yuan Xiaodao shook her head and said, "You don't understand the dual realm sky. That place is too tragic." Dual realm sky. Yi Xian was silent. He had heard from Guanjun that it was a place where countless supreme experts of the fourth dimension gathered. These people only had one goal, and that was to go to the fifth dimension, and now, there was a shortcut to the fifth dimension, and that was the World Prison Pagoda. There was no need to think about it to know that this would drive these people crazy. Yi Xian could already foresee that the Temple of Light was not the first and would not be the last to cause trouble for him. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly smiled and said, "It should be about time." Yi Xian stood up and looked at Yuan Xiaodao. The latter smiled and said, "You only have one chance." Yi Xian nodded. He closed his eyes slowly and murmured something. Very soon, the space around him started to tremble. Gradually, a mysterious force appeared in the area. When she sensed this mysterious power, Yuan Xiaodao's eyes narrowed and she looked at Yi Xian and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't give you another chance." As her voice fell, she suddenly disappeared. Chi, a strand of saber light flashed in the field. A saber of death. This saber was not something that Yi Xian could block. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao directly made a killing move. The reason why she made a move was because she felt a trace of uneasiness. It was only a trace. If giving Yi Xian a chance before was because she was confident, then at this moment, she was being cautious. She did not hold back this saber. Not to mention Yi Xian, even an earth immortal would not be able to block this saber. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red. God imprisoning. Six-path mantra. At this last moment, he finally decided to use the six-path mantra, one of the six-path mantra left behind by the owner of the pagoda. God imprisoning. He did not know if the god in the eyes of the owner of the pagoda was the same as the god in front of him. He only knew that if this move could not deal with this woman, then his life would end today. This was his last attack. If he did not succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Yuan Xiaodao. At the same time, a blood-red imprisoned character appeared above Yuan Xiaodao. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao was locked on the spot. After Yuan Xiaodao was locked in place, she intended to utilize her strength. However, she noticed to her astonishment that she was unable to utilize any strength at all. Yuan Xiaodao's eyes were filled with disbelief. What divine ability is that? Yi Xian was overjoyed when he saw this scene. It's effective. I'm invincible in the future. Right at this moment, the blood-red prisoner character above Yuan Shaodao's head suddenly dimmed. Yi Xian was stunned. Meanwhile, Lian Qian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian with the pagoda, and she spoke in a low voice, "This woman is too strong. You are unable to use the six-path mantra to take her into the pagoda, nor can you do so. Leave first." Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Lian Qian replied, "Because you've only utilized less than 30% of the six-path mantra's strength. Moreover, your six-Dao mantra is not complete, it's incomplete." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Then I'll deal with her first." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his sword towards Yuan Shaodao. However, he was stopped by Lian Qian. Lian Qian stared at Yi Xian and spoke via voice transmission, "If you can't kill her with that attack, then you'll die. Because your sword will destroy the laws of the six-path mantra. Now, it's impossible for you to kill her with your current strength. Even if she just stands there and lets you kill her, understand?" Yi Xian asked, "Put her in the pagoda?" Lian Qian replied with a question, "And then? How are you going to deal with her? Can you even defeat her?" Yi Xian was speechless. Lian Qian spoke in a low voice, "Leave first. Your body is extremely weak right now, and you need to recuperate." Yi Xian looked at Yuan Shaodao, "Wait." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked in front of Yuan Shaodao, "Remember, I'll let you go today. In the future, you'll have to repay my kindness. Otherwise, you'll lose face. Understand?" Yuan Shaodao looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Shaodao and turned to leave. He couldn't accept this, he was very, very unwilling. He really wanted to kill the other party with one sword, but his strength did not allow him to. This was the difference in strength. Even if the other party just stood there and let him kill her, he would not be able to kill her. Aggrieved, he had never felt so aggrieved before. Not long after, Yi Xian and Lian Qian quickly disappeared into the distance. In the same place, Yuan Shaodao's expression was extremely ugly. "P.S. Wait, send a red packet, remember to snatch it." Lost, she lost the world prison pagoda. Yuan Shaodao slowly closed her eyes, and a moment later, the word prisoner above her head disappeared. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Yuan Shaodao raised her head to look into the distance. There was no anger in her eyes, only solemnity. Yi Xian had one trump card after another. It was beyond her expectation. Anger? Yuan Shaodao wasn't angry. On the contrary, she rejoiced. Before coming, Deity's Templar's attention was focused on the two women behind Yi Xian. The plain-dressed woman and the woman who killed a god in the Shenhuang Great World. They had neglected Yi Xian. At this moment, she realized that Yi Xian wasn't weak at all. It could be said that if she hadn't come personally, apart from the other gods, anyone from Deity's Templar would have died. Yi Xian was so strong that only gods could deal with him. This was a very, very terrifying thing. Yi Xian's strength was growing too fast. Moments later, Yuan Shaodao lowered her head to look at her palm. She was at a loss. At that moment, she really smelled the scent of death. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's low realm, Yi Xian's divine ability could have killed her. Fear, when she was locked by the prisoner character, a fear that hadn't appeared in a long time rose in her heart. After a long time, Yuan Shaodao turned and left. Yi Xian brought the world prison pagoda back to Hidden Edge City. As soon as he entered, Lian and Mu Xiaocong appeared in front of him. Lian looked at Yi Xian, "You escaped by yourself?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Lian asked again, "Was it a god?" Yi Xian nodded, "A god." Mu Xiaocong frowned, "What's her name?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Yuan Shaodao." Hearing this, Mu Xiaocong's pupils shrank. "It's her." Yi Xian looked at Mu Xiaocong. "Miss, do you know her?" Mu Xiaocong glanced at Yi Xian without saying a word. Lian said, "Senior, never mind, just call me Sister Mu." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Hello, sis." Mu Xiaocong. Lian shook her head. "Sly." Yi Xian looked at Mu Xiaocong, "Sister, do you know where Yuan Shaodao came from?" Mu Xiaocong nodded. "That person is no ordinary person. Rumor has it that she has an innate saber spirit body. At the age of 16, she had already reached the peak of Saber Dao True Realm. At the age of 20, she had already formed her own sect, creating the Zen Saber and Azure Ghost Saber. During that era, she was at the peak of Saber Dao, and because of that, she was known as the Saber God. Not only that, but she also participated in the war against the human king. She fought against him one-on-one, and although she lost, it was because of the human king's immortal slaying sword gourd. Without that immortal slaying sword gourd, it would be hard to say who would win. Yi Xian frowned slightly. That strong? Mu Xiaozong looked at Yi Xian. You escaped from her? Yi Xian nodded. Mu Xiaozong said in a deep voice, that should be impossible. How did you escape? Yi Xian did not hide anything. I used a divine art from the fifth dimension. Fifth dimension. Hearing this, Mu Xiaozong was relieved. No wonder. Fifth dimension. If Yi Xian used a divine art from the fifth dimension, it was possible for him to escape. After all, it was a divine art from the fifth dimension, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Then, Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old, her two small hands were tightly holding the hem of her skirt, her face was sickly pale, looking a little weak, and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly said angrily, discard him or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position, it is the wish of everyone. What are you shouting for? As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap was heard, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just covered her cheek with her hand. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what is your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly saw something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yixian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yixian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and just as he was about to speak, Yixian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yixian, he's my man, how dare you? Yixian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yixian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yixian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yixian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yixian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yixian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yixian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides, Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard laughed coldly, young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince, and it's the wish of everyone. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Ling nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Seeing their expressions, Yiling asked again, is it not? Yi Xian said with a smile, no. Yiling glanced at Yuan Xiaodao and smiled apologetically, sister, don't mind it. Yuan Xiaodao sized up Yiling, your physique is very special. Yiling grinned, a lot of people say that. Just as Yuan Xiaodao was about to speak, 3 bowls of steaming hot noodles were served. The boss smiled, 3 esteemed guests, please enjoy. Yiling did not stand on ceremony and immediately started eating. Yi Xian smiled and also started eating. However, Yuan Xiaodao did not eat. Yiling looked at Yuan Xiaodao, sister, are you not eating? Yuan Xiaodao smiled, is it delicious? Yiling nodded, it's delicious. Saying that, she placed the egg in her bowl into Yuan Xiaodao's bowl, sister, try it. Yuan Xiaodao looked at the bowl of noodles in front of her. After pondering for a moment, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao and did not say anything. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said softly, the smell of the mortal world. Yiling looked at Yuan Xiaodao, what do you mean? Yuan Xiaodao smiled, it's just that sister has almost forgotten the smell of the mortal world. Yiling still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, girl, you go back first. Brother will have a chat with this sister. Yiling glanced at Yi Xian, all right. After saying that, she stood up and left. However, when she left, she settled the bill. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao, thank you. He was thanking the other party for not making a move in front of Yiling. Yuan Xiaodao smiled, shall we go somewhere else to talk? Yi Xian nodded, that's what I was thinking. After saying that, the two stood up and left. In the distant starry sky, Yi Xian stood quietly. Not far from him was Yuan Xiaodao, who had a smile on his face. Yi Xian did not make a move because Yuan Xiaodao's divine sense had already locked onto him. Right now, he was not confident that he could use the 6 paths of truth again, because he knew that Yuan Xiaodao would never give him the chance to use it. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and smiled, are you thinking about how to deal with me? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm a little curious. I'm curious why you didn't attack directly. Because there's someone behind you. Yuan Xiaodao chuckled. Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far from him stood a woman. The purple-robed woman. Yi Xian was slightly startled. He didn't expect that the purple-clothed woman would actually come. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, I have to say, Yi Xian, you have given us too many surprises. Especially the people behind you. The people behind you are all stronger than the last. Logically speaking, these people should not be people you know, but they just happen to know you. After saying that, her gaze fell on the purple-robed woman. Take this person for example. Our deity Templar actually doesn't have any information about her. It's really unimaginable. Alian smiled. What? Is your deity Templar very interested in me? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. We are interested in the people behind him. The one we are most interested in is that plain-clothed woman. Alian shook her head and smiled. I'm a little curious. Your deity Templar should have a rough understanding of her strength. Of course, what you know is only what you know. Even so, in my opinion, you shouldn't underestimate her. Since that's the case, why do you keep targeting her? Is it because of this fifth dimension treasure? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Alian. Have you passed the fifth dimension? Alian shook her head. No. Qingqing, Yi clan, ancestral hall ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The speaker was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall. She said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a young prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was afraid and didn't dare to look at the great elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove him or not. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew it was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. Why are you shouting? He raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan, seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man." "How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu and walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove his title for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a clan matter, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his title. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove his title or not. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's title. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You'll be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall." Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his expression dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Yi Xian blushed with shame and rejoiced at the same time. Fortunately, Xiao Tian'er was on his side. Otherwise, with her intelligence, he would be in trouble. In fact, he had suffered a great loss at her hands before. Fortunately, she was on his side now. Yi Xian said, Miss Zhao, why don't you handle the auction? Xiao Tian'er nodded. The auction can't be held in Tianjiang City. If anything happens, it will implicate Tianjiang City. So, we have to change the location. Yi Xian asked, where's the best place? Xiao Tian'er looked up. Above the starry sky. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. Okay. Xiao Tian'er said, I'll go prepare. Then, she turned and left. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky. The purple-clothed woman and Yuan Xiaodao were still fighting. The victor was still undecided. About an hour later, Alian appeared next to Yi Xian. Almost at the same time, Yuan Xiaodao appeared not far away. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Alian. What a surprise! Alian smiled. What surprise? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. Why do you have so many people backing you? Yi Xian was speechless. Alian laughed. I also think that he has many people backing him. To be honest, what you see now is only a part of it. There are still some you haven't seen. Yuan Xiaodao raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Yi Xian quickly said, Senior, do I really have many people backing me? Where are they? Tell them to come out. Alian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I lied to you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Yuan, this treasure of the fifth dimension is incomparably precious. I, Yi Xian, know that my luck is shallow and I am not worthy of this treasure. Therefore, I have decided to find a good master for it. In a few days, I'll be holding an auction. At that time, I'll be auctioning off this treasure, and the highest bidder wins it. Miss Yuan, you must attend. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Alian was stunned for a moment before she smiled. Yuan Xiaodao stared at Yi Xian, you're not an ordinary thief. Yi Xian replied, Miss Yuan, how can you say that about me? I'm doing this for your sake. Look, it's not easy for everyone to cultivate. Fighting and killing, how bad would it be if they hurt themselves? But now, we are using a peaceful method to decide the fate of this treasure of the fifth dimension. This is good for everyone. At that time, we can all sit down, drink tea, chat, talk about martial arts, talk about life. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly retorted, talk your ass. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said, you're cursing me. Yuan Xiaodao was expressionless, I'm not cursing you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Yuan, please maintain the demeanor of a strong expert. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian, are you really willing to hand over this treasure? Yi Xian said in a serious tone, of course. This treasure naturally belongs to the strong. Look at me, my cultivation is so low and my strength is so weak. How can I have the qualifications to possess this treasure? Therefore, I've decided to auction it and give it to a true expert. At that time, Miss Yuan must attend. Shut up. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and suddenly smiled, Yi Xian, do you really think that you can play all the experts? Let me tell you, it's not a bad thing for you if they don't come out now. But if you let them come out, the situation will be out of your control. Moreover, don't treat these people as fools. They clearly know what you're thinking. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm really willing to give up. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Shrine. Ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be removed and Yi Lang will inherit it. The speaker was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Grand Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling, this is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Grand Elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Grand Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu, walking up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Lang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was torn and tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yi Lang, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhongmu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhongmu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhongmu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu and kicked Zhongmu's head. Peng. Immortal state. After devouring a sword, he reached the immortal state. Above the immortal state was the end state, above the end state was ascension, above ascension was unknown, and above unknown was creation. His current realm was still on the low side, but luckily, the gap between him and the top experts of this world was getting smaller and smaller. Moreover, his body was at the unknown state and his sword principle was at the peak of the true state. With his current combat power, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat an creation state expert without using any external items. If he used external items, he could even kill an earth-level deity. After all, be it the 6 paths of mantra, the immeasurable sword, or the sword gourd, they weren't something an earth-level deity could withstand. However, it was a pity that before he could declare himself king, the temple of gods sent a god over. A god, even if he used all his external items, he still wouldn't be able to resist Yuan Shada's strength. That damned woman. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He had a feeling that no matter how much he improved, he would always have a super expert as his opponent. Couldn't she make him invincible for a while? Yi Xian shook his head again. A life of taking a beating. At this time, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Qiao Tian'er. Qiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Yi Xian looked up at the sky and asked softly, how many experts have come? Qiao Tian'er shook her head. I don't know. But there should be a lot of them. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go and meet the top experts of the four-dimensional universe. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and shot into the sky. Qiao Tian'er followed him. There was a palace floating in the sky. Qiao Tian'er had ordered people to build it over the past few days. The palace was far away from the Xuanhuan Great World. Even if there was a battle, it wouldn't affect the Xuanhuan Great World. At this moment, there was no one in the palace. In the center of the main hall, there was a tall pillar platform that was more than 100 feet tall. The pillar platform was about 50 to 60 feet in the air and was very wide. At this time, Yi Xian appeared on the platform. He looked around. There were some private rooms floating in the air, and they were all empty at the moment. No one. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tian'er and asked, no one's here? Xiao Tian'er said, that depends on you. Yi Xian understood. He looked around and opened his palm. The World Prism Pagoda appeared in his palm. As the World Prism Pagoda appeared, a woman suddenly appeared nearby. The person who had arrived was none other than Yuan Xiaodao. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Where am I? Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Yuan is such a powerful expert, so of course she is in the best position. As he spoke, he pointed to the private room directly opposite him. Miss Yuan, this is it. Yuan Xiaodao glanced at the private room and said with a smile, the position is excellent. Little fellow, perform well next. This is your life and death performance, I'm looking forward to it. Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't disappoint Miss Yuan. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Good luck. After saying that, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the private room. From her position, she could see the platform where Yi Xian was. At this time, an old man walked in. The old man was dressed in a long black robe, his back ramrod straight like a javelin, giving off a spirited feeling. After the old man came in, he glanced at Yuan Xiaodao's position, then looked at Yi Xian. Old man came uninvited, please forgive me. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is a crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using groundless excuses to strip him of his crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! A treasure of the 5th dimension. This was a treasure from the 5th dimension. The gazes of everyone had converged onto this precious treasure. In the private room, Yuan Xiaodao wasn't looking at the treasure, but at Yi Xian. At this moment, she really wanted to know how Yi Xian was going to deal with this. Even she didn't dare to look down on these people. Don't look down on these people because they were amiable. If they didn't like it, they would reveal their ferocious side. And now, everyone was looking at Yi Xian to see how he was going to perform. Because the people here weren't stupid. If Yi Xian wanted to play any tricks, it would be impossible. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Everyone might not know much about this treasure, so let me explain it to everyone. This treasure comes from the 5th dimension, and it's called the World Prison Pagoda. As for its function, I'm ashamed to say that I don't know much about it. If I knew much, I wouldn't have taken it out to sell and would have directly dominated the 4th dimension." Laughter rang out in the room. Everyone knew what Yi Xian meant. He was at his wit's end. Yi Xian continued, "As for whether this pagoda can enter the 5th dimension, I don't know. At least, I don't know the method. Otherwise, I would have directly escaped to the 5th dimension with it." When he spoke up to here, he glanced at the surroundings and said, "I'll get straight to the point. I'll leave the wonders of this pagoda for the next owner to discover. Today, I'm auctioning this item to let everyone know that I, Yi Xian, am willing to give up on this item. I hope that everyone can stop secretly plotting against me. With so many experts secretly plotting against me, I can't stand it." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Yi Xian is too modest. There shouldn't be anyone here who dares to look down on you. However, since Yi Xian sincerely wants to auction this item, I ask Yi Xian to name a price." Yi Xian smiled and said, "This item cannot be measured by money or external objects. Of course, I am sincerely selling this item. Therefore, I only want the item that can help me the most at the moment. If there's anything you want, you can come up and trade with me alone. As long as I'm satisfied with what you offer, we can make a deal on the spot. In the private room, the corner of Yuan Shaodao's mouth raised slightly. What a cunning little fellow. Yi Xian didn't clearly mark the price, which was the worst. Because you don't know what you have to take out to satisfy him. Moreover, he could choose who he would give the treasure to. The surroundings fell silent once more. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. King Yi, rumor has it that you've activated this pagoda in the past. Can you allow us to witness its might? Yi Xian smiled and said, it's very exhausting. At this time, a fist-sized dark purple crystal fell in front of Yi Xian. The voice sounded, this item is the purple crystal soul, it can instantly restore King Ye's physical strength. In an instant, Yi Xian was visibly moved. If it could really recover in an instant, then it would be slightly abnormal, Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled and said, since you want to see it, then I'll perform it and let everyone know that this item is indeed genuine. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly activated the World Prison Pagoda. In next to no time, the World Prison Pagoda started to tremble, and then a shapeless pressure appeared. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they sensed this pressure. A fifth-dimensional treasure. At this moment, no one doubted it any longer. Because with Yi Xian's current strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to create such a formidable pressure. In the private room, Yuan Shaodao's gaze descended onto the World Prison Pagoda. Even though she'd obtained a fifth-dimensional treasure, she knew nothing about the pagoda like everyone else. Meanwhile, the pressure suddenly vanished, and everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, everyone, this pagoda is filled with boundless profundities. Junior's strength is too low, so it's difficult for me to truly control it. Now, if everyone is interested, then please make a bid. Still, no one moved. Because no one knew what Yi Xian wanted, right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the old man who'd arrived earlier, Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen waved his right hand, and a mysterious barrier appeared around him and Yi Xian. After that, he took out a pitch-black box and opened it. Within the box was a fist-sized pill. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw this pill. What pure energy! The pure energy contained within this pill wasn't any weaker than his eternal spring. Yuan Zhen gazed at Yi Xian. An earthly immortal pill. If you take it, with your current foundation, not only will your physique reach the level of an earthly immortal, but your cultivation will also directly reach the level of an earthly immortal. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, so powerful? Yuan Zhen nodded. Yes. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but at this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, this pill is indeed possible. I'm afraid there aren't many pills of this level left in this world. It was Ah Lian's voice. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked at Yuan Zhen. Senior, please keep it. Once I've made my decision, I'll inform you. How about it? Yuan Zhen glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. Sure. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian's eyes swept the surroundings. Anyone else? At this time, the middle-aged man, Han II, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, if you give me this pagoda, I'll accept you as my disciple. How about it? Yi Xian smiled. Senior must be joking. Let's talk about something practical. Han II laughed. Then take a look at the treasure I'll give you. With that, he waved his right hand and a pitch-black battle armor appeared in front of Yi Xian. The battle armor was pitch-black in color, as if it was made of some kind of scales. Between these scales, a pitch-black light flickered. Han II laughed. This item is called the Heaven-Soaring Battle Armor. It contains the battle god's power and protective power. If you have this armor, for a short period of time, you'll be able to contend against Yuan Shaodao of the temple. Not only that, this item can also use the battle god's will to nourish your body, allowing your body to improve by several levels. Of course, there's definitely a gap between this item and your fifth-dimensional treasure. However, this is the best item I have. If you're willing to make a deal with me, I can promise you one thing. In the future, I can help you 3 times for free, at any time. 3 times for free. Needless to say, the other party's offer made Xian a little tempted. However, he still didn't agree on the spot. Because there were still people behind, Xian smiled. I'm a little tempted. However, I want to see the treasures of the remaining people. Han II nodded and smiled. I understand. I'll wait for your decision. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Xian looked around and said with a smile, guys, is there anyone else? There was no movement. Xian smiled. If there isn't, then I'll have to make a decision. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of him. The person who came was the old man with the ancient sword. He was also the person Lian told him to be careful of. The old man glanced at Xian and opened his palm. In his palm was an ancient book. Xian asked. This is? The old man said, Sword Scripture. This item records the sword doctrine of countless swordsmen, as well as the general outline of countless sword techniques. If you obtain this item and comprehend it, your sword doctrine will reach a new level. Apart from that, the old man can also promise to help you 3 times for free. Anytime. Anytime, everyone knew that Xian had a death grudge with the Temple of Light. Since the other party made this promise, it was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the Temple of Light. Xian looked at the sword scripture and said, I also want to see what the Temple of Light will offer. The old man nodded. The old man also wants to see what the Temple of Light will offer. With that, he put away the sword scripture and left. Xian looked at the box where Yuan Xiaodao was. In the next moment, Yuan Xiaodao appeared in front of Xian. Xian smiled. I wonder what Miss Yuan has prepared. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. What do you want? Xian smiled. That depends on what Miss Yuan has to offer. Yuan Xiaodao glanced at Xian and smiled. I'll give you a way out. Do you want it? Xian smiled. Why? Does Miss Yuan want to use force on me? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Xian. You're playing with fire, do you know that? Xian smiled. Miss Yuan, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Just one sentence. Do you have anything? If not, then I'll have to make a choice. At that time, you'll have to find someone else. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. I don't have anything to give you. Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao and didn't say anything. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. You can choose someone else. Xian walked in front of Yuan Xiaodao and smiled. Miss Yuan, I'll tell you a secret. If you don't grasp this opportunity, then your shrine will never have the chance to obtain this treasure again. Because once this treasure falls into the hands of an expert like you, his combat power, you know it. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian smiled. It's in my hands now. If your shrine wants to obtain it, you only need to pay a small price. But if it falls into someone else's hands, then your shrine will have to pay more than just a small price. So, Miss Yuan, have you really thought it through? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Xian for a moment and said with a smile, Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You want the Divine Hall to get this thing and then the experts here will attack us together. Xian smiled. That's exactly what I mean. But are you going to refuse? I refuse. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Xian narrowed his eyes. Yuan Xiaodao smiled brightly. My shrine doesn't want it. You can give it to whoever you want. Xian raised his head and looked around. May I ask who has a deep conflict with the shrine? At this time, Yuanjin laughed. Old man. Old man comes from the dual realm sky. The force behind me has always been at odds with the shrine. The conflict is very deep. Xian smiled. Is it very deep? Yuanjin nodded. Very deep. Xian said with a smile, Sir, I like that elixir in your hand. Yuanjin laughed. He pointed with his finger and the earth immortal pill fell in front of Xian. Xian didn't hesitate. He pointed with his finger and the world prison pagoda flew in front of Yuanjin. At the same time, he directly swallowed the earth immortal pill. Yuanjin laughed heartily, Everyone, farewell. After saying that, he turned into a black light and disappeared. The fifth-dimensional treasure had changed hands, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that Xian would really give the treasure to someone else. How decisive, many people on the scene started to admire Xian. Giving up a treasure like this was not something an ordinary person could do. Very daring. Most importantly, Xian directly swallowed the Earth Immortal pill. This directly cut off some people's thoughts. Now, no one would have any ideas about Xian because it wasn't worth it. Although Xian still had the human race's treasure, it wasn't worth becoming enemies with. After all, there was still a huge gap between the human race's treasure and the fifth-dimensional treasure. Soon, the people in the hall started to disperse. This auction started quickly and ended just as quickly. In front of Xian, Yuan Xiaodao looked at Xian without saying a word. Xian smiled. "Miss Yuan, don't think about killing me. You know that you can't do it with your own strength." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Xian and slowly clenched her right hand. She was calculating whether she could kill Xian with her current strength if she used all her strength. However, the final conclusion was that she couldn't kill him. She couldn't kill him at all. The current Xian had a certain level of strength. Coupled with Alien's existence, she couldn't kill Xian in one strike. After a while, Yuan Xiaodao turned around and left. She really wanted to kill Xian, but right now, she was more concerned about the treasure. Yuanjun wouldn't leave so easily. Not long after, all the people in the hall had left. At the entrance of the hall, Mu Xiaozong looked at the hall and didn't say anything for a long time. At this time, an old man beside her suddenly said, "Miss, is Xian really willing to give up the treasure?" Mu Xiaozong said softly, "He already gave up. Now that the treasure is in Yuanjun's hands, he can't take it back no matter what." The old man said in a low voice, "What should we do now?" Mu Xiaozong smiled and said, "What else can I do? We can only watch the show. It's best not to provoke these big shots from the dual realm sky." The old man nodded slightly. This Xian is also not a normal person. He actually gave up on such a precious treasure just like that. Mu Xiaozong said softly, "I have a feeling that things aren't that simple." The old man frowned. "Are you saying that he might be scheming something?" Mu Xiaozong said softly, "I don't know, but things definitely aren't that simple. Let's wait and see." As soon as she finished speaking, she took another glance at the hall before she turned around and left. The northern region. At this moment, the experts who had stayed in the northern region had already left. The northern region had once again regained its peace. In a room, Xian sat cross-legged. At this moment, there was a ball of fire burning around his body. After absorbing the Earth Immortal pill, he felt a surge of pure energy coursing through his body. At this moment, he was starting to believe Yuanjun's words. This pill could really increase his strength by leaps and bounds. He had to find more of this kind of pill. Xian collected his thoughts and began to frantically absorb the energy. Somewhere in the starry sky, Alien stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the distance. Although the northern region was calm, in fact, the black-yellow great world was not at peace. This was just the beginning, the fifth-dimensional treasure. Some people had already begun to fight over the fifth-dimensional treasure, because at this moment, a mysterious man in black was fighting with Yuanjun, and in the darkness, countless experts were spying on them. In the starry sky, Alien glanced at the northern region below and said softly, "Is this little guy really going to give up just like that?" At this moment, she suddenly turned her head and looked. Not far away, a woman was walking over. The person who had come was Yuan Xiaodao. Yuan Xiaodao glanced not far away and said with a smile, "He really knows how to scheme. This way, everyone's conflict will be shifted from him. But, is he really willing to give up the fifth-dimensional treasure just like that?" Alien said with a smile, "Aren't you very smart? Why are you still asking me?" Yuan Xiaodao was silent for a moment, then said, "His intentions are very clear, but we also know that he won't give up this pagoda so easily, and this pagoda is not fake." Alien said with a smile, "So, you guys are a bit confused about his intentions now. Am I right?" Yuan Xiaodao nodded, "Yes." Alien shrugged, "I also don't know." Yuan Xiaodao looked at Alien, "If he really gives up this pagoda, our temple will not need to target him anymore." Alien said with a smile, "Why? Aren't you afraid of him growing up?" Yuan Xiaodao said softly, "In the past, the biggest reason we targeted him was the fifth-dimensional treasure, but now that it is no longer with him, it is not worth it for our temple to continue targeting him. Lian smiled and turned her head to look into the distance. She did not want to get too involved in the grudge between Yixian and the temple. Her meeting with Yixian this time was also unexpected. She could not interfere too much with Yixian's future. She could not do anything about it. The only thing she could do was to protect him on his journey. Yuan Xiaodao looked at the mysterious man in black who was fighting with Yuan Jin not far away. Guess who he is? Lian shook her head. It has nothing to do with me. Yuan Xiaodao smiled and did not say anything else. She looked into the distance, where the battle was getting more and more intense. Not long after, Yuan Jin suddenly turned around and fled, not because he could not win, but because he chose to leave first. However, the mysterious black-clothed man did not give up. He chased after Yuan Jin with all his might. In the dark, many people were closely following him. Yuan Xiaodao said with a smile, "Let's go and watch, it will be very interesting." After saying that, she disappeared not far away. Lian also followed. She also wanted to see how things would develop. On the other side, two women stood quietly. They were Lian Qian and Yan Jia. Yan Jia said softly, "Did he really give up just like that?" Lian Qian rolled her eyes, "Stupid girl, others might not understand his intentions, but you do." Yan Jia looked at Lian Qian, "What do you mean?" Lian Qian smiled, "Everyone thinks that he chooses the pagoda, but they don't know that it is the pagoda that chooses people. Even if he gives up the pagoda, it will still come back." Yan Jia asked, "It will definitely come back?" Lian Qian nodded, "It will definitely come back because it has no other choice." Yan Jia said softly, "The 8th and 9th floors?" Lian Qian nodded. She looked into the distance and said softly, "If it doesn't come back, the 8th and 9th floors will kill it. They won't be able to destroy its body, but it is possible to erase its consciousness. The 8th and 9th floors will only be afraid of it if it comes back with Yi Futian, because there is a lady in a plain dress standing behind him." Yan Jia said solemnly, "But it might not be able to return." Lian Qian smiled, "That Yi Futian must have a backup plan, let's wait and see." Yan Jia nodded. Lian Qian suddenly asked, "Has Ayu found news of Big Sister?" Yan Jia shook his head. "I contacted her and she said that she got some news of Big Sister, but it was cut off again." When she heard that, Lian Qian frowned. It was cut off again. A moment later, Lian Qian said softly, "Let her continue to find out. No matter what, we have to find Big Sister." Yan Jia nodded, "Understood." Northern region. At this moment, Yixian was still crazily absorbing the pure energy in his body. His aura was also crazily rising. What was worth mentioning was that he had reached End Realm. Not only had his cultivation reached End Realm, but his body was also transforming. Earth Celestial Pill. At this moment, Yixian realized that this Earth Celestial Pill was much more terrifying than he had imagined. This kind of medicinal pill was truly priceless. Unfortunately, he didn't get the Ling Tian battle armor and sword scripture, otherwise, his strength would have increased greatly. However, he had no choice. In comparison, this Earth Celestial Pill was much more useful to him. That was because what he lacked the most now was cultivation. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. His aura was still crazily rising and he couldn't stop at all. Apart from that, his body was also transforming. As for what level, he didn't know. He only knew that his body was itchy like there were ants crawling on it. About 4 hours later, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. It was quite a shocking sight. Ascension. He directly went from End Realm to Ascension. Actually, between End Realm and Ascension, there was still half a step ascension. However, he directly crossed this realm. At the end of the day, half step to the Ascended Seal Realm was actually touching the threshold of the Ascended Seal Realm. To put it simply, one's own cultivation and state of mind were not enough. Therefore, one could only be considered to be half step to the Ascended Seal Realm and not truly in the Ascended Seal Realm. However, Yixian didn't have such a problem. This was because he had fought too many Ascension Realm and above experts. In terms of Heart Realm, he had no problems at all. However, after reaching Ascension Realm, Yixian started to crazily suppress his realm. That was because, with his current situation, if he directly reached the unknown or even Earth Celestial Realm, there would be huge problems. raising his realm too quickly wasn't a good thing. He had to stabilize the Ascension realm before charging for the unknown and Earth's celestial realm. He had to walk slower. While he was crazily suppressing his realm, his body actually started to shake. Not only that, but the bloodline in his body started to stir once more. Xian was shocked and he quickly suppressed it. However, he was shocked to realize that he couldn't suppress that energy, especially after the bloodline power started to stir. He couldn't suppress it anymore. Xian's expression changed and he knew that things weren't good. He clasped his hands together and suppressed the strong energy in his body once more. However, it was useless. The aura around him became stronger and stronger. Just like that, after an hour, Hong Long, a strong aura suddenly spread out from within Xian's body. All of a sudden, the surrounding space started to shake intensely. It was really shocking. P.S. Let me give everyone a red packet, remember to snatch it. The unknown realm, Xian's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to suppress it. He directly went from Dengfeng to the unknown realm. This jump was too big. Moreover, the energy in his body hadn't disappeared yet. Xian was shocked and didn't dare to continue breaking through. He began to frantically suppress it again. Gradually, the energy in his body calmed down. Sensing this, Xian let out a sigh of relief. If he directly reached the creation realm, his foundation would definitely be unstable. This was because the jump was too big. Even now, it was a bit too big. Right now, he had to stabilize his own realm. Xian sat cross-legged and began to calm the violent energy in his body and his bloodline. He had a headache when it came to the power of the bloodline because it would come out from time to cause trouble, and he couldn't do anything about it. If this was someone else's blood, he would have thrown it away long ago. It always gave him trouble at the critical moment. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this bloodline power, he could have suppressed it. Don't think about it. Xian got up and glanced at his body. At this moment, there was a flickering light between his skin, as if there was an extra layer of luster on his skin. Earth immortal body? Xian shook his head. No, his current physical body should be at the peak of the creation realm, still a little bit away from the Earth immortal level. This was because when he suppressed his realm, he also suppressed his physical body. However, this was also a good thing. Whether it was his realm or his physical body, suppressing them one by one was still good. Xian took a deep breath and slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force gathered in his body. Boundless power. At this moment, what he felt was endless power. Now, if he used all his trump cards, he might be able to face Yuan Xiaodao head-on. Xian left the main hall. Outside the hall, Xianxia and Xianxia had been waiting for a long time. Xian looked at the two women. What's wrong? Xianxia said in a low voice, they are fighting for the fifth-dimensional treasure. Xian said with a smile, as expected. The temptation of that treasure was absolutely irresistible to those super-experts. But now, he felt his whole body relax. Because after handing over the pagoda, the enemies seemed to have disappeared without a trace. As if he had thought of something, Xian hurriedly brought the two women to find Xiao Linger. At this moment, Xiao Linger was concocting pills in her private courtyard. Her current concocting pills was much better than before. Previously, she would throw in all the materials at once, but now, she knew how to choose the materials. Moreover, they would do it in order. Although there weren't many good elixirs that came out, his alchemy skills were still improving. Seeing the arrival of Xian and the other two, Xiao Linger quickly stopped. She flew in front of them and grinned. Looking at Xiao Linger, Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. This little fellow was very popular in the north. Xian gently rubbed Xiao Linger's little head and said with a smile, "Can you let me see that alchemy scripture?" Little Linger blinked her eyes and hurriedly took it out. Xian took the alchemy scripture and flipped through it. After a while, his face revealed an ecstatic expression. Found it. The two women looked at the last second page of the alchemy scripture. There was a method to concoct pills, Earth Immortal Pill. There really was an Earth Immortal Pill. Xian was ecstatic. He didn't expect that this alchemy scripture would. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Temple. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the heir is removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The speaker was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a teenager with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard quickly bowed, Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll die 1,000 deaths for you. Yi Lang nodded, Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhongmu again. At this time, Yi Lang roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhongmu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! "It's back in my hands again." Yi Xian was shocked. The others were stunned as well. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly reached out to catch the prison pagoda. As soon as he caught the prison pagoda, countless powerful auras enveloped him. The two strongest auras belonged to the black-robed man and the mysterious black-robed man. The two gave up on Yuan Jin. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. Because Al Lian was standing in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Jin, who was not far away. "Sir, what do you mean by this? I don't understand." Yuan Jin looked at Yi Xian. "I'll leave it with you for now." Yi Xian said seriously, "Senior, are you joking? I've already sold it to you. I, Yi Xian, am a gentleman. I won't take back what I've sold. Of course, if it's a gift from you, then it's a different story." Yuan Jin said solemnly, "Yi Xian, for now." Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. "Senior, don't take me for a fool. You left it with me temporarily because you want to use me as a shield for you. Let me ask you, do you want it or not? If you want it, I'll give it to you now." Yuan Jin looked at Yi Xian. "Little friend Yi Xian, can't you help the old man?" Yi Xian smiled. "Help? Senior Yuan Jin, you can't help like this. Moreover, you threw it in front of me to use me. Senior, I don't want to be enemies with others. I'll ask you one last time, do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." Yuan Jin's expression was ugly. He was hesitant. If he wanted it now, he would be attacked by both of them. Moreover, he was injured and had no chance to defeat them. He didn't even have the chance to escape. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned to the right. "Senior, if you want it, you can exchange it with me." There stood an old man wielding an ancient sword. This old man was the very dangerous old man that Elaine had told him about. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and an ancient scripture landed in front of him. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He put away the ancient scripture and pointed out with a finger. The World Prison Pagoda directly flew in front of the old man. The old man put away the World Prison Pagoda and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the gazes of many descended onto the old man. The old man did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He did not fly away. Instead, he walked slowly. He was a little arrogant. At this moment, the mysterious black-robed man and the black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man didn't waste any time. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi, a tearing sound suddenly rang out. Rumble, the black-robed man in the lead was instantly blasted thousands of meters away. Not only that, but as soon as he stopped, his entire body was directly dismembered into thousands of pieces. His soul was destroyed, everyone was stunned. Yi Xian was also shocked. He was killed with a single slash. Yuan Xiaodao and Elaine's expressions became solemn at this moment. A single slash, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The old man paid no attention to the crowd and continued forward. At this moment, no one else made a move. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. "Miss Yuan, aren't you going to rob it? If you miss this opportunity, it will be as difficult as ascending the heavens to get it in the future." Yuan Xiaodao glanced coldly at Yi Xian. "Shut up. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yuan, don't tell me you can't beat him? If you can't beat him, then just say it. I won't laugh at you. Really, you. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly wanted to make a move, but Yi Xian turned around and fled. Yuan Xiaodao glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then looked into the distance. The old man's figure was getting further and further away, but he was still walking very slowly. It was as if he was waiting for someone to make a move. In the surroundings, no one made a move. The old man's strength was too terrifying. At this moment, the old man not far away had completely disappeared. Yuan Xiaodao fell silent for a moment, then also disappeared. Soon, the surrounding experts also disappeared. Yi Xian walked to Elaine's side, and Elaine softly said, "You really gave up?" Yi Xian smiled. Could it be fake? Elaine looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian fell silent. Elaine smiled. Can't you say it? Yi Xian smiled. There's nothing I can't say to you, senior. Actually, it's that tower that's become dangerous. Elaine frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian softly said, there's a dangerous guy coming out. Elaine asked, how dangerous? Yi Xian solemnly said, very, very dangerous. The eighth floor had been awake for a long time. Not long ago, Lian Qian told him that the eighth floor might be coming out. Of course, that wasn't the only reason why he auctioned the tower. The main reason was that he couldn't fight against so many experts. If he gave it up temporarily, he could protect himself and buy himself more time. If he didn't, he and the entire northern region would be targeted. Most importantly, the tower wouldn't be of much use to him. Of course, he didn't really want to give up on the tower. The world didn't know that the tower didn't choose the tower, but the tower chose the people. Elaine glanced at Yi Xian, then nodded. No matter what, you have to be careful. Yi Xian asked, Senior, are you leaving? Elaine shook her head. Let's wait a little longer. Yi Xian softly said, thank you. Elaine smiled, but didn't say anything. Yi Xian didn't say anything else, just turned and left. He had to study the sword scripture. As for the prison tower, he didn't want to worry about it anymore. Elaine glanced at Yi Xian, then turned and left without a word. In the distant starry sky, the old man walked slowly, holding the prison tower tightly in his right hand. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the old man suddenly stopped. The old man looked at the prison tower in his hand. From the outside, there didn't seem to be anything special about it, just like an ordinary tower. But at this moment, he felt a trace of danger, that was what he felt at this moment. The old man frowned slightly. At this moment, he suddenly looked to the right. A woman walked out from there. The person was Yuan Xiaodao. The old man looked at Yuan Xiaodao. What, you want to snatch it too? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Sword Venerable, your sword Dao has reached the pinnacle. Why ruin your sword Dao heart for this tower? The old man was expressionless. Your sword Dao has reached the pinnacle. Why do you care about this item? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Do you really think that Yi Xian will hand it over willingly? The old man said, this item is in my hands now. Yuan Xiaodao looked at the old man, then smiled. Take care. The old man retracted his gaze and continued walking into the distance. After the old man left, a white-robed man appeared behind Yuan Xiaodao. The white-robed man wore a bamboo hat and had a long sword by his waist. The white-robed man said, the two of us can take him down. Yuan Xiaodao shook her head, there's no need. The white-robed man frowned, why? Yuan Xiaodao said softly, because there's a problem. The white-robed man said, you're still worried about that Yi Xian? Yuan Xiaodao nodded, that person isn't a good person. Since he took the initiative to hand it over, there's definitely a problem. If we get this tower now, we'll make countless enemies. The white-robed man said, are we going to give up just like that? Yuan Xiaodao turned to look at the white-robed man. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. After a moment of silence, the white-robed man also disappeared. Northern region. At this moment, Yi Xian was studying the sword scripture. He had to admit that this sword scripture had shocked him. The most shocking thing about the sword scripture was that it contained countless swordsmen's understanding of the sword Dao. It was extremely detailed. The more Yi Xian read, the more infatuated he became. Building a cart behind closed doors definitely wouldn't work. What he needed the most now was to learn other people's sword Dao. Only then would he be able to reach the next level. If his sword Dao attainments were to reach the next level, he would have a higher chance of winning against Yuan Xiaodao. Above the true state was brightness. And this brightness pointed to the heart, things, and everything. This was actually the enlightened sword heart. However, this enlightened sword heart didn't just refer to one's heart, but also one's understanding of one's sword Dao. Thoroughly understand everything one had learned, and thoroughly understand one's understanding of sword Dao. This was brightness. And what he needed to do now was to achieve brightness. This sword scripture happened to be able to help him because he could verify his current sword Dao through these sword Dao experiences. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. For the rest of the time, Xian didn't leave his room. In the depths of the starry sky, the old man was still walking away. He was still walking very slowly, because there were still people following him in the dark. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the old man stopped. He looked at the World Prison Pagoda in his hand. The World Prison Pagoda hadn't moved, but he felt increasingly uneasy. Danger. The more he held the pagoda, the more dangerous he felt. How could it be dangerous? The old man frowned. After a moment of silence, he suddenly released his sword intent. The sword intent directly enveloped the World Prison Pagoda. The World Prison Pagoda trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, the sword intent around the World Prison Pagoda disappeared. Seeing this, the old man's frown deepened. He stared at the World Prison Pagoda for a very long time. Finally, he said in a low voice, "You have spiritual intelligence." The old man has no other desires but to improve his sword Dao. As long as you can help the old man improve his sword Dao, the old man is willing to set you free. The World Prison Pagoda didn't respond. The old man was about to speak again when the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Very quickly, a woman walked out. Yuan Xiaodao. The old man glanced at Yuan Xiaodao. "What is it?" Yuan Xiaodao smiled. "Sword Venerable, let me give you a word of advice. You have always been a loner. I'm afraid this treasure isn't something you can possess." The old man said calmly, "You don't have to worry about that." Yuan Xiaodao roared with laughter, and then he said, "Sword Exalt, you seem to have forgotten something. Xian is able to control the pagoda, so why don't you learn the method to control it from him?" Hearing this, the Sword Venerable frowned. He had almost forgotten about this. P.S. Let me give everyone another red packet. Remember to snatch it. Venerable Sword turned and left. Behind him, Yuan Xiaodao smiled brightly. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. Not good. After saying that, she disappeared. Northern Region. Venerable Sword had just arrived in the northern region when Lian appeared in front of him. Looking at Lian, Venerable Sword's eyes were solemn. Lian asked, "What's the matter?" Venerable Sword nodded. "I want to ask how to control this tower." Just as Lian spoke, Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. Lian glanced at Xian. "What's the matter?" Xian smiled. "I came to talk to this senior." He looked at Venerable Sword. "Senior wants to control this tower?" Venerable Sword nodded. Xian smiled. "Senior, let's talk somewhere else?" Venerable Sword nodded. "All right." The two came to a small courtyard. Xian made an inviting gesture. "Senior, please." Venerable Sword sat down and looked at Xian. Xian said with a smile, "Sir, I won't play games with you. I have no way to control this tower." Venerable Sword looked at Xian and did not speak. Xian continued. "Because I have no way to control this tower. If I could, I would have brought it to the 5th dimension. But..." Saying this, he looked at Venerable Sword. "I can bring Senior into this tower." Venerable Sword asked. "Enter this tower?" Xian nodded. "I can bring Senior in. As for controlling this tower, Senior should know that this tower has a spirit. Whether you can gain its approval depends on you." Venerable Sword nodded. "Bring me in." Xian stretched out his hand. Venerable Sword did not hesitate and took out the prison tower for Xian. Xian held the World Prison Pagoda. The next moment, he entered the world prison pagoda with Venerable sword. At this moment, the prison tower was empty, because Lil Ling and Lian Qian, who were still alive, had been brought out by him. When he saw the true appearance of the world prison pagoda, Honorable Sword was stunned. Shocking, even an expert like him was shocked when he saw the true appearance of the world prison pagoda. A fifth-dimensional treasure, next to venerated sword, Xian smiled and said, "Senior, this pagoda has a total of 9 floors. You can't go to the 8th and 9th floors, but you can go to the other floors. However, they are all empty." Venerable Sword looked at Xian. "There are people on the 8th and 9th floors?" Xian nodded. "Yes." Venerable Sword asked, "Who is it?" Xian shook his head. "I don't know either." As he spoke, he told Venerable Sword about the origin of the world prison pagoda. He didn't hide much, but he didn't tell him everything either. After a while, Sword Venerable looked up. "I feel a sense of danger. It should be the 8th or 9th floor." Xian smiled and said, "Yes, everything inside is very dangerous." Venerable Sword looked at Xian. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he was at the top of the pagoda. When he saw the 2 swords at the top of the pagoda, his pupils suddenly shrank. Common swords. Common swords, Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Venerable Sword could tell that the swords were common swords at first glance. Common swords, currently, the highest realm of swordsmanship. Venerable Sword suddenly looked at Xian. "Where is the owner of these 2 swords?" Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Venerable Sword frowned slightly. "Why don't you know?" Xian said, "I don't know for now." Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the heir is removed and Yi Lang will inherit it. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Xian's sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a family matter, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family for the mining rights. He is fighting for the family, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards." You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yixian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yixian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yixian saw Zhang dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang saw Yixian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yixian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yixian, he's my man. How dare you? Yixian suddenly stepped on Zhang chest. Pooh, Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yixian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang face. Zhang face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yixian did not care about Zhang as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yixian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yixian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yixian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang and kicked Zhang head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that Yixian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yixian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao was a little crazy. How long has it been since we last met? The guy in front of him actually broke through again. Moreover, his sword Dao realm actually reached the clear mirror realm. Even if he was cheating, he shouldn't be this crazy. The white-robed man behind Yuan Xiaodao also had a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that in such a short time, Yi Xian would actually reach the clear mirror realm. This was too unbelievable. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I just drank some water and had some enlightenment. Then, I broke through. Hearing this, Yuan Xiaodao almost went berserk. Drank water? Broke through just by drinking water? Yuan Xiaodao stared at Yi Xian with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. This Yi Xian is too crazy. If he continues to grow like this, who can stand it? Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yuan, did you find Senior Sword Venerable? Yuan Xiaodao's eyes gradually turned cold. Yi Xian, did Sword Venerable leave the northern region? Yi Xian frowned, his face full of doubt. Of course he left the northern region. Otherwise, why would he stay here? I'm not particularly familiar with him. Yuan Xiaodao just stared at Yi Xian, while Yi Xian had an innocent expression. After a moment, Yuan Xiaodao shook his head. Yi Xian, what kind of tricks are you playing? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Yuan, you might have some misunderstanding about me. I, Yi Xian, am a very upright person. Every word I say is from my conscience. Senior Sword Venerable really isn't in the northern region. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian, then, where do you think he is? Yi Xian smiled, I don't know about that. However, I have a small suggestion. Yuan Xiaodao asked. Speak. Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Yuan, think about it. With my strength, I can barely exchange 2 moves with you after obtaining the pagoda. Now that the pagoda has fallen into Senior Sword Venerable's hands, think about it. What kind of person is Senior Sword Venerable? Once he truly gained control of this pagoda, he might be able to unify the entire 4-dimensional universe. As for your temple, I'm afraid that you'll never be able to enter this pagoda. So, I suggest that you hurry up and chase after him. Take back the pagoda before he completely controls it. Otherwise, you can go back to your temple obediently. Yuan Xiaodao stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Yuan, I don't have a 5th-dimensional treasure anymore. It's meaningless for you to target me, isn't it? A moment later, Yuan Xiaodao turned around and left. Soon, the 2 of them disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, a voice rang out from the horizon. Yi Xian, Yuan Xiaodao's voice. Yi Xian looked at the sky, but Yuan Xiaodao didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and left. Sword Venerable disappeared. This news quickly spread to countless star regions. Everyone knew that Sword Venerable possessed a 5th-dimensional treasure, yet he had disappeared. It could be said that countless forces and experts were looking for Sword Venerable, including the temple. The temple was also looking for Sword Venerable. However, it was as if Sword Venerable had evaporated into thin air. There was no news at all. However, this didn't mean that things were over, as more and more forces joined the search for Sword Venerable. At this moment, the black-yellow great world was very calm. This was because no one was paying attention to the black-yellow great world, including the temple. Now, all their energy was focused on Sword Venerable. In the royal palace, Yi Xian, Xianxia, and Xianxia were discussing how to develop the northern region. In fact, he was the one listening, nodding, or shaking his head. After 2 hours, everything was basically settled. At this moment, Xianxia said in a deep voice, Dao sect, they still want the territory of the temple, which is your Elysium's territory above the sky. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. They haven't given up yet? Xianxia nodded. They haven't given up yet, and they have been contacting Little Seven. Little Seven, Yi Xian said softly, she hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Xianxia nodded. Not yet, but she should be out soon. Recently, the aura coming from her room has been very frequent, and it's very strong. Very strong, Yi Xian nodded slightly and smiled. When she comes out, we will have another super expert on our side. He was very clear about Little Seven's talent. Little Seven's talent was definitely above his, and she had obtained the human king's inheritance. It could be said that once she came out of seclusion, her strength would probably exceed everyone's expectations. Not to mention, he really missed Little Seven now. Because among the people of the same age in the northern region, only Little Seven could compare to him. And Lanqiu, Moxia, thinking of these 2 people, Yi Xian looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. How are Lanqiu and Moxia now? Xianxia smiled. Both of them are very strong, very, very strong, especially Missin. She can now suppress an unknown realm expert. Moreover, she is always looking for Senior Guanjun to exchange pointers, so her strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked into the distance and said softly, does this Dao sect think that I'm too easy to talk to? Hearing this, Xianxia lowered her head slightly. She knew that Yi Xian was a little angry. That's right, this Dao sect has repeatedly come to cause trouble. Who would be angry? Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, a little girl suddenly rushed in. The person who came was Xiaolinger, and in Xiaolinger's hand there were 2 thumb-sized medicinal pills. Xiaolinger quickly ran in front of Yi Xian. She handed the 2 medicinal pills to Yi Xian and grinned. Here. Medicinal pills. Yi Xian looked at the 2 medicinal pills. They were the Earth Immortal pills. They were exactly the same. Yi Xian was stunned. Did Xiaolinger really succeed? Yi Xian looked at Xiaolinger. At this moment, Xiaolinger's face was covered with soot, her clothes were tattered, and her face was full of exhaustion. She was tired. Seeing this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He squatted down and said softly, are you very tired? Xiaolinger grinned. She handed the 2 medicinal pills to Yi Xian. Here. Yi Xian did not take the 2 earth immortal pills. He gently wiped the soot off Xiao Linger's face and said softly, "Thank you." Xiao Linger looked at Yi Xian. Suddenly, she gently hugged Yi Xian. Family, in Xiao Linger's heart, Yi Xian was family. Whether it was planting spiritual trees or refining medicinal pills, other than the fact that it was fun, she also wanted to help Yi Xian. She also cared about Yi Xian and wanted to help Yi Xian. But she never knew how to express it. Yi Xian hugged Xiao Linger and said with a smile, "Go and have a good rest first, okay?" Xiao Linger blinked. "Do you still want more?" "I can still do it." Yi Xian said softly, "Rest first. Have a good rest. After you rest, you can refine, okay?" Xiao Linger looked at Yi Xian. "I'm not tired." Yi Xian said seriously, "Listen to me and rest first, okay?" Xiao Linger thought for a while and said softly, "Okay." Yi Xian gently rubbed Xiao Linger's head and said with a smile, "Go and rest." Xiao Linger hesitated for a while. Then, she hugged Yi Xian and disappeared. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the 2 medicinal pills in front of him. Earth Immortal Pill, he really didn't expect that Xiao Linger could actually refine this Earth Immortal Pill. Earth Immortal Pill, the reason why his strength increased so much was because of this item. And now, he had 2 Earth Immortal Pills. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia and Jiangjiu. Xianxia quickly said, "I don't want this. It's a waste to give this to me." "Really, give it to someone who needs it." Jiangjiu nodded. "The difference in our cultivation is too big. It's a waste to give this to us." Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "You 2 wait for a while. In any case, Xiao Linger can refine it. Don't refuse it. This item is also very beneficial to you. After all, you need to cultivate, don't you?" Xianxia was about to speak when Jiangjiu suddenly said, "Okay." Xianxia looked at Jiangjiu and said with a smile, "It's a waste if you don't want it." Yi Xian smiled slightly. Little Zhou is right. In any case, there are benefits to take. You 2 don't need to be polite, understand? He wouldn't be stingy with these 2 women because they had helped him too much. After chatting with the 2 women for a while, Yi Xian left the palace and came to a courtyard. As soon as he arrived, a woman walked out from a room not far from him. She was dressed in clothes as white as snow. It was precisely Xianxia. Xianxia walked over to Yi Xian, and she sized up Yi Xian. "The clear mirror sword Dao?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "Yes." Xianxia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian withdrew an earthly immortal pill and passed it to Xianxia. "This is for you." Xianxia looked at the earthly immortal pill. "This is?" Yi Xian smiled. "An earthly immortal pill. With your foundation, this item might allow you to directly attain the earthly immortal realm." Xiao's natural talent was absolutely not inferior to him in Xiaoqi. However, she lacked some violet essence. If she had sufficient resources, then with her natural talent, her accomplishments would absolutely be limitless. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. "You ate this earlier?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Xianxia nodded slightly. She didn't refuse. After she put away the pill, she looked at Yi Xian. "Wait for me to come out of closed-door cultivation." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Out of closed-door cultivation, Yi Xian looked at the small house not far away. He knew that after Xianxia came out, her strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he turned around and left. Not long later, he found Xianxia and gave the remaining pill to her. Xianxia was the most suitable person now. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Yi Xian left Xianxia's courtyard. Xianxia also began to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Xian returned to his courtyard and entered the prison pagoda. This time, Yi Xian didn't look for Sword Venerable to ask for pointers. Now, he had a more important matter, and that was the 8th floor. The 8th floor had been restless for a long time, and he couldn't figure out the 8th floor's intentions. What was the 8th floor trying to do? Yi Xian came before the 8th floor. He looked at the seal in front of him and smiled. "Senior, let's have a chat." A moment later, a voice came from within. "Sure." P.S. Recently, I've seen Seventh Sister, Unfettered One, Sprite, Wen Tian, and some active readers. All my old friends are here. Thank you for not leaving me. The 8th floor. Yi Xian had always felt that the real danger was not the temple or the experts of the dual realm sky. It was the prison pagoda itself, the 8th floor, and the 9th floor. The prison pagoda's intelligence had not fully recovered, so it was not particularly dangerous. The 8th floor, on the other hand, had already woken up. Moreover, it was restless, but its intentions were unclear. What did it want? Did it want the pagoda? If it wanted the pagoda, with its current strength, it should be able to come out and leave with this broken pagoda. After all, the reason they were suppressed was because each floor not only had seals, but there were also Dao laws. And now, the Dao laws of the 8th floor were obviously not there. A simple seal would not be able to suppress it. Yet, the 8th floor did not come out and stayed in the pagoda. It must have a plan. Hearing the 8th floor's reply, Yi Xian smiled. Actually, Senior can leave, right? The voice laughed. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded. Junior will not beat around the bush, Senior. Since Senior can leave, why not? Is it because of yourself, or is there something Senior wants? The voice said, both. Both. Yi Xian smiled. What does Senior want? The 8th floor said, this pagoda. This pagoda. The other party did not hide it at all. Yi Xian smiled. With Senior's strength, taking this pagoda should not be difficult, right? The 8th floor said, yes. Killing you and the purple-clothed woman beside you is as easy as flipping my hand. Straightforward. Yi Xian was confused. Then why doesn't Senior do anything? After a moment of silence, the 8th floor said, Sigh, you have too many backers. Killing you and taking this pagoda is easy, but the revenge is too much for me. Yi Xian, the 8th floor said, I will tell you the truth. I am waiting for someone to kill you. He will kill you and take this pagoda, then I will kill him. This way, I will not be affected by karma. Unfortunately, this person from the 4th dimension is a bit stupid. I am very disappointed. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Killing with a borrowed knife, the 8th floor was waiting for others to kill him, then he would come and kill others. Obviously, the 8th person was afraid of the woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian asked, I presume the reason Senior did this is because of that woman in a plain dress? The 8th replied, you can say so. However, it's not entirely because of her. You're not simple yourself, and I don't want to be tainted by your karma. Yi Xian frowned. Me? Not simple? The 8th person replied, yes. Yi Xian asked, what's not simple? The 8th replied, there's no point in telling you. Yi Xian didn't ask again. Anyway, he already got the answer. The guy in front of him would not kill him first. That was enough. If he was killed by someone else, the other party would avenge him. When he thought about it this way, he suddenly realized that it wasn't a bad thing. Yi Xian turned to leave. As if he had thought of something, he asked, Senior, has the 9th floor awakened as well? The 8th person replied, I don't know. I don't know. Yi Xian nodded slightly and left quickly. Yi Xian arrived at the 1st floor and looked up. At this moment, Venerable Sword was still sitting in front of the 2 swords. Ever since Venerable Sword had arrived, he had been sitting in front of the 2 swords, as if he was comprehending something. Yi Xian knew that these 2 swords might have enlightened Venerable Sword. If this continued, Venerable Sword's attainments in Sword Dao might improve greatly. If Venerable Sword improved, it would naturally be a good thing for Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and left the prison pagoda. In the following days, apart from cultivating every day, Yi Xian spent the rest of his time accompanying Yi Ling. This period of time was also the most peaceful for the siblings since they came to the Black-Yellow Great World. Now, everyone's target was Venerable Sword. No one cared about Yi Xian anymore. Even Temple had disappeared from the Black-Yellow Great World. Now, the Black-Yellow Great World could be said to have been unified. King Yi, any expert in the Black-Yellow Great World would respectfully address Yi Xian as King Yi when they saw him. It should be known that the entire Black-Yellow Great World would tremble when Yi Xian stomped his feet. On this day, Yi Xian arrived in the sky, which was once Temple. Of course, it was only one of Temple's strongholds in the Black-Yellow Great World. This piece of land was still empty. Yi Xian did not let anyone occupy this territory. The main reason was that there were too many people who coveted this territory. This was because there was origin purple chi here. This was very useful for cultivators. At this moment, the great elder of the Dao sect suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. He cupped his fists at Yi Xian. King Yi. Yi Xian said softly, I heard that your Dao sect has been eyeing this place for a long time. The great elder said in a low voice, King Yi, this place is extremely important to my Dao sect. Please, King Yi, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the great elder. It's extremely important to your Dao sect. Should I give it to you? The great elder hesitated and then said, King Yi, this place is really important to my Dao sect. If King Yi is willing to part with it, my Dao sect will definitely. Yi Xian interrupted the great elder again. In the future? Why didn't your Dao sect come out when I fought with Temple? It's understandable that you didn't come out to help. After all, you don't owe me anything. However, after we won, your Dao sect wants to share the spoils of war. Isn't this a little shameless? The great elder's face was a little ugly. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly attacked. The great elder's arms were directly cut off, blood spurted out, the great elder was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to suddenly attack. Yi Xian looked behind the great elder. Dao sect, listen up. I don't want to waste my breath with you. This Sky Dome land belongs to me, Yi Xian. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll personally go to your Dao sect. At that time, don't blame me for turning against you. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the great elder. This person was the Dao sect master. The Dao sect master looked at Yi Xian. King Yi, Yi Xian suddenly said, Scram. Hearing this, the Dao sect master's face instantly turned gloomy. He didn't give me any face at all. The Dao sect master glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The great elder hurriedly followed after him. Yi Xian suddenly said, pass down my order. Secretly monitor the Dao sect. If there's anything unusual, kill them first and report later. Yes. A voice quietly rang out in the dark. In the current black-yellow great world, there was an army jointly formed by all the major forces. It was the Northern Army. This army consisted of powerful beings from the northern region, powerful beings from the Xianyuan family, and powerful beings from the Xianhuang world. In any case, it was formed by the various major forces, and the purpose of it was to deal with any sudden incidents. However, this army usually only listened to one person. That person was Yi Xian. The strength of this army could be said to be the strongest in the black-yellow great world, because they were the top powerhouses from all the major forces. At this time, Xiao Tian'er suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. When he saw Xiao Tian'er, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he said in surprise, You have reached the Earth's celestial stage? Xiao Tian'er nodded. Surprised? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Very. He originally wanted to wait for Shaolin to refine the Earth's celestial pill and give it to Xiao Tian'er. He didn't expect that Xiao Tian'er would reach the Earth's celestial stage directly. Yi Xian asked, Is it because of the Fountain of Life? Xiao Tian'er said, Not exactly. However, the Fountain of Life occupies 80% of the Earth's celestial stage, and the remaining 20% is in this place. I absorbed a lot of origin chi in this place. With the help of the Fountain of Life, I reached the Earth's celestial stage directly. Of course, the most important reason is that the woman broke the restrictive spell of the black-yellow great world with a single sword strike. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to reach the Earth's celestial stage even with these two things. Yi Xian said with a smile, Anyway, congratulations. But your speed of improvement is really terrifying. Xiao Tian'er said softly, You don't know how long I've been stuck in this stage. It's been too long. Yi Xian nodded slightly. You've been accumulating for a long time. Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. What's your next plan? Yi Xian said with a smile, I haven't thought about it yet. Xiao Tian'er looked around and said, Besides the Dao sect, there's basically no other unstable factors in the black-yellow great world now. The stage here is too small, and it's not suitable for you. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian and said, Don't think about living a peaceful life. Your life is destined to be turbulent. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Ta is back in your hands, right? Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tian'er. At this moment, he was really shocked because he hadn't expected that Xiao Tian'er would know that the prison pagoda was back in his hands. Xiao Tian'er said indifferently, no one can find Sword Venerable, and the last place he disappeared was here. If I'm not wrong, Sword Venerable should be here, or he's dead. She paused for a moment and said, is he dead? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Xiao Tian'er nodded. No matter what, this matter is quite complicated now. You must be careful. Don't let anyone know that Sword Venerable is here. Otherwise, everyone's attention will be focused on the northern region once more. Yi Xian said with a smile, of course I know that. Xiao Tian'er nodded. Also, be careful of the Divine Hall. They aren't stupid. If I'm not wrong, Yuan Shaodao might have guessed that Sword Venerable is in the northern region. You'd better have a plan to deal with it, otherwise, you might suffer a huge loss. Yuan Shaodao, Yi Xian nodded. This woman wasn't simple at all. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up and saw a woman walking over slowly from not too far away. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the woman. It was none other than Yuan Shaodao. She's here again. Yi Xian's face instantly sank. Needless to say, Yi Xian was quite annoyed at this moment. This Yuan Shaodao is going against me, there's no end to it. Yuan Shaodao walked in front of Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian with a smile. What, are you not happy to see me? Yi Xian said indifferently, should I be happy? Yuan Shaodao covered her mouth and laughed. Yi Xian, no, I have to respectfully call you King Yi now. King Yi, this is your fault. No matter what, we are good friends, you. Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, Miss Yuan, if you have something to say, then say it. I really have no interest in getting entangled with you. Yuan Shaodao didn't get angry and said with a smile, King Yi, just tell me the truth. Yi Xian slightly frowned, tell me what? Yuan Shaodao stared at Yi Xian, that Sword Venerable didn't leave the northern region, right? Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, it seems that Miss Yuan still doesn't believe me. If you don't believe me, you can go search the northern region yourself. Yuan Shaodao stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Yuan, think about it. With Senior Sword Venerable's strength, if he wants to leave, who can stop him? Moreover, what reason does he have to stay here? Yuan Shaodao said with a smile, I have to ask you. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. All right. Miss Yuan, Senior Sword Venerable is here. Really, not only is he here, but the World Prison Pagoda has also returned to my hands. Are you satisfied now? Yuan Shaodao stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian said with a smile, and then? Miss Yuan, are you going to attack me like before? Yuan Shaodao looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, Yi Xian, do you really think that you can play with all the experts in the palm of your hand? Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Yuan, I won't talk nonsense with you. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and left with Xiao Tian'er. He didn't want to waste his breath on this woman. Yuan Shaodao stared at Yi Xian's back and fell into deep thought. Where was the Sword Venerable, now? Almost countless experts were thinking about this question. On the other hand, Yuan Shaodao felt that the Sword Exalt was definitely in the north. Moreover, it was very likely that the World Prison Pagoda had returned to Yi Xian's hands. Of course, this was only her intuition. She had no proof. Yi Xian, Yuan Shaodao looked coldly into the distance. She was really annoyed with this swordsman. After a short moment, Yuan Shaodao glanced at the sky, and then he turned around and left. In the sky, a divine sense was locked onto her. It was Lian. With Lian around, it would be extremely difficult for her to kill Yi Xian. In the sky, Lian looked at Yuan Shaodao's back in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian returned to the king's hall. After giving some instructions to everyone, he got up and left the north. Yi Xian knew very well that many people might still be suspicious of him. He had to leave. Otherwise, the attention of Yuan Shaodao and the others would always be on the black-yellow great world. Attract attention, of course, it wasn't just to attract attention. He also wanted to temper himself. He was now in the unknown realm and his physical body had reached the peak of the creation realm. Even if he encountered Yuan Shaodao, he would be able to fight. However, he didn't have much confidence in defeating him. Moreover, he had to add all kinds of external items. After all, he was a god. Moreover, he hadn't seen Yuan Shaodao's true strength since he came into contact with him. It was still a mystery how strong Yuan Shaodao really was. As Yixian left the northern region, some strong people hiding in the dark in the northern region also left one after another. Obviously, there were many people who suspected that the sword Venerable was still in the north. After Yixian left the north, he followed Alian. Because Alian said she would bring him to one last place. In the starry sky, Yixian flew on his sword with Alian by his side. Yixian glanced behind him. He could already sense some obscure auras. Obviously, these people were here to follow him. Yixian looked at Alian. She said softly, "Let them follow us." Yixian nodded and looked at Alian. "Senior Alian, where are we going?" Alian smiled. "A place that no one has been to for a long time. When we get there, it will be time for us to part ways." "They're leaving," Yixian thought about it. "Thank you for all this time, Senior Alian." Alian smiled and looked at Yixian. "When the time comes, you'll have to face everything yourself. Are you ready?" Yixian nodded. "I'm ready." He knew that he couldn't always rely on others. Alian nodded and looked at the end of the starry sky. "You're growing fast, but that doesn't mean you're safe. On the contrary, the faster you grow, the more danger you'll be in. That's because you'll have to interact with more and stronger people." Yixian nodded. "I know." Alian looked at Yixian. You don't know. You don't know your current situation. Think about it, the plain-dressed woman is so powerful, but she can't solve your crisis. Do you know why?" Yixian shook his head. "I don't know." Alian said softly, "I don't know either." Yixian was speechless. Alian looked at the end of the starry sky. "Look at this starry sky. If we keep going forward, even if we die, we won't reach the end. There are too many unknowns in this vast universe. The plain-dressed woman is invincible, but who can guarantee that there's no one stronger than her in this universe? Just look at the person who created Xiao Ta in the fifth dimension. What kind of genius was he? Other than him, what kind of power did the strongest people in the fifth dimension have? Everything is unknown." Yixian shook his head. He didn't want to think about this, because there was no point in thinking about it. What's coming will come. Right now, he just wanted to walk the path he was on, step by step. Alian said, "You have to think of a way to control Xiao Ta." Yixian looked at Alian and smiled bitterly. So Senior knows. He didn't expect Alian to know that he had the World Prison Pagoda. Alian looked at Yixian. "I've been protecting you in the dark. I know better than anyone who's come in contact with you." Yixian smiled. "That's true." When the sword Venerable came to the northern region, Alian must have been paying attention to him. She must know his whereabouts the best. Alian said, "You have to truly control this pagoda. Only then can you use it to deal with powerful enemies. Moreover, this pagoda has many other functions. You have to make use of them." Yixian nodded. The World Prison Pagoda had many functions. Just like Lian Qian said, if he could gather all the Tao laws, other than the plain-dressed woman and the others, no one else in the fourth dimension would be his match. Unfortunately, it was difficult to gather all the Tao laws, but it was fine. You had gone out to search for the Tao laws. Once he gathered them, Yixian would be invincible. At this moment, Alian suddenly said, "The place we're going to this time is a rather special place. Don't be glib-tongued when you get there, understand?" Glib-tongued? Yixian's face darkened. Was he glib-tongued in the senior's eyes? Alian said softly, "Do you know your biggest weakness now?" Yixian thought about it and said, "I don't know." Alian laughed, "Do you think that you have no flaws?" Yixian smiled awkwardly. "Maybe a little." Alian shook her head, slippery. "Your biggest weakness now is that you don't have a thorough understanding of the fourth dimension." Yixian asked, "What does Senior Alian mean?" Alian said softly, "A lot, but I don't have time to teach you too much." "I don't know much either." "They should be able to teach you a lot in this place." "They?" Yixian looked at Alian, "Are they very powerful?" Alian smiled. "Very impressive." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Sir, who exactly are you?" He was really curious about Alien's identity. Alien smiled, "You'll know in the future. There's no point in telling you now." Yi Xian smiled bitterly, "It's like this again. Everyone says there's no point in telling me now." At this moment, Alien suddenly turned around. Not far away, a woman walked out. This person was none other than Yuan Xiaodao. Lingering around, Yi Xian's face darkened. "This woman is like a ghost," Alien smiled, "looks like Miss Yuan still doesn't want to give up on him." Miss Yuan glanced at Yi Xian, then at Alien, "I'm curious where you guys are going." Alien smiled, "Are you interested in coming with us?" Yuan Xiaodao smirked, "Of course." Then, she looked at Yi Xian, "You don't mind, right?" Yi Xian was expressionless, "Would you leave if I said I mind?" Yuan Xiaodao smiled, "No." Yi Xian shrugged, "Isn't that enough?" Yuan Xiaodao looked at Alien, "Miss Alien, let's go." Alien nodded, "Let's go." Then, she turned and left. The three of them sped up. Before long, the three of them arrived at an unknown stellar field. Before arriving at this stellar field, they had passed through about a dozen stellar field black holes. Not only that, but they also encountered a few black hole storms. His heart palpitated at the thought of those black hole storms. It was too terrifying, even an Earth immortal body couldn't withstand that kind of power. Fortunately, he had these two girls with him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach this star field. And now, the people who followed behind them had almost all disappeared. He didn't know if there were still people following them. Suddenly, Alian pointed into the distance, "Over there." Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw a black hall floating in the depths of the starfield. The hall was dark and eerie. Above the hall's door, there were two blood-red words, "Netherworld." Yi Xian frowned, "Netherworld Hall?" P.S. Let me ask everyone, has anyone encountered this kind of thing before? Sometimes, something that has just happened feels like you've experienced it before. That kind of feeling of déjà vu is a little strange. Nether Palace? Yi Xian looked at the black palace in the distance and asked, "The Netherworld Palace?" Alian nodded, "Nether Palace." Yi Xian asked again, "What faction?" Alian smiled and didn't speak. Yuan Xiaodao whispered, "I didn't expect such a powerful faction to exist in such a remote place." Alian looked at Yuan Xiaodao and smiled, "Powerful? Why do you say so?" Yuan Xiaodao looked at the black palace in the distance and said softly, "Danger." Danger. At this moment, her expression was somewhat solemn. There were things that could make her feel danger in the four-dimensional universe, but they were few and far between. And now, she felt danger. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary faction. Alian smiled, "Let's go take a look." After saying that, she walked into the distance. Yi Xian hurried to follow him. Yuan Xiaodao hesitated for a moment, then followed. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive before the Nether Palace. The palace was empty and cold. Yi Xian looked at Alian and Alian pushed the door open. Just as the door opened, a gust of cold wind blew in. The three of them walked into the main hall. The main hall was also empty. In front of the three of them, there were 11 statues of women. Looking at the 11 female statues, Elaine's eyes suddenly became a little dazed. Long time no see. Looking at the 11 female statues, Yi Xian was about to ask when Alian suddenly walked up to the third statue on the left. Looking at the statue in front of her, Alian's eyes suddenly became misty. Third sister, Yi Xian looked at Alian and asked, "Senior Alian, this is?" Alian said, "Bow to them." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then bowed to the statues. Alian nodded and looked at the statues. Finally, she looked at Yi Xian, "Activate your bloodline." Yi Xian nodded, "Okay." As he spoke, he directly activated his bloodline. Soon, a red glow suddenly appeared around his body. The power of bloodline. Sensing Yi Xian's bloodline power, Yuan Xiaodao slightly frowned. This bloodline. Alian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yi Xian's hair began to slowly turn blood red. Not only that, but his entire body also emitted an extremely powerful killing intent and vicious aura. Yuan Xiaodao's frown deepened when he saw this. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior Alian, I can't suppress this bloodline power for much longer." The reason why he didn't dare to rashly activate this bloodline power was because he couldn't completely control it. Once this bloodline power was unleashed, even he would be afraid. Lian was about to speak when a statue nearby suddenly opened its eyes, and then a woman walked out of it. The woman was wearing linen clothes and a cotton skirt. She was barefooted. The woman looked directly at Xian and frowned slightly. Huh? At this moment, she suddenly looked at Lian on her right. A trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. You? Lian smiled. Long time no see. The woman nodded. Long time no see. Saying that, she looked at Yuan Xiaodao, who was not far away. The latter's expression changed and he became extremely cautious. Lian smiled. She's an enemy. Hearing that, the woman squinted her eyes. In the next moment, Yuan Xiaodao's expression changed drastically because the vitality in her body was disappearing at an alarming rate. Not only that, but a dense deathly aura was also emitting from her body. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly drew his blade and slashed. A ray of blade radiance tore through the sky. The blade was faintly discernible as if it didn't exist, but everyone could feel it. However, before the blade radiance could even get close to the woman, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the space around Yuan Xiaodao suddenly became illusory. Yuan Xiaodao's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, she flashed backward and appeared in the starry sky thousands of meters away. The woman raised her right hand slightly and was about to attack when Lian suddenly smiled. Forget it. The woman looked at Lian. Lian smiled. Let him deal with it himself. The woman looked at Xian. Xian said seriously, I don't think we can just let it go like this. It's better to kill him. Lian laughed heartily. Keep dreaming. Saying that, she looked at the woman. I came to you this time to ask you to mediate with him. He's still a little weak right now. The woman looked at Xian. She sized up Xian and nodded. Weak. Xian was speechless. He didn't dare to retort because from the woman's attack, he was indeed a little weak. At this moment, Lian said solemnly, he's the person that crazy woman is looking for. Crazy woman. Hearing that, the woman frowned. Her? Lian nodded. Yes. This matter is a little complicated. The woman looked at Xian. Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, who's that crazy woman? Lian smiled. The woman in the plain dress. Xian's face froze. In the eyes of Lian and the others, the woman in the plain dress is a crazy woman. He hesitated for a moment and said, she's actually quite a good person. Hearing that, the woman's expression became slightly strange. Lian laughed. Quite a good person? That's right. She's quite nice to you. But she's not nice to others. Xian was puzzled. Why? I think she's quite easy to get along with. Lian sighed. She's given all her gentleness and good temper to you. Of course you think she's easy to get along with. Xian was speechless. Lian looked at the woman. The woman said, she's already found him. Why didn't she teach him herself? Lian shook her head and said, this guy isn't simple. His identity is too special. Not only does he have karma from the fourth dimension, he also has karma from the fifth dimension. From the looks of it, he might be related to the fifth dimension. That woman is currently fighting against the fifth dimension and blocking karma for him. The woman frowned. With her strength, she can enter the fifth dimension. Lian glanced at Xian. It's all because of him. The fifth dimension won't let her enter. If she tries to force her way in, they'll kill her at all costs. That's why she doesn't dare to force her way in. But she's also restraining the fifth dimension to prevent its karma from reaching the fourth dimension. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, only this fellow can make this woman compromise. However, with that woman's temper, once she enters the fifth dimension in the future, I'm afraid that those fellows from the fifth dimension will suffer a fate worse than death. The woman nodded. He's not to be trifled with. Lian smiled and said, this guy is a little weak now, and he and that crazy woman are letting him grow freely, basically letting him grow. As for this guy, he's currently walking a little crooked, playing with all sorts of fancy things every day. This time, I've come to find you in hopes that you can help him understand the various laws of this world, so that he can better understand this world and prevent him from walking a crooked path. The woman looked at Xian. You're luckier. Xian was confused. Just as he was about to ask, the woman suddenly said, Can you beat that woman? Xian was startled. But he quickly understood who the woman was talking about. It was Yuan Xiaodao. Xian thought for a while and said, If I use some external objects, I might be able to fight. The woman asked, What external objects? Xian took out his immortal slaying sword gourd and executing heaven sword. This. The woman's gaze fell on the executing heaven sword. You met her? Who? Xian was puzzled. A woman with a wine gourd hanging on her waist. The woman said. The sword martial sect's ancestral master, Xian nodded. Yes. She said she's coming to find me, but she's not here yet. The woman looked at Alian. Alian said softly, She might not be in this universe right now. Otherwise, she would definitely come. But since her doppelganger saw her, her main body should be here as well. The woman nodded. She looked at Xian. What do you want to learn? Xian said hurriedly, I want to learn both. The woman in the cloth dress said softly, This universe is made up of countless substances and various types of energy. The laws are like a thread that affects these substances and various types of energy, and it can even change these substances and energy. But there are different substances and energies in this world. Therefore, the laws are also different. Some laws can only change relative substances and energies. Do you understand me? Xian blinked. I don't understand. The woman suddenly opened her palm. In an instant, Xian's expression changed drastically. He found that something was flowing out of his body quickly. Xian quickly retreated. This, the woman said, the energy of life and the energy of death. To put it simply, it's yin and yang. Yin represents death, and yang represents life. Earlier, I utilized the energy of the laws to change your yin and yang. If this continues, then your yin and yang will be reversed, and then you'll die. Understand? Xian quickly nodded. I understand. At that moment, he really felt that he was going to die. He had never been so close to death before. At this moment, he finally understood why Yuan Xiaodao was so afraid. The woman looked at Xian. This is the power of the law. It can change some substances and energies in this world. There are also some laws that can strengthen some substances and energies. As a swordsman, if you can understand these laws and these substances and energies, you will be able to break all laws with one sword. As she said that, she opened her palm. In an instant, the space around Xian became illusory. Not only that, but he suddenly felt that there was a strange airflow around him. Death Qi, but at this moment, the death Qi turned into life Qi. The Qi of life and the Qi of death, it was the first time Xian felt this power so clearly. Matter, energy, he didn't really understand these two terms. But after the woman's explanation, he wasn't so naive anymore. Only by understanding the structure and essence of this universe and combining it with his own sword Dao would he be able to achieve what the woman in the cloth dress had said. He would be able to break all techniques with a single sword. Not only did he have to understand his own sword Dao, but he also had to understand all things in the universe. Meanwhile, the woman in a cloth dress said, The path of cultivation isn't just about cultivating yourself, it's about understanding the world as well. Xian said in a deep voice, What should I do? The woman asked, What do you think you should do? Xian kept quiet. Xian found a problem at this moment. That was, his strength was different from the strength of these people in front of him. No, he couldn't be said to be strong. These people weren't just cultivating themselves, they were also comprehending the universe. They had a thorough understanding of the nature of the universe. Individuals, the universe, at the thought of this, Xian suddenly understood. Xian looked at the woman in the cotton dress. I kind of got it. The woman in the cloth dress nodded slightly. Observe the universe with yourself, understand the universe, control the universe, and finally destroy the universe. Destroy the universe? Xian was stunned. At this moment, Alian suddenly said, she didn't mean destroying the universe. Of course, there was a crazy woman who did it in the past. Then she looked at Yixian. After a pause, she added, do you know what level Yuan Shaodao is at? Yixian said, above the earth immortal level. Alian smiled. What's above the earth immortal level? Yixian shook his head. I don't know. Alian said softly, above the earth immortal is the fate state. Simply put, it's the knowing destiny state. Such experts have a certain understanding of the universe itself. They can sense the destiny of heaven and man. Such people are the real starters. Right now, you don't know the heavens and fate. Although you have the support of external items, you still have no chance of winning against a life realm expert. Yixian asked, Senior Alian, what is above the fate state? Alian smiled, breaking fate with one's heart, seeking Tao. Yixian asked again, what about above that? Alian shook her head. What does it have to do with you? Yixian smiled sheepishly. I'm just a little curious. Alian said, you might be in the unknown realm, but you need to understand where you are in this universe. You won't feel any pressure facing ordinary people. Even if it's Yuan Shaodao, you still have a chance of winning. However, you have to understand that they are not the top powerhouses of this universe. You are still very, very weak compared to the top powerhouses of this universe. In addition to this universe, there is also a fifth-dimensional universe. The experts in that universe are definitely stronger than the ones here. Do you understand? Yixian smiled bitterly. I understand, he still felt bitter in his heart. Fifth dimension, fourth dimension, both against him, Yixian. What kind of sin did he commit in his previous life? Alian smiled, your current realm is unknown. Your physique is at great perfection and your sword Tao is at bright state. Your overall strength isn't weak, but you can't slack off. The path of Daoi is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Moreover, this path is endless. Don't be complacent just because you have a little achievement, understand? Yixian nodded, I understand. Complacent, he wouldn't be complacent because there were still many people who could kill him, Yixian. Under such circumstances, what right did Yixian have to be complacent? Alian looked at Yixian, you stay here and learn from her. Ask her if there's anything you don't understand. You must learn well. Otherwise, if you meet a law master in the future, you won't even be able to fight back. Okay. Yixian replied seriously. He was very clear that this was an opportunity for him. After all, not everyone was willing to teach an expert of this level. Naturally, he would cherish this opportunity. Alian turned and left. Senior Alian, are you leaving now? Yixian quickly asked. Not for now. I'll leave after you're done. Alian smiled. All right. Yixian nodded. Alian looked at the girl in cotton skirt, teach her well. Be ruthless. The girl in cotton skirt nodded. All right. Yixian was speechless. Alian smiled and turned to leave. Outside, after Alian came out, she saw Yuan Shaodao. At this moment, Yuan Shaodao was staring at her. Alian smiled, are you angry, Miss Yuan? Who is she? Yuan Shaodao said in a deep voice. Alian asked softly, Miss Yuan, how much do you know about this universe? Or rather, how much does the Pantheon know about this universe? Yuan Shaodao stared at Alian silently. Alian smiled, this universe is huge and there are many experts, isn't that so? Yuan Shaodao was expressionless, are you trying to scare me? Alian laughed, why would I scare you? Miss Yuan, I just want to ask you, is there any meaning in targeting Yixian? You've always been afraid of him growing up and becoming a threat to you. Why don't you think about it the other way around? What if you become friends with him? If you become friends with him, the faster he grows, the more monstrous he becomes. It's not a bad thing for you, right? Yuan Shaodao was silent. Alian continued, as for the treasure of the fifth dimension, Miss Yuan, do you still not understand? It's not something an ordinary person can possess. You should know that taking something that doesn't belong to you will kill you. Yuan Shaodao was silent for a moment before saying, that's our chance. Alian smiled, Do you really think you can go to the fifth dimension with that pagoda? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Alian. Why? Alian smiled. Let me tell you the truth. Even if you get the pagoda, you won't be able to enter the fifth dimension. You need to understand the relationship between the fourth and fifth dimensions. This is the relationship between the weak and the strong. Even if you use the pagoda to enter the fifth dimension, you'll just be throwing your life away. Saying that, she shook her head. If you can't even understand the fourth dimension, why go to the fifth dimension? To get beaten up? To get beaten up? Yuan Xiaodao was silent. Alian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. You're a smart person, so you should understand what I'm saying. Of course, if you still want the pagoda and want to target him, then go ahead. In any case, no matter what happens to him, those who target him will die. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Alian. That plain-dressed woman? Alian smiled. It's not just the plain-dressed woman. Hearing that, Yuan Xiaodao narrowed his eyes. Not just her. Alian laughed. I won't talk to you anymore. You decide what to do. Saying that, she turned and left. On the spot, Yuan Xiaodao was silent. Actually, during this period of time, especially after coming into contact with Yixian, she was also somewhat shaken. Her heart to kill Yixian was shaken. If she could kill him, she wouldn't hesitate to do so. But the problem was Yixian easy to kill? During this period of time, she had personally witnessed Yixian's growth. This growth speed could no longer be described with words. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the people behind Yixian were not simple. She could already sense that there was a huge group behind Yixian. Regarding this group, not only did she know nothing, but even the temple also knew nothing. What kind of group was this? Could the temple really fight against them? Could they? Yuan Xiaodao was somewhat at a loss. Moreover, just like what the purple-robed woman had said, even if they obtained the fifth-dimensional treasure, would the shrine be able to keep it, or could the temple use the treasure to enter the fifth dimension to fight against the fifth dimension? She was very clear that in this world, the strong were respected. If the temple was too weak, even if they entered the fifth dimension, their lives would be worse than dogs, because they did not have the strength. Why must they go to the fifth dimension, or rather, why could they not use their own strength to go to the fifth dimension and instead use the shortcut method? Yuan Xiaodao suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. At this moment, the saber at her waist suddenly trembled. Roughly 15 minutes later, Yuan Xiaodao's eyes were no longer at a loss, only determination. Yuan Xiaodao coldly looked at the distant starry sky. Why should I, Yuan Xiaodao, take a shortcut? After saying that, she suddenly drew her saber and slashed. Chi, the distant starry sky was suddenly torn apart. Not only was it torn, but it also became illusory. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Yuan Xiaodao's body. At this moment, the endless starry sky was filled with Yuan Xiaodao's saber intent. This saber intent seemed to want to cut the endless starry sky. It was extremely shocking. Break, saber Dao had broken through. In the distance, in front of the Nether Palace, Alian glanced in Yuan Xiaodao's direction and softly said, a genius. She did not expect that her words would allow Yuan Xiaodao to break through to the Saber Dao realm. Although the Bright Realm was only one level away from the Breakthrough Realm, there was a world of difference between them. Towards the end, the gap between each level was very, very large. Now that Yuan Xiaodao's saber intent had broken through to the Breakthrough Realm, if she fought with Yixian, even if Yixian used external items, he would not have any chance of winning. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Alian's mind. Kill her? After a moment of silence, Alian said, wait for now. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly appeared in front of her. Alian lightly smiled. Congratulations. Yuan Xiaodao glanced at the Nether Palace and indifferently said, I will not be his enemy anymore, nor will I cause trouble for him. However, I cannot guarantee that the temple will give up. Alian smiled. It's fine. If the temple sends other experts, he will naturally deal with them. Yuan Xiaodao lightly nodded. No matter what, thank you for what you said. After saying that, she glanced at the Nether Palace and was about to leave. At this moment, a powerful sword intent suddenly spread out from the Nether Palace. Sword intent, two sword intents. Alian looked at the Nether Palace with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. P.S. One more thing. Sometimes, when you look in the mirror, you feel that you look okay, but when you take a picture, you look extremely ugly. Sword intent, two completely different types of sword intent. Lian looked towards the nether hall. At this moment, Yi Xian was still comprehending. Yuan Xiaodao was silent. She knew that Yi Xian was about to advance again. He was a cheater, life was all about cheating. Yuan Xiaodao shook his head. After giving up on targeting Yi Xian, she suddenly felt relaxed. Because no matter how monstrous Yi Xian was, it had nothing to do with her anymore. Let it go. At this moment, she finally understood that many times, letting go of something could lead to a different life. There were many times when one shouldn't be too stubborn in life. After a moment of silence, Yuan Xiaodao turned around and was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. He wanted to see the changes in Yi Xian. In the nether hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with two types of sword intent revolving around him. Sword intent, good and evil sword intent. What was good and evil? He had many comprehensions in the past, but the path of good and evil was really complicated. To put it simply, good and evil were the right and wrong of this world. Who could say for sure whether it was right or wrong? Everyone had a ruler in their heart that could measure right and wrong. However, right and wrong in this world weren't absolute. As for Yi Xian's good and evil sword intent, he couldn't see through the good and evil of this world. The only thing he could do was to remain true to himself and not do anything that went against his heart. He would not do anything that was against his conscience. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. Because he, Yi Xian, wasn't a saint. At this moment, the woman walked out of the hall. When he saw the woman, Yuan Xiaodao's expression immediately became vigilant. He was extremely fearful of this woman, even though it wasn't her main body but a clone. The woman glanced at Yuan Xiaodao before turning to Lian. Why are you here? Lian smiled. To do something? The woman asked. Because of him? Lian shook her head. Not exactly. There are some things that I have to deal with. The woman nodded. Where is that woman now? Lian smiled. The woman in plain dress? The woman nodded. Lian whispered, I do not know the exact location. The woman in the cotton dress fell silent. Actually, with her strength, she should have been able to go to the fifth dimension, but for that guy inside, she actually stayed here. This is not a good thing. The woman in the cotton dress nodded. This world could no longer contain that woman. In particular, this woman had a particularly bad temper. Her presence here was too dangerous for the universe, because if she went crazy, no one would be able to control her. The woman glanced at the boundless starry sky in the distance and said softly, It's still that universe, but it's not the universe I'm familiar with. Lian smiled. You're lucky that you met an acquaintance like me. Otherwise, it would be even more boring for you to come out. The woman nodded slightly. I do miss that little fellow and that little girl. Lian laughed. I miss them too. Ever since they went to Lian Shuang's hometown, they've become more mischievous. A trace of a smile appeared on the woman's face when she heard this. Those two little fellows were indeed fun to play with. At this moment, the three women looked towards the Netherworld Palace at the same time. A man walked out from there. It was Yi Xian. Around Yi Xian, there were one black and one white sword essences circling him. Good and evil sword essences. The woman in the cotton dress sized up Yi Xian and said softly, How is it? Yi Xian smiled. It feels great. The woman nodded slightly. Congratulations, your sword heart has become clearer. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Comprehension. This time, his greatest gain was not his understanding of the laws, but his understanding of his sword Dao. The essence of sword Dao. While comprehending the laws and the essence of this world, he suddenly thought of the essence of sword Dao. What was the essence of sword Dao? It was actually the sword. A pure sword. The reason why there were countless sword Daos in this world was because of humans. Every human could give life to a sword and give them different sword Daos. There were thousands of sword Daos because there were thousands of humans. The essence of the sword was actually the sword. It did not have many fancy things, it only had them because of humans. They were whatever humans gave them. The essence of sword Dao was the sword. He should not be thinking about the sword, he should be thinking about himself. Because he was the ultimate essence of sword Dao. The human was the core. After thinking this through, he realized that his state of mind and sword essence had undergone great changes, especially his sword essence. His sword essence now felt like it had a life of its own. Taking a look at Yixian, Elaine nodded slightly. I don't think you will be in any danger if you are no match for someone as strong as Miss Yuan. Yixian looked at Yuan Xiaodao and smiled. Miss Yuan, how about a spar? Miss Yuan raised her eyebrows. That's what I was thinking. Then, she looked at the two women. You don't mind, right? Alian smiled. Of course. But please go easy on me. Yixian suddenly said, Senior Alian, I'm not that weak. Alian looked at Yuan Xiaodao and said, then go hard. Just don't kill him. Yixian was speechless. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yixian and said, make your move. Yixian didn't waste any time and stabbed out with his sword. He did not use any xianqi or sword techniques. It was just a simple sword technique. Alian shook her head and smiled when she saw Yixian attack. She knew why Yixian dared to challenge Yuan Xiaodao. The spar he was talking about didn't use any xianqi. It was just a simple spar of basic skills. How could Yuan Xiaodao not know what Yixian meant? She didn't use any xianqi either. She just used her fingers to clamp down on Yixian's sword. At this moment, Yixian suddenly let go of his sword and charged forward. But before he could hit Yuan Xiaodao, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was pushed back dozens of meters. Yixian was stunned when he stopped. Yuan Xiaodao held the sword in his hand and said indifferently, You want to compete with me in basic skills? What do you have to compete with me? I've been cultivating for thousands of years. How long have you been cultivating? If it wasn't for your treasures, you would be the younger brother of the younger brothers. Understand? Yixian said in a deep voice, Don't be arrogant. Let's continue. Yuan Xiaodao hooked her finger, Come. With a leap, Yixian appeared right in front of Yuan Xiaodao. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. Yixian's expression changed drastically. He turned around and threw a punch, boom. As soon as he punched, he was pushed back dozens of meters. But before he could stop, Yuan Xiaodao appeared in front of him again. In the next moment, Yixian felt his vision blur, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Bang, along with a muffled sound, Yixian was pushed back dozens of meters. Yuan Xiaodao didn't continue to attack. She just looked at Yixian, again. In the distance, Yixian pondered for a moment before he said, Come. Yuan Xiaodao pointed with her fingers, and the sword in her hand flew to Yixian. Yixian picked up the sword and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't make a move. Yuan Xiaodao smiled, You're using silence to stop me? Let's give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. She didn't use any xianqi or any divine ability, but her speed was still unbelievably fast. At this moment, Yixian attacked. This sword looked ordinary, and it was even a little slow. However, it accurately stabbed Yuan Xiaodao's fingertip. Bang, Yuan Xiaodao was forced to a stop by Yixian's sword. Not only that, but the power on her fingertip was also dissipated by Yixian's sword. Yuan Xiaodao's eyes flashed with surprise, You have some skill. Continue. As soon as she finished speaking, her finger suddenly trembled. Bang, the sword in Yixian's hand trembled violently, and a powerful force passed through the sword to his body. Bang, Yixian was forced to retreat. Yuan Xiaodao was about to chase after him, but at this moment, the sword in Yixian's hand suddenly flew out. Yuan Xiaodao blocked it with her fingers. Bang, the sword was directly blocked, but at this moment, Yixian appeared in front of her like a ghost. Then, a fist smashed towards her face. Yuan Xiaodao didn't dodge, and she also punched out. Bang, Yixian instantly retreated. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to Yuan Xiaodao. In the distance, Yixian stopped Xiaoli and shook his head, I can't beat her. Even if he didn't use profound qi, he still wouldn't be able to beat Yuan Xiaodao. Yuan Xiaodao's attainments in the martial Dao were much higher than his. Be it speed, strength, or battle awareness, there was a huge gap between him and Yuan Xiaodao. An expert like Yuan Xiaodao wasn't the kind that relied on strength. Yuan Xiaodao glanced at Yixian, You're not too bad yourself. Yixian shook his head and smiled, Miss Yuan is powerful, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. A trace of surprise flashed in Yuan Xiaodao's eyes. This time, she didn't expect that Yixian would admit defeat so readily. At this moment, Alian suddenly said, "Your foundation is very solid, but there's still a big gap between you and Miss Yuan. After all, she was able to come this far, so she definitely isn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to come this far. In the future, if you encounter other experts from the deity's Templar, don't be careless, understand?" Yixian nodded, "I understand." At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, "Yixian." Yixian looked at Yuan Xiaodao, who smiled, "I wish you a happy time with the next deity. Goodbye." With that, she turned around and left. Yixian was stunned. "Miss Yuan, you're not going to kill me?" Yuan Xiaodao's voice came from afar, "I'm not going to kill you. I already know who the next one is." "Yixian, good luck to you, haha." It was a gloating laughter. Yixian looked at Alian, puzzled. "Senior Alian, what is she doing?" After a moment of silence, Alian said, "We're leaving too." "Now?" Yixian asked solemnly. Alian nodded, "You'll have to walk the rest of the way by yourself." With that, she was about to leave, but at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. What a coincidence. Alian and the woman were stunned when they heard that voice, and they turned around to look towards the distance. A woman was walking towards them. Yixian looked towards that direction as well. Meanwhile, Alian spoke abruptly, "You can leave now." Yixian gazed at Alian, "Senior?" Alian smiled, "Let's go." Yixian hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Farewell, Senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed slightly to them, and then he vanished into the distance. At this moment, a woman walked in front of Alian and the woman in the cotton dress. The woman smiled, "It's him?" Alian nodded, and then she glanced at the woman, "What are you doing here?" The corners of the woman's mouth curled up, "I've come to get you." "To get me?" Alian lowered her head slightly. The woman chuckled, "Let's go." Alian nodded, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at the woman, "I have to bid my farewells." The woman nodded slightly, "We'll meet again in the future." Alian smiled, "Of course." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the distance with the woman. The woman glanced at the starry sky around her, and then she waved her right hand. A strand of mysterious energy enveloped this expanse of the starry sky. A short while passed before her figure gradually became ethereal, and it didn't take long for her to vanish completely. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yixian suddenly stopped. At this moment, something occurred to him. How to get back? He remembered that the three of them had passed through over 10 enormous black holes on their way here, and Alian and Yuan Xiaodao were there to deal with them. But now, both of them were gone. So how was he supposed to get back? Yixian's face turned slightly unsightly. He hesitated for a moment and decided to go back. However, he noticed that the expanse of space had vanished when he turned around, and it was replaced by a boundless black hole. "It's gone," Yixian was quite stunned. "What's going on?" He tried to enter, but he couldn't because the powerful force made him stop in his tracks. Yixian fell silent. He knew that Alian or the woman had definitely sealed off that area. They've really left. In the same place, Yixian was silent for a long time before he turned around and left. Now, he could only rely on himself to walk back. Not long after, Yixian arrived in front of a black hole. Looking at this black hole, Yixian's expression was rather solemn. Before he came here, he had personally experienced the terror of the black hole, especially the black hole storm inside the black hole. Even the body of an earthly immortal could be crushed into pieces. Yixian did not dare to be careless. A moment later, Yixian entered the black hole. He had to pass through it. As soon as he entered the black hole, a powerful force enveloped his entire body, and that force started to crazily tear at his body. Yixian hurriedly circulated his profound energy, and at the same time, his sword intent suddenly swept out from his body. As the sword intent protected his body, his entire body instantly felt relaxed, but he still didn't dare to be careless, because he hadn't entered the center of the black hole. About an hour later, Yixian finally arrived at the center of the black hole. When he arrived at this area, the strangling force around him became even more terrifying. Yixian gently waved his right hand, and the executing heaven sword suddenly flew out. The next moment, the executing heaven sword began to circle around him, and rays of sword radiance directly wrapped around him. The sword radiance protected his body, only the executing heaven sword could withstand that force. With the protection of the executing heaven sword, Xian suddenly felt much more relaxed, but he still didn't dare to be careless. After walking for about an hour, Xian's expression suddenly changed. Because not far in front of him, there was a black tornado wreaking havoc. A black hole storm. Seeing this black hole storm, Xian did not hesitate to turn around and run. It was definitely not something he could fight against, unless he used the immortal slaying sword gourd or the sword of celestials. But he was a little flustered to fight in this black hole, because one mistake could lead to his death. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Xian's expression changed dramatically. Without any hesitation, he directly wielded the executing heaven sword and slashed down. Pfft! A ray of sword radiance slashed down. Boom! A powerful force suddenly exploded in front of Xian. In an instant, Xian retreated rapidly, and the direction he was retreating in was the direction of the black hole storm. In front of him, the man in black was emitting a ball of flames, and a powerful force swept toward him like a volcanic eruption. Xian did not dare to be careless. He directly took out the immortal slaying sword gourd. The next moment, the executing heaven sword entered the gourd. In the blink of an eye, a ray of sword radiance suddenly flew out from the gourd. Buzz! The sound of a sword suddenly resounded throughout the entire black hole. In front of Xian, an explosion suddenly rang out. Then, the man in black instantly retreated thousands of feet, and wherever the executing heaven sword passed, everything turned into nothingness. Tens of thousands of feet away, the man in black had just stopped, and the flames around him disappeared without a trace. Xian gazed at the man in black. With a wave of his right hand, the executing heaven sword flew back into the immortal slaying sword gourd. The man in black's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw this. Obviously, he was extremely fearful of Xian's immortal slaying sword gourd and the executing heaven sword. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he gazed at the man in black. A moment later, the immortal slaying sword gourd trembled violently, and then the executing heaven sword suddenly flew out. Hiss! A ray of sword radiance tore through the air. The man in black suddenly pressed his palms together and took a step forward. 10,000 flames converge. As soon as he spoke, a wave of flames suddenly swept out from within him, and then a human face suddenly condensed within the flames. A moment later, he suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed Xian's executing heaven sword. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! A ray of sword radiance suddenly slashed out from within the flames. The executing heaven sword was pointed straight at the mysterious man in black. However, the remaining waves of flames had still arrived in front of Xian. Xian suddenly took a step forward, clenched his right hand tightly, and then smashed his fist forward, the fist of burial. This punch forcefully stopped the waves of flames in front of him. Meanwhile, the mysterious man in black retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers again. Moreover, his figure had become slightly illusory at this moment. Obviously, he was slightly unable to hold on after forcefully resisting the executing heaven sword 2 times. However, the black hole had already arrived over 1 kilometer behind Xian. Meanwhile, Xian smashed his fist forward once more. Bang! The flames in front of him vanished instantly. Xian raised his head and gazed at the mysterious man in black. He gestured with his right hand, and then a ray of sword radiance flew directly back into the immortal slaying sword gourd. Xian gazed at the mysterious man in black. Do you want to continue? The mysterious man in black slowly clenched his right hand, and a ball of flames suddenly condensed. However, he did not dare to make a move. One more sword strike would be enough to greatly injure his vitality. However, he did not expect that Xian could consecutively make 2 sword strikes. Looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he could make 2 more sword strikes. Who could withstand this? Xian sized up the black-cloaked man, and then said, "Your Excellency, have you come for the 5th-dimensional treasure, or for me, Xian?" The man in black said, "The 5th-dimensional treasure." Xian said with a smile, "Don't you know? The 5th-dimensional treasure has already fallen into the hands of Venerable Sword. If you want it, you can go find Venerable Sword. Why did you come to me?" The man in black looked at Xian. I received news that Venerable Sword is still in your northern territory. He has not left. Xian smiled. You believe me? The man in black narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Xian shook his head and smiled. Think about it. What kind of person is Venerable Sword? Do you think I have the ability to make him stay? Moreover, what reason does he have to stay in the northern territory? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the news you received was given to you by Temple, right? The man in black stared at Xian without saying anything. Xian continued, don't you know my relationship with Temple? Think about it. If Venerable Sword is really in my northern territory, why doesn't he appear? Saying this, he shook his head and smiled. This Temple. They don't give up on killing me, and keep framing me. The man in black was silent. Xian glanced around and said with a smile, I won't waste any more time with you. Do you want to make a move or leave? If you want to make a move, I'll call for help. Call for help. Hearing this, the man in black's expression changed slightly. He knew that there was a woman in purple behind Xian. The reason why he made a move just now was because he saw that the woman in purple wasn't there. He wanted to catch Xian off guard, but he underestimated Xian's strength. Those 2 slashes had almost severed his body. If the woman in purple joined forces with Xian, thinking of this, the man in black had the intention to retreat. Xian suddenly smiled. Sir, I'll give you a free piece of news. Do you want to hear it? The man in black looked at Xian. Speak. Xian said, when Venerable Sword Master left the northern region, people from the Divine Palace immediately came to the northern region. Then I told them the direction, and they went after him. At that time, there were 2 super strong people from the Divine Palace. One of them was even a god, Yuan Xiaodao. However, after about an hour, they suddenly returned to the northern territory and said that Venerable Sword had completely disappeared. Then, they insisted that Venerable Sword was still in the northern territory and hadn't left. Sir, don't you think this is very strange? The man in black frowned. You mean that Venerable Sword might have been killed by Temple? Impossible, Venerable Sword is very powerful. Even 2 gods might not be able to kill him. Xian suddenly said, what about the other 3? What about the other 4? Hearing this, the man in black's pupils shrank. How is that possible? Xian smiled and said, Sir, you have to understand that this is a 5th-dimensional treasure. This is a 5th-dimensional treasure. Isn't it worth it for the Divine Palace to send so many gods? Hearing this, the man in black fell silent. Xian said again, Sir, think about it. Between me and Temple, who is more capable of killing Venerable Sword? Me or Temple? Sir, think about it carefully. After a moment, the man in black said in a deep voice, You mean, Temple killed Venerable Sword and then framed you? Xian, P.S., late update. Sorry. I slept for a few more minutes. Inside the black hole, Xian smiled, What do you think, Senior? The mysterious man in black was silent for a moment, then asked, Is Sword Venerable really not in your northern region? Xian said indifferently, Senior, I am a swordsman, and a swordsman of the bright state Sword Dao. Do you think I would lie? You should know that we swordsmen pay attention to a clear conscience and maintain our original heart. The mysterious man in black was silent for a moment, then turned around and left. He did not completely trust Xian, but between Xian and the temple, he was more willing to trust Xian. As Xian said, Xian was a swordsman, therefore, in his heart, Xian should not lie. After all, he was a super swordsman. This kind of person was usually very arrogant. Why would he lie? This kind of person disdained to lie. After the mysterious man in black left, Xian put away the immortal slaying sword gourd and looked behind him. At this time, the black hole storm was only a few dozen feet behind him. He felt as if he was being torn apart by millions of horses. This power was simply too strong. Xian retreated. About 2 hours later, Xian left the black hole area and came to a starry sky. Looking at the black hole in front of him, Xian was still somewhat afraid. The power of this black hole was not ordinary. Xian glanced around and then disappeared from where he stood. In a vast starry sky, Yuan Xiaodao was flying in the sky. At this time, she had never felt so relaxed before. This was because she had given up on targeting Xian. this was not only giving up on targeting Yi Xian, but also letting go of the obsession in her heart. Letting go of the obsession could make her saber faster and stronger. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Xiaodao. The woman was dressed in a red dress. Her hair reached her waist, and she had a voluptuous figure. She looked extremely charming. This was a woman that would make any man impulsive. Yuan Xiaodao frowned when he saw who it was. "It's you?" The woman smiled and said, "Accident?" Yuan Xiaodao replied, "It's indeed a little unexpected." The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Her giggling caused her huge breasts to tremble. It was a spectacular sight. Yuan Xiaodao glanced at the woman's chest. "What's so great about them being big?" The woman's lips curled up. "Are you feeling inferior?" Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, "Xianxia, I'll give you a small suggestion on account of our many years of friendship. This Yi Xian is very slippery. If you're not careful, you might lose your virginity instead of taking advantage of him." "Lost my virginity?" Xianxia suddenly giggled. "Yuan Xiaodao, are you trying to kill me with laughter?" "Why, did you lose your virginity?" Yuan Xiaodao shrugged. "I hope you have fun with him. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, she walked into the distance. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Xiaodao. "Why did you give up?" Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, "Why do you guess?" Xianxia looked at Yuan Xiaodao. "The higher-ups are very disappointed in you." Yuan Xiaodao replied, "So what if they're disappointed? Anyway, I'm not planning to go back." Xianxia frowned. "Then where are you going?" Yuan Xiaodao looked into the distance and said, "Dual World Sky." "Dual World Sky," Xianxia frowned. "Now? You?" Yuan Xiaodao smiled. "Why? Can't I?" Xianxia looked at Yuan Xiaodao. "I'll say it again. Why should I give up? You're not someone who gives up easily. Not only that, you even suggested the higher-ups to shake hands with Yi Xian. This isn't your style at all." Yuan Xiaodao said softly, "I'm a little tired. Anyway, I wish you guys a good time. Also, don't be careless when dealing with that Yi Xian. Otherwise, you might really lose your virginity." After saying that, she disappeared into the distance. On the spot, Xianxia remained silent. Yi Xian, she knew a lot about this person before coming. He was a swordsman. A talented swordsman. A swordsman with many backers. Not only did he have many backers, but they were also very mysterious. This was because Deity's Templar knew nothing about the people behind him. However, Deity's Templar didn't want to give up. Fifth Dimension Treasure. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said softly, "Looks like I have to change my method." After saying that, she disappeared. Far away in the star field, within a black hole, a ray of sword light suddenly broke out from this black hole. The sword light dispersed. It was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a sorry state. This was because he had passed through more than 10 black holes. At this moment, he suddenly understood one thing, and that was that this four-dimensional universe was very, very big. On the way back, he discovered some other black holes. He did not enter them, but he knew that outside of these black holes, there was definitely an unknown star field. The fourth dimension was very big. Yi Xian raised his head. Above the fourth dimension, there was still the fifth dimension. The boundless starry sky was endless. Yi Xian shook his head and returned to the north. The moment he reached the north, a lady in a red dress appeared in front of him. It was Zhu Xier. Yi Xian paused. "You are?" Zhu Xier smiled. "Deity's Templar. My name is Zhu Xier. King Yi can call me Little Xier." Deity's Templar. Yi Xian was a little surprised. "Miss Zhu, where is Miss Yuan? Where is she?" Zhu Xier rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Why? Am I not as good as her?" Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Zhu, if I'm not wrong, you're not here to flirt with me, right? Let's get straight to the point. You have to understand that I, Yi Xian, am a proper person." "A proper person?" Zhu Xier giggled. "Most men who claim to be serious are all indecent." Yi Xian smiled. "Looks like Miss Zhu has no ill intentions towards me for now. What is Miss Zhu's purpose here? Just say it. This way, we won't waste any time." Zhu Xiar looked at Yi Xian. Venerable sword is in the north, right? Yi Xian was about to speak, but suddenly, Zhu Xiar's eyes turned pink. The next moment, her eyes were like the vast starry sky. Yi Xian felt as though he was being sucked in. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly became a little sluggish. Venerable sword, wake up. At this moment, a voice rang out in Yi Xian's head. It was Venerable sword's voice. Yi Xian's body shook. His eyes returned to normal as he retreated a few feet. In front of Yi Xian, Zhu Xiar's eyes flashed with astonishment. Yi Xian looked at Zhu Xiar. What demonic art is this? Zhu Xiar's lips curled up. Guess. Yi Xian raged. Guess your head. As he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and took out the immortal slaying sword gourd. The next moment, the executing heaven sword flew out from the gourd. Seeing the executing heaven sword, Zhu Xiar's face changed. Her right hand reached out and clenched, returned to silence. Boom, the space in front of her was destroyed. The sword light around Yi Xian's executing heaven sword was also disappearing bit by bit. At this moment, another sword appeared in Yi Xian's hand, soul-suppressing sword. Yi Xian raised his sword and pointed at Zhu Xiar. Suppress. Soul-suppressing sword. In the distance, Zhu Xiar's face changed drastically again. At this moment, she felt as if her soul was about to be separated from her body. Without any hesitation, Zhu Xiar waved her hand and retreated explosively. This time, she retreated over 3 kilometers away. After she stopped, her expression instantly became extremely solemn. Yi Xian looked at Zhu Xiar. Compared to Miss Yuan, you seem to be quite lacking. Zhu Xiar's lips curled up. Is that so? Yi Xian was about to speak when the space around her suddenly exploded. At this moment, he felt as if his body was about to be dismembered. Yi Xian suddenly roared with rage. In the next moment, a ray of sword light flashed. Chi, a tearing sound resounded. Boundless sword. When Yi Xian executed this move, Zhu Xiar's face changed drastically. She pushed her hands forward to block. At this moment, the space in front of her actually overlapped with each other. The sword arrived. Rumble, the space in front of Zhu Xiar exploded. However, she had mysteriously disappeared. Zhu Xiar did not disappear. Yi Xian had also disappeared without a trace. Above the clouds, Zhu Xiar scanned her surroundings. However, she did not feel Yi Xian's aura. Zhu Xiar frowned. How is this possible? At this moment, she suddenly turned around. The moment she turned, a sword slashed towards her face. Zhu Xiar waved her right hand. Boom, a strong force exploded between the two of them. Very quickly, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet away. Yi Xian was about to attack when Zhu Xiar suddenly said, Talk. Yi Xian looked at Zhu Xiar and smiled. Talk about what? Romance? Zhu Xiar stared at Yi Xian. If you don't want the northern region to become the target of everyone in the four-dimensional universe, then we better talk. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Your temple wants me dead, right? Zhu Xiar did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. Under such circumstances, what do you think we have to talk about? Zhu Xiar smiled. Anything can be discussed. Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Zhu, I am speaking the truth. Senior Sword Venerable is really not in the northern region. If you want that treasure, you can go find Senior Sword Venerable. It's useless to find me. Zhu Xiar smiled. You are really cute when you lie. Really, this is the first time I have seen a swordsman lie without batting an eyelid. I am very curious, how do you lie without going against your conscience? Is it because you are thick-skinned? Yi Xian, Zhu Xiar smiled. I will let you give up. As she spoke, she waved her right hand and a light screen appeared in front of Yi Xian. There was an image on the light screen. It was the image of Yi Xian and Sword Venerable in the courtyard. The last image was Yi Xian disappearing with Sword Venerable. However, an hour later, only Yi Xian appeared in the courtyard. Seeing this, Yi Xian was silent. Zhu Xiar looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What else do you have to say? Yi Xian said seriously, Senior Sword Venerable is really not with me. I can swear, at this moment, Sword Venerable suddenly appeared beside him. Yi Xian. Zhu Xiar looked at Sword Venerable, then looked at Yi Xian. Swear. Swear it to me. Swear. Yi Xian was a little speechless. He did not expect Venerable Sword to come out. Now that he was out, he was in trouble. Venerable Sword looked at Xian and said apologetically, "Sorry for giving you so much trouble." Xian smiled, "This is no trouble at all. After all, even without Senior, the temple will not let me off." Venerable Sword nodded and looked at Xianxia. "You are looking for me?" Xianxia looked at Venerable Sword and did not speak. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Don't you want the pagoda? Aren't you looking for Senior Venerable Sword? He is right here. Go ahead and hit him." Xianxia looked at Xian coldly, "Can you shut up?" Xian said coldly, "Looks like your temple only knows how to bully the weak." Xianxia ignored Xian and looked at Venerable Sword. "I am curious, why is Venerable Sword following this Xian?" Venerable Sword was expressionless. "What has this got to do with you?" Xianxia squinted her eyes and her gaze turned cold. At this moment, Venerable Sword said again, "Isn't your temple looking for the old man?" "The old man is right here." Xianxia was silent. With her strength, she could not do anything to Venerable Sword, not to mention that there was still Xian beside him. Venerable Sword looked at Xianxia. "If there is anything, come and find me. This has nothing to do with little friend Yi, understand?" With that, he turned and disappeared. Back to the prison pagoda, to Venerable Sword, all he wanted to do now was to comprehend his sword Dao. A breakthrough in his sword Dao was his biggest goal in this life. As for the fifth dimension, he did not care anymore. Xian looked at Zhu Xia. "Miss Zhu, take care. I will not send you off." Zhu Xia smiled. "Xian, I am really curious. I am curious why Venerable Sword is following you and even helping you." Xian smiled and said, "My personal charm, I guess." Zhu Xia glared at Xian. "If others knew that this Sword Lord was in your northern region, what do you think would happen?" Xian shrugged. "What will happen? It was nothing more than a lot of people coming to the northern region. However, I can guarantee you that the one who benefits in the end will definitely not be your Divine Hall, because Senior Sword Master and I will definitely chase after your Divine Hall and fight." With that, he turned around and left. On the spot, Zhu Xia was silent for a moment before she disappeared. After Xian returned to the northern region, he immediately went into seclusion, comprehension. After returning from the Nether Hall, he had actually comprehended many things. Now, he was going to completely comprehend these things and turn them into something useful. Cultivate. During this period of time, it was rare for the northern region to be peaceful. This could be said to be his chance. He needed to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength. Even though he could now fight evenly with Zhu Xia, he knew that this was far from enough. Xian went into seclusion. During this period of time, Zhu Xia did not leave either. She wandered around the city and in the end, she actually wandered all the way to the Immortal Dao sect. This was also Yi Ling's territory. This undoubtedly affected the nerves of all the experts in the northern region, who didn't know the importance of Yi Ling now. That was Xian's fate. Whoever dared to touch Yi Ling, Xian would undoubtedly go crazy. Xiao Tian'er and the rest were secretly on high alert, ready to act at any time. However, this Zhu Xia did not make a move against Yi Ling. Not only did she not make a move, she even taught Yi Ling, and in the end, she actually obtained the title of a guest in the Immortal Dao sect. Everyone was astonished. What was going on? During this period of time, the northern region was in the dark. There were more experts around. Obviously, many people were still suspicious of Xian. However, no one dared to make a move against Xian. Because right now, besides the Undying Temple, no one could be 100% sure that Venerable Sword was in the northern region. About half a month later, Xian suddenly walked out of his room. Xianxia and Xianxia had been waiting outside for a long time. Xian took a deep breath. He opened his palm and the Executing Heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Xian looked at the Executing Heaven sword in his hand and smiled. "Sword." The moment he spoke, two sword intents suddenly swept out from the Executing Heaven sword. In an instant, one black and one white sword intent enveloped the surroundings. Sword intent. During this period of time, his biggest gain was sword intent. In the past, his sword and sword intent were separate. Sword intent was sword intent and sword was sword. He did not combine the two. But now, he directly combined his sword intent with the Executing Heaven sword. In the past, he felt that sword intent was an illusory thing. but now, he felt that sword intent had life. Sword intent was born because of him, and he was the sword. By combining sword intent, he could make his sword power stronger. In the past, he rarely used sword intent. But now, he found that after he had perfectly combined sword intent, the power of his sword skills could be increased by at least 30 to 40%. This improvement was very terrifying. In addition to the improvement of sword intent, during this period of time, he had also absorbed the sword skills and various sword principles contained in the sword manual. These had also greatly improved him. Now, his entire state of mind had quietly changed. He stood there now, without the sharpness that he once had. Reserved, now, he was like a sword that had returned to its natural state. Of course, there was still some distance from the true return to its natural state. However, he had begun to move in this direction. Because the more a person knew, the more they would be low-key and humble. His current understanding of swordsmanship was no longer the same as that of a young boy. Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the two women. He smiled and said, "What's the matter?" Xianxia nodded. "That Xianxia is very close to Yiling." Xian nodded slightly. "I'll go see her." Xianxia glanced at Xian. "Be careful." Xian nodded. "Is there anything else?" Xianxia said, "There are still many people secretly spying on us. In the beginning, some people were quite subtle. But now, more and more people are acting unscrupulously." Xian nodded. "I'll take care of it." After saying that, he looked up at the sky. The next moment, he directly turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. After a few breaths, more than a dozen bloody heads fell directly from the sky. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Xianxia were stunned. What was Xian trying to do? In the distant sky, above the clouds, Xian glanced around and smiled slightly. "Do you think that my black-yellow great world is easy to bully? Or do you think that I, Xian, am easy to bully?" There was no response. Xian suddenly waved his right hand. The executing heaven sword flew out. A few hundred feet away, a head flew directly. Xian glanced around again. Within 3 breaths, if there is anyone who is not from my northern region within a radius of 100,000 miles, kill without mercy. Haha, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. "King Yi, how arrogant." As the voice fell, a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man looked at Xian and was about to speak. At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. This time, he directly used the immeasurable sword. When he sensed the power of Xian's sword, the middle-aged man's face instantly changed. "King Yi, please have mercy." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, his head flew directly. Xian glanced around coldly. "Is there anyone else?" There was no response. Xian softly said, "I have been too kind to you all, so you all think that I am easy to bully. All of you have come to find trouble with me again and again." With that said, he glanced coldly at the surroundings again. "Now, get out of my sight." Immediately, some of the auras in the surroundings began to retreat. Soon, the people in hiding all left the northern region. In the air, Xian withdrew his gaze and directly flew to the Immortal Tao sect. When they saw Xian, the entire Immortal Tao sect was in an uproar. The current Xian was very famous in the Black-Yellow Great World. Not just because he was the current master of the Xuanhuan Great World, but also because he was a swordsman, and a young swordsman at that. There were many legends about Xian in the Black-Yellow Great World. Soon, more and more Immortal Tao sect experts arrived at the Immortal Tao Temple. As soon as Xian arrived, Yiling ran out. When she saw Xian, Yiling smiled brightly. "Big brother." With that, she flew toward Xian. When she arrived before Xian and was about to throw herself into Xian's arms, she suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped. She looked to the side and saw that countless Immortal Tao sect disciples had gathered. Yiling secretly looked around and then grabbed Xian's arm. "Big brother, why are you here?" Xian smiled. "Naturally, I came to see you." "How is it? Is everything going smoothly here?" Yiling nodded. "Everything is going smoothly. There are now more than 1,000 people in the Immortal Tao sect. Moreover, there are 7 ascending ice realm experts. Not only that, but there are also 2 unknown realm experts. Yi Xian laughed. Amazing, amazing. He naturally knew about these 2 unknown realm experts because he had sent them to protect Yi Ling. However, after coming to the Immortal Dao sect, they truly liked this place. This was because the benefits here were really good. This was naturally because of Yi Xian. The entire Northern Territory and the Black-Yellow Chronicle took great care of the Immortal Dao sect. When the Immortal Dao sect disciples went out, others would give them some face. This was because everyone knew how much Yi Xian doted on his little sister. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly smiled. Big brother, I met a big sister. Come, with that, she turned to look. Not far away, a woman in a red dress slowly walked over. She had a charming smile on her face. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia walked to Yi Ling's side and gently rubbed Yi Ling's head. Then she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Congratulations, King Yi, your strength has increased a lot. Yi Xian smiled. Many thanks. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and sent a voice transmission. I heard that you care about your little sister a lot. Why? Aren't you afraid that I will target her? Yi Xian smiled. No. Xiaoxia's eyes narrowed. You think I don't dare? Yi Xian shook his head. It's because you won't. Xiaoxia was slightly startled. Why? Yi Xian said softly. The pride of the strong. You and Miss Yuan are both top experts. Although I am your enemy, I know that you have your pride. You will not do such despicable things. Hearing this, Xiaoxia fell silent. P.S. Speaking of which, do you think that in the entire universe, there are only us Earthlings? Recently, when I read about the universe, I suddenly realized that our Earth is very, very small. No, it's our solar system that is very, very small. How big is the universe? The pride of the strong, Yi Xian realized a problem. Up until now, the opponents he had met rarely used such despicable methods to deal with him. Whether it was Yuan Xiaodao or the other experts, none of them had said anything about targeting Yi Xian's family and friends. Why? Because these people had cultivated to this level, they had their own pride. Of course, not everyone would be like this. But now, the majority of the enemies did not say that they could not deal with Yi Xian, so they targeted Yi Ling. Although the number of enemies was increasing, and they were getting stronger, the quality of the enemies was also getting higher. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but shake his head and smile. Was this a good thing? In front of Yi Xian, Xiaoxia shook her head and smiled. She looked at Yi Ling and said, I want to have a chat with your brother. Yi Ling looked at the 2 of them and said, all right. After saying this, she turned and left. Yi Xian and Xiaoxia found a place to sit. There were only the 2 of them. Xiaoxia said softly, King Yi, I will not beat around the bush. This time, I represent Deity's Templar and want to have a chat with you. Yi Xian smiled and said, you did not intend to talk at the start, right? Xiaoxia shook her head and said, no, after a god was killed, we already wanted to talk with you. But we knew that talking with you would not have any results. Because, you will not give up the 5th dimensional treasure. So, we placed our hopes on Yuan Xiaodao. But, she gave up. Not only did she give up, she suggested that we not target you anymore. Deity's Templar still holds her words in high regard because we are very clear of her strength. Since she chose to give up, she must have met with something. After saying this, she looked at Yi Xian and said, we have no choice but to talk now. What about you? Are you willing to talk? Yi Xian smiled and said, if I am not wrong, if I am not willing, then you will have to pay any price. Am I right? Xiaoxia nodded, yes, because we have no other choice. Yi Xian smiled and said, just because that 5th dimensional treasure can bring you guys to the 5th dimension? Xiaoxia pointed at the starry sky far away. Do you know how many geniuses have fallen in the dual realm sky? Many, 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 so many that the 5th dimension of the dual realm sky is filled with the corpses of all kinds of monstrous geniuses. As she said that, she slowly closed her eyes. Many people have reached the end of the 4th dimension. If they can't break through, they will die of old age. An expert, a super expert will eventually die of old age. Can you understand how they feel? Yi Xian softly said, so, this treasure of the fifth dimension is their hope, right? Xianxia nodded, yes. Of course, currently, only my divine palace knows that the fifth dimensional treasure is in your hands. Yi Xian was silent. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Can we work together? Yi Xian said, how? Xianxia said solemnly, we want to invite you to the headquarters of Divine Palace, which is the ruins of God. One of our seniors wants to personally see this treasure of yours. Yi Xian smiled and said, can I come back if I go? Xianxia nodded, yes. Yi Xian shook his head, I don't believe you. That is your territory. Xianxia said, is there a difference if he comes or you go? Yi Xian was silent. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said, we don't want to be enemies with you because we don't have full confidence in dealing with the person behind you. Even if we snatch the treasure from you, the revenge of the person behind you will be too much for us to handle. So, we choose to work with you. It's a win-win situation for everyone. We just want to understand the fifth dimension and go there. If our goal doesn't conflict with yours, you can choose to work with us because there are many benefits. Benefits? Yi Xian smiled and said, what kind of benefits? Xianxia smiled and said, for example, we can help you solve some of your problems. Yi Xian frowned and said, what problems? Xianxia looked at the sky and said, do you know how many life realm experts are hiding in the dark? Yi Xian shook his head. He really didn't know. He couldn't sense experts of the life realm yet. Xianxia smiled and said, no less than 6. 6. Yi Xian's face darkened. So there were so many of them, Xianxia said again, we can help you block them. Not only that, we can help you improve. Of course, in return, you need to help us understand the fifth dimension treasure. Don't worry, we won't use force anymore because the treasure has already recognized you as its owner. Our goal is to understand the fifth dimension through it. If possible, we can use it to enter the fifth dimension. Of course, this depends on the situation and we won't force it. Yi Xian was silent. Xianxia smiled and said, how about it? Yi Xian said softly, what you said is very good. However, have you ever thought of a problem? If I go to your godly empty land, I will be meat on your chopping board. Isn't it up to you to decide how you want to cut me? Xianxia nodded and said, you are right. Therefore, it is up to you. As she said this, she looked at the sky and smiled and said, let me tell you something. There will be more and more people coming here. Yi Xian smiled and said, I will go with you to the godly empty land. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said, are you serious? Yi Xian nodded and said, I am serious. However, I have 2 conditions. Xianxia said, tell me. Yi Xian said, first, I need 2 life realm experts to guard the black-yellow great world for me. I want this place to be safe. Is that okay? Xianxia was silent for a while and said, okay. We will send people to guard this place. 2 life realm experts are more than enough. After you leave, those big shots will leave as well, and those who stay won't be a threat to life realm experts. She looked at Yi Xian and said, what about the second condition? Yi Xian smiled and said, the second condition is that I need the purple origin energy to restore some of the black-yellow great world's purple origin energy. He knew that the purple origin energy of the black-yellow great world was controlled by the temple. Although Shaolinger could concoct the earth immortal pill, it could not be used by all cultivators. One had to know that the ingredients to concoct the earth immortal pill were very precious and it was difficult to concoct them in large quantities. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said, you are quite nice to the people of this world. Yi Xian smiled and said, can I? Xianxia nodded and said, yes, we can send some purple origin energy to this black-yellow great world. Yi Xian nodded and said, give me 1 day. Xianxia said, okay. Then she got up and left. After Xianxia left, Yi Xian was silent for a while and then he walked towards the main hall of the Immortal Path sect. For the rest of the day, Yi Xian accompanied Yi Ling. Now, besides cultivating, he spent the rest of his time with Yi Ling. He would cherish every moment he spent with Yi Ling. He still felt that he owed his sister a little. Because the time he spent with her was far too little, moreover, because of the World Prison Pagoda, Yi Ling had suffered a lot with him. On the second day, Yi Xian came to Xiaoqi's room. At this moment, Xiaoqi's room was very quiet and there was no movement. However, Xiaoqi still had no intention of coming out of seclusion. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned to Jiangjiu and Xianxia and said, "After I leave, Xiaoqi will temporarily take over everything in the black-yellow great world. At that time, there will be 2 life realm powerhouses hiding in the dark. If you encounter any problems, you can ask them to help." Xianxia nodded slightly, understood. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Are you really going to the Divine Hall?" Yi Xian smiled, "Could it be fake?" Xianxia said solemnly, "This might be a plot by the Divine Hall." Yi Xian smiled slightly, "It's okay. I have to go because if I don't, the Divine Hall won't let this go. The others won't let this go either. I have to go and attract their attention." If he didn't leave, the black-yellow great world would never have a day of peace. Although he had given up the world prison pagoda, it was obvious that it had only solved the immediate problem. He didn't expect that the Sword Saint would bring the world prison pagoda back to find him and even live in the world prison pagoda. It had to be said that the world was really unpredictable. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xianxuan's expression became a little complicated. Following Yi Xian till now, she realized that Yi Xian was actually quite bitter. He basically didn't have a single moment of rest. Yi Xian looked at Jiangjiu and said, "The 2 of you have to be careful. This place is a little complicated and there are many people with intentions. Don't be careless and underestimate the enemy. Understand?" Jiangjiu nodded, "You have to be careful when you go to the ruins of God." Yi Xian smiled, "Don't worry, I still have the ability to escape." After explaining some matters to the 2 girls, Yi Xian came to Enlanxio's courtyard. At this moment, Enlanxio hadn't come out of seclusion. After eating that Earth Celestial pill, Enlanxio had been in seclusion until now. He knew that be it Seven or Enlanxio, when he saw them again, their strength would definitely have earth-shattering changes. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and left. An hour later, Yi Xian came to the vast starry sky and Zhu Xier had been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian smiled, "Lady Zhu, please." Zhu Xier nodded, "King Yi, forgive me for being straightforward. Having too many ties might not be a good thing." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Does Lady Zhu have any relatives?" Zhu Xier said indifferently, "Of course. However, some have already turned to dust." Yi Xian smiled, "Lady Zhu doesn't have anyone that you care about?" Zhu Xier smiled, "What are you trying to say?" Yi Xian said softly, "If a person doesn't have a few friends and no relatives that they care about, this person should be quite pitiful. As for the ties that Lady Zhu mentioned, forgive me for being straightforward. When our parents gave birth to us, weren't we ties and troubles for them when we were young?" Just as Zhu Xier was about to speak, something strange happened. The space around the 2 of them collapsed and at the same time, countless blood-red chains appeared around the 2 of them. This sudden change caused Yi Xian and Zhu Xier to frown. Yi Xian looked at Zhu Xier, "Your men?" Zhu Xier replied solemnly, "Don't think too much. They are not from Deity's Templar." "Not from Deity's Templar," Yi Xian frowned. If they were not from Deity's Templar, then who were they? At this moment, the space around him and Zhu Xier suddenly turned illusory. "Those strange red chains," Yi Xian looked at Zhu Xier. The latter waved her hand and a strong force was emitted from her hand. Rumble, in an instant, the space around them started to tremble. But the red chains were not damaged at all. The red chains were like a cage, trapping the 2 of them in place. Seeing this, Zhu Xier frowned. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Call for help." Zhu Xier looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said indifferently, "Since the other party knows about us but still dares to attack, do you think they are ordinary people? Hurry up and call for help." Zhu Xier looked around. Who would have thought that just as Deity's Templar formed an alliance with you, someone would jump out? Yi Xian did not expect this as well. Someone had been waiting in the dark for an opportunity. Zhu Xier said solemnly, "My men, there is still an hour left. We have to hold on for an hour." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the blood-red chains suddenly started shuttling back and forth. Following that, a powerful force surged towards Yi Xian and Zhu Xier. Zhu Xier's face changed. "This is a barrier." As she said, she looked at Yi Xian, "Use your sword." Executing Heaven's sword, Yi Xian nodded. He pulled out his sword and slashed. Qi, the executing heaven sword slashed out. Boom, in front of Yixian, a blood-red chain was broken. Xianxia's expression eased up slightly when she saw the scene. But in the next moment, her expression became extremely unsightly. Because the blood-red chain that had been severed had automatically healed itself, not only that, but the blood in her and Yixian's bodies also began to tremble at this moment, as if their blood vessels were about to burst open. Yixian frowned. Targeting blood, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the blood in his body gradually calmed down. What a joke, his blood was alive, and it had a temper. How could it be so easily affected by other people's blood? However, Xianxia's face was getting uglier by the second. Yixian looked at Xianxia. Miss Zhu, do you need help? Xianxia replied indifferently, no need. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand suddenly pressed down. Rumble, a strong force swept out from her body. In an instant, the blood in her body returned to normal. Yixian was just about to speak when the space around him and Xianxia suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Not only that, the blood-red chains were slicing towards him and Xianxia like blades. Rumble, around them, the endless starry skies began to tremble violently. It was as if there was a huge earthquake. It was incomparably shocking. Xianxia's eyes flashed with seriousness. She looked at Yixian, be careful. With that, she clasped her hands together. Boom, an invisible force suddenly flashed out from her body. This force blocked the sea of blood around them. But at this moment, blood-red ghost faces suddenly appeared from within the sea of blood. These ghost faces were malevolent, and they howled and roared like evil spirits from the depths of hell. Beside Yixian, Xianxia's face changed. You are the blood ancestor. Yixian looked at Xianxia. Blood ancestor? Who? Xianxia said solemnly, an expert not weaker than Venerable Sword. Not weaker than Venerable Sword, Yixian's face turned solemn. He was very clear of Venerable Sword's strength. Although Venerable Sword was only a life realm expert, he was definitely not an ordinary life realm expert. After all, even within the same realm, there were differences in strength, and this blood ancestor was definitely not an ordinary life realm expert. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't be so afraid. Xianxia stared into the distance. Could it be that you also want that fifth-dimensional treasure? At this moment, a laugh came from the sea of blood. Who doesn't want that fifth-dimensional treasure? But this time, the old man is here for the bloodline of this little brat beside you. For Yixian's bloodline, Xianxia looked at Yixian, a little confused. Yixian was also a little confused. For his bloodline, blood ancestor laughed. Rumor has it that King Ye's bloodline is extraordinary. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. Your bloodline is not affected by my blood technique at all. It seems that it is not an ordinary bloodline. Yixian looked in front of him. Are you here for my bloodline? Blood ancestor laughed. Yes, King Yi. Don't resist. In my blood array, not to mention the two of you, even the lady in purple behind you can't do anything. Yixian said solemnly, what do you want? Xianxia, who was at the side, suddenly said, he wants to devour your bloodline. This is how he gets stronger. The better the bloodline, the more valuable it is to him. Devour my bloodline, Yixian was silent. Xianxia said, if you have any trump cards, don't hide them. Yixian looked at Xianxia. Lady Zhu, you are a super expert of Undying Temple. Shouldn't you be the one to perform now? Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, she waved her right hand and a full moon flew out from her palm. But in the next moment, this full moon was swallowed by countless blood faces. Xianxia said solemnly, in this blood array, I can't do anything to him. As she spoke, she looked at Blood Ancestor. You must have been here for a long time. But what surprised me is that Undying Temple didn't know anything about it. Blood Ancestor laughed. Do you think Undying Temple is omnipotent? Haha. As Blood Ancestor laughed, a blood shadow suddenly pounced at Yixian. Xianxia's face changed. She was about to attack when countless blood faces appeared around her. Then, like a tidal wave, they drowned her. In this short time, the blood shadow was already in front of Yixian. In the next moment, Yixian saw a face. This blood face belonged to Blood Ancestor. Blood Ancestor laughed malevolently. Stop struggling. As he spoke, he pounced at Xian. Xian did not struggle, he allowed Blood Ancestor to pounce into his body. The moment Blood Ancestor entered Xian's body, a blood light swept out from Xian's body. At the same time, Xian's eyes turned into a sea of blood. Haha, at this time, Blood Ancestor's voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. It is indeed a top-quality bloodline. Top quality, haha, his laughter was filled with excitement and even a trace of madness. This was because he had not seen such a top-quality bloodline in a long time. No, he had never seen such a top-quality bloodline before. At this time, the bloodline in Xian's body suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a powerful bloodline power rushed towards Blood Ancestor's blood. The crazy demon bloodline was starting to retaliate. At this time, Blood Ancestor's disdainful voice sounded in Xian's mind again. Still want to retaliate? What a joke, ah. Suddenly, the Blood Ancestor's voice became frightened. How is this possible? Ah. Impossible. What kind of bloodline is this? Ah, screams kept ringing in Xian's mind. After a while, Blood Ancestor's voice disappeared completely. The aura in Xian's body skyrocketed at this moment. The speed of the increase was extremely shocking, like a volcano suddenly erupting. Boom! Boom! The sea of blood around him began to rush towards Xian. Absorb. Xian was still absorbing the blood crazily. No, it was not Xian who was absorbing, but his bloodline itself. He could not control it anymore. After devouring the Blood Ancestor, he wanted to stop. The energy was too terrifying, and his body could not hold it anymore. However, the power of his bloodline did not want to stop. It was not that he did not want to stop, but that he could not stop. His blood was still madly absorbing, and he could not stop it at all. Once the power of his bloodline was activated, it would no longer be under his control. After devouring the Blood Ancestor, the power of his bloodline was so strong that Xian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded now. He did not know to what extent his blood had reached, but he knew that if this continued, he would be toyed to death by his own blood, because the skin around his body was already starting to crack. His physical body could no longer withstand the power of his bloodline. Who would believe this? His physical body could not withstand the power of his bloodline. The problem was that after devouring the Blood Ancestor, the bloodline was not satisfied. It still wanted to devour the sea of blood around him. Ah! At this time, Xian suddenly roared, Stop now, I can't hold it anymore. From afar, Xianxia looked at Xian with a face full of confusion. What was going on? She was also a little confused now. Boom! At this time, a strong blood radiance suddenly swept out from Xian's body, and this strong blood radiance sent Xianxia flying a few hundred feet away. After Xianxia stopped, she looked at Xian not far away, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? From afar, Xian's aura was still rising crazily, and the sea of blood around him was almost completely absorbed by him. However, his body's condition was getting worse, his blood was getting stronger, but this bloodline did not care about his physical body at all. Xian suddenly roared angrily, If you don't stop, I will be toyed to death by you. However, the bloodline did not stop, and at this time many parts of his body had already split open, but no blood flowed out, which was very strange. At this time, Xian fell straight down, his eyes filled with confusion. This daddy is going to be toyed to death by myself. P.S. At this moment, he really felt that he was finished, because this bloodline had no intention of stopping. Was it a demon? This guy only cared about himself and not him. At this moment, his blood suddenly stopped flowing and then calmed down. At this moment, Xian was already half dead. Very tragic, his corporeal body was completely shattered, and he was just short of falling apart. Xianxia sized up Xian and her eyes flashed with doubt. Where was the Blood Ancestor? This was her question. She had seen the Blood Ancestor enter Xian's body with her own eyes. But now, she could not feel the Blood Ancestor's aura. Gone. Thinking of this, Xiaoxia's face turned ugly. Moments later, she took out a dark purple crystal and fed it to Xian. Soon, Xian's aura recovered a little. Xian slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead yet? Xiaoxia smiled. What do you think? Xian took a deep breath and took out a white jade bottle. He opened it and drank it in one gulp. Spring of life. As the spring of life entered his body, Xian's body started to recover at an extremely fast rate. Spring of life? Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. You actually have such a divine item. How did you get it? Xian said, I picked it up. With that, he took out another bottle and drank it because he felt that one bottle of Spring of Life's recovery was a little slow. Xiao's face turned ugly. You drink this like water? Do you know how precious this Spring of Life is? Even a life-breaking realm expert would find it hard to get a drop. At this moment, Xian took out another bottle and drank it. Xiao's face froze. After drinking 3 bottles of Spring of Life, Xian instantly felt much more comfortable because he had recovered 50% to 60%. Xiao stared at Xian. Did you kill the Tree of Life? Xian looked at Xiao. What are you thinking about? He and I were good friends. When I left, he gave me a little of the Spring of Life. Xiao was a little angry. You are friends with it? How could it know you? How could he be your friend? Xian was baffled. Why can't we be friends? He and I are very good friends. Xiao nodded. All right. I don't care if you guys are friends or not. Let me ask you again, where is the blood ancestor? The blood ancestor, Xian blinked. He's gone. Xiao suddenly raged. Xian, do I look like an idiot to you? Xian was speechless. Xiao glared at Xian. What's wrong with him? Xian was silent. Xiao took a deep breath and asked, is he dead? Xian said with a smile, guess. Xiao looked deeply at Xian. You're really capable. Such a strong expert was killed by you without a trace. At this moment, she was a little more wary of Xian. This Xian was too mysterious. She was very clear about the blood ancestor's strength. He was an expert comparable to the sword Venerable, yet, he was gone without a trace. Xian smiled. Miss Zhu, can you wait for me? After I recuperate, we will set off for the ruins of God. Xiao said solemnly, is he really dead? Xian nodded. Dead? He can't be more dead than dead. Xiao looked at Xian. How did you do it? Xian said with a smile, to tell you the truth, I really didn't do anything. He killed himself. This was the truth. If the blood ancestor had fought him head-on, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win. But the blood ancestor was arrogant and came to devour his bloodline. Was his bloodline that easy to devour? That was a bloodline that even he couldn't handle. One had to admit that the power of this bloodline was too sick. Xiao looked at Xian. You recuperate first. With that, she retreated to the side. Xian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Although he devoured the blood ancestor, he realized that he didn't change at all. There was no change at all, not even the slightest bit stronger. This was something that he couldn't understand. After a while, Xian seemed to understand. This time, the power of the bloodline was stronger. It had nothing to do with him. That's not right. It should be said that the power of the bloodline was more terrifying than before. But his cultivation level didn't increase at all. And if he wanted to obtain the power of the bloodline, he had to activate it first. But if he didn't activate it, the power of the bloodline would be useless. To put it simply, the bloodline was like an individual. Of course, this individual was also a part of Xian. This was because the bloodline depended on him to survive. But he still couldn't fully control this bloodline, especially after the bloodline absorbed the blood ancestor. It became even more terrifying. What level had this bloodline reached? He didn't know. He didn't dare to activate it, because before he absorbed the blood ancestor, he already couldn't control it. And now, after absorbing the blood ancestor, he didn't know what level the bloodline had reached. Therefore, he didn't dare to activate it. If he wasn't careful, he could be killed by his own bloodline. Xian sighed in a low voice. This bloodline was too weird. His intuition told him that this bloodline had reached an extremely terrifying level. Once he activated this bloodline, either his enemies died, or he died. Or everyone died together. Moments later, Xian stood up. He looked at the storage ring in his hand. This was what he had obtained from the blood ancestor. But he couldn't open this storage ring now. Because there were 3 restrictions in this storage ring, he didn't dare to force it open. Because if he did, he might cause the storage ring to self-destruct. And he didn't trust Xianxia. Therefore, he could only temporarily give up on the things in the storage ring. Yi Xian kept the storage ring and walked to Xiaoxia's side. He smiled, "Miss Zhu, let's go." Zhu Xiao looked at Yi Xian, "Have you rested enough?" Yi Xian nodded, "Almost." Zhu Xiao hesitated and asked, "King Yi, do you have a lot of the Spring of Life?" Yi Xian said with a straight face, "No, I just drank up all of my stock." "Really?" Zhu Xiao looked at Yi Xian, "I won't take it for free. How about I buy a bottle from you?" Yi Xian shook his head, "I don't have it. I really don't have it." Zhu Xiao said solemnly, "Half a bottle. How about it?" Yi Xian was about to speak when Zhu Xiao said, "I'm willing." Yi Xian was shocked, "You're willing to marry me?" Zhu Xiao suddenly waved her right hand. Boom, Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of feet away. After Yi Xian stopped, Zhu Xiao was about to attack again. Yi Xian quickly said, "I'm just joking." Zhu Xiao stopped. She looked at Yi Xian coldly and turned to leave. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Xiao. He smiled and waved his right hand. 2 white jade bottles appeared in front of Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said with a smile, "These 2 bottles are for Miss Zhu." Zhu Xiao raised her eyebrows, "For me?" Yi Xian nodded, "For you." Zhu Xiao stared at Yi Xian, "Do you know how precious this is?" Yi Xian nodded, "I know." Zhu Xiao asked, "Then why are you giving it to me?" Yi Xian smiled, "Why? You don't want it?" Zhu Xiao kept the 2 bottles of Spring of Life and looked at Yi Xian, "I'll remember this favor." Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. A moment later, the 2 continued on their journey to the ruins of gods, which was also the real lair of God Templar. 2 days later, Yi Xian found that there were suddenly more powerful auras around him. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, Zhu Xiao suddenly said, "It's one of us." Yi Xian nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Escort me?" Zhu Xiao said, "You can say so." As she said, she looked at Yi Xian, "Let me ask you something." "You don't have to say it." Yi Xian smiled, "Ask away." Zhu Xiao said solemnly, "That lady behind you, how strong is she?" Lady in plain dress. Right now, everyone in the 4-dimensional universe was curious about this woman. What kind of expert was she? Yi Xian thought about it and said, "How strong she is, I don't know either." Zhu Xiao stared at Yi Xian, "You don't know either?" Yi Xian nodded, "I don't know." As he said, he looked at Zhu Xiao, "Miss Zhu, can you tell me how your God Templar sees her?" Zhu Xiao was silent for a moment before asking, "Unfathomable." "Unfathomable," Yi Xian said with a smile, "Then why are you still trying to kill me?" Zhu Xiao looked at Yi Xian, "That's what we think. If she is really undefeatable, why didn't she just kill her way into our God Templar?" But she didn't do so, so there are only 2 reasons. First, she's being held back by something. Second, although she is strong, she isn't as strong as we thought. She doesn't dare to come to our God Templar because she is afraid of us. So, we bet on the second reason. Yi Xian was silent. Zhu Xiao continued, "But, as we investigated further, and with the appearance of those people behind you, we felt that we might have underestimated her." Yi Xian smiled, "I also feel that you have underestimated her." Although he didn't know how strong the lady in plain dress was, he knew that she wasn't someone ordinary people could fight against. After all, how strong was the big shot in the 8th level of the World Prison Pagoda? But wasn't she also afraid of the lady in plain dress? From his point of view, this God Templar couldn't even compare to the 8th level. Zhu Xiao said softly, "I understand Yuan Xiaodao a little now." After interacting with Yi Xian, she also realized that Yi Xian was a little terrifying. Putting everything else aside, she still didn't know how the blood ancestor died not long ago. He was a life realm expert after all. The land of the ruins of God, Yi Xian looked up. Not far away, there was a boundless mountain range. The mountain range was connected, and he couldn't see the end of it. Above this mountain range, Yi Xian could faintly see some figures. Yi Xian looked at Zhu Xiao, and the latter said softly, "This is the land of the ruins of God, one of the strongest powers in the 4th dimension." Yi Xian nodded, "Miss Zhu, how is the interior of your temple?" Xianxia smiled, you want to ask, since we have peace advocates, do we also have war advocates, right? Yixian smiled, yes. Xianxia said, there are war advocates. Hearing this, Yixian turned and left. At this moment, Xianxia stood in front of Yixian, and she rolled her eyes at Yixian, what are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you that there are peace advocates? Yixian thought about it, and then he said, I feel that once I go in, it will be very difficult for me to come out. Xianxia looked at Yixian, I will protect you. Yixian was slightly surprised, Miss Zhu, are you serious? Xianxia nodded, don't worry, even if we are enemies, I won't use such despicable methods to deal with you. If we can't come to an agreement, I will protect you from the land of the ruins of God. Yixian hesitated, and then he asked, are you sure you can protect me? Xianxia smiled, I can. Her words were filled with great confidence. Yixian glanced at Xianxia, this Xianxia's status in the temple is definitely not simple. Xianxia said, let's go. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the distance. Shrugging his shoulders, Yixian followed him. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the peak of a mountain. On this mountain peak, there was an ancient city that floated. The city wasn't big, but it was filled with an ancient aura, and it had existed for a long time. Divine Ruin City, Yixian looked at Xianxia and asked, Miss Zhu, does your deity's Templar also have a patriarch? Xianxia laughed, yes, but our Grandmaster definitely doesn't know who you are. You can forget about it. Yixian was speechless. Xianxia said, let's go. After that, she led Yixian into the city. After entering the city, Yixian discovered that there were many humans in the city. Xianxia laughed, surprised? Yixian said solemnly, didn't you want to exterminate the human race? Xianxia smiled, Human King told you? Yixian nodded. Xianxia laughed, once upon a time, we did have a huge conflict with the human race of the black-yellow great world. But later on, we no longer bothered to be enemies with them. Do you know why? Yixian shook his head. Xianxia said softly, because we've left the Xianhuang great world. We've discovered an even bigger universe. We've discovered the diversity of the universe. In this universe, there's not only the human race, but also the demon race, as well as some foreign races. As she said, she looked at Yixian, everywhere, there will be conflict. Back then, if we weren't strong enough, we would be the ones destroyed. Moreover, the human race of the black-yellow great world wasn't destroyed entirely because of us. There were internal conflicts among the human race. Back then, it was the internal conflicts of the human race that gave us the opportunity. Yixian was silent. Xianxia laughed, don't think too much. The conflict between the celestial race and the human race is like a battle between two powers. Those are all past conflicts and have nothing to do with you. Now, we won't go against your black-yellow great world. After that, she looked into the distance, we're here. Yixian looked over. Not far in front of him was a bamboo forest. In front of the bamboo forest, an old man sat. This old man wore a hemp robe and his hair was tied up. He was fishing. Yixian asked, your boss? Xianxia nodded, yes. Go. Yixian hesitated and said, if he makes a move, what are the chances of me escaping? Xianxia laughed, guess. Yixian shrugged and walked over. At this time, the old man looked at Yixian, sit. Yixian sat beside the old man. The old man said, let's fish together. As he said that, a fishing rod appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian said, I don't know how to. The old man laughed, at the start, I thought you were full of vigor and vigor. But now that I see you, you really surprised me. Because the current you're still sharp and hot-blooded, but you've hidden it. Peak of the bright realm. How rare. Yixian laughed, I'm still not senior's match. The old man shook his head, why compete with me? If you really want to compete, you should compete with me when I was your age. At your age, I should be inferior to you. Yixian smiled, senior, actually, I'm a little surprised too. I didn't think that I would be sitting here talking to deities Templar like this. The old man said softly, the strength of the person behind you forced us to talk to you like this. If you were alone, you wouldn't even have the chance to come here and talk to me. Yixian laughed, senior is very straightforward. The old man looked at Xian. You're a smart person. It's better to be straightforward with you. Xian nodded. Senior, can you represent deity's Templar? The old man nodded. Yes. Xian laughed. Miss Zhu said that deity's Templar wants to cooperate with me. What kind of cooperation? Senior, just say it. The old man looked at Xian. Can I take a look at this pagoda? Xian nodded. No problem. After saying that, he opened his palm and the World Prison Pagoda appeared in his hand. Xian didn't have any misgivings and directly handed the World Prison Pagoda to the old man. The old man didn't take it. He looked at the World Prison Pagoda, a complicated look in his eyes. It's indeed a fifth-dimensional item. After saying that, he looked at Xian. Little friend, you're really lucky. Xian shook his head. It's not all good. With this thing around, it's not easy for me to live all these years. The old man laughed. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Xian nodded. Senior, you can tell us how we can cooperate. The old man said, cooperation is very simple. Little friend, tell us everything you know about this pagoda and let us understand the fifth dimension. In return, we can provide little friend with a lot of help. Xian was a little surprised. That simple? The old man laughed. Of course, if little friend is willing to give this item to us, it's also possible. Xian passed it to the old man. Here, this is for you. The old man looked at Xian. Are you serious? Xian nodded. I'm serious. The old man looked deeply at Xian, then laughed. Looks like the karma brought by this item isn't ordinary. Xian laughed. Senior doesn't want it? The old man looked at the World Prison Pagoda, a complicated look in his eyes. Little friend, go and rest for a while. Xian laughed, then stood up and left. After Xian left, Xianxia appeared by the old man's side. Along with Xianxia, a young man appeared. The young man wore a white robe, and there was a black mark between his brows. The old man said softly, Zhu Qing, what do you think? The white-robed man pondered for a moment, then said, he said that he would give that item to grandfather, and it doesn't seem like he was joking. Then there's a problem, does he really not want this item? The old man laughed. Then do you think I should accept it or not? Zhu Qing spoke in a low voice. You shouldn't. The old man looked at Zhu Qing. Why? Zhu Qing spoke in a low voice, because grandfather didn't accept it. The old man laughed. You're really crafty. As he spoke, he glanced at the direction Xian had left in, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. My pantheon can't accept that item. Zhu Qing asked, why? The old man spoke softly, because I can't see through the karma of that item. It's a fifth-dimensional treasure, so it definitely carries some unknown karma with it. If I accept it, then that karma will contaminate me. Some karma can be accepted, and some cannot. Zhu Qing spoke in a low voice. Grandfather, you can sense the karma of that item? The old man laughed. If I can't even sense that, then wouldn't I have lived all these years for nothing? Zhu Qing asked, then what should we do now? The old man spoke softly, work with him, and after we're done, let him leave. I'm starting to panic if he stays here. Zhu Qing frowned. Why? The old man laughed. I'm afraid of being implicated. This item's karma is too great. I don't know how he can endure it, but it's definitely not something we can handle. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. Let him leave after we're done working with him? The old man nodded. We have to be quick. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The moment he saw the World Prison Pagoda, he completely gave up on the idea of taking it. Such a divine item was not something the Pantheon could possess. One could be ambitious, but they had to weigh their own capabilities. If they forcefully took such a divine item, the Pantheon would surely be destroyed. At this moment, Xianxia spoke. I've investigated. Anyone who has designs on this pagoda has basically not had a good ending. Of course, that's except for Xian. However, his situation isn't that great either. Ever since he came out of that small world, he's been hunted. But he's still alive, and his enemies are basically all dead. The old man suddenly spoke. That blood ancestor really died at his hands? Xianxia nodded. Yes, and he died without knowing why. The old man nodded. This little guy is not simple. Then, he paused and continued, send down my orders. No one in the divine city is to provoke him. He's now our Pantheon's esteemed guest. Also, bring him to our God's Book Palace. He can read any books and secret manuals there. Xianxia was stunned. Grandfather, this, Zhu Qing, who was at the side, spoke in a low voice. Grandfather, that's the God's Book Palace. It houses almost all of our pantheon's martial arts and secret techniques. This, the old man said softly, do as I say? Zhu Qing said, Grandfather, I don't understand. The old man glanced at Zhu Qing and said, since we can't be enemies, let's try to be friends. God City. Yixian and Xianxia walked slowly on the streets. Xianxia glanced at Yixian, you're interested in our God City? Yixian nodded, a little. Xianxia smiled, why? Yixian smiled, I just want to take a look. As he spoke, he looked around. This God City was small, but it exuded a sense of history. In this city, there were many people who were truly humans, and not gods or whatnot. Humans, Yixian looked at Xianxia, are you guys humans or gods? This was what he had always wanted to ask. Xianxia smiled, we are humans. It's just that we were the strongest back then. Strictly speaking, our fight with Human King was also an internal struggle of the human race. It's just that we won. Human race, Yixian whispered, in other words, there are no gods in this world? There are only strong people? Xianxia shook his head, no. This world definitely has a god. A god in the truest sense of the word. Yixian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled, look at this universe. How do you think it was formed? Look at the myriad of living things, where did these lives come from? Yixian smiled, the origin of life? Xianxia nodded, actually, the ultimate goal of cultivators is to live forever. As for how to not die, this is a problem that nobody has solved yet. Perhaps someone in the fifth dimension has solved it. This is also why the fourth dimension's people want to go to the fifth dimension. Because the civilization there is higher than ours. Going there, we can learn many, many things. The most direct way is to improve our martial Dao. Fifth dimension, Yixian was silent. Actually, he didn't really want to go to the fifth dimension. Like what Lian Qian said, he didn't even understand the fourth dimension. What was the point of going to the fifth, looking for trouble? Besides, he already had enemies in the fifth dimension. It could be said that he was the last person in the fourth dimension who wanted to go to the fifth dimension. After the two of them strolled around for a while, Xianxia brought Yixian to a huge hall. Around the hall, there were mysterious flying swords flying around. Yixian asked, this is? Xianxia said softly, the godly book city is the forbidden ground of our deity hall. Even I can only enter once a year. Furthermore, I have to complete many missions before I can enter. But now. With that said, she looked at Yixian. You can go in and look around as you please. There won't be any restrictions on you. Yixian asked, why? Xianxia laughed, aren't we working together? This is our reward for you. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, then I won't hold back. Xianxia said seriously, you can look at it all you want, but you can't take it away, and you can't copy it. Yixian nodded. I understand. I'm not a greedy person. Xianxia nodded. Go in then. With that, she hesitated for a moment, and then she said, go to the right corner of the last row. With that, she turned and left. Yixian was slightly stunned. He looked at Xianxia's back view, and after a while, he walked towards the hall. Before he reached the hall, several spiritual senses scanned him. Yixian's expression turned serious. Because these spiritual senses were at least life realm experts, this deity hall was definitely stronger than he imagined. Without thinking much, Yixian walked in, and no one stopped him. After entering the hall, rows of bookshelves entered his eyes. The entire hall was filled with bookshelves, and on these bookshelves, there were all sorts of ancient books. Yixian walked to a bookshelf, and he took out an ancient book. Very quickly, his face changed. This was a book of Fist Dao. Inside, it recorded a Fist Master's records of Fist Dao, and it was very detailed. As he read, Yixian was gradually engrossed. Because he had also cultivated Fist Dao before, even now, his burial fist's power was still very impressive. The physical body is the foundation of man, and the potential of the human body is limitless. Fist Dao is the way of man, as he read, Yi Xian became even more engrossed. This book of Fist Dao was not inferior to the sword manual that Honorable Sword gave him. This Fist Dao described various fist techniques, and many of the principles were very similar to his sword manual, but there were also differences. It could be said that fist and sword were the same, but their paths were different. As Yi Xian read, he realized that this Fist Dao was very, very suitable for him, because this Fist Dao focused on the human as the core. More accurately, it focused on cultivating the physical body, and excavating the strength of one's own physical body, and not borrowing external objects or the power of heaven and earth, and Yi Xian's physical body was very strong, perfection realm physical body. Although it was the perfection realm physical body, he was not very proficient in the use of strength. After all, he was a swordsman, and not a Fist Dao cultivator. His previous research and learning were all about the sword. But at this moment, he was suddenly interested in the Fist Dao. Time passed bit by bit, and Yi Xian was engrossed in it. During this period of time, he was crazily researching this Fist Dao. After his research, he would leave the grand hall to practice for a while, and then return to continue his research. And during this period of time, no one came to disturb him. On the 7th day, Yi Xian just left the grand hall, and just as he was about to use burial fist, Xianxia appeared in front of him. She looked at Yi Xian. I'll change a place for you to practice. During this period of time, Yi Xian came out every day to practice his burial fist. Although the surrounding experts secretly sealed the space for him to not let his strength leak, they realized that Yi Xian's fists were getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that they were almost unable to control it, therefore, they had no choice but to change Yi Xian to a place that specialized in cultivation. Soon, Xianxia brought Yi Xian to a cultivation field. Xianxia said, "There are many arrays and barriers here. You can do whatever you want." Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "All right, thank you, Miss Zhu." Xianxia hesitated and asked, "When are you going to finish?" Yi Xian had been inside for 7 days, and this guy didn't look like he was going to leave at all. "Finish?" Yi Xian was stunned. "What do you mean finish?" Xianxia's face fell. "How long do you plan on watching?" Yi Xian blinked, then he took out the World Prison Pagoda and handed it to Xianxia. "Keep this, I want to continue watching. Take this pagoda as a reward for you." After that, he jumped to the side and continued practicing. Xianxia looked at the World Prison Pagoda in her hands and was stunned. "What was going on? He gave it to me. Is this a cabbage?" Xianxia looked at the World Prison Pagoda in her hands with a complicated expression. Her original goal in going to Black-Yellow Great World was for this pagoda, but she didn't expect it to be in her hands so easily. It was like a dream. After a while, Xianxia walked in front of Yi Xian and handed the World Prison Pagoda back to Yi Xian. "I'm returning it to you." Yi Xian didn't understand. "Miss Zhu, what are you doing?" Xianxia said solemnly, "If you want to continue watching inside, it's not impossible, but you have to show some sincerity. Otherwise, there will be many opposing voices here. After all, even if you are one of us, we don't get such treatment." Yi Xian said, "I'm returning the pagoda to you." Full of sincerity. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. "Don't play these dirty tricks with me. Come out tomorrow, my grandfather and some experts from the God Ruins want to meet you. At that time, just reveal a little, understand?" Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. "All right." Xianxia nodded. "Continue cultivating." After that, she turned and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "Miss Zhu, is there anything you need? I can help you take a look." Xianxia shook her head. "Take a look at what you need first." After that, she disappeared into the distance. After Xianxia left, Yi Xian continued to cultivate. He was cultivating to a point where he was going crazy. This fist scripture was equivalent to opening a door for him. Outside this door was a whole new world. Although he cultivated the Fist Dao, he had always compared the Fist Dao with the Sword Dao. Both had their own advantages and could complement each other. Just like that, on the 2nd day, Xianxia came to the cultivation field early in the morning. Looking at the distant Fist Yi Xian, Xianxia was silent. Actually, disregarding the backing behind Yi Xian, he himself was very strong. Especially in terms of talent, it wasn't especially top-notch, but it wasn't bad either. Right now, Yi Xian's Fist Dao already had the demeanor of a great master. 1 hour later, Yi Xian stopped. His right hand clenched tightly. At this moment, he felt like his body was like a volcano that had been accumulating energy for 10,000 years. Accumulating energy, this was what he learned from the fist manual. As for accumulating energy, it was also about technique. How to accumulate energy, how to release it after accumulating energy, all these were very important. And this accumulation of energy couldn't be done openly because the enemy wouldn't give you the chance. Therefore, the speed and release of energy had to be fast and undetectable. These 2 days, he had been studying this technique, because this technique could be applied to the sword Dao, accumulating sword. However, he didn't use his sword yet because he wanted to master this accumulation technique first. After a moment, Xian let go of his hand. The energy that he had accumulated in his body instantly receded like the tide. Xian turned to look at Xianxia. Let's go. Xianxia nodded. Follow me. After that, she turned and left. Xian followed. Along the way, Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. Xian smiled. Is Miss Zhu worried about something? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Xian smiled. Worried about what? Xianxia replied softly. Nothing. Xian didn't ask anything else. Very quickly, Xianxia brought Xian to a grand hall. In this grand hall, he once again saw the old man who fished the other day. Other than this old man, there was a tall middle-aged man and an old man in black robes. Seeing this middle-aged man, Xian was stunned. You. The middle-aged man in front of him was someone he had met once. It was the person who had threatened him in the black-yellow great world, Desolate God. He still remembered him. The Desolate God glanced at Xian and did not speak. At this time, the old man smiled and said, Let me formally introduce myself. I am Zhu Tian, the current temple lord. Xian nodded slightly. He opened his palm and the World Prison Pagoda appeared in his hand. The moment the World Prison Pagoda appeared, everyone's eyes turned to look at it. Xian said, Senior asked me to come here because you want to know about this pagoda and the 5 dimensions, right? Zhu Tian nodded. Yes. Xian smiled and said, The name and origin of this pagoda are clear to everyone, so I will not introduce it too much. Let me tell you something Senior does not know. Zhu Tian nodded. Please speak. Xian said, This object has 9 layers, each layer contains 9 kinds of Dao laws from the 5 dimensions. The Desolate God suddenly said, Take a look. Xian opened his palm and the great Dao law appeared in his hand. Soon, the energy contained in the surrounding earth began to move restlessly. Obviously, it felt the great Dao law. Zhu Tian said softly, It really is the Dao law from the 5 dimensions. Xian nodded and put away the great Dao law. At this time, the Desolate God suddenly said, My temple wants this object. Xian looked at the Desolate God and said, Are you stupid? Hearing this, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. The Desolate God narrowed his eyes and said, Say that again. Xian grinned. I asked if you are stupid. The Desolate God waved his right hand and a powerful force suddenly swept towards Xian. At this time, the immortal slaying sword gourd suddenly appeared in Xian's hand. The next moment, a sword light tore through the space. Rumble, a powerful aura suddenly shook the hall, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xian looked at Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei had made his move. The origami coldly looked at Xian. Xian, you seem to think too highly of yourself. Xian shrugged. Looks like we can't work together anymore. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned around and left. The Desolate God sneered, You want to leave? You. Right at this moment, Zhu Tian glanced coldly at the origami. The latter hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything in the end. However, her gaze grew even colder. At this time, Xian had already walked out of the main hall, but in the next moment, he returned to the main hall without any warning. Xian looked at Zhu Tian. It was him again. Zhu Tian smiled and said, Something unpleasant happened. I hope you don't mind. Xian smiled and said, I mind very much. Zhu Tian looked at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian said, 2 things. First, make him apologize. Second, make him leave. Hearing this, the Desolate God's eyes flashed with killing intent. Zhu Tian said softly, Are you serious? Yi Xian smiled and said, very serious. Zhu Weitian smiled and said, actually, I'm very curious about what you're relying on. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, Senior, I'm a little disappointed. Lady Zhu told me that the temple wants to work with me, so I came here. I came here with a sincere heart. But now, I suddenly realized that you don't seem to be sincere in working with me. With that, he looked at the desolate god and said, you asked me for the five-dimensional Tao law. I really want to ask, what are you relying on? Of course, if you say it's based on strength, then I have nothing to say. We can continue fighting. What's the point of talking about working together? The desolate god was expressionless. Fight? What are you going to use? Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, have you forgotten how the god of the temple died? With that, he waved his right hand and 4 swords suddenly appeared in front of him. The swords of the plain-dressed woman, Xianxia, the executing heaven sword, and the black sword, these 4 swords, after Xianxia left, had been separated again. However, he didn't use the other 3 swords. Seeing these 4 swords, Huangshi's expression became serious. How did the god of the temple die? The temple knew very well, he was killed by that woman in an instant, killed in an instant. How big was the gap between them to be able to kill in an instant? Apart from that mysterious woman, there was also a plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He immediately started to force the 4 swords together. Seeing this, the desolate god's expression changed. This Yi Xian said he was going to fight. Zhu Weitian also frowned. He didn't expect Yi Xian to start fighting without a word. Not far away, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She grabbed Yi Xian's arm and shook her head. Not to this extent. Yi Xian said coldly, Miss Zhu, look at this. Is the temple trying to negotiate with me? This isn't a negotiation at all. This is robbery. I can't stand this. Let's fight. Be more direct. With that, he put the executing heaven sword and Xiaoqi's sword together. Wang, a sword's cry suddenly rang through the sky. A strong sword will rippled out from the newly merged swords. Seeing this, the desolate god and the rest's expression changed. Yi Xian was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect these 2 swords to be able to be combined. Other than the time when he combined 4 swords into one, he had never combined 4 swords. This time, he didn't expect these 2 swords to be able to be combined. Yi Xian quickly grabbed the hard sword. The moment it touched his hand, a strong sword will surged into his body. Boom, Yi Xian's body shook violently. The next moment, 2 sword wills emitted from his body. Good and evil sword will. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Power. At this moment, he felt another power other than the executing heaven sword. This power should be from Xiaoqi's sword. He had never felt it before. What kind of power was this? Yi Xian was puzzled. At this moment, Zhu Xier hurriedly said, Yi Xian, things really haven't reached that stage. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He looked at Zhu Xier. Miss Zhu, where do you think things have reached? Zhu Xier was silent for a moment before turning to Zhu Weitian. What does grandfather want? Zhu Weitian looked at Yi Xian. He just wants to understand the 5 dimensions. Understand the 5 dimensions. Zhu Xier looked at Zhu Weitian. Can I talk to him? Zhu Weitian was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. Zhu Xier looked at desolate god. You better not interfere. Desolate god's face was a little ugly. Zhu Weitian suddenly said, he won't interfere. Zhu Xier nodded. She turned to Yi Xian. Let's go. After that, she brought Yi Xian out of the hall. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't continue. He was a little excited. The 2 swords were actually fused by him just like that. Moreover, he realized that Xiaoqi's sword contained a strong power. What an unexpected surprise. After the 2 of them left, Desolate God said solemnly, are we going to let him be so arrogant? Zhu Weitian said calmly, start a war with him? Desolate God shook her head. Why should the temple fear him? Zhu Weitian was expressionless. It isn't that we fear him. It isn't worth it. That 5th-dimensional treasure is not something that my deity's Templar can possess. Desolate God sighed. Just because it possesses the karma of the 5 dimensions? We are all cultivators and have many karma with us. If we are afraid of this and that, then what is the point of cultivating? After that, he turned and left. Zhu Weitian shook his head and didn't say anything. The black-robed old man beside Zhu Weitian said softly, "He is very ambitious." Zhu Weitian said flatly, "I hope he doesn't do anything stupid." The black-robed old man hesitated. "Is it really impossible to keep that treasure forever?" Zhu Weitian smiled. "Why? Even you don't believe me?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "Of course not. I am just unwilling." Zhu Weitian said softly, "How can I be willing? However, if the temple takes it by force, then we have to accept all the karma of it." "We can't." The black-robed old man said, "Can Yixian handle it?" Zhu Weitian shook his head. "He can't handle it. However, from the looks of it, someone is blocking the karma for him. It should be the two people behind him." He shook his head again. "After we know what we want to know, let him leave quickly. I have a bad feeling about him staying here." "This feeling is getting stronger and stronger." The black-robed old man was shocked. "Bad feeling?" Zhu Weitian nodded. "This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Something bad is about to happen." The black-robed old man said, "Then let him leave as soon as possible." Zhu Weitian nodded. There was still a trace of worry in his eyes. At his level, to have such a feeling meant that something bad was about to happen. However, he didn't know what it was. But he knew that it was definitely related to Yixian. Xianxia brought Yixian to a riverside. The two of them walked while Yixian held the sword in his hand. The sword formed by Shaoqi and the executing heaven sword. Suddenly, Xianxia said, "You are too hot-tempered." Yixian collected his thoughts and looked at Xianxia. He smiled. "Actually, what the desolate god said must have been approved by your grandfather." Xianxia was silent. Yixian said again, "If I compromise, the divine palace will be insatiable. You will slaughter me like a pig, won't you?" Xianxia looked at Yixian with a complicated expression. "You seem to be able to see everything clearly." Yixian smiled and said, "Miss Zhu, just ask me what you want to know. I don't want to work with the temple, but I am willing to work with you. After you ask, I will go to your god book hall." Xianxia, seeing that Xianxia didn't speak, Yixian said, "Ask. I will tell you everything I know." Xianxia was silent for a while before saying, "Tell me honestly. Has this pagoda recognized you as its owner?" Just as Yixian was about to speak, a voice rang in Yixian's head. "You might be in trouble." Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. "Trouble? P.S. 4 minutes late, sorry." The voice of the 8th floor, Yixian asked in his heart, "What does senior mean?" The 8th floor did not reply. Yixian's face darkened as he asked again, "Senior, what is going on?" The 8th floor still did not reply. Yixian suddenly had a bad feeling. Xianxia suddenly asked, "What is it?" Yixian shook his head, "Nothing, Miss Zhu, just ask what you want to know." Xianxia looked at Yixian and started asking. Xianxia asked about the 5th dimension, and Yixian did not hide anything. This was because he himself did not know much about the 5th dimension. Of course, he knew more than others. About 4 hours later, Xianxia turned and left. Yixian immediately returned to the God Book Hall. This time, he did not study the Fifth Tao but started to read all the ancient books in the God Book City. He wanted to memorize all of them, because they were too useful. The ancient books in the God Book Hall were not only about martial arts but also about culture. For example, the origin of the black-yellow great world, some secret realms of the 4th dimension, and some legends of people. In short, it was all-encompassing and had everything. And they were all very precious and valuable things. As he read, Yixian was even more shocked. At this moment, he realized that this God Book Hall was a little scary as it had preserved its history and culture very well. In the following time, Yixian started to record the ancient books in the God Book Hall. Although he could not take it away, he could record it down, and these things would be of great help to him in the future. On the other side, in a large hall, Xianxia was talking to Zhu Weitian, and about 4 hours later, Zhu Weitian asked softly, "Is he hiding anything?" Xianxia replied solemnly, "I don't know, but we have gotten what we wanted. Isn't that right?" Zhu Weitian walked to the front of the hall and looked at the horizon with a blank look in his eyes. The fifth dimension is higher than the fourth dimension. Although I already knew, it is still hard to accept it from him. The martial arts civilization of the fifth dimension far surpassed that of the fourth dimension. What did this mean? This meant that once the barrier to the fifth dimension was forcefully opened, the fourth dimension would most likely be enslaved and oppressed by others. This world was cruel. Searching for the fifth dimension was the same as the weak looking for the strong. Would there be any good results from this? Of course, for those who stood at the peak of the fourth dimension, it was definitely beneficial. This was because when they reached the fifth dimension, they would not be too weak. On the contrary, they could use the more advanced martial arts civilization in the fifth dimension to break through. But what about the people in the four-dimensional universe? At this moment, Zhu Weitian said softly, I suddenly have a feeling that someone deliberately used a special method to seal the path from the fourth dimension to the fifth dimension. The other party did this to protect the fourth dimension, protect the four-dimensional universe? Xianxia looked at Zhu Weitian. What do you mean? Zhu Weitian shook his head. It's just an intuition. Xianxia said solemnly, but doing so is equivalent to sealing off one of our paths to this world. Zhu Weitian laughed. It's better than the destruction of the four-dimensional universe, isn't it? Xianxia was silent. If the fourth dimension and the fifth dimension connected, what would the result be? Would the fifth dimension accept the fourth dimension and help the fourth dimension? Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two small hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pale color and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Her name was Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, asking timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. How dare you? The Great Elder suddenly shouted angrily, It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove him or not. Someone, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang will inherit the position of crown prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard quickly bowed, Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I will risk my life for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooey, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no morals. From now on, Yi Xian's position will be removed, and Yi Lang will take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was about to be removed, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang, and he knew it was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and he quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was torn, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Zhu Xiao's expression changed drastically when he heard this voice. Something's wrong. Zhu Xiao ignored Yi Xian and flew up into the sky. At this moment, countless experts from temple were rushing over swiftly. Beside Zhu Xiao, Zhu Weitian's expression was extremely solemn. He stared into the distance where there was a pitch-black spatial black hole 1,000 feet away. In front of the black hole stood 4 men in black with spears in their hands. These 4 men were like phantoms, and their bodies could not be seen clearly. Zhu Xiao asked solemnly, who are they? Zhu Wei shook his head, I don't know. Zhu Xiao's expression changed drastically, I don't know, this is a serious matter, a power that even temple doesn't know about. At this moment, she understood why her grandfather was so solemn. After all, temple wasn't weak even against the dual world sky and the life-forbidden zone. Temple had the ability to do so. In the entire 4-dimensional universe, only the dual realm sky and the life-forbidden zone could make the divine temple feel apprehensive. However, these people didn't come from either of those places, so here's the problem, where exactly are they from? What power are they from? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the black hole in the distance. He wore a dark golden robe, had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and there was a dark red mark between his brows. Strands of black gas emanated from his body, and they slithered around him like snakes. After the middle-aged man walked out from the black hole, his gaze descended onto Zhu Wei. Yi Xian. Yi Xian, he's here for Yi Xian. Zhu Xiao's face fell. Now she knew why that fellow, Yi Xian, had come back. He saw that the situation wasn't good. Zhu Wei looked at the middle-aged man. You are? The middle-aged man stared at Zhu Wei and said, Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Zhu Wei fell silent for a moment before he said, Who are you? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Zhu Wei, and he just stared at him. Hand it over. Zhu Wei suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! A powerful force surged out from his sleeve. However, before this force could approach the middle-aged man, it vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Zhu Wei Tian's expression changed. His opponent's strength was above him, or rather, far above him. The middle-aged man looked down. Let him come out. Otherwise, the temple will be destroyed. The Temple of Light had been destroyed. Zhu Wei Tian's face darkened. Destroy the temple? It had to be said that the other party was quite arrogant. However, he still didn't make a move because the temple wouldn't make such a powerful enemy just for Yi Xian. Zhu Wei Tian turned around and looked down. At that moment, Yi Xian was already hiding in the scripture hall. Zhu Wei Tian remained silent for a moment, and he was about to speak. However, the door to the divine library suddenly opened, and Yi Xian walked out. Yi Xian looked at the sky and smiled. Senior Zhu, don't worry. I won't stay here and refuse to leave. As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged man. How should I address you? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Zhijing. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, What force do you belong to? The middle-aged man said, No comment. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the pagoda appeared in his hand. Do you want this pagoda? The middle-aged man shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. You don't want this pagoda? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. I want the pagoda, and I want the person too. Yi Xian's face darkened. Not only did they want his wealth, but they also wanted his life. Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Buzz, the sound of a sword howling shot up into the sky. In the air, the middle-aged man opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. Rumble, the entire sky trembled as if it was about to explode. As for Yi Xian's sword, it was forcefully suppressed in the air, unable to move an inch forward. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot, and his sword pierced through the powerful force. Immeasurable sword, it disregarded everything. In the blink of an eye, the sword arrived in front of Zhijing. The latter frowned and punched out. Rumble, the sword light instantly shattered, but Zhijing himself was pushed back dozens of feet. Not only that, but there was a deep sword mark on his fist. As for Yi Xian, he had vanished without a trace. Zhijing glanced at his fist and frowned. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian would be able to injure him. Moments later, Zhijing scanned the surroundings. There was no sign of Yi Xian's aura. After a moment of silence, Zhijing opened his right hand, and a golden eye suddenly shot up into the sky. In the next moment, the golden eye suddenly erupted with a golden light that instantly enveloped the entire ruins of God. However, he still couldn't find Yi Xian. Zhijing's brows instantly furrowed. That was it. That was completely impossible. Zhu Wei Tian's eyes were also filled with astonishment because he also couldn't find Yi Xian. It was as if Yi Xian had evaporated from the face of the earth. Zhijing was silent for a moment, then looked at Zhu Wei Tian. Is that item in the hands of your temple, or is it in his hands? Zhu Wei Tian said solemnly, It's in his hands. Zhijing nodded, then turned and left. The four people behind him suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Watching Zhijing and the others leave, Zhu Wei Tian's expression became extremely solemn. What kind of power is this? My temple actually knows nothing about them. Zhu Xiao's expression was also extremely solemn. Now that the temple had a basic understanding of the major powers in the four-dimensional universe, the temple actually knew nothing about this sudden appearance of Zhijing and the others. In this four-dimensional universe, there was a power even more mysterious than the dual-world skies and the life-forbidden zone. At this moment, Zhu Wei Tian suddenly said, Pass down my orders. No one is to find trouble with that Yi Xian, and no one is to interfere in his affairs. At this moment, he realized that the waters of Yi Xian were getting murkier and murkier. Zhu Xiao nodded, understood. Only now did she understand why Zhu Wei Tian did not dare to take the pagoda. This pagoda, whoever took it would be unlucky, because there were simply too many people who coveted this pagoda. Zhu Xiao raised his head to look at the starry sky far away. I wonder if this guy can make it through. Far away in the starry sky, Yi Xian walked slowly. At this moment, he was in a state of emptiness, and no one could see him. Yi Xian's face was a little gloomy. After the temple's crisis was resolved, this Zhijing appeared. F*ck, this is endless, can't you just let me rest for a while? If this goes on, who can take it? Yi Xian sat down cross-legged, looking at the sword in his hand. This was a combination of two swords, and just now, he had used this sword to injure that Jijing. And would the other party let it go? Definitely not. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian's face became even more gloomy. There was really no end to this. Right at this moment, the space before him suddenly trembled, and it didn't take long for Xiaoxia's voice to resound. They've gone to Black Origin World. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he heard this, and then he vanished on the spot. Black Origin World. On this day, 5 people suddenly appeared in the sky above the northern territory of Black Origin World. These 5 people were Jijing and the others. In midair, Qiao Tian'er gazed at Jijing and the others with an extremely solemn expression. Jijing glanced at Qiao Tian'er and said, "Ask him to come out." "Yi Xian," Qiao Tian'er said, "he isn't in the north." Jijing nodded slightly, "He will come out." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his right hand and pressed it down lightly. Bang! A powerful force suddenly swept down from midair, and then the space and the surroundings instantly started to crack apart inch by inch. Qiao Tian'er's eyes instantly narrowed when she witnessed this scene, and then she vanished on the spot. Bang! A powerful force tore through the surroundings and shot straight at Jijing. Jijing glanced at Qiao Tian'er. In the next moment, a strand of black energy suddenly flew out from around him, and then a ferocious face suddenly smiled ferociously from within the black energy. At the same time, a strange and ferocious laughter resounded. Rumble! An explosion suddenly resounded in midair, and then a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Qiao Tian'er. After retreating for over 3 kilometers, Qiao Tian'er suddenly stopped moving, and a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Qiao Tian'er stared coldly at Jijing. "You're a world-shocking expert at any rate, yet you don't even have the pride of an expert?" Jijing shook his head. "One who achieves great things doesn't bother about trifles." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his right hand and pressed it down once more. Sky River City started to collapse inch by inch, and then countless shrill cries resounded throughout the city. Qiao Tian'er's expression changed drastically, and she was just about to attack again when a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky from below. In the next moment, a spear pierced through the heavens and the earth and shot straight towards Jijing. Jijing's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed the fingers of his right hand together. Bang! The spear was forcefully stopped on the spot, and it was a white-clothed woman who stood behind the spear. And Xianxia suddenly grabbed the spear with her right hand, and then she stabbed it forward. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. At the same time, a ray of spear light smashed straight towards Jijing. Jijing's face remained emotionless as he waved his right hand. Bang! The ray of spear light instantly shattered. However, a spear suddenly arrived before the center of his forehead, but it stopped half an inch away from his forehead, because the spear had been clamped between 2 fingers. Jijing's fingers shook lightly, and then Xianxia was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away along with her spear. Jijing was just about to attack again when a ray of light suddenly tore through the sky towards him, the boundless sword. It was Yi Xian. Jijing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! The ray of light shattered, and then Yi Xian instantly retreated 3 kilometers away. This time, Yi Xian hadn't chosen to conceal himself. Jijing gazed at Yi Xian and was just about to attack when a man suddenly appeared behind him, Xianxia. At this moment, a powerful force was trembling around Xianxia's body. Jijing glanced at Yi Xian's group of 3. "Shall we attack together?" Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just about to attack when the howl of a sword suddenly resounded from below, and it didn't take long for a woman to walk out from a room. The person who walked out was Xiaoqi. Sword light coiled around Xiaoqi's body like a bolt of lightning, and it was extremely shocking. Xiaoqi gazed at Yi Xian. "You're not alone. P.S. I can smell the monthly tickets." At this moment, everyone in Tianjiang City was looking at Jijing in the sky. Just how strong was this person before them? No one knew. Even Qiao Tian'er couldn't see through Jijing's true strength. She couldn't sense it. This Jijing gave her the feeling of a vast starry sky, unfathomable, to be able to make her feel unfathomable. Just how terrifying was he? Qiao Tian'er's expression was unprecedentedly serious, and Yi Xian didn't know Jijing's true strength either. Life realm, or life destruction. According to his guess, Jijing was at least life destruction. He might even be an expert above that. Could he beat him? He definitely couldn't, but he had to fight. Xian looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. He was about to speak when Xianxia chuckled. Brother Yi, the North is everyone's big family. You can't support it alone. Let me be the vanguard. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. A powerful force began to gather around him. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Two dark yellow pillars of light shot out from his eyes. Wherever the two pillars of light passed, space began to be annihilated inch by inch. Jijing frowned. Special ability. With that, a wisp of black gas suddenly flew out from beside him. Boom, the two dark yellow pillars of light instantly shattered. At the same time, the wisp of black gas arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly roared, Ancestor descends. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. Rumble, the wisp of black gas was blasted back in front of Jijing. Everyone looked at Xianxia. At this moment, there was a huge phantom of an old man behind Xianxia. The old man's expression was indifferent, and his body exuded a monstrous pressure. Jijing coldly glanced at the phantom of the old man. Ancestor descends. An ancient secret technique. Interesting. With that, he suddenly pointed at the air with his fingers. A wisp of black gas suddenly flew out from his shoulder. In the distance, Xianxia suddenly brought his hands together. In the blink of an eye, his hands suddenly shook outwards. Boom, an invisible force shook out. In an instant, the space in front of him collapsed inch by inch. At this moment, the wisp of black gas arrived. Rumble, a deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky above the north. In the sky, Xianxia rapidly retreated. This time, the old man behind him became even more illusory. However, the black gas still existed. It was like a bolt of lightning that shot straight at Xianxia. However, at this moment, a sword light suddenly slashed the black gas. Bang! The wisp of black gas was instantly stopped on the spot by the sword light. The wisp of black gas was struck by the sword light. In front of Xianxia, Xian said, How do you feel? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, I can still fight. Xian nodded. None of us can defeat this guy. As he spoke, he looked at Jijing. I, Xian, am not someone who likes to bully others. You have two choices. First, you lower your level to the same level as me, and we will fight one-on-one. Second, you bully the weak, and we will gang up on you. Jijing looked at Xian. You want to fight one-on-one? Jijing looked at Xian. You want to fight? Jijing nodded slightly. I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura plummeted. It didn't take long for his cultivation base to drop to the unknown realm. With that, his aura suddenly dropped. Soon, his realm dropped to the unknown realm, next to Xian. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Watch out. Although the other party had lowered his cultivation, everyone knew that his battle awareness and the usage of some martial techniques would not be reduced in the slightest. The opponent still had a huge advantage. The opponent still had a great advantage. Naturally, Xian also understood this. He looked at Jijing and was about to speak when Jijing suddenly said, Do you know why I dropped my realm? At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. Boundless sword. Seeing Xian suddenly attack, Jijing narrowed his eyes. He suddenly put his hands together. This time, two wisps of black gas suddenly gathered together, directly clamping Xian's sword light. However, two of his fingers immediately cracked. At this time, Xian suddenly spun the executing heaven sword in his hand. Jijing's expression changed. His right hand gripped the executing heaven sword, and his left hand punched at Xian's face. The moment Jijing punched, Xian's left hand punched back. Boom, the two collided and separated, but the moment they separated, several sword lights slashed straight at Jijing. Jijing waved his right hand, directly blocking all the sword lights. However, at this time, Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and the next moment, a sword was already at his forehead. Fast. Xian's sword was not fast, but his timing was very good. Jijing frowned slightly. This Xian's attainments in the way of the sword were a little beyond his expectations. Without thinking too much about it, he suddenly tilted his head and dodged Xian's sword by a hair. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist, and then he suddenly smashed a hook at Xian, but at practically the same time, Xian's sword suddenly slashed horizontally, and it slashed straight at Ji Jing's throat. Ji Jing's punch was able to hit Yi Xian, but the price he had to pay was to take Yi Xian's sword head-on. Moreover, neither of them dodged. Bang! Hiss! In an instant, both of them retreated explosively. Ji Jing only stopped after retreating an entire 300 m. At practically the same time, Yi Xian stopped as well. At this moment, Yi Xian's face wasn't very good, and it was slightly red and swollen. Moreover, Ji Jing had paid the price as well. There was a sword mark on his throat. He was bleeding, but it wasn't fatal. Ji Jing's body was extremely strong. Ji Jing looked at Yi Xian. I underestimated you a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he did, his entire body instantly became illusory. An image of a fist suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Bang! The space around Yi Xian instantly exploded apart. Moreover, his body had even cracked apart at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Bang! The image of a fist was instantly stopped on the spot by this strike, but it didn't shatter. Meanwhile, an afterimage suddenly flashed by in front of him. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he raised his sword to block it. Bang! Yi Xian was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away, and he hadn't even stopped moving when an afterimage tore through the surroundings. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from afar. In the next moment, Ji Jing instantly retreated explosively by 3 kilometers. Moreover, one of his ears had vanished, and blood was flowing from it. Ji Jing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Besides that sword, there was a bottle gourd in Yi Xian's hand, the Immortal Annihilation Sword gourd. Just now, he'd been blasted back by the combination of Yi Xian's Immortal Annihilation Sword and the Executing Heaven's Sword. There was a trace of a solemn expression in Ji Jing's eyes. If he hadn't reacted extremely quickly just now, then he wouldn't have just lost his ear, it would have been his entire body. Ji Jing slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, a strand of formidable energy converged in his fist. At the same time, numerous strands of black energy suddenly appeared around him. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and then the Executing Heaven Sword flew directly into the Immortal Annihilation Sword gourd. A sword howl resounded from within the Immortal Annihilation Sword. At this moment, the Executing Heaven Sword was a combination of 2 swords. So, when the Immortal Annihilation Sword gourd was added to it, its might could be said to have risen to another level. Right at this moment, Ji Jing suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, countless strands of black energy surged down like a storm towards Yi Xian. Hiss! 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 Numerous tearing sounds resounded like firecrackers, and it was extremely shocking. The expressions of Xianxia and the others changed when they witnessed this scene. Even though Yi Xian was strong, Ji Jing was even more terrifying. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he suddenly roared furiously, slash. As soon as his voice resounded, a sword howl suddenly resounded, and then a ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's Immortal Annihilation Sword gourd. The ray of light tore through the sky and tore everything in its path apart. This attack seemed as if it intended to slash the heavens and the earth into pieces, and it was extremely terrifying. The spectators watched as Yi Xian's attack was instantly drowned by countless strands of black energy. There was no movement. There was actually no movement from this attack that shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned as well. What's going on? Because he's actually unable to sense the existence of the Executing Heaven's Sword. Right at this moment, the strands of black energy suddenly started trembling, and then an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't even have the time to react before a sword stabbed into his stomach where his heart was. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded by his ears. I am a swordsman. My sword is swifter than yours. Yi Xian was speechless. It was a swordsman. At this moment, everyone here was stunned. No one had expected that Ji Jing would actually be a swordsman. Moreover, his sword was actually so swift. In front of Yi Xian, Ji Jing looked at him coldly. Are you surprised? Yi Xian grinned. I'm a little surprised. And a pleasant surprise. Ji Jing frowned slightly when he heard this, and then his expression changed drastically. He was about to retreat when Yi Xian suddenly swung his sword. Hiss! Everyone watched as one of Ji Jing's arms flew into the air. Ji Jing stared fixedly at Yi Xian from over 1 kilometer away. How could this be possible? Everyone was looking at Yi Xian because a sword was still sticking out of Yi Xian's stomach. However, Yi Xian was completely unharmed. Moreover, Yi Xian's body was actually absorbing the sword at a maddening rate. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to completely absorb the sword. Yi Xian's face was covered in an intoxicated expression, and he grinned as he gazed at Ji Jing. This sword isn't bad. It's a great tonic. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal Slayer sword gourd in his hand suddenly trembled violently, and then a ray of light suddenly tore through the air. Ji Jing's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly pressed the fingers of his left hand together and tapped forward lightly. After that, he spun it, and then a strand of black energy suddenly transformed into a black sword that shot forward. It didn't take long for the black sword to slash down on Yi Xian's execution heaven sword. Bang! In an instant, the black sword exploded apart. However, the execution heaven sword didn't slow down at all as it continued shooting towards Ji Jing. Everywhere it passed, space was torn apart inch by inch, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Suddenly, Ji Jing formed a sword seal with his left hand, and then he muttered, 10,000 swords converge. A sword howl resounded through the sky, and then countless ghastly blue swords of energy suddenly appeared in front of Ji Jing. Ji Jing pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, go. Chi 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 chi, countless energy swords shot out, and when they were about 10 zhang away from Yi Xian's executing heaven sword, these energy swords suddenly trembled violently, and then the 10,000 swords merged into one. The moment they fused together, a powerful force instantly shattered the surrounding space. Rumble, under everyone's gaze, a powerful wave of sword chi suddenly erupted between the two swords. Boom boom boom, the entire sky began to be destroyed inch by inch. Below them, countless northern region experts hurriedly joined forces to resist this power. If the shockwaves of this power were to reach the northern region, the entire northern region would be destroyed. In the sky, the battle between Yi Xian and Ji Jing was not over yet. Yi Xian opened his palm and the executing heaven sword returned to his hand. Countless sword chi raged around him, but they were all blocked by the good and evil sword essence from his body. In the distance, the black aura around Ji Jing was also completely blocked by the black aura around him. The two of them looked at each other from afar. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved. Chi chi, a ray of sword light tore through the battlefield, immeasurable sword. In the distance, Ji Jing narrowed his eyes. He suddenly clenched his left hand, and the black aura around him instantly condensed into a black sword. In the blink of an eye, this black sword suddenly flew out, but the moment it flew out, a sword directly pierced its tip. Boom, the black sword shook violently, and then cracked. At the same time, Ji Jing instantly retreated hundreds of zhang away, and the moment he stopped, the black sword in his hand directly exploded. At this moment, not far away, Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at Ji Jing from afar. Soul-suppressing sword, Ji Jing's body trembled violently, and at this moment, his expression changed greatly. He suddenly slammed his left hand down. Boom, a powerful force suddenly shook in front of him, and he himself had already retreated hundreds of zhang away. But before he could stop, another ray of sword light appeared in front of him. Immeasurable sword. This sword was another immeasurable sword. Ji Jing's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Ji Jing's body, and this aura directly shattered Yi Xian's ray of sword light. Not only that, but the executing heaven sword was also blasted away. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword flew back into his hand. Yi Xian looked at Ji Jing expressionlessly. At this moment, Ji Jing had already recovered his realm. Below, everyone's expression darkened. And Xianxia stared at Ji Jing, and her right hand tightly gripped the spear in her hand. Xia also slowly clenched his fists. The calmest one was Xiaoqi. From beginning to end, Xiaoqi's expression was very calm. After recovering his realm, Ji Jing's right hand instantly grew back. Experts at their level were very difficult to kill. Ji Jing looked at Yi Xian. You have an extraordinary amount of treasures. Yi Xian smiled. Then we won't use any equipment, and we won't use any profound energy. How about it? A competition of fundamentals. Ji Jing shook his head. I have no interest in continuing to waste time with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. Countless wisps of black gas suddenly flew out of his palm. The wisps of black gas turned into beams of sword radiance as soon as they flew out. Countless sword radiances shot towards Yi Xian. At this moment, these black swords were countless times stronger than before, because Ji Jing had recovered his realm. In the distance, Yi Xian watched the countless rays of sword light engulf him with a calm expression. At this moment, Xiaoqi and Lanqiu and Xianxia suddenly appeared by his side. The corners of Yixian's mouth lifted slightly, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the executing heaven sword suddenly flew out from his immortal slaying sword gourd. Buzz, a sword hum suddenly resounded, and then a ray of sword light tore through the air. On the other hand, Xiaoqi, who stood by Yixian's side, suddenly opened her palms, and then 2 rays of sword light condensed within them. In an instant, the 2 rays of sword light flew out, and everywhere they passed, they tore through everything, and Lanqiu suddenly tossed her spear towards the distance. The spear carried an extremely powerful force as it tore through the air, and everywhere it passed, space was torn apart and obliterated. It was an extremely shocking sight, and Xianxia didn't stand by idly either. At the instant that Yixian attacked, the old man behind him suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that flew out, and the black light carried an explosive force that could destroy the world. At this moment, Yixian's group of 4 didn't hold back at all. They didn't dare to hold back at all. Because the person they were facing might be an expert at the life-destruction realm, none of them dared to be careless at all. In the sky above Tianjiang City. Rumble, a shocking explosion suddenly resounded. In an instant, the entire sky above Tianjiang City turned pitch black. In that pitch-black space, countless powerful forces wreaked havoc, and one explosion after another rang out continuously. Within the city, countless people looked up at the sky. Would they win? In that pitch-black space, Yixian's group of 4 had already begun attacking Ji Jing in a frenzy. However, Ji Jing wasn't at a disadvantage even though he was fighting 1 against 4. On the other side, the 4 men in black still didn't make a move. However, Qiao Tian'er and Guan Jun were constantly on guard against these 4 people. As soon as these 4 people made a move, they would immediately attack. At this moment, not far away, Yixian suddenly disappeared. Immeasurable sword. Once again, Yixian unleashed the infinite sword. In the instant that he unleashed the infinite sword, Ji Jing, who was not far away, had a drastic change in his expression. His left hand suddenly reached out in front of him, and this grasp directly grabbed a sword, executing heaven sword. The moment he grabbed the executing heaven sword, Xiaoqi suddenly appeared behind him, and in the next moment, a sword light slashed towards the back of his head. This sword was even faster than Yixian's sword. Almost at the same time, a long spear suddenly pierced through the air, aiming for Ji Jing's head. At this moment, Ji Jing's expression instantly turned ferocious, and he suddenly roared out. As soon as his voice fell, a black sword suddenly flew out of his body. Boom! A black sword light vibrated out of the black sword, and in an instant, Yixian's group of 3 were directly pushed back. This time, the 3 of them were pushed back thousands of feet. In the distance, Yixian looked at Ji Jing. In front of Ji Jing, a long sword floated, and an illusory black dragon circled around the sword. The black dragon's expression was ferocious, and it was glaring at Yixian angrily. Ji Jing slowly closed his eyes. You guys have successfully angered me. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated Yixian's group of 4. These 4 people really had the ability to kill him if they joined forces. Even though it sounded slightly unbelievable because his cultivation far surpassed Yixian's group of 4, it was a fact. Ji Jing opened his palm, and then the black sword suddenly started spinning swiftly while numerous sword howls shook the surroundings. The expressions of Yixian's group of 4 turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yixian gestured with his right hand, and the executing heaven sword flew back into the sword gourd. In the next moment, countless strands of sword intent seeped out from his body and surged into the sword gourd, and Lanqiu clenched the spear in her hand tightly, and the spear in her hand started to tremble. At the side, Xiaoqi's expression was calm, and a strand of sword light appeared on the tip of her right finger. Xianxia slowly clenched his fists tightly, and a formidable force was gathering within his body as well. All 4 of them were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. In the distance, Ji Jing looked at Yixian. I'll kill you with a single strike. As soon as he finished speaking, the black sword in his hand suddenly flew out. The sword tore through the sky. This strike seemed like it intended to destroy the entire heaven-earth great world, and the energy contained within it caused the expressions of everyone to change. Moreover, its target was Yixian. Would Yixian be able to resist it? Everyone looked at Yixian. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi's group of 3 suddenly stood in front of Yixian. Xiaoqi said, "Attack together." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed a finger at Ji Jing from afar. In an instant, the sword light on the tip of her finger shot forward. However, it hadn't even gotten close to the black sword when it shattered into pieces and transformed into nothingness. Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed slightly when she witnessed this scene. She was just about to attack again when Yixian suddenly said, "Allow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before them. Yixian had a solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the sword that tore through the sky towards him. He didn't choose to take it head-on, because it told him that he couldn't take it head-on, and he would definitely die if he did. The energy contained within the sword exceeded the limits of what his body could endure. "What should I do?" Yixian slowly closed his eyes. When the black sword arrived over 100 m away from him, he suddenly opened his eyes and roared furiously, "Save me!" Everyone was speechless. P.S. There was a blackout in the neighborhood today. I've been waiting until now. Because the script is on the computer, I can't update it anywhere else. I'm over an hour late. Sorry. Help! Everyone present was stunned. Everyone thought that Yixian was going to use some big move, but they did not expect Yixian to shout for help. Who would save him? However, when Yixian shouted, Xijing stopped. He glanced around with a vigilant look on his face. He had done some research on Yixian before coming here. Yixian was not very strong, but he had a lot of people backing him. This was his evaluation of Yixian before coming. Of course, after fighting with Yixian, he found that Yixian was actually very strong, far stronger than he had expected. The fact that Yixian was able to fight against him at such a level was extremely terrifying. Of course, he was even more afraid of the people behind Yixian. Xijing looked around, but there was no one around. After a while, he looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled. "I was just casually shouting." Xijing narrowed his eyes. "Are you messing with me?" Yixian nodded. "I am messing with you." Xijing suddenly disappeared. A ray of black sword light tore through the field. Seeing this, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. In the next moment, he began to chant something. When the black sword light was about 30 meters away from him, he suddenly roared. "Help! Everyone!" This time, Xijing did not stop, but he soon regretted it. When Yixian shouted those 3 words, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, a blood-red imprison word appeared above his head. 6 paths of mantra. Facing this powerful Xijing, Yixian once again used the 6 paths of mantra as a trump card. Because the immeasurable sword and immortal slaying sword gourd were useless against him, he could only use one of the 6 paths of mantra, imprison God. What he wanted to shout was, "Imprison God." It could be said that he had played a small trick, and Xijing had fallen for it. When the blood-red word prisoner appeared on top of Xijing's head, his expression instantly changed. Unable to move, Xijing looked at Yixian in horror. You are," Yixian suddenly roared, "Brothers, kill him." Although he had used the 6 paths of truth to imprison Xijing, it was extremely strenuous. It was obvious that Xijing's strength was much higher than his. He could not imprison him for long. Hearing Yixian's words, Xiaoqi and the other 2 came back to their senses. In the next moment, the 3 of them rushed out. Xijing's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he intended to resist. However, he noticed to his astonishment that his acupoints seemed to have been sealed, and he wasn't able to mobilize any energy at all. What divine art was this? Without any hesitation, Xijing roared, "Attack!" Hearing Xijing's words, the 4 black-clothed men nearby made their move. However, Qiao Tian'er and Guanjun also made their moves the moment they made their move. They joined forces to stop the 4 black-cloaked men. Meanwhile, Xianxia's group of 3 had appeared before Xijing. Xijing's eyes almost split apart from rage. "No!" As soon as he finished speaking. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded, and Yixian retreated explosively in the distance. As he retreated, he spat out mouthfuls of blood repeatedly, and he only stopped after moving almost 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped, Yixian collapsed to the ground, but right at this moment, a hand caught him, and it was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's face was pale as a sheet, and there was blood on the corner of her mouth. Yixian gazed at Xianxia and spoke in a trembling voice, "Is he dead?" Xianxia fell silent. Yixian looked back. Not far away, Xijing was still there. However, only his soul was left. Not only that, his soul was extremely illusory, like a wisp of smoke. It seemed a gust of wind could blow it away. Ji Jing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What divine ability was that? You. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up. In the next moment, the executioner's sword in his hand transformed into the soul-suppressing sword, and then he pointed it towards Ji Jing from afar. Ji Jing's soul shook violently, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that entered the soul-suppressing sword. Bang! The soul-suppressing sword shook violently, and then a strand of formidable force surged out from within it. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ji Jing vanish completely. If he wanted to kill, then he had to kill thoroughly. What was the point of chatting? There were many times when people died from talking too much. Yi Xian gazed at Xianxia. Go help them. Xianxia nodded lightly, and then she vanished on the spot with her spear in hand. In midair, Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed. At this moment, he felt extremely weak, and it was like his spirit, energy, and essence had been completely sucked dry. Moreover, he'd noticed a problem now, and that was that the 6 paths of truth consumed a great deal of his strength. Especially at a time like this when the opponent was extremely strong, the consumption was something that his body found difficult to endure. If it wasn't for Xianxia's group of 3, then he wouldn't have been able to kill the opponent even if he used the 6 paths of truth. Because he'd noticed that even though he'd trapped Ji Jing, it was difficult for him to kill the opponent. If it wasn't for Xianxia's group of 3, then he would be the one dead, because he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Seeking victory amidst danger, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts, drank 2 bottles of Spring of Life, and started to recuperate. Even though Ji Jing was dead, the matter wasn't over. An hour later, Yi Xian's body had more or less recovered. Meanwhile, Xianxia's group had killed 3 of the 4 black-cloaked men, leaving 1 alive. Yi Xian arrived in front of the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man was like a shadow, and it was extremely strange. Yi Xian looked at the black-cloaked man, his face expressionless. Who are you? In the current 4-dimensional universe, the known powerful forces were the dual-realm sky, deities Templar, and the life-forbidden zone. However, the people in front of him clearly didn't belong to those 3 forces. In other words, besides those 3 forces, there were even more powerful forces. The black-cloaked man said, "Can I live if I tell you?" Yi Xian nodded, "I can." The black-cloaked man fell silent. Yi Xian said indifferently, "It seems like you don't want to live anymore." The black-cloaked man suddenly said, "Sword sect." Sword sect? Yi Xian was stunned, then he asked, "Sword sect? You are from the sword sect?" The black-cloaked man said, "Yes." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Which sword sect?" The black-cloaked man said, "Sword sect." Yi Xian walked in front of the black-cloaked man and looked straight at him. "According to what I know, there are many sword sects in the 4-dimensional universe. However, the other sword sects have already been destroyed. What is your relationship with them?" The black-cloaked man fell silent. Yi Xian said indifferently, "Can you be more direct? Since you want to live, then don't try to hide it from me." The black-cloaked man said, "Our sword sect and these sword sects are of the same origin. However, everyone is doing their own thing." "Of the same origin," Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Is your ancestor a man wearing a green robe?" The black-cloaked man nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian went silent for a moment, then said, "Why did you come to find me? Is it just because of the 5th-dimensional treasure?" The black-cloaked man shook his head. "The 5th-dimensional treasure is only one of the reasons. I don't know about the other reasons." Xiaoqi suddenly asked, "Where is your sword sect located?" The black-cloaked man said, "The Sword Mausoleum world." Yi Xian asked, "Why do the powers in the outside world know nothing about your sword sect?" The black-cloaked man fell silent. Yi Xian gazed at him and said, "I don't want to ask you a second time." The black-cloaked man said, "Because the Sword Mausoleum world isn't in the 4-dimensional universe." "It isn't in the 4-dimensional universe." The expressions of everyone here instantly changed when they heard this. "If it isn't in the 4th dimension, then could it be in the 5th dimension?" Yi Xian gazed at the black-cloaked man and said, "Don't tell me that your sword sect has developed to the 5th dimension." The black-cloaked man shook his head and said, "It isn't in the 5th dimension. However, our sword mausoleum world has broken through to the 4th dimension, and we're a step closer to the 5th dimension when compared to some powers in the 4th dimension." Yi Xian asked, so, all of you want the fifth-dimensional treasure? The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, it isn't us, but someone else does. Yi Xian asked, who? The black-clothed man was just about to speak when he suddenly burst into flames, and the others hadn't even recovered from their shock when he transformed into ash. He's gone. The expressions of Xianxia and the others changed drastically. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the surroundings, but he didn't sense anything. Yi Xian asked in a low voice in his heart, Senior Sword Exalt, do you know who did this? After a short moment of silence, the Sword Exalt said, I don't. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. I don't know, even the Sword Exalt doesn't know, someone is trying to silence me. Meanwhile, the voice from the eighth person resounded abruptly, they're coming. They're coming. Yi Xian frowned slightly, Senior, what do you mean? The person from the eighth person smiled and said, looks like that woman behind you has encountered some sort of trouble. When he heard this, Yi Xian suddenly came to a slight understanding. They're coming, it's very likely that they're from the fifth dimension. Are those from the fifth dimension coming? Yi Xian looked up at the horizon, don't toy with me like this. I don't even understand the fourth dimension. The person from the eighth person suddenly smiled and said, looks like some people can't help it. By the way, do you know the true use of this pagoda? The true use of this pagoda? Yi Xian frowned slightly, what use? The person from the eighth person laughed and said, you really don't know. You're the pagoda master, yet you don't know the true use of this pagoda. What kind of a person are you? Yi Xian said indifferently, Senior knows? The person from the eighth person said, ask someone else. I don't want to have any karmic connection with you. You're like a jinx. Anyone who touches you will be unlucky. Motherf asterisk cur, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. What do you mean I'm like a jinx? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian came to the prison pagoda and found Lian Qian. Miss Lian Qian, do you have something to hide from me? Lian Qian and Yan Jiao were silent. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Lian Qian, it's possible that the people from the fifth dimension have already started to act against me. Are you sure you want to continue hiding it from me? Lian Qian glanced at Yi Xian, are you sure you want to know? Yi Xian said, do you think I'll be fine even if I don't know? If that's the case, then don't tell me. Lian Qian was silent for a moment before sighing, actually, this pagoda is a key. Key. A key, Yi Xian frowned, what do you mean? Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian, do you know what was Master's previous identity? The master of the prison pagoda. Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Lian Qian said, Master was once known as a prophet in the fifth dimension. Even the masters of the fifth dimension had to kneel and pay respect to Master. Yi Xian frowned, pay respect to Master? Lian Qian nodded, a trace of worship in her eyes, you can't imagine how respected Master was in the fifth dimension. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Lian Qian, don't tell me that your master was framed, died, and then escaped from the prison pagoda. This is too melodramatic. Lian Qian shook her head, if Master didn't want to die, no one could kill him. Even if the undying giants of the fifth dimension joined hands, they still couldn't kill Master. As for why Master disappeared, us sisters don't know. We only know that he disappeared very suddenly, and 100 years after he disappeared, the people of the fifth dimension began to covet the treasures he left behind. Yi Xian asked, prison pagoda? Lian Qian said in a deep voice, not only the prison pagoda, what those people really care about is the universal library that Master created. Yi Xian frowned, universal library? A bookstore? Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian, that is not a simple bookstore. Master's understanding of the universe is unparalleled in the entire fifth dimension. And in this study room, there were many of his writings and notes. These things were not something that any martial path mystic art could compare to. In addition, in this bookstore, there are some things that Master created. Saying this, Lian Qian slightly paused, then continued, our Tao laws were created by Master. This Xiao Ta is the same. And we are just one of the creatures he created. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the master of the prison pagoda was a bit incredible. If what Lian Qian said was true, then the master of the prison pagoda could really be called a god. In his heart, perhaps the real god was like this. Lian Qian glanced at Yi Xian. Master had no interest in power or longevity. He spent his entire life pursuing the true meaning of the universe and the origin of life. Before he disappeared, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. Even the masters of the fifth dimension had to be respectful when they came to our place. But after he disappeared, these people started to covet the world-dimensional bookstore that he left behind. And in order to enter the myriad-dimensional bookhouse, one must have this Xiao Ta. Without this Xiao Ta, no one can enter. This is because the myriad-dimensional bookhouse has a restriction that the owner left behind. And that restriction, even after several tens of thousands of years, no one can harm it in the slightest. Xian said solemnly, "What kind of books are there in this universal library?" Xian said softly, "I don't know much because I was very playful when I was young and didn't care about these things. It was only after I grew up that I realized what I missed out on." Speaking up to this point, her expression became somewhat bitter. Xian frowned slightly. "Then why did he disappear?" Xian shook her head. "I don't know. However, I can be sure that in the fifth dimension, no one can kill Master. Even the master of the three swords at the top of the pagoda can't kill Master. Of course, if Master wants to kill those three, I'm afraid it will be difficult. In any case, I can't say for sure because I'm not very clear about the true strength of the master of the three swords at the top of the pagoda. Moreover, I'm not very clear about Master's strength because I haven't seen him fight. I only know that even the masters of the fifth dimension were very respectful in front of Master. They didn't even dare to speak loudly." Saying this, she looked at Xian. "Master definitely won't die. Unless he wants to die." The master of the three swords at the top of the pagoda, Xian had the most contact with the plain-dressed woman. How strong was she? He didn't even have an idea. Did he think that she could kill anyone with one sword? At this time, Xian suddenly said, "I only know that before Master disappeared, he was studying the path of reincarnation." "Reincarnation?" Xian looked at Xian. "What do you mean?" Xian said in a deep voice, "Master liked to study. Before he disappeared, I remember he was studying the path of reincarnation. Moreover, he wrote 2 books about reincarnation. I think they were called Reincarnation and Cause and Effect and Past Life and Present Life. However, before he finished writing them, he disappeared." Xian said in a deep voice, "After he disappeared, didn't you go to his study room to take a look?" Xian shook her head. "We couldn't go in. Only this Xiao Ta could go in. And this broken pagoda, at that time, was leading us around blindly. In fact, the real reason was that we thought Master would come back soon. However, we didn't expect that he would disappear completely." Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "In other words, this broken pagoda is also very, very precious in the fifth dimension, right?" Xian looked at Xian. "In the fifth dimension, there is nothing that can compare with Master's universal library. There are rumors in the fifth dimension that inside Master's universal library, there is the true meaning of the universe, the true meaning of life, the end of the martial path." Xian spread his hands. "Then, the only way to enter is in my hands, right?" Xian nodded. Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Xian, I really don't understand why this pagoda would come to the fourth dimension. Moreover, it just happened to fall into my hands. Is this just a coincidence?" Xian was silent. Xian smiled bitterly. "Tell me your opinion." Xian said softly, "It might not be a coincidence." Xian asked, "Why?" Xian said, "When those people wanted to make a move on Master's universal library, we let this Xiao Ta escape. It also knows how to escape. It is basically impossible for others to come to the fourth dimension, but this broken pagoda can travel between the fourth and fifth dimensions at will." Xian asked again, "Why?" Xian said, "Because the restriction between the fifth dimension and the fourth dimension was set by Master. And this broken pagoda is not only the key to the universal library, but also the key to the fifth dimension." Speaking of this, she looked at Xian. "The reason why that plain-dressed woman didn't barge into the fifth dimension is because if she did, she would have to face the power set by Master. And at that time, you will be in the most danger. That should be what she's worried about." Xian thought about it and said, "Actually, I can use this pagoda to bring her into the fifth dimension." "And then?" Xian looked at Xian. she will definitely have no problem going into the fifth dimension. What about you? Will it be a problem for you? Or do you want her to protect you for a lifetime? To stay by your side every single day? Yixian went silent. Lianqian said, compared to the fifth dimension, the fourth dimension is safer for you, isn't it? Yixian said in a low voice, but the fifth dimension has already started to act against me. Lianqian went silent for a moment and said, like what the eighth poster said, the plain-dressed woman might have encountered something. Speaking of this, she raised her head and looked at the boundless horizon. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes. Things are getting worse. A moment later, Yixian said in a low voice, let's not worry about the fifth dimension for now. We have to deal with the Sword Sect first. The Sword Sect had their eyes on him now, and Ji Jing was definitely not the last one. Yixian left the prison pagoda and called Seventh, and Lanqiu, Xianxia, Qiao Tian'er, and Guanjun to the hall. It could be said that the people in the hall were currently the most powerful people in the northern region. Yixian looked at them, is there anything you want to say? Qiao Tian'er suddenly said, you can't stay in the northern region. Everyone looked at Qiao Tian'er. Qiao Tian'er said, their target is you. If you stay in the northern region, they will come again. The northern region won't be able to take it. No, the entire Shenhuang Great World won't be able to take it. Yixian nodded, I know. The battle from before had nearly destroyed the entire Tianjiang city. At this moment, Seventh suddenly said, if we leave, where will we go? Yixian smiled, the dual world sky. Everyone looked at Yixian. Yixian stood up and said softly, I want to make the waters even more chaotic. Even though the Sword Sect is strong, they aren't invincible. Only by going to the dual world sky can I make the waters even more chaotic and take advantage of the situation. Seventh said solemnly, will they use the northern region to threaten you? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. If the Sword Sect used the northern region to threaten Yixian, then Yixian would have no choice but to return. Yixian said, I don't have a choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the entrance of the hall and said, I must go to the dual world sky and use the pagoda of prison to throw the various powers in the fourth dimension into chaos. Because only there are experts in the dual world sky who might be able to resist the Sword Sect. Seventh said solemnly, we'll go with you. Yixian smiled, it's just right for me to draw their attention by myself. Moreover, I can escape. He had the boundless sword. It could be said that so long as he wanted to escape, then even an expert like Xijing couldn't kill him by himself, and Lanqiu suddenly asked, what about the Shenhuang Great World? Yixian said softly, I'll draw their attention. So long as there's sufficient firepower, then they won't care about the Shenhuang Great World. And Lanqiu's beautiful brows knit together slightly, that's too dangerous. Xianxia nodded slightly, it's dangerous. Yixian smiled, it's just as dangerous if I stay here, isn't it? Seventh suddenly said, I'll go with you to draw their attention. Yixian shook his head, we need you here. Just as he'd said, the northern region needed experts to hold down the fort. Only when Lanqiu and the others were here would he be able to leave at ease. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to leave the northern region. Meanwhile, Qiao Tian'er suddenly said, how are you going to draw their attention? The corners of Yixian's mouth raised slightly, their target is the pagoda of prison. Only the pagoda can draw their attention. When he spoke up to hear, his smile grew brighter, I'll auction the pagoda of prison. Everyone. P.S. Today is the 1st, so everyone will definitely have a lot of monthly votes. Does anyone want to vote for me? Auctioning the prison pagoda. In the hall, everyone's expression became strange. Xiaoqi suddenly said, can we still use this move? Yixian said with a smile, why not? Xiaoqi shook his head, those people aren't stupid. You've already auctioned it once, and now it's back in your hands. Think about it, Yixian smiled, I'm not the one auctioning it. Xiaoqi looked at Yixian, you mean to let Senior Sword Venerable auction it? Yixian nodded, yes. Hearing this, everyone understood. If Yixian auctioned it, those experts definitely wouldn't fall for it. They might even hate Yixian. One must know that Yixian had auctioned it once before, and now the prison pagoda was back in his hands and he was auctioning it again. Was he putting on a show? Therefore, if Yixian auctioned it again, he would definitely become the target of everyone. but if Sword Venerable auctioned it, the situation would be different. At this moment, Xiao Tian'er suddenly said, "This plan is feasible." But, saying this, she looked at Yixian, "There's a prerequisite. That is, the sword sect can't kill you instantly. Also, the experts of the dual world sky don't fear the sword sect. They dare to go against the sword sect." Yixian nodded, "I understand. So, we have to gamble." Gamble. Hearing Yixian's words, everyone's expression darkened. Obviously, Yixian wasn't absolutely confident. Yixian smiled, "Don't underestimate the charm of this pagoda. This is something that can lead to the fifth dimension. Many people will be tempted. Moreover, I believe that in the fourth dimension, the sword sect is definitely not the strongest." Everyone fell silent. At this moment, Xiao Tian'er suddenly said, "I'll go with you." Yixian was about to speak, but Xiao Tian'er said, "Afraid that I'll drag you down?" Yixian shook his head, "Of course not, but," and Lanqiao suddenly said, "Let Miss Xiao go with you." Seven nodded, "Let her go with you, we will guard this place." The reason why they allowed Xiao Tian'er to follow Yixian was not only because Xiao Tian'er was strong, but also because Xiao Tian'er was very smart and could give Yixian advice. Yixian was very impulsive at times. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yixian did not insist. He looked at Xiao Tian'er and said, "All right, shall we set off tomorrow?" Xiao Tian'er frowned. "Tomorrow? Do you think the sword sect will give you that much time? Aren't you thinking too much?" Saying that, she walked to Yixian and said, "We have to set off now, because if I'm not wrong, the people from the sword sect are already on their way. We must arrive at the dual realm sky before they reach the northern region and then use the prison pagoda to attract them. Otherwise, the Shanhuang Great World is likely to face a great disaster." Yixian was about to speak, but Xiao Tian'er said, "I know you want to say goodbye, but we don't have much time now. There's still a long way to go." Yixian thought about it and nodded, "All right." Saying that, he looked at Seven and the others, "I'll leave the northern region to you." Saying that, he flicked his finger and a white jade bottle appeared in front of Lanqiao and the others. Spring of Life, Guanjun also had one. Yixian said, "This thing should be helpful to you." And Lanqiao looked at Yixian and said, "Be careful." Yixian smiled and said, "I will be very careful because I don't want to die." And Lanqiao nodded slightly, "We'll wait for your return." Yixian nodded, "All of you have to be careful as well. Let me know if there's anything." Saying that, he looked at Guanjun and said, "Senior Guanjun, if you want to leave, you can do so at any time. You've helped us enough, you don't owe us anything." Guanjun glanced at the Spring of Life and shook his head with a smile, "I have nowhere to go anyway." Yixian said seriously, "Thank you very much." Guanjun nodded slightly, "The dual realm sky is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Don't be careless." Yixian nodded, "Understood." Saying that, he looked at everyone and said, "Take care." Saying that, he disappeared from the hall with Xiao Tian'er. He didn't bid farewell to Yiling. Just as Xiao Tian'er said, now wasn't the time to be wishy-washy, there's still a long way to go. Soon, the two of them arrived in the vast starry sky. Destination, Dual Realm Sky. On the way, Xiao Tian'er suddenly said, "Is the sword sect's target only the world prison pagoda?" Yixian looked at Xiao Tian'er and said with a smile, "What do you mean?" Xiao Tian'er said softly, "The feeling they give me is that they don't only want the pagoda, but also you." Yixian nodded, "Indeed, they don't only want the pagoda." Xiao Tian'er's face sank, "Then this matter won't be so easy to deal with." Saying that, she looked at Yixian and said, "Why do they want to target you?" Yixian shook his head. This was also what he wanted to know, the sword sect. In fact, he had a deep relationship with the sword sect. Along the way, he had encountered several sword sect, especially when he was the sect leader of one of the sword sect. In all fairness, he did not want to become enemies with the sword sect. However, he was also very clear that although these sword sect had a deep relationship with each other, they had their own way of doing things. To put it simply, some sword sect might be his friend, but some sword sect might be his enemy. Of course, he was also curious about how many sword sect there were, and the founder of these sword sect was the same person. Yixian shook his head, "No matter what, this sword sect was definitely an enemy." Xiao Tian'er suddenly said, "What we need to do now is to find out the real strength of this sword sect." Yi Xian thought about it and nodded, I'll contact the temple. Saying that, he took out a voice transmission stone and a moment later, a voice came from the stone. What is it? Zhu Xiao's voice. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Zhu, I thought you wouldn't accept it. Zhu Xiao said indifferently, if you have something to say, then say it. Yi Xian did not joke around and said seriously, Miss Zhu, I already know the origins of those who chased after me. They are all from a force called the Sword Sect, and this force is in some sword ruins world. Does the temple know about them? After a moment of silence, Zhu Xiao said, we have also just found out a little bit. This organization is extremely mysterious, and they have never appeared in the fourth dimension before. At least, they have not appeared in the past 10,000 years. But 10,000 years ago, they appeared once, and at that time, they seemed to be looking for someone. After that, they did not appear again. At this point, she paused and then said, you must be extremely careful. Although this force rarely appears in the eyes of the world, their strength is definitely very, very terrifying. And they still dared to come after you even after knowing that plain-dressed woman is behind you. This is enough to prove that they are not afraid of the plain-dressed woman behind you. At this time, Lian Qian's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, it might not be because they are not afraid, but it might be because they are ignorant. Ignorant, Lian Qian's strength might not be especially strong, but her knowledge was not something an ordinary person could compare to. She knew how strong the experts of the fifth dimension were. Therefore, she compared the plain-clothed woman to them. In the end, even if the plain-clothed woman reached the fifth dimension, she would still be at the peak. Perhaps, only the legendary ancient existences of the fifth dimension would be able to contend against her, and in the fourth dimension, the only ones who could fight against the plain-dressed woman were the owners of the other two swords, but from the looks of it, those two swords were also inextricably linked to Yi Xian. At this time, Zhu Xiao's voice sounded in front of Yi Xian's voice again, as for other information about this sword sect, we are still investigating. If there is any, I will inform you. Yi Xian said solemnly, many thanks. Zhu Xiao did not say anything else. Yi Xian kept the voice transmission stone and looked up at the end of the starry sky, the road ahead is not going to be easy. Xiao Tiano looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but I have no choice. Miss Qiao, let's go. Soon, the two disappeared into the boundless starry sky. Dual Realm Sky. The closer they got to Dual Realm Sky, the closer Yi Xian knew he was to the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension, actually, he was also very curious about the fifth dimension. After all, it was a world higher than the fourth dimension. He also wanted to see what kind of world it was. Of course, he did not want to go there, he really did not want to live a life of being hunted. 2 days later, Yi Xian and Xiao Tiana were getting closer to Dual Realm Sky. During this time, the two did not encounter any threats. No one from the sword sect came to stop them. But because of this, the two were even more cautious. On the way, Xiao Tiana suddenly said, we can ask Temple to help us release the news. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tiana, auction the World Prison Pagoda? Xiao Tiana. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, isn't it too early? Xiao Tiana shook her head, don't underestimate the experts in the Dual Realm Sky. If I'm not wrong, they already know you're here, but they may not know why you're here. So, we have to let them know now. Only then will they temporarily give up on targeting you. Yi Xian thought about it, then nodded, okay. Then, he took out the voice transmission stone and sent a message to Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao did not reject this favor and agreed immediately. Soon, the news that Yi Xian had come to Dual Realm Sky to auction the fifth dimension treasure spread quickly. Of course, Temple said that Venerable Sword would be selling it, while Yi Xian was only there to help. Many people knew that with Yi Xian's arrival, Dual Realm Sky would not be peaceful anymore. In an unknown star region, two women were slowly walking. The two of them were walking very quickly. During this time, the two of them had passed through countless mysterious black holes. One of them was Al Lian. Finally, after passing through one of the black holes, the woman next to Al Lian stopped and looked into the distance. We're almost there. Just as Elaine was about to speak, a white furry little fellow was waving her claws in a rhythmic manner as if she was practicing martial arts. At the same time, she was humming, ha. Humph. 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 Humph, the woman next to Lian smiled. She's practicing a martial arts from Lian Shuang's hometown. I forgot what it's called. Martial arts? Lian looked at the woman next to her. What martial arts? The woman smiled. Lian Shuang's hometown. She's very obsessed with it. Lian Shuang. Lian shook her head and smiled. She looked at the little fellow in the distance, and the little fellow looked at her as well. In the next moment, the little fellow's eyes lit up, and then she flew towards Lian. In next to no time, the little fellow flew over to Lian, and then she rubbed her forehead against Lian's chin intimately. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Lian. You're here? Hearing this, Lian's body trembled slightly. The Dual Realm Sky. The Dual Realm Sky was a world created by countless experts. More accurately, it was a passageway that led to the fifth dimension. In order to open this passageway, the Dual Realm Sky had sacrificed generations of experts. Thus, the Dual Realm Sky was also known as the Dual Realm Graveyard. This was the final resting place of countless experts in the fourth dimension. Many experts from the fourth dimension eventually reached this place and fell here. Generation after generation of experts repeated this cycle, falling into an endless cycle. Until now, no one had reached the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension, this was the hope of countless experts, but it was also this place that made them despair. Over the years, how many amazing people had ended up turning into dust after coming to this place, and now, a treasure from the fifth dimension had appeared in the fourth dimension, the prison pagoda. With this item, one could easily enter the fifth dimension. These experts, who were already on the verge of despair, could not help but have a spark of hope ignite in their hearts. Without external items, using one's own strength to enter the fifth dimension, only those who had not experienced despair would think this way. For many experts who had experienced despair, the prison pagoda was their last hope. The appearance of the prison pagoda was like a drowning man seeing a piece of driftwood. Moreover, this prison pagoda came from the fifth dimension. It was also the only way for experts from the fourth dimension to understand the fifth dimension. Somewhere in the clouds, Yi Xian and Xiao Tian'er were walking slowly. Not far in front of them, about 1,000 zhang away, there was an illusory door. The gate of the dual realm. After passing through this door, one would arrive at the dual realm sky. The threshold for this door was very high. One had to be at least an earth immortal to enter. But recently, this door had been opened wide. Next to Yi Xian, Xiao Tian'er said softly, "It seems that the experts of the dual realm sky welcome you." Yi Xian smiled. "I did not come empty-handed." Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. "Once you enter this door, you will either live or die. Have you thought it through?" Yi Xian stopped and asked, "What if I don't enter this door?" Xiao Tian'er smiled. "Still the same." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "Then why did you ask?" Xiao Tian'er sized up Yi Xian with a complicated look in her eyes. "Do you want to hear what I think of you?" Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Xiao Tian'er said, "Ever since I started investigating you, I discovered something very interesting." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What interesting thing?" Xiao Tian'er said, "Your entire life has been spent either in battle or on the path to battle." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Tian'er suddenly shook her head and smiled. "You've been living a hard life." Yi Xian sighed softly. "Isn't it tough? I was almost killed by you back then." Xiao Tian'er smiled. "You don't hate me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course I hated you at first, but now you are my friend, right?" "Friends," Xiao Tian'er smiled. "Friends?" Yi Xian asked, "Aren't we?" Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. "In this world, the people who can defeat you are often your closest people and your friends." Yi Xian said with a smile, "But in this world, the people who can motivate and help you are usually the people closest to you and your friends, aren't they?" Xiao Tian'er smiled. "You have a good mentality." As they spoke, the two arrived in front of the heavenly gate. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Xiao, if you leave now, you might still be able to make it." Xiao Tian'er glanced at Yi Xian. "Are you going to stir up some feelings for me now?" Yi Xian laughed and then walked into the two-realm gate with Xiao Tian'er. No one stopped them. Soon, the two appeared in a spatial tunnel, the end of which could not be seen. Behind them, the two-realm gate was closed, At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the two. The old man was thin and could be described as skinny. His back was slightly hunched and his eyes were somewhat gloomy. He did not give off a good feeling. The old man stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Senior, you are?" The old man said in a hoarse voice, "Can you let me see the fifth-dimensional treasure?" "I will just take a look, I will definitely not snatch it." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Venerable appeared beside him. Sword Venerable looked at the old man and said, "You want to see?" The old man looked at Sword Venerable and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. "Sword Venerable, I am not afraid of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Venerable suddenly attacked. A cold light arrived first. The old man suddenly clenched his right hand lightly, and with this clench, he directly grasped that wisp of sword light. However, at this moment, another sword light slashed over. The old man held the sword light and blasted it forward. Boom, the sword light exploded. Sword Venerable and the old man both retreated 10 feet. The yellow-toothed old man looked at Sword Venerable and smiled sinisterly. "Sword Venerable, you don't seem to have made any progress." Sword Venerable was expressionless. "Yellow-toothed old man, after we leave, shall we fight to the death?" "Fight to the death." The yellow-toothed old man slowly clenched his right hand. "Sword Venerable, my goal is only that fifth-dimensional treasure." Sword Venerable looked at the yellow-toothed old man. "Do you have the ability to take it?" The yellow-toothed old man narrowed his eyes and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "You just want to see?" The yellow-toothed old man looked at Yi Xian. "Can I?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course I can." As he said this, he looked at Sword Venerable. Sword Venerable said with profound qi, "This person is not easy to deal with. You must be careful." Yi Xian nodded. "I will." Sword Venerable nodded. "Be careful." As he said this, he returned to the prison pagoda. In truth, he had only come out to let others know that the person auctioning the prison pagoda was him, Sword Venerable. After Sword Venerable disappeared, Yi Xian looked at the yellow-toothed old man and smiled. Then, he opened his palm and the prison pagoda appeared in his hand. The yellow-toothed old man's eyes instantly locked onto the prison pagoda. Yi Xian loosened his hand and the prison pagoda flew in front of the yellow-toothed old man. The latter was stunned. Xiao Tian'er glanced at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian smiled. "You can have a good look." The yellow-toothed old man hesitated for a moment. Then, he grasped the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda slightly trembled. After a moment, the yellow-toothed old man's expression gradually became solemn. After a long time, the yellow-toothed old man looked at Yi Xian. "Aren't you afraid I'll snatch it away?" Yi Xian smiled. "If you like it, then feel free to take it away." The yellow-toothed old man looked deeply at Yi Xian. "Young man, you are very bold and decisive. No wonder you can live until now." With that, he pointed with a finger, and the prison pagoda flew back in front of Yi Xian. He naturally wouldn't snatch the prison pagoda. Because if he did, he would become the target of everyone. It was easy to take it away, but the biggest problem was what would happen after it was taken away. He might be alive to take it, but he wouldn't be alive to use it. The yellow-toothed old man glanced at Yi Xian once more, and then he turned and left. Xiao Tian'er, who was beside Yi Xian, said softly, "He knows his limits." Yi Xian smiled. "They all know that it's a hot potato." A hot potato. Many people wanted the pagoda, but they weren't stupid. They all knew that it was a hot potato, and whoever took it would suffer misfortune. However, they wouldn't give up. Therefore, it wasn't Yi Xian who was in a difficult position, but the powerhouses of the dual realm sky. After a while, Yi Xian and Xiao Tian'er continued forward. This time, no one came out to stop them. About an hour later, the two of them reached the end of the path. As a white light enveloped Yi Xian and Xiao Tian'er, the two of them completely disappeared. Before long, Yi Xian and Xiao Tian'er arrived in front of a city. The city wasn't big. From its size, it looked like a small city. Moreover, the city was rather simple. It was made of stones and was very simple. Dual Realm City. Yi Xian and Xiao Tian'er walked towards Two Realm City. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, a woman suddenly walked towards them from afar. The woman was wearing a long black dress, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. As she walked, she was calm and had an elegant temperament. The woman quickly walked up to Yixian and Xiao Tian'er and smiled. "Gentlemen, let me introduce myself. I am Shi Ziqing, a businessman." "A businessman," Yixian smiled. "Miss Shi, are you here to buy a pagoda?" Shi Ziqing shook her head and smiled. "Emperor Yi, you must be joking. How can we afford such a divine item? This time, I came to look for King Yi because I want to do business with him." Yixian asked, "What business?" Shi Ziqing smiled. "Isn't Emperor Yi going to auction that divine item? We happen to have a place, and we can also organize a large auction for Emperor Yi. After all, auctioning such a divine item requires a large venue. Apart from that, we can also provide some help to Emperor Yi within our capabilities. For example, Emperor Yi has just arrived here and is not familiar with this place. We can help Emperor Yi quickly understand this place. I think this is what Emperor Yi needs right now." Yixian nodded. "What you say makes sense. What do I have to pay?" Shi Ziqing smiled. "Emperor Yi, shall we enter the city to discuss in detail?" Yixian nodded. "All right." Shi Ziqing looked around and cupped her fists. "Everyone, the dreamy cloud chamber of commerce has no other intentions. We simply want to cooperate with Emperor Yi and help him auction this item. I hope that everyone can give the dreamy cloud chamber of commerce some face." There was no response. Shi Ziqing smiled. "Thank you very much." After saying that, she looked at Yixian. "Emperor Yi, please." Yixian nodded. Just like that, Yixian and Xiao Tian'er walked into the city. The streets of the city were very, very deserted because there were only the three of them. Yixian asked, "Is there usually no one here?" Shi Ziqing smiled. "There are very few people because they are all very busy. Of course, there are relatively more people now. However, none of them have shown themselves. Emperor Yi understands." Yixian smiled. "Understood." After saying that, he paused. "Which power is the strongest here now?" Shi Ziqing thought for a moment, then said, "It's hard to say. Moreover, to correct Emperor Yi, the people here basically fight alone. There are very few who join forces. Moreover, everyone's goal is the fifth dimension, so there are very few conflicts of interest. Of course, things are different now." As she said that, she looked at Yixian. "Emperor Yi has a precious treasure and is the target of everyone's attention. Therefore, Emperor Yi must be mentally prepared." Yixian was speechless. "P.S. Do you have tickets?" Mentally prepared, Yixian shook his head and smiled. "I'm already mentally prepared." Before coming here, he understood what this trip entailed. This was like a sheep entering a pack of wolves, but he had no choice. Of course, he could choose to escape. With the immeasurable sword, even the sword sect would find it difficult to find him. But the problem was that he could not escape. If these people couldn't find him, they would definitely target the people around him. At that time, these experts would not care about the pride of the strong, he could only attract their attention. Soon, the three arrived at the city center. In front of Yixian's group was a circular building. This building was like a circle, without a roof, and one could see the sky. On both sides, there were private rooms. Yixian glanced around. This place was very spacious. Coupled with the layout of the place, it was very suitable for holding an auction. Shi Ziqing smiled. "King Yi, knowing that you were coming, we specially cleaned this place. Are you satisfied?" Yixian looked at Shi Ziqing. "Miss Shi, can your dreamy cloud commerce guarantee my safety?" Shi Ziqing shook her head. "Sorry, no. King Yi's situation is special, and this place is also very special. We cannot guarantee anyone's safety, including our own." Yixian asked softly, "Is it that dangerous?" Shi Ziqing smiled. "This is the safest place in the four-dimensional universe, but it is also the most dangerous place in the four-dimensional universe. King Yi, when are you planning to auction it?" Yixian said with a smile. "Can we promote it?" Shi Ziqing said solemnly, "As far as we know, those who should have come are already here. Now, everyone is waiting for you." Yixian smiled. "Miss Shi, are you also waiting?" Shi Ziqing looked at Yi Xian. King Yi, we want to know some things about Dao Yi, but we have no interest in this tower. Although this thing is good, it is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Yi Xian nodded. 3 days. 3 days from now, how about it? Shi Ziqing hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. We will fight for 3 days for King Yi, but we can only fight for 3 days, because I'm afraid many people can't wait any longer. Please forgive us, King Yi. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Thank you. He knew very well that there were many people paying attention to him. These people would not give him too much time. Shi Ziqing nodded slightly, then turned and left. Only Yi Xian and Xiao Tian'er were left. Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. The situation might be worse than we thought. Yi Xian smiled and said, I have already thought of the worst outcome. Xiao Tian'er fell silent. Yi Xian took out the transmission stone, which vibrated slightly. A moment later, Zhu Xie'er's voice sounded from the transmission stone. I've received news that the sword sect's people have arrived at the dual realm sky. Be careful. Here it comes. Yi Xian put away the prison pagoda and looked at Xiao Tian'er. Miss Xiao, remember, no matter what happens, don't interfere. He knew very well that the people he was about to face were not people Xiao Tian'er could fight against. If Xiao Tian'er made a move, she would die without a doubt. Xiao Tian'er was silent. Naturally, she understood this as well. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a storage ring. This was the storage ring of the blood ancestor. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Xiao, you are very knowledgeable. Do you have a way to open this ring? Xiao Tian'er walked to Yi Xian and took the ring. After a moment, she said softly, this storage ring has a restriction. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xiao Tian'er studied it for a long time, then shook her head. I can't. Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. The blood ancestor's storage ring must have many good things, but he just couldn't open it. This made his heart itch. Xiao Tian'er returned the storage ring to Yi Xian. Why do you need 3 days? Yi Xian smiled and said, I want to delay it for a while. Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Is there a way to contact the woman in the plain dress? In this situation, only the woman in the plain dress could help. Yi Xian shook his head. The woman in the plain dress, he hadn't seen her for a long time. Xiao Tian'er's face darkened. Yi Xian smiled and said, it's fine. We can't rely on her for everything, can we? Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she realized that Yi Xian was actually quite miserable. Not only were there more and more enemies, but they were also getting stronger. The enemies he was facing now were all peak experts in the 4-dimensional universe. In addition, the 5-dimensional universe was also eyeing him covetously. Xiao Tian'er shook her head. What did you do in your previous life? Yi Xian, Xiao Tian'er said, I'm going to familiarize myself with Two Realm City. Be careful. After saying that, she disappeared on the spot. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Absorb. He had not completely digested the ancient books he had obtained from the shrine. What he needed to do now was to completely digest them. Of course, he couldn't rush it. In any case, he would digest as much as he could. Time passed bit by bit. The auction in 3 days was getting closer and closer. During this time, the entire Two Realm City was very, very peaceful. No one came to cause trouble for Yi Xian. It was unbelievably peaceful. The next night, Shi Ziqing came to Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Is King Yi ready? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm ready. Shi Ziqing nodded. Before the auction, we want to have a chat with King Yi. Yi Xian smiled slightly. What do you want to talk about? Shi Ziqing said, we want to understand that treasure and the 5-dimensional universe. Of course, in return, we can provide some help to King Yi. Yi Xian asked, what kind of help? Shi Ziqing said in a deep voice, for example, we can tell King Yi which experts are here, how strong they are, who poses the greatest threat to King Yi, and so on. Yi Xian shook his head. To me, these are all empty words. My enemy is everyone, and all of them pose a great threat to me. Shi Ziqing was silent. Yi Xian said, Miss Shi, I need you to help me investigate the Sword Sect. Sword Sect, Xianxia looked at Yixian. You know about the sword sect? Yixian smiled. It seems that Miss Xi also knows about the sword sect. Xianxia said in a deep voice, they're here too? Yixian nodded. I received news that they're already here. Xianxia sighed and did not say anything. Yixian said, what's wrong? Xianxia said in a soft voice, I didn't expect that the sword sect would also come out. This sword sect, in this four-dimensional universe, currently has dozens of known sections. These dozens of sword sect are from the same branch, and their founder is also the same person. However, they each do their own things and basically do not contact each other. And the strongest sword sect is the one in the Sword Ruins realm. Yixian asked in a deep voice, how strong is it? Xianxia glanced at Yixian and did not say anything. Yixian smiled. Say it, I can bear it. Xianxia said in a soft voice, very strong, to the point of being unreasonable. Yixian did not say anything. Xianxia looked at Yixian and said, as far as I know, there are two super experts behind Qingyi. If those two women come out, they might be able to resist the sword sect. As for Qingyi himself. Saying this, she paused and then said, for the time being, there is no way to resist them. Of course, Qingyi is a genius, and in the future, he will not lose to anyone. But now, Qingyi is still too young, and he needs more time. Yixian said with a smile, Miss Xi really knows how to talk. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Qingyi wants to know about the sword sect? Yixian nodded. Yes. Xianxia was about to say something, but suddenly, she frowned. They're here. Just as her voice fell, streams of divine senses suddenly appeared in the surroundings, but very quickly, these divine senses disappeared. Yixian looked around and asked, who? Xianxia said in a deep voice, the three brothers of the Xue family are triplets, and their minds are interlinked, and they are very powerful. When the three of them join forces, they are very powerful. Yixian said with a smile, there should be a lot of people, right? Xianxia nodded. A lot. We might have to bring it forward. Yixian nodded. Then bring it forward. Xianxia suddenly walked in front of Yixian. She looked straight at Yixian and said with a Xianqi voice transmission, Qingyi, you should be very clear about your situation. This auction might not be very smooth. If you want to smoothly complete it, the premise is that Qingyi has enough strength. If not, something unexpected might happen, because some people will not care about rules with Qingyi. This, Qingyi must understand. Yixian said, you mean, someone might kill me? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Yixian was silent. Xianxia looked at Yixian, Qingyi, do you have a backup plan? Yixian thought for a moment, then said, wait a moment. After saying that, he disappeared. Prison Pagoda. After Yixian returned to the prison pagoda, he went directly to the 8th floor. Yixian said in a deep voice, Senior, do you want to make a deal? The 8th floor smiled and said, no. In fact, I want you to die more than anyone else, but I can't kill you with my own hands. That's not right, I don't dare to kill you. He really did not dare to kill Yixian, seize the treasure of the 5th dimension. This karma was too great. Even a powerhouse of his level couldn't withstand it. Therefore, he needed to borrow the hands of others to kill Yixian. He could see the karma on Yixian, but this expert of the 4th dimension could not. Yixian was silent for a moment, then said, Senior, if I die, it might not be good for you. The 8th floor smiled and said, why? Yixian smiled faintly, if I die, this pagoda will be ownerless. The 8th floor said, ownerless. At that time, do you think those ants outside can compete with me? Yixian smiled and said, they can't compete with you, but is Senior invincible? The 8th floor smiled and said, are you talking about the girl in the plain dress behind you? Don't worry, if you die, after I obtain this pagoda, I will immediately return to the 5th dimension. Yixian shook his head, it's not her, Senior seems to have forgotten. There is another existence inside this pagoda. The 9th floor. At this point, Yixian grinned and said, Senior, do you think the 9th floor is the same as you think? If I die, you will obtain this item, then he will kill you. In the end, he will not be touched by any karma. Do you think it is possible? The 8th floor was silent. The 8th floor's goal was clear, it was the mantis stalking the cicada. He didn't want to kill Xian, or in other words, he didn't dare to. Because he was wary of the person behind Xian. However, he didn't want to give up on the pagoda. The best way was to let someone else kill Xian, then he would kill the person. That way, the treasure would be in his hands and the karma wouldn't be tainted. However, just like what Xian said, he neglected one thing. That was, there was a 9th floor inside the pagoda. Did the 9th floor wake up? This was a question worth thinking about. Xian smiled. Senior, I have a better idea, do you want to hear it? The 8th floor, let's hear it. Xian smiled. There is another way, give the pagoda to someone else and kill them. That way, you won't be tainted either. Plus, if I don't die, the person behind me won't come after you. The 8th floor, the question is, are you really willing to give it up? Xian shrugged. Do I have a better choice? The 8th floor was silent. If Xian gave it up, then Xian would have nothing to do with the pagoda. Xian continued. Senior, you want the pagoda, not my death, am I right? The 8th floor, I have no grudge against you, why would I want you dead? Xian nodded. If that's the case, there's no need for us to be enemies, am I right? The 8th floor, are you really willing to give up the pagoda? You should know what it means. Xian smiled. Is your life more important, or the pagoda? The 8th floor, of course it's my life. As long as I'm alive, I have limitless possibilities. Xian, isn't that right? The 8th floor was silent for a moment. Then tell me, why should I help you? Even if I don't help you, you still have to give it up, am I right? Xian said softly. It depends on whether Senior is willing to form a good relationship with me or not. The 8th floor was silent. About a quarter of an hour later, the 8th person suddenly said, I'll help you once. Xian smiled and said, it's enough. With that, he left the world prison pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Shi Ziqing looked at Xian. Is Prince Yi ready? Xian nodded. It's done. Shi Ziqing nodded. That's good. With that, she clapped her hands lightly. Behind her, 2 experts suddenly appeared. They bowed slightly to Shi Ziqing before disappearing. Shi Ziqing said, Emperor Yi, one last matter. My dreamy cloud chamber of commerce would like to understand the 5th dimension. Xian smiled and said, all right. As he spoke, he told them everything he knew about the 5th dimension. Of course, he didn't tell them everything. He had only revealed a few words. After a long time, Shi Ziqing looked at Xian. Can that pagoda really lead to the 5th dimension? Xian nodded. It can. Shi Ziqing nodded slightly. I understand. With that, she turned and looked around. Everyone, my dreamy cloud chamber of commerce is hosting this auction. If there is any negligence, I hope that everyone will forgive me. As she spoke, she looked at Xian. Prince Yi. Xian took out the world prison pagoda and looked around. He smiled and said, everyone, I won't play any games with you. If this item stays with me, Xian, it will bring me endless trouble. Today, I will hand it over. A treasure of the 5th dimension can only be obtained by those who have the ability. Today, I don't plan on auctioning it. With that, he gently placed the world prison pagoda on the ground. Looking at the world prison pagoda in his hand, Xian's lips curled into an undetectable smile. The world prison pagoda lightly trembled, as if it was responding to something. Xian lightly touched the world prison pagoda. Then, he looked around again. Whoever wants it can take it. With that, he stood up and left. Seeing this, Shi Ziqing was dumbfounded. Wasn't he going to auction it? In the dark, some experts were also stunned. What kind of game was Xian playing? Xian left decisively. In a short while, he disappeared into the distance. Shi Ziqing looked at the world prison pagoda in front of her. After a while, Shi Ziqing turned and left. She didn't dare to take this world prison pagoda. Shi Ziqing didn't take it, and no one else did either. The world prison pagoda just sat there quietly. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Still, no one moved, no one was stupid. Whoever took it first would be the one to be targeted. On the other side, Xian was very leisurely. He didn't leave the 2-world sky because he found that the 2-world sky was completely closed. No one could leave. He didn't plan to leave either. Yi Xian found a quiet place in the city. It was a shabby hall. Next to him was Qiao Tian'er. Along the way, Qiao Tian'er was silent. Yi Xian looked at Qiao Tian'er. "Miss Qiao, what are you thinking?" Qiao Tian'er said softly, "You're really going to hand it over this time, right?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "What do you think?" Qiao Tian'er hesitated and sighed. She didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "It's not that simple." Qiao Tian'er was a little surprised. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Everyone wanted his world prison pagoda. It was fine. He might as well take it out and let everyone fight for it. It would be best if they fought for it. Qiao Tian'er looked deeply at Yi Xian. She knew that things weren't that simple. She understood Yi Xian a little since she came into contact with Yi Xian. This person wouldn't be willing to lose out no matter what he did. This time, he took the initiative to hand over the pagoda. It was definitely not that simple. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Qiao, you have to hide." "Hide?" Qiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. "What are you going to do?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Do one thing." Qiao Tian'er said in a low voice, "Can't you tell me?" Yi Xian looked at Qiao Tian'er. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's for your safety. Please understand." Qiao Tian'er nodded. "Be careful." Then, she was about to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "If possible, leave the two-world sky." Qiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian for a long time before nodding. "Take care." Then, she turned and disappeared. After Qiao Tian'er left, Yi Xian was silent for a while before disappearing as well. At this moment, the World Prison Pagoda was still untouched. It was still there and hadn't escaped. No one dared to make the first move. The World Prison Pagoda was a treasure of the fifth dimension. Everyone wanted it, but no one wanted to stand out. Whoever took it first would be everyone's enemy, thus, no one moved, but no one gave up either. The fifth dimension treasure was at their fingertips, somewhere in the dark. Two women stood quietly, looking at the World Prison Pagoda in the distance. These two women were Xianxia and Yuan Shaodao from Temple of Gods. Xianxia suddenly said, "Did he really give up?" Yuan Shaodao said calmly, "Give up? That person has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He must be playing some tricks by doing this." Xianxia shook her head. "These people aren't stupid." Yuan Shaodao said, "They aren't stupid, but they are greedy. As long as a person is greedy, they will easily lose their mind." As she spoke, she looked at the World Prison Pagoda in the distance. "Let's see who will lose their mind first." As soon as Yuan Shaodao finished speaking, an old man suddenly appeared near the World Prison Pagoda. The old man wore a grey robe, and his white hair was tied up high. In his left hand was a sheathed longsword wrapped in black cloth. "Sword sect." Yuan Shaodao suddenly said, "Looks like they can't hold it in any longer." Xianxia looked at the old man. The old man didn't care about the experts in the dark. He directly walked to the World Prison Pagoda and stretched out his hand to take it. At this moment, a dozen powerful auras suddenly enveloped the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he lightly flicked his left thumb. A sword cry suddenly resounded, and then a sword light slashed out. Chi, a tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then the surrounding auras were completely shattered. The grey-robed old man coldly looked around. "My sword sect wants this item." What high-sounding sentiments. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the space in the sky above the grey-robed old man was suddenly torn apart. A moment later, an enormous black palm stretched out from within that space. Bang! The space in the surroundings warped into a strange shape. The grey-robed old man glanced coldly at the enormous palm, and then he opened his palm and a sword suddenly flew out. A sword howl resounded through the sky. Rumble! In the sky, the giant hand was suddenly split into two. However, an afterimage suddenly descended from the sky. The grey-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground. Bang! The entire ground trembled violently as the grey-robed old man shot into the sky. Rumble! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then two figures retreated repeatedly. As they retreated, countless strands of sword energy tore through the sky, and it was an extremely shocking sight. the gray-robed old man had just stopped and was about to attack again when numerous auras pressed down upon him. The gray-robed old man's face fell. He knew that he would be ganged up on if he attacked again. The gray-robed old man glanced coldly at the surroundings. Do all of you intend to become enemies with my sword sect? Now, he had no choice but to use the sword sect. The middle-aged man who fought the gray-robed old man earlier sneered, "What? Do you intend to use the sword sect to suppress us?" The gray-robed old man gazed at the middle-aged man. "My sword sect is determined to obtain it." The middle-aged man smiled. "Looks like you really intend to use the sword sect to suppress us. I admit that the sword sect is powerful, but if we join forces, then we might not have to fear your sword sect." The gray-robed old man's face fell when he heard this. Even the sword sect would have a huge headache if the experts of the Twin World Alliance joined forces. The gray-robed old man fell silent for a moment before he chose to turn around and leave in the end. He could only put it aside for now. At the very least, he had to wait for more experts of the sword sect to arrive. Once the gray-robed old man left, the surroundings returned to calm once more, and no one moved to touch the pagoda. On the other side, the gray-robed old man arrived in midair, and he glanced coldly down below and said, "Do you know where Xianxia is?" A voice suddenly resounded from the side. "No. It's like he vanished into thin air." The gray-robed old man's face turned slightly gloomy. "That kid sent the pagoda here with the intention of using the experts of the Twin World Alliance to keep my sword sect busy. He's extremely vicious. He can't be allowed to live. We must eliminate him." Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from below. The gray-robed old man was stunned. "One of us?" The person behind the gray-robed old man replied with a question. "He's not one of us?" Right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly resounded from below. "You sword sect, how dare you!" The gray-robed old man was speechless. "P.S. I've noticed a problem. So long as I want monthly passes, then my heart will be tied down, and I won't be able to attain freedom. So, give it to me." End of chapter 808. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.